Chapter 1. He no longer remembers her. In mid-September, the temperature in the capital remained uncomfortably high, with the sun blazing and the recent rains adding a layer of vexing humidity. The entire city felt as though it were encased under a glass dome, suffocatingly stifling. In the afternoon, the air conditioning in the dormitory provided a comfortable reprieve, effectively insulating them from the oppressive heat outside. Xiaji Cha opened her eyes in a daze, pushed back the covers, and sat up, her expression one of bewilderment. She had experienced that dream once more. In her dream, she found herself on the high school basketball court, where cheers surged like a tidal wave. Under the sunlight, a tall and slender youth leaped into the air with an exuberant flair, perfectly executing a three-point shot, then raised his hand to signal victory. The crowd erupted in even louder cheers, rushing toward him, while Xiaji Cha stood at a distance, clutching a bottle of water, struggling to gaze in his direction. The sun was too blinding, and she could only discern the sharp outline of the boy, the rest of the scene fading into obscurity. Suddenly, the indistinct crowd receded. She remained rooted in place, watching as the youth emerged from the throng, taking the water from her hand, smiling at her, and calling her, "Baby." The dream's vividness flickered in her mind, and Xia Ji-cha shook her head, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips. It had been 3 years. What was she still fantasizing about? With a soft click, the balcony door swung open from the outside, allowing a wave of warmth to wash into the room, accompanied by her roommate Jiang Li-Li's voice. "Gigi, have you woken up from your nap?" Their dormitory housed 4 students, with bunk beds and desks. Hearing the voice, Xiaji Cha looked down at Jiang Li-Li, who was gathering her clothes and closing the balcony door with a swift motion. She responded with a casual mm. "The military training for the freshmen finally concludes," Jiang Li-Li continued, tidying her clothes while grumbling, "I don't know why it's been so hot this summer. I heard there were quite a few cases of heat stroke, and the school still didn't postpone the training. Thankfully, we're already in our 2nd year." They hadn't endured such hardships during their freshman year. Xiaji Cha glanced at the relentless sun outside, nodding in agreement. Last year, their freshman military training had been accompanied by days of rain, making it far more bearable than this year. "Oh, by the way," Jiang Li suddenly recalled something, lifting her head from the pile of clothes. "Gao Yiyang told me he's bringing his roommate tonight. Gigi, are you okay with that?" Gao Yiyang was a finance major Jiang Li had met on the school forum. They had been chatting online for 2 months in summer, and recently they decided to meet in person. Jiang Li felt a bit anxious and invited Xiaji Cha along. Xiaji Cha had no objections, nodding slowly as she climbed down from her bed. She often felt groggy after a nap and needed a moment to gather her thoughts. Taking a seat at the desk, she casually opened a book. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper fell out from between the pages, fluttering gently to the floor. Instinctively, Xiaji Cha bent down to pick it up, and as her eyes met the paper, she froze in an instant. The paper was already crumpled beyond recognition and had taken on a slight yellow hue, as if it had traversed through time. "Fu Xiaoyu, next time don't write it as Fu Xiaoyu." It was a note from long ago, written by Fu Xiaoyu. At that time, he had just transferred to her high school. She had learned his name, Fu Xiaoyu, from his self-introduction, but had never seen him write those characters. During a class, when she was taking roll call, he noticed her writing Fu Xiaoyu in her notebook and threw this little paper ball to her in the middle of the lesson. The diligent Xiaji Cha had panicked at the thought of being caught by the teacher and hastily tucked it into a book, never anticipating that it would follow her to university. Now, seeing it again felt like unearthing a long-buried secret crush, its corners exposed once more. Xiaji Cha grasped the little paper, a slight ache blooming in her heart. Ultimately, she placed it back into the book. She would no longer indulge in unrequited love. Even with such thoughts, even knowing that such yearning would ultimately remain unfulfilled, and that they would no longer share any intersection in the future, she still could not bring herself to discard any trace of him. At 6 in the evening, Jiang Li and Xiaji Cha arrived punctually at a popular skewers restaurant in the university town. This skewer place was renowned for its quality and affordability, and had they not reserved a table in advance, they would have found themselves in a long queue outside. As Jiang Li confirmed their location on her phone, she pulled Xiaji Cha into the restaurant. They spotted someone waving from a window-side table. Upon recognizing him, Jiang Li's face brightened with a smile, and she waved back enthusiastically. Navigating through several crowded tables was a challenge, And as they made their way, Jiang Lili couldn't help but complain, "Why did the owner seat us so far inside? At least it's by the window, the air is better here." Gao Yuyang, a tall and fair young man with an amiable demeanor, responded with a grin, unperturbed by Jiang Lili's complaints. Jiang Lili merely grumbled in jest, then settled down with Xia Zhicha, introducing her. "This is my roommate, Xia Zhicha. Nice to meet you." Gao Yuyang greeted Xia Zhicha politely. He then turned to the boy beside him, who had been engrossed in his phone, and nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, stop playing around." From the moment she approached their table, Xia Zhicha had noticed the boy next to Gao Yuyang. He wore a simple black t-shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders, and his head was bowed, obscuring his features. Yet he exuded an air of indifference, appearing somewhat disinterested amid the lively atmosphere. For some inexplicable reason, Xia Zhicha felt a flicker of familiarity, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. As the boy finally looked up, having reluctantly set aside his phone, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. His almond-shaped eyes, pale complexion, and thin lips spoke to an exquisite bone structure. When he raised his gaze, his dark, languid eyes bore a hint of world-weariness. Yet his naturally arched brow added an air of unrestrained audacity. In that instant, upon recognizing the boy's face, Xia Zhicha was rendered utterly speechless. It was as if time froze, her heart racing wildly. All surrounding sounds seemed to fade into oblivion, leaving only the figure before her, stirring a tempest within her heart. The boy held her gaze briefly. He squinted slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, then extended his hand toward her. His fingers were long and slender, the pale skin of his wrist revealing prominent veins. "Pleased to meet you. I am Fu Xiaoyu from the finance department." In that moment, Xia Zhicha's heart, which had soared high, plummeted heavily back to the ground. Fu Xiaoyu did not recognize her at all. Chapter 2. Are you watching me? Xia Zhicha's gaze dimmed slightly, her emotions reining in as she extended her hand to shake his. Fu Xiaoyu's palm was dry, carrying a subtle scent of wood, cool and clean, much like his demeanor. Their hands met briefly, yet it sent another shiver through her heart. Indeed, back then, she had merely been an inconspicuous presence in class, a mere classmate for a fleeting year. How could someone like him, basked in the limelight and surrounded by friends, remember her after all this time? "Fu Qiu, so you are Fu Xiaoyu." Jiang Lili's surprised exclamation broke through her reverie. Xia Zhicha glanced up to see Jiang Lili, her eyes wide with astonishment, staring at the young man across from them. Upon receiving a confirming raised eyebrow from Fu Xiaoyu, Jiang Lili slowly turned to Gao Yuyang. "You didn't tell me your roommate was Fu Xiaoyu?" Gao Yuyang chuckled. "To me, he's just an ordinary friend. I didn't expect you to react like this." "Right, ordinary friend," Jiang Lili retorted with a smirk. "Your ordinary friend is famous enough that no one at Jingshan University is unaware of him, right? Isn't that so, Zhicha?" Once again, Xia Zhicha was brought into the conversation. "Ah," she responded, "that I've heard of him." From the moment she enrolled at Jingshan University, she had known she would share the same school with Fu Xiaoyu, having seen his name on the freshman list. However, as they were in different faculties, hers was foreign languages, while his was finance. There was little chance of their paths crossing. She had tried to suppress her excitement, but found it impossible not to keep an eye on him. Even so, despite her efforts to remain oblivious to the outside world at university, she still gleaned much from the whispers surrounding Fu Xiaoyu. For instance, his background was shrouded in mystery. He was rumored to be the heir of a prominent family in the capital, and he was known for his carefree and indulgent lifestyle, surrounded by admirers, with fleeting relationships that rarely lasted beyond a month. Every time she heard such tales, it struck her anew how vast the chasm between them was. It was a realm she could never reach. Reflecting on this, Xia Zhicha lowered her eyelashes, her heart once again filled with a bittersweet ache, taking advantage of her drink to hide her expression. "Since we're here, I might as well take advantage of our esteemed Gao teacher's presence and add Mr. Fu as a friend." Jiang Lili was still bantering with Gao Yuyang when a thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly proposed, "Very well." Fu Xiaoyu did not refuse either, retrieving his phone to scan the code for her. "How straightforward," Jiang Lili exclaimed. "In our circles at Jing University, it is said that you never turn anyone away. I suppose I am witnessing that now." "What? Have you taken a liking to me? Harboring ulterior motives?" Fu Xiao's features relaxed into a devil-may-care expression, his tone leisurely, yet devoid of sincerity. That wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Never mind, never mind. With a scoundrel like you, I doubt I could keep up, Zhang Lily conceded. If I were to seek a boyfriend, it would have to be someone like teacher Gao, gentle and dependable. Fu Xiyu chuckled lightly, treating her words with nonchalance. By the way, Gigi, would you like to add someone as a friend too? Zhang Lily casually inquired, catching a glimpse of Xia Zhicha, who was engrossed in her drink. Xia Zhicha paused, and when she lifted her gaze again, a phone screen displaying a QR code was already before her. Fu Xiyu tapped his phone with his fingertips twice. Go ahead. Xia Zhicha felt her heart race anew, which had just settled moments ago. Steadying her nerves, she took out her phone and added him as a friend. The profile picture was a glacier. He had personally captured Xia Zhicha, recalled this image from their brief time as classmates when he had shown it during an English presentation. Just note it as Fu Xiyu. Upon receiving a message from him, Xia Zhicha bit her lip, completing her note before sending him a message. Xia Zhicha. Indeed, he had not remembered her at all. Just then, skewers were served at the table, a small grill igniting with flames, enveloping the air in the tantalizing aroma of grilled delicacies. Zhang Lily and Gao Yuyang were animatedly engrossed in conversation, having struck a chord, and soon they called for a case of beer. Xia Zhicha, typically reserved by nature, showed no inclination to join them, instead focusing on her phone in silence. Stealing a furtive glance at Fu Xiyu, who appeared equally disinterested, she felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously tapped on his profile, entering his moments. Fu Xia's moments were quite sparse, featuring only a few scenic photos taken during occasional travels, easily scrolled to the end. Perhaps due to changing numbers, the earliest post dated back 2 years. 2 years, which coincided with his departure from Yun City when he had changed his number. Xia Zhicha had never added his previous account. That year, she had just entered her sophomore year during the first day of school. The teacher brought Fu Xiyu to the front and introduced him as a new student who would only be here for a year. Xia Zhicha vividly remembered how he paused momentarily, his indifferent gaze sweeping over her. Flustered, she managed to smile, and he returned it with a slight curve of his lips, his carefree demeanor momentarily dazzling her. From that moment on, it seemed her infatuation had taken root. As Fu Xiyu gradually integrated with the other students, rumors circulated about him being a wealthy heir, merely sent to Yun City for experience. He did not deny it, effortlessly mingling with others. Yet his air of sophistication and worldly knowledge made him the center of attention. At 16, Xia Zhicha, with only her grades to commend her, was overshadowed by her thick bangs, unremarkable looks, and the oversized school uniform, her inherently quiet disposition rendering her nearly invisible among her peers. No one suspected Xia Zhicha harbored feelings for Fu Xiyu, nor could anyone believe she would ever do so. After all, they belonged to entirely different worlds, with scarcely any intersection. Yet the truth was, Xia Zhicha quietly nurtured her feelings for him year after year. When the end of sophomore year arrived and Fu Xiyu was set to leave, many of his classmates who had befriended him sought to exchange WeChat contacts, and he complied, while Xia Zhicha sat in her seat, watching as the boy was enveloped by a crowd, ultimately putting her phone down. At that moment, she thought they would become strangers henceforth. She had never imagined that she would one day be able to access his moments, to catch glimpses of his life over the years. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Zhicha exited Fu Xia's moments. Just then, Zhang Lily, caught up in excitement with Gao Yuyang, gave her shoulder a playful nudge. Xia Zhicha's hand faltered, inadvertently misdirecting her finger. Feeling her phone vibrate slightly in her palm, she held her breath, staring at the screen as a new message appeared. I tapped Fu Xiyu. She had quite by accident tapped Fu Xiyu. As if caught in a misdeed, warmth and panic surged through her, her mind buzzing as she clumsily attempted to retract the action. However, the next moment, 2 responses appeared on her screen. Fu Xiyu. Fu Xiyu. Were you spying on me? Her heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly. Xia Zhicha cautiously raised her head, only to meet Fu Xia's amused gaze.
Chapter 3. Do not be so hasty in seeking affection, dear good girl. The surrounding clamor flooded her ears, as if it were a deafening wave threatening to engulf her. Across the table, Xia Zhicha and Fu Xiyu locked eyes. Fu Xiyu's pupils were dark, rendering his peach blossom eyes particularly profound, imbued with a hint of languorous amusement, as if he could gaze right into the depths of her heart, both roguish and mischievous. The warmth prickling her ears intensified, prompting Xia Zhicha to avert her gaze, attempting to cover her embarrassment by typing furiously. Xia Zhicha slipped my hand. Fu Xiaoyu did not respond. Nor did she dare to glance at his reaction again. She switched applications, scrolling through other content. If one overlooked the slight tremor in her fingertips, she might have appeared relatively composed. How embarrassing, Xia Zhicha pondered incessantly. Would he think her too forward? Oh Gigi, would you like a sip? At that moment, her companion Jiang Lili patted her shoulder, waving a beer bottle in front of her eyes, inquiring, I've never seen you drink before. Care to try? Xia Zhicha had never consumed alcohol. Having been a good girl for so many years, her understanding of alcohol remained that of a somewhat perilous substance, just as she was about to decline. Jiang Lili had already thrust a glass into her hand. Jiang Lili, slightly tipsy, was radiating enthusiasm, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. It's perfectly fine to try it once in a while. Besides, beer isn't that strong. Think of it as tasting a beverage. With that, she proceeded to fill Xia Zhicha's glass to the brim. Xia Zhicha found herself unable to withstand Jiang Lili's exuberance. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her gaze, inadvertently locking eyes once again with Fu Xiaoyu's deep peach blossom eyes. Fu Xiaoyu, holding a wineglass to his lips, appeared poised to take a sip. His expression lacking in enthusiasm. Noticing her gaze, he paused momentarily, squinted slightly, then raised an eyebrow, subtly lifting his glass as if to toast her from afar. Then, with a smirk, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one gulp. His prominent, pale Adam's apple rolling up and down, he truly embodied the carefree demeanor of a roguish wanderer. A rush of warmth surged to Xia Zhicha's head, causing her wrist to tremble as if electrified. She quickly averted her eyes, nervously taking a sip of the beer. The acrid taste of alcohol unexpectedly assaulted her throat, and she found herself utterly unaccustomed to it, turning her head and breaking into a violent cough. The glass in her hand wobbled with her movement, splattering her hands with droplets of beer, rendering her face a vivid shade of crimson. Goodness, Jiang Lili, startled by Xia Zhicha's intense reaction, felt her mild inebriation dissipate significantly. In a flurry, she snatched the glass from Xia Zhicha's hand and began patting her back, exclaiming, You can't handle alcohol at all? Xia Zhicha shook her head, wanting to clarify that she merely choked, yet her throat still felt uncomfortable. Her face flushed. It took a while for her to regain composure, seeing that Xia Zhicha exhibited no further adverse reactions. Jiang Lili finally breathed a sigh of relief and offered her a drink, murmuring, Looks like you'll have to sit at the kids' table during gatherings from now on. Yao Yuyang also chimed in cheerfully. Sorry, I'll make sure to bring 2 fewer bottles of wine next time. Xia Zhicha opened her mouth, realizing her voice came out rather hoarse, and decided against speaking further. She felt too embarrassed to look up, fearing she might catch Fu Xiaoyu's mocking expression. Of all people, it had to be Fu Xiaoyu. A wave of regret filled her chest, and Xia Zhicha felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her. She knew it was merely a dinner, and he likely wouldn't remember her at all, yet she still wished to avoid making a fool of herself in front of him. He might even think of her as a buzzkill. Her thoughts were a chaotic swirl, and she fiddled with the hem of her clothing, wrinkling the fabric. Waiter, could I have a pack of tissues? Just then, she heard Fu Xiaoyu's calm voice. The waitstaff responded promptly, delivering a fresh pack of tissues to the table. With her shoulders slumped, Xia Zhicha cautiously lifted her head slightly to see what Fu Xiaoyu was doing. She dared not meet his gaze directly, only catching sight of his long, slender hand as he leisurely opened the pack and pulled out 2 sheets. He then extended them towards her. Wipe your hands, the alcohol will dry and become sticky. Fu Xiaoyu maintained his usual nonchalant tone. In a moment, your hands will stick. Xia Zhicha gasped softly, as if awakening from a dream, and accepted the tissue, murmuring a quiet, Thank you. Fu Xiaoyu, it appeared, was not quite as the rumors suggested, arrogant and disdainful, perpetually cold and indifferent. He was, in fact, somewhat attentive. After thoroughly wiping her hands feeling residual stickiness, Xia Zhicha decided to head to the restroom. The restroom at the skewered meat shop was tucked away in a quiet corner. Small in size, featuring a single sink topped with a mirror that had a corner chipped off, obscured by water stains. While washing her hands, Xia Zhicha gazed into the mirror, where her features were slightly blurred. Yet she could still distinctly see the 2 patches of lingering blush on her cheeks. How pathetic. Xia Zhicha thought, the first encounter after a long separation, and the other person might not even remember you. Yet you've become so flustered. She had promised herself to gradually forget him, to cease this painful secret infatuation, but why upon seeing him again, did her heart feel as though it had been entrusted to him once more? Swaying with every gesture and word he uttered, the cool water flowed over her palms as Xia Zhicha bent down, splashing her face, as if trying to calm herself anew. Only when she felt the heat dissipating from her cheeks did she casually wipe the droplets from her eyelids and turn to leave the restroom. Preoccupied with her thoughts, her steps were slightly hurried, and just as she exited, her forehead unexpectedly collided with a solid chest. The impact was not gentle. Xia Zhicha stumbled back a step, hearing a muffled grunt from the other party. I am so sorry. Before she could finish her apology, icy fingertips gently pinched the nape of her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Raising her gaze, she recognized Fu Xiaoyu. Her pupils widening in surprise. Fu Xiaoyu casually withdrew his hand, the corners of his beautiful eyes curving into a teasing smile, hinting at mischief. Do not be so hasty in seeking affection. Dear good girl, Chapter 4. Does he have a girlfriend? Fu Xiaoyu was quite tall, and when standing face to face, Xia Zhicha had to tilt her head back to gauge his expression. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his gaze as well, studying her, the corners of his eyes still harboring that faint hint of amusement. Having just washed her face, the remnants of water had yet to dry. And after their previous collision, her shirt front bore a small damp patch. Of the young girl, already possessing a naturally unadorned beauty, appeared even more ethereal after being washed clean, with translucent and soft features. Deer-like eyes, cherry lips glistening with a subtle sheen, and her fair skin accentuated by a simple cotton dress that rendered her figure even more delicate, perhaps due to the earlier bump. A faint blush tinged her eyelids. And her lashes were slightly moist, as if startled, exuding an innate sense of fragility. She was as exquisite as a fragile porcelain doll. A fresh, clean beauty, pure as a blank sheet of paper. The air fell into a tranquil silence. Fu Xiaoyu watched as the young girl, flustered by his casual jest, felt her cheeks flush once more. He lowered his gaze, slightly exasperated, and couldn't he help but explain in a gentle tone, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Having mingled with a group of rascals for too long, he had nearly forgotten that she was not one of them, but rather a serious companion, easily teased. Xia Zhicha gently bit her lip, responding with a soft She certainly understood. Back in high school, Fu Xiaoyu was just like that, joking around with his rowdy friends, often a touch frivolous, never caring much. Yet, it was precisely this innate charm that attracted attention, though he remained emotionally distant, indifferent to everything. As someone approached to enter the restroom, Xia Zhicha instinctively stepped aside. However, Fu Xiaoyu remained still. His gaze suddenly fixated on her face. Xia Zhicha, intending to turn and leave, felt the weight of his stare, causing her spine to stiffen, her movements halting, her breathing becoming cautious. What's wrong? Fu Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered something, scrutinizing her for a moment before his brows furrowed slightly, asking, have we met somewhere before? For some reason, he found this young girl somewhat familiar. Xia Zhicha's breath hitched. An overwhelming rush of joy met with hesitant indecision. Should she say it? What if he merely thought she resembled another girl he had met before, and didn't he actually remember her? Her lips felt parched. And she gently licked them, ultimately whispering, Yuncheng High School, Class 2-3, we were classmates for a time. Upon receiving this answer, Fu Xiaoyu appeared momentarily taken aback. He turned his head to recall. His furrowed brow gradually relaxing. It's true that he remembered that name, yet the disparity between the Xia Zhicha from high school and the girl before him was so pronounced that he struggled to reconcile the quiet, reserved girl with short hair and thick bangs, whose glasses obscured most of her face, with the gentle, soft visage now before him. Their interactions had been minimal. His only impression of her was that she was quiet, solitary, and not particularly talkative, yet academically outstanding. Fu Xiaoyu smiled impressive. You actually made it to Jing University. The acceptance lines for Jing University in Yuncheng and the capital were virtually worlds apart. And Fu Xiaoyu was acutely aware that the educational resources in Yuncheng were nowhere near comparable to those in the capital. He understood the difficulty of gaining admission to Jing University from there. So his compliment was genuine. Xia Zhicha was still somewhat astonished that Fu Xiaoyu actually remembered her, nodding dazedly as if in a stupor, which rendered her rather endearing. Fu Xiaoyu observed the young girl's expression, and the curvature of his lips unconsciously deepened. It seemed he was reminded of some detail, and as he slightly leaned forward, a hint of reproach laced his tone. Why did you pretend not to know me before? Is my identity as your high school classmate so unremarkable? Fu Xiaoyu's shoulders were broad, and as he leaned down, the light cascaded from above, casting shadows that enveloped Xia Zhicha, with the distance between them closed. A crisp breath mingled with a faint scent of alcohol lingered at her nostrils. Xia Zhicha, regaining her composure, averted her gaze, her eyes gradually dimming. I was afraid you might have forgotten me. After all, Fu Xiaoyu was never short of friends, always surrounded by a multitude of people. With the passage of years, perhaps even those who were once mere acquaintances had faded from his memory. How could she possibly have the confidence to believe that she, an ordinary classmate who could hardly be deemed a friend, might occupy a place in his recollection? She dared not voice her fears. Worried that if Fu Xiaoyu truly did not remember her, he might look down upon her, thinking she was trying to feign familiarity. Fu Xiaoyu was taken aback by Xia Zhicha's response, his expression betraying amusement. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden ring from his phone interrupted the moment. It was a call. Xia Zhicha also heard the sound and watched as he leisurely straightened up. Retrieving his phone from his pocket, the illuminated screen displayed a contact name, one belonging to a girl. At that instant, Xia Zhicha felt her heart plummet, as if the air around her had been squeezed out, leaving her with a sudden sense of breathlessness. Fu Xiaoyu glanced at the name, appearing familiar with it, and promptly answered the call. Xia Zhicha could not bear to hear their conversation. Silently turning away and hastily departing, unwilling to linger even a moment longer, she had almost forgotten that Fu Xiaoyu was indeed the kind of person who accepted all social invitations and lived a carefree life. Never lacking romantic entanglements, it was evident he must have a girlfriend now. The faint hope that had blossomed in her heart was doused in an instant, and as she traversed through the bustling crowd in the shop, she felt a pang of discomfort in her chest. Deep down, she knew she had no right to feel disheartened about this, yet she could not help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over her. Sajicha, you ought to be more self-aware. Do not cling to unrealistic fantasies. Chapter 5. Unapologetically scoundrel. Having lingered for a while, Zhang Lili pulled her back to the table, exclaiming, "Oh dear. You were just washing your hands, yet it took you so long I almost thought you had fallen in." The empty bottles strewn across the table had accumulated into a small mountain, and the two engaged in drinking games appeared quite tipsy. Sajicha, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes, gently coaxed, "But I'm back now, aren't I?" Zhang Lili, who often indulged in drinking herself and frequently returned to the dormitory inebriated, had grown accustomed to Sajicha's comforting words. Upon hearing her, Zhang Lili's face lit up with joy as she linked arms with her, grinning, "Great, Gao Yang, shall we open a couple more bottles?" Gao Yang immediately lifted an empty bottle, enthusiastically banging it on the table. "Come on, let us fill them up again." Clearly both of them were quite inebriated. Sajicha had not anticipated that Gao Yang, who appeared so refined, could be so unreliable. Watching them pretend to pour drinks for each other with empty bottles, she sighed and called the waiter over to return the remaining drinks and order some sobering soup. "Oh, by the way, Fu Xiaoyu just went to the restroom. Did you see him?" Gao Yang suddenly asked Sajicha. "Yes, I saw him." Sajicha paused, nodding vaguely. "Why is he taking so long?" Gao Yang mused, rubbing his temples and checking his phone. "His ex-girlfriend has been calling me, insisting on knowing where he is. She has called several times." "Why is his ex-girlfriend calling you?" Zhang Lili interjected curiously. "Because she can't reach old Fu." Gao Yang shrugged. "This girl is something else. She knows old Fu never takes relationships seriously, yet she still pursues him, asking if he loves her, after being dumped. She acts like she has gone mad, clinging on. Even we who are close to old Fu are getting dragged into this chaos. I wonder when it will all settle down." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Gao Yang jumped, turning around to see Fu Xiaoyu, his expression indifferent. "Oh, you're back," he said, a bit sheepishly. Zhang Lili, eager to stir the pot, chimed in, "Look who is here, it's brother Fu." Fu Xiaoyu seemed unfazed by the chatter behind him, his gaze lowered as his tone remained flat. "I've already told her not to seek me out anymore. What is done is done. A month was just a month. It's over. As he spoke, his demeanor was almost devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating a fact devoid of any emotional weight. "A month?" Zhang Lili's eyes widened. "You have a time limit on your relationships. That's how he operates. When a girl confesses, he lays down the terms right away. If she accepts, they date. If not, it's over. Everyone knows where they stand." Gao Yang explained from the side. "Is it really possible to do that?" Zhang Lili was taken aback, exclaiming, "How scoundrel-like, this guy has no heart." Gao Yang sighed. "You have no idea. Our group of friends has been betting on how this will all end. With this approach, he is bound to face consequences someday." Fu Xiaoyu had already resumed his seat, and upon hearing Zhang Lili's exclamations, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, yet it bore an air of indifference. His long pale fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, as if to tacitly acknowledge their words. So callous and detached, Sajicha slowly withdrew her gaze, methodically peeling peanuts in her hand, her heart tightening, yet it was precisely his indifferent demeanor, one that would not linger for anyone, that was most captivating. After a lively meal filled with chatter, when they stepped out of the establishment, the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. The latter part of the evening had seen little alcohol consumption, and the two who had drunk the most were now considerably more sober. Zhang Lili turned to Gao Yang and asked, "Shall we hail a cab back to campus?" Gao Yang shook his head. "We're heading to another venue shortly. You all can go back first. Your nightlife is quite rich," Zhang Lili remarked with a hint of sarcasm before hailing a cab. While waiting, she glanced around and casually inquired, "What about Fu Xiaoyu?" "Not sure." Gao Yang shrugged. "All right then," Zhang Lili replied. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Sajicha heading toward a convenience store, calling out, "Gigi, could you grab me a drink?" "Sure," Sajicha responded softly. The convenience store was small, with only a few rows of shelves. Upon entering, the lethargic clerk greeted her with a lackluster welcome. Sajicha walked to the back, picking up 2 packs of sanitary napkins. It was her menstrual period, and she realized she was running low in her dormitory, so she decided to buy some. The clerk's voice echoed again, welcoming her as she approached the cashier. Since she only had a few items, Sajicha did not bother with a shopping basket and headed to the icebox near the counter to fetch the drink Zhang Lili wanted. As she passed through the obstructing shelves, she suddenly froze upon seeing Fu Xiaoyu standing at the cashier, casually scanning the rows of cigarette boxes, nonchalantly asking the clerk if a certain brand was in stock. When the clerk turned to check the shelves, Fu Xiaoyu's gaze flicked over to Sajicha. Her face flushed suddenly, and she quickly turned her back, hiding her items behind her. Fu Xiaoyu seemed not to have noticed her at all, glancing past her before returning his attention to the clerk. After a brief exchange, he left the counter, seemingly in search of other items. He must not have noticed me, right? Xiaojicha's fingers unconsciously clenched, and she let out a small sigh of relief as she approached the cashier to pay. After settling the bill, she stuffed her items back into her canvas bag. Only to hear footsteps approaching from behind. Fu Xiaoyu was returning. Xiaojicha did not dare to look back, silently turning to leave. Just as she was about to step out, a leisurely voice called out from behind. Xiaojicha, wait a moment. Xiaojicha froze in her tracks. This was the first time Fu Xiaoyu had called her name since their reunion. His enunciation was pleasant, tinged with a slight Beijing accent. Rolling off his tongue with a casual nonchalance that hinted at a deeper irreverence, uncertain of his intentions, Xiaojicha stood there, blinking in confusion, just as Fu Xiaoyu strode up beside her. In the moment they brushed past each other, his wrist flicked, and he slipped something into her hand. Xiaojicha felt a wave of warmth radiate from her palm. Fu Xiaoyu did not linger. His expression composed as he exited the convenience store. Only when his tall, relaxed figure had faded into the distance did Xiaojicha snap back to reality, looking down to see what he had given her. It was a bottle of warm milk freshly taken from the shelf. It was just the right temperature, yet in her dazed state, Xiaojicha felt it oddly too warm to handle. Chapter 6. Never harbor illusions about someone like Fu Xiaoyu. By the time Xiaojicha slowly made her way back to the original spot where she had been waiting for a ride, Fu Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Lili, who seemed a bit dizzy from drinking, leaned against a nearby utility pole, distractedly scrolling through her phone. It was only when Xiaojicha approached her that she noticed, unceremoniously reaching into her canvas bag to retrieve her drink. Xiaojicha had grown accustomed to Zhang Lili's unrestrained demeanor, allowing her to rummage about as if casually inquiring, "What about them?" "Oh, they just got on the car and have already left." Zhang Lili replied, already holding a drink in her hand, taking a large sip before her eyes returned to the screen of her phone. "The road our car is coming from is completely jammed. It will probably take a few more minutes." Oh, Xiaojicha blinked, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to bid farewell to Fu Xiaoyu. After all, having met him this time, she was uncertain if there would be another opportunity in the future. Would this fleeting intersection be the only one they shared? The warmth of the hot milk in her hand continued to emanate, while a feeling of reluctance began to unfurl within her. She pressed her lips together and, almost instinctively, took out her phone to snap a photo, sending it to Fu Xiaoyu. "Xiaojicha, image, Xiaojicha, thank you." Those simple 3 words made her hold her breath nervously as she hit send. She had expected Fu Xiaoyu to be preoccupied with his own pleasures, but to her surprise, he replied swiftly. "Fu Xiaoyu, are you not on the car yet?" Xiaojicha's pupils flickered. "Xiaojicha, there's a bit of a jam over here." Fu Xiaoyu, alright. Fu Xiaoyu, once you safely return to your dorm, send me a message? Xiaojicha paused momentarily. Obediently typing back, "Okay." Fu Xiaoyu seemed genuinely attentive. On this September evening, the temperature was still bearable, even carrying remnants of the day's warmth, feeling the heat of the milk in her palm gradually dissipate. Xiaojicha twisted off the cap and took a sip. The warm, sweet flavor spread through her mouth, as if it could flow into her heart. A few minutes later, Zhang Lili's taxi finally arrived. The route back to campus was not particularly long, and Zhang Lili was focused on her phone, likely chatting with Gao Yuyang again. Xiaojicha rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, lost in the rhythm of the passing lights, as if seeing Fu Xiaoyu again today was but a dream. It was not until Zhang Lili snapped her fingers in front of her that she was jolted back. "Are you tired?" Zhang Lili, a little tipsy, seemed particularly lively tonight. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned in closer to observe Xiaojicha. After a few seconds of contemplation, she asked, "Why do I feel like you seem a bit absent-minded today?" Xiaojicha shook her head, speaking vaguely. "No, I might just be a bit tired." Zhang Lili pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, having dinner with you until this late. You usually would have been resting by now." After spending a year together, she knew well that Xiaojicha was a quintessential good student, always adhering to a strict routine, attending classes and working part-time. In stark contrast to her own more carefree demeanor, despite her striking beauty, which could easily grace a television screen, Xiaojicha often kept her head down, dressed in the most unassuming manner. If only she would take the time to adorn herself, who knows how many admirers she would attract at school. After appraising the girl before her, Zhang Lili sighed. It's such a waste not to experience romance during college. Especially with such a stunning face. Zhang Lili often teased her, and Xiaojicha had grown accustomed to it, smiling softly. "I'm not considering that for now." "Alright then." Zhang Lili couldn't resist playfully rubbing her soft, fair cheek, continuing, "But really, among the boys at our school, I doubt many are worthy of you. I've met so many, and I can count the truly handsome ones on one hand. Those who are genuinely good-looking tend to be quite the scoundrels. You are too innocent, and they'd easily deceive you. Just look at Fu Xiaoyu." At this point, Zhang Lili's voice trailed off as she leaned in closer to Xiaojicha, whispering, "Let me ask you seriously, when you saw him, did you truly not feel your heart flutter?" Xiaojicha lowered her gaze, her eyes evasive. "I really didn't. In the dim light of the evening, Her emotions were concealed by shadows, and with Jiang Lili slightly tipsy, she remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, feeling relieved. That's good, don't harbor any fantasies about someone like Fu Xiaoyu, you won't be able to hold on to him. And you'll only end up hurt. Someone like him is clearly a high-end playboy incapable of settling down. Xia Jicha replied softly, the flickering lights outside the car window casting intermittent shadows across her face. As if they painted her eyes with a hint of bitterness, she was acutely aware of Jiang Lili's words, but the nature of affection has always been an uncontrollable moth drawn to the flame. It felt like an addiction deeply rooted in her heart for so many years, just to glance at him, and it seemed she could never break free, since the following day was the weekend. The dormitory housed only Xia Jicha and Jiang Lili. The other two roommates were locals from the capital. One seldom stayed in the dorm, while the other would return home whenever the weekend or a holiday arrived. Leaving Xia Jicha and Jiang Lili not particularly close, after washing up, Xia Jicha climbed into bed, while Jiang Lili remained at the desk, tending to her skincare routine. Noticing Xia Jicha had gone to bed, she turned off the main lights, leaving only a desk lamplit. Drawing the curtains shut, the room was engulfed in darkness. Xia Jicha lay on her bed, slowly turning to her side, half her face buried in the pillow as she took out her phone. Unlocking the screen, she found her chat history with Fu Xiaoyu still open. The last message was from a few minutes ago. I returned to the dorm. Fu Xiaoyu had replied with a simple, okay, gesture. Xia Jicha stared intently at the conversation interface, the dim light illuminating her clear, shallow pupils. After a moment, she exited the chat and opened her photo album. Her album had few categories, only 3 groups, 1 for study, 1 for reminders, and the last one for. The last album was locked, and Xia Jicha entered a password to access it. Inside was but a single photograph, taken 3 years ago during the school sports meeting. At the award ceremony, she, as the student representative, was handing a certificate to Fu Xiaoyu. That moment, a classmate from the news agency captured the scene, which was featured on the school's official website for quite some time. In the photo, the tall and poised youth raised an eyebrow, his features radiant, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, the school uniform casually draped over his shoulder, fluttering in the wind. The girl in front of him showed only a glimpse of her profile. Turned away from the camera, her uniform neatly worn, holding the award certificate straight in her hand, betraying a hint of stiffness, the boy's casually extended hand, reaching for the certificate, inadvertently brushed against her fingertips. This was the only photo of Xia Jicha and Fu Xiaoyu together, downloaded from the school website, preserved in the most secretive album, kept for 3 years, even if it only captured her silhouette. Yet this was the closest they had ever been during those years to in the years devoid of any interaction with Fu Xiaoyu. This remained Xia Jicha's only cherished secret. The password was her first flutter of the heart. Chapter 7, apologized to her. Good. The next day was Saturday, and at 7 in the morning, Xia Jicha was awakened by the alarm set on her phone. To avoid disturbing Jiang Lili, she had chosen vibration mode. After silencing the alarm, she quietly got out of bed and washed up. Jiang Lili had always had a sound sleep, and after drinking the previous night, she remained undisturbed while Xia Jicha got ready and changed her clothes. Her breathing long and steady, Xia Jicha breathed a sigh of relief and stepped outside. Apart from the occasional tutoring sessions during weekdays, she worked part-time at a milk tea shop every weekend. Conveniently located near the school, upon arriving at the shop, her colleague had already lifted the roller shutter. Greeting her, the colleague, a girl named Chen Mao who was 2 years older than Xia Jicha, had not attended university and had started working early. She was a long-term employee, a loyal worker with a lively demeanor, though her only flaw was her penchant for gossip. Hey, let me tell you. Yesterday I saw a guy bring 2 girls here for milk tea, one in the afternoon and the other at night. The one in the evening was all over him, calling him husband and kissing him right in front of me. Oh my gosh. Before Xia Jicha had even reached the back room, Chen Mao had already begun her gossip, sweeping the floor while following Xia Jicha with her chatter. Xia Jicha occasionally responded as she entered the workspace to put on her apron. Just as she was tying it, her phone rang. It was a call from her uncle. Xia Jicha answered, hearing her uncle Chen Chunyu's voice on the other end. Gigi, do you have enough money for school? Xia Jicha smiled gently. I have enough. I've been working part-time recently, so you don't have to worry. Since childhood, her parents had passed away, and from her earliest memories, she had been raised by her uncle and aunt. They were just ordinary workers with modest incomes, and they also had a younger brother, Chang Ming Sui, who had been weak and sickly since childhood, which incurred significant medical expenses. Despite this, she rarely felt like a burden. Her uncle and aunt were wonderful people who never treated her differently due to financial struggles, always treating her as their own daughter, placing great importance on her education, sometimes even showing her more kindness than they did to her brother. While Xia Jicha felt gratitude, she also experienced guilt. After receiving a scholarship in college, she had hardly spent a cent of the money they provided, yet they still insisted on slipping her some cash whenever they could. You are a girl, and there are certainly more areas in life where expenses arise. Now, you don't even ask us for living expenses, which makes us worry. Indeed, upon hearing Xia Jicha's words, Chang Chenyu clearly expressed her disapproval. Her voice rambling, Xia Jicha listened quietly, her eyes curving naturally as she deftly shifted the topic. how is Sui Sui's health? The doctor mentioned that after the surgery, no further interventions would be necessary. And if she recovers normally, she won't need to take medication anymore. Essentially, she will be healed. At this point, Chang Chunyu's tone noticeably lightened. Xia Jicha also felt a bit relieved when she heard Chang Chunyu ask her, "Will you be coming back for the National Day?" "I supposed I won't be returning right." After pondering, Xia Jicha replied, "I have a few tutoring sessions during the National Day, but I will definitely come home during the winter vacation. Moreover, the distance between the capital and Yun City is too great. And the tickets for the National Day are prohibitively expensive." "Well, your aunt and that kid have been mentioning you lately," Chang Chunyu said with a hint of regret, yet still respected her decision. Reminding her, "Don't overexert yourself with your part-time job. If you run out of money, don't hesitate to ask us for help." "Understood," Xia Jicha softly reassured her once more before reluctantly hanging up the phone. After ending the call, Xia Jicha transferred 1,000 to Chang Chunyu. Chang Chunyu refused the money and returned it to her. Xia Jicha sighed, changed into her work uniform, and stepped out of her room. Just in time for the business to commence, the machine had already printed out several delivery orders. "Why are there so many orders for iced Americanos so early in the morning?" Chen Mao looked at the screen with a slight grimace. Wondering if they were really that delicious. "It's refreshing," Xia Jicha replied casually as she checked the machine. "At this hour, not many are awake. Are we still struggling this much in college?" Chen Mao exclaimed in surprise. "I thought what our teacher said about university being a time of freedom was true." Xia Jicha smiled but chose not to respond, focusing instead on preparing the coffee, with only a few customers at this hour. It was relatively quiet. After finishing the coffee, Xia Jicha slowed down her packing speed. "1 iced Americano." Just as she was packing, a figure stood at the counter. Before she could lift her head, a voice tinged with fatigue rang out in front of her. Upon hearing that voice, she abruptly looked up. Standing before her was Fu Ziyu. He wore a slightly wrinkled white t-shirt, likely a result of staying up late the previous night, with dark circles under his eyes and messy hair falling over his forehead, casting a small shadow across his face. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, leaning against the counter with his eyes downcast, he exuded a certain lazy nonchalance. Upon realizing it was Xia Jicha, Fu Ziyu's gaze shifted slightly, and he lazily smirked. "It's you, working here?" Xia Jicha nodded and took his order. "The usual iced?" "Yes." Fu Ziyu let out a casual sound from his throat, resting one hand on the counter as he waited for Xia Jicha to prepare it. Whether it was due to his gaze following her, Xia Jicha felt her movements grow increasingly tense. Fortunately, the steps for making an iced Americano were straightforward. Once completed, she sealed the cup and handed it to Fu Ziyu. With his chin lowered, he reached out to take it just as a sharp female voice pierced through the air. "Fu Ziyu." Fu Ziyu seemed to pause momentarily, an expression of mild impatience crossing his features as he clicked his tongue lightly. Not forgetting to accept the coffee Xia Jicha offered him before turning around, he slightly shifted his body, finally revealing the owner of the earlier voice to Xia Jicha. The girl appeared to be around her age. Tall and beautiful, with chestnut curls cascading down her shoulders, heavily made up, and impeccably dressed, she glared at Fu Ziyu with her large, brightly colored contact lenses. "What do you mean by this? How dare you break up just like that? Nana has been crying for several nights." Upon hearing this, Fu Ziyu let out a seemingly absurd chuckle, not even lifting his eyelids. "Didn't I make it clear from the start? A month is just a month. I'm tired of it and don't want to play anymore." Xia Jicha quickly understood that the girl must be the friend of Fu Ziyu's ex-girlfriend from the phone call yesterday, coming to defend her. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback by his emotionless words, and she stepped forward in her heeled shoes, closing the distance between them to just 2 steps, intending to advance even closer, but was met with his cold gaze that forced her back. "No, you must give Nana an explanation." The girl clenched her fists tightly, asserting, "She likes you so much. Can't you feel even a little bit for her?" Fu Ziyu maintained his smile, lowering his gaze to meet hers. As he dipped his chin slightly, his features appeared even sharper. No, his voice was devoid of any fluctuation, his eyes scanning her with increasing mockery. He smirked lightly and spoke in a slow, indifferent tone. "I won't feel anything for you either, so how about you tone down your gaze?" As if all her thoughts had been abruptly pierced, the girl's face turned pale, and in an instant, confusion and shame washed over her. "What are you joking about? How could I ever like someone like you?" After stumbling through her words, she attempted to cover her embarrassment with indignation, her tone growing sharper, piercing enough to make Xia Jicha's ears ache. As she spoke, the girl abruptly snatched the cup from Fu Ziyu's hand, raising it as if to throw it at him in a fit of rage. "I can't tolerate how you've wronged others. I must teach you a lesson for Nana." Fu Ziyu's brow twitched, and he quickly seized her wrist to stop her from throwing the cup. However, in the blink of an eye, the coffee slipped from his grasp, crashing towards the counter. Xia Jicha didn't react in time to dodge, and was caught off guard as the liquid splashed all over her. The cup contained mostly ice, and Xia Jicha felt as if she had been drenched in icy water. It was particularly uncomfortable as she was on her period, with a dull ache in her lower abdomen. With a slight wince, she raised her head, casting a bewildered glance at Fu Ziyu, then towards the girl. It seemed she had inadvertently gotten caught in an unwarranted disaster. The girl, realizing her blunder, turned pale and, seeing Xia Jicha looking at her, instinctively tried to save face. What are you staring at? Sajicha, with a good temperament, didn't he want to hold a grudge against her? Suppressing her discomfort, she lowered her gaze. Planning to clean up the counter before returning to the workroom to see if there were any spare clothes left behind by her colleagues, just then, she heard Futsuyu's suddenly cold tone, "Am I letting you leave?" Sajicha thought he was addressing her, opening her mouth to respond, but when she looked up, she saw him with his arms crossed, still in a relaxed posture yet now exuding an air of authority. Blocking the girl's path as she attempted to flee. Futsuyu's expression shifted from the previous indifference to one that was clearly severe, his sharp brows and eyes now tinged with a brooding coldness. Even the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Turn back. He spoke with a flat expression, yet his words carried an unsettling sense of command. Apologize to her. Chapter 8. Afraid of me. This was the first time Sajicha had seen Futsuyu angry since high school. And it was quite intimidating, even without any overtly fierce expression. With his gaze slightly lowered and his face devoid of emotion as they locked eyes, it was enough to instill fear, even from a distance. She felt her heart race. The girl was clearly frightened as well, her back stiffening as she took a step back, her eyes quickly reddening. Futsuyu showed no signs of sympathy. His voice remained weary yet firm as he repeated, "Apologize." After all, she was in the wrong. The girl, pale-faced, reluctantly mumbled an apology to Sajicha, then sobbed as she fled the scene. Sajicha silently withdrew her gaze, contemplating making Futsuyu another cup of coffee. But she then heard him call out her name in a detached tone, "Sajicha." She paused, looking at him, but he still bore a few brownish stains on his clothes, dripping down from the hem. Looking somewhat disheveled, Futsuyu stared at her for a couple of seconds before suddenly asking, "Can I take a break now?" Sajicha was taken aback. "Huh? To compensate for your ruined outfit?" Futsuyu was succinct. Sajicha felt her words becoming tense. "No need, I can just wash it off. It wasn't his fault, and there should still be some old clothes left behind by colleagues that she could use in an emergency." Futsuyu raised an eyebrow, directly asking her, "When do you get a break?" Sajicha instinctively replied, "During lunch." "Alright." Futsuyu said no more, simply finding a spot in the shop to sit down. Sajicha assumed he was waiting for the new iced Americano, so she prepared another cup and brought it over. Futsuyu accepted the coffee but showed no intention of leaving, casually holding the cup in one hand while lazily scrolling through his phone with the other. Surely he isn't waiting for her, is he? A somewhat incredulous thought crossed Sajicha's mind, and with a hint of hesitation she asked, "Do you have anything else to discuss?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Anyone could sit there as long as they liked. Her words sounded too much like she was trying to rush him out. Biting her lip, Sajicha was about to apologize when she saw Futsuyu put down his phone. Resting his arm casually against his chin, his long, slightly upturned eyes narrowing with a hint of relaxed amusement. "I do have something." His voice carried an air of inevitability. "I'm waiting for you." With an unmistakable tone that left no room for refusal, although she knew the statement held no romantic implication, Sajicha still felt a bit flustered and aware that she would likely not be able to resist him. She softly uttered an acknowledgement. Sajicha often felt a sense of disorientation each time she encountered Futsuyu, as if her mind became somewhat clouded. Remarkably, she had agreed to something without fully comprehending it. Upon returning to her workspace, she inquired in the group chat of the milk tea shop about any old clothes left behind, and indeed, someone had left some in the cabinet. As she rummaged through them, the door swung open once more, and Chen Mao slipped inside. "Hey, Gigi, what is your relationship with that handsome guy outside?" During the earlier commotion, Chen Mao had been inside slicing fruits and, upon hearing the noise, had ventured out, hesitant to intrude, choosing instead to observe from a distance, her curiosity having reached a boiling point. "Is he your boyfriend? He seemed to be waiting for you. Are you two going on a date later?" The term boyfriend caused Sajicha's spine to stiffen momentarily, and she quickly denied, "No, how could he be? Just a friend I know," she explained vaguely, fearing Chen Mao would continue to pry. Gently she nudged her away, saying, "I need to change clothes." Even the title of friend felt tinged with a hint of guilt as she spoke it. Were they truly friends now? Perhaps they were. Chen Mao nodded, her gaze lingering on Sajicha with a hint of skepticism. Yet she refrained from further questioning, tactfully departing. Sajicha exhaled softly. The clothes belonging to her co-worker hung loosely on her frame, far too oversized, resembling an ill-fitted oversized garment, and when cinched at the waist by an apron, only served to accentuate her delicate, slender figure. Futsuyu's gaze fell upon her, but it quickly drifted away as he lowered his head, returning to his phone. Sajicha also looked down, smoothing out the creases in her garment. It seemed that when in the company of someone she admired, she became particularly conscious of her appearance, every flaw magnified. Surely he must think she looked too thin and unattractive. At that moment, a new order appeared on the ordering machine. Sajicha absently glanced at it. It was an in-store pickup order for a small cake and a cup of hot milk tea. She had prepared it and placed it at the pickup counter. A few customers were seated in the shop, requiring her to call out the order number. Just as she opened her mouth, she suddenly noticed Futsuyu raising his hand and waving at her. Was it his order? Sajicha blinked, catching sight of him pointing to his phone, seemingly reminding her to check her messages. She lowered her head and pulled her phone from her pocket. Futsuyu wrote, "Didn't he have breakfast? Why does your complexion look so pale?" Fu Ziyu added, I ordered it for you. Xia Jicha felt a momentary daze, her fingertips pausing, a warmth blossoming in her chest. Fu Ziyu truly was a considerate person. Even to someone he had only just met. By midday, it was time for Xia Jicha's lunch break. Perhaps it was due to Fu Ziyu's presence, but she felt that significantly more customers had visited the shop that morning compared to usual. The passers-by seemed to cast their gazes, whether intentionally or not, upon Fu Ziyu. He, however, remained oblivious, his pale eyelids drooping in disinterest as he played on his phone. A person like him was radiant wherever he went. Chen Mao quickly discerned that Fu Ziyu was waiting for Xia Jicha and, quite generously, allowed her to leave half an hour early, assuring her that she could manage the work. Under Chen Mao's gaze filled with implicit understanding, Xia Jicha could only smile wryly and shake her head, indicating that there had been a misunderstanding, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. As she removed her apron and exited the workspace, Fu Ziyu was already standing ready to accompany her out of the shop. Nearby was a shopping mall, and on the third floor, there was a women's clothing store. Given the surrounding universities, the styles in these shops were youthful and vibrant. Walking side by side with Fu Ziyu, he suddenly tilted his head slightly and asked, Which store do you like? Xia Jicha, having rarely explored this area, randomly chose one and entered. The staff in this store were exceptionally enthusiastic. Upon stepping inside, they began to lavish compliments on Xia Jicha and recommended various styles of skirts. Xia Jicha found it difficult to withstand such exuberance and, in a daze, picked 2 skirts they suggested and headed to the fitting room. Fu Ziyu waited on the sofa outside, and after a while, upon hearing the curtain draw back, he lifted his gaze. When he saw the young lady emerge, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his long, unruly peach blossom eyes. Xia Jicha's face radiated purity, yet it was not bland. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with clarity, her cheeks full and reminiscent of a juicy peach, exuding a natural sweetness. Last night, in a pure white cotton dress, she had appeared innocent and demure, but today, in a light blue dress adorned with intricate lace, she revealed a touch of delicate charm and sweetness. She was irresistibly adorable, yet Xia Jicha remained oblivious to this. Anxiously turning in front of the mirror, murmuring to herself, Is it too complicated? She seldom wore such dresses, always feeling that overly exquisite items did not suit her. Fu Ziyu chuckled, intending to assure her that it wasn't complicated. But Xia Jicha had already moved to the other side, searching for a simpler short-sleeved t-shirt before retreating into the fitting room once again. When she re-emerged, she appeared in a more modest outfit. Then let us go with this one. Xia Jicha glanced at the mirror once more, finally shaking off her discomfort, and whispered to Fu Ziyu. Fu Ziyu gazed at her reflection for a few seconds, his light, mischievous eyes shifting slightly before he chuckled softly. Alright, wear it like that. The attendant wrapped the old clothes, and as Fu Ziyu proceeded to pay, Xia Jicha discreetly glanced at the price tag, preparing to transfer him the money. After all, this matter was not significantly related to Fu Ziyu. That piece of clothing could simply be washed, and she did not wish to feel indebted, as it made her uncomfortable. Sitting on the sofa, she observed Fu Ziyu, who seemed to have received a message and took out his phone. The next moment, Xia Jicha received a notification that the transfer had been declined. Fu Ziyu had already completed the payment and was striding towards her. Xia Jicha hurriedly stood up, intending to take the bag from him, but before she could express her gratitude, her hand reached out only to grasp at air. Fu Ziyu held the paper bag high, just out of reach, his deep black eyes glimmering with a teasing light as he spoke, still pondering how to give me the money, with her thoughts laid bare. Xia Jicha felt her cheeks flush and retracted her hand, responding earnestly, I can pay for myself. You don't need to spend on me, you truly are. Fu Ziyu seemed amused by her stubbornness, his brows furrowing slightly as he leaned closer to scrutinize her, his tone becoming a touch more intense. Everyone else is eager to gain something from me, yet you insist on keeping accounts, making it seem as though I've tricked you. Xia Jicha instinctively took a step back, feeling flustered, but Xia Jicha, before she could finish her thought, Fu Ziyu calmly interrupted her. Xia Jicha swallowed her words, refraining from continuing, her gaze cautiously observing him from the corner of her eye. Fu Ziyu did not immediately respond but instead fixed his gaze upon her for a while, as if scrutinizing something. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly again. Are you a bit afraid of me? Xia Jicha's shoulders trembled. Fu Ziyu paused, his tone taking on a playful edge. Otherwise, why is it that you always avoid making eye contact with me? Chapter 9, the first gift from him. The shop was alive with vibrant music, the beat resonating with her heart. Xia Jicha kept her eyes downcast, acutely aware of Fu Ziyu's gaze upon her. Or perhaps not, her throat felt somewhat constricted, and she endeavored to appear calm and nonchalant, though she struggled to maintain eye contact when speaking with others, fearing that the thoughts she concealed deep within would be laid bare if they shared a gaze. Ultimately, Xia Jicha could not refuse Fu Ziyu's offer to purchase the dress for her. By the time her shift ended, the sky had darkened considerably. On her way back to the dormitory, she noticed Jiang Lili mentioning that she hadn't had dinner yet, so she brought some food back for her. Upon entering, she was greeted by Jiang Lili's cheerful laughter. Her phone stood upright on the table as she video-called Gao Yuyan. Hearing the door, she turned and called out to Xia Jicha, then turned back to the screen saying, Gigi's back. I'll hang up now. As Xia Jicha closed the dormitory door, Jiang Lili set her phone aside and, upon noticing the dinner Xia Jicha was carrying, Laughed brightly, reaching out to take it. I knew Gigi treats me the best. Sajicha smiled softly, glancing at her phone before gently asking, you two have progressed to this point already, so fast. It has only been one night since you met. Is this considered fast? Our Gigi is still too reserved, Jiang Lily teased with a grin. At least you've been chatting online for a few months before this video call. I feel like it's a bit slow. She opened the food container, shoveling a mouthful of food into her mouth as she continued, you're too focused on your studies and indifferent to the world. You don't realize how fast the pace of dating is among our peers. Just look at Futsiyu from yesterday. On the first day, he locked eyes with someone at a party. And by the next day, they were professing their love and announcing their relationship. TSK. Sajicha listened quietly, placing the clothing bag she held on the table without a word. Jiang Lily's keen eyes caught sight of it. Her surprise evident, finally willing to buy new clothes and dress up a bit. I told you, with your looks, it's a shame not to dress well. I just changed out of a dirty outfit. Sajicha replied casually, opening the bag to wash the dirty clothes first, but when she glimpsed the contents, she froze momentarily. The dirty clothes were tucked inside a waterproof bag in the corner. While in the center of the paper bag, neatly folded, lay the first skirt she had tried on today. Sajicha gazed somewhat entranced at the dress, her heart contracting violently for a moment. In a flurry of excitement, she hastily grabbed her phone and messaged Fu Si. She sent only a photo, and it seemed as if he had anticipated her action, replying, "This is for you." Fu Si continued, "You look beautiful in this outfit." Fu Si added, "The tag is cut, the receipt is discarded, it can't be returned, so don't ever mention any debts to me again." These brief lines exuded a reckless abandon, mirroring his very essence. He appeared effortlessly generous and adept in his interactions with others, leaving her with no opportunity to decline. The words of refusal she initially intended to send were gradually erased by Sajicha. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately replied with a simple, "Thank you." Realizing her tone was somewhat dismissive, she sent an additional cute emoji, thinking she would find a chance later to reciprocate his gesture. She felt a twinge of embarrassment admitting to herself that the thought brought her a flicker of joy, as if she had discovered yet another reason to engage with him openly. Fu Si did not respond further. Setting her phone aside, Sajicha carefully retrieved the little dress from the bag, cradling it slowly in her arms, unable to suppress a gentle smile that curved her lips. This was the first gift she had received from him. Meanwhile, in a private lounge, Fu Si was surrounded by a cacophony of boisterous voices. The lighting was dim, and the atmosphere was chaotic, with laughter and the sounds of card games echoing around. Amidst this revelry, Fu Si sat at the center, appearing disinterested and detached. Shadows played across his face, lending him an air of cold sharpness, languid yet decadent. Those around him were accustomed to his languorous demeanor, continuing to engage him with laughter, fully aware that he was the apex of their social hierarchy. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, Fu Si casually tilted his head, prompting someone to offer him a light. The flicker of red flame briefly illuminated the darkness, dancing at his lips. He did not even bother to glance at the screen of his phone, extinguishing the message he had just received. One of the men, eager to stir up trouble, leaned in with a grin and asked, "New little sister?" "What new little sister?" Fu Si remained silent, as a sultry female voice interjected, her form swaying as she settled beside him. "Fu Xiao, it's been ages since you've had any new news after dumping your last one. Have you finally grown bored?" "Oh, I see, so that's why you were speaking up for Fu Xiao earlier." "Sister Xin, your intentions were not purely for the drink." The man erupted into laughter, but there was no malice in his tone. That if Fu Xiao truly desired you, he would have considered you long ago. Don't harbor such delusions. Among this group, entangled relationships were commonplace, and banter was always unrestrained. Everyone knew who harbored whom in their sights, and cheers erupted in response. Sister Xin shot a glare at the rowdy crowd and leaned closer to Fu Si with a coy voice. Finally, Fu Si lifted his eyelids, a sudden cold smile escaping him, enough. His voice, deep and resonant, carried a hint of warning as he pushed her away and rose to his feet. "I'm going outside for a smoke." "Ah, I knew Sister Xin would hit a wall. Go to hell." Fu Si paid no mind to the chatter behind him as he exited the lounge, a wave of ennui washing over him. Boredom, his phone vibrated once more, and he glanced down to see a new emoji from Xia Jichai. Even through the screen, he could envision her reaction upon seeing that dress, likely not very pleased. Perhaps even troubled. A smirk tugged at his lips as he recalled the flustered girl in the store earlier that day. He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle from deep within his throat. Such a stubborn yet earnest girl, quite endearing. Chapter 10 Beautiful. Before long, it was the National Day holiday. In the dormitory, everyone was heading home, leaving Xia Jichai as the sole occupant. She continued to work at the milk tea shop, where the holiday wages were higher, and with the school on break, her workload was considerably lighter. Coincidentally, she received a request to add 2 more tutoring sessions, which she found manageable. Peking University resumed classes on the 7th. And Xia Jichai finished her last tutoring session on the 5th. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, she found the door slightly ajar, causing her heart to skip a beat. As she paused to recall whether she had locked the door. It swung open to reveal Zhang Lili's face, surprised to see me back so soon. Zhang Lili grinned, tilting her head. Seeing Zhang Lili eased Xia Jichai's anxiety. You scared me. Why are you back so early? I thought I might be late on the 6th, Zhang Lili replied, but I rescheduled my return. Xia Jichai closed the dormitory door as Zhang Lili resumed sorting through her unpacked suitcase. Gao Yuyang invited me to the new amusement park in the east of the city tomorrow. Want to join? Xia Jichai responded with a slight sound of surprise. She had heard of the new park recently, known to be the largest resort in the country, creating quite a buzz online. After a moment's thought she said, I think I'll pass. It was evident to anyone that there was something brewing between Gao Yuyang and Zhang Lili, and Xia Jichai preferred not to be a third wheel. Especially with the expensive tickets. Oh come on, let us go. It'll be lively with more people. Gao Yuyang is afraid of heights. No one will accompany me on the roller coaster. Zhang Lili noticed Xia Jichai's hesitation and pounced. It's not just us going, Fu Si will be there too. His family has invested in the park, and we're just taking advantage of his tickets to ITS just a day out to relax. What do you say, Fu Si? Xia Jichai's eyes flickered. Ever since that incident, she had not seen him again. People are inherently greedy. During the long stretches of time when they had no interaction, she had merely wished for a chance to see him again. Yet, upon their actual reunion, she found herself yearning to see him even more. Alright, she softly acquiesced. Xia Jichai concealed her emotions well, and Zhang Lili did not notice the fleeting change in her demeanor. Great, I'll tell Gao Yuyang. Xia Jichai replied affirmatively, rising to gather clothes from the balcony. The campus at that moment was serene, with the trees outside their dormitory rustling against the window in the evening breeze. The hazy glow of streetlights bathed the late summer night in a gentle warmth. The polished glass reflected the face of the young girl, unadorned yet radiant. Xia Jichai stood there for a while, clutching the dry clothes, before suddenly calling out, Lily, what's up? Zhang Lili quickly looked up. Could you help me with my makeup tomorrow? You finally want me to do your makeup? Zhang Lili reacted as if she had received unbelievable news, breaking into a broad smile. Of course, just wait and see. Zhang Lili had long complained about Xia Jichai's reluctance to dress up. Now that she had received this rare request, she was positively bubbling with excitement. The next morning, she eagerly pulled Xia Jichai from bed and seated her at the table. When did you buy this dress? It suits you perfectly. As Zhang Lili applied her makeup, she marveled at Xia Jichai's outfit, exclaiming, I've been saying you should toss those drab old clothes. You look so vibrant dressed like this. With eyeliner gliding across her eyelids, Xia Jichai maintained a composed demeanor, merely allowing a slight smile to curve her lips. She was wearing the dress Fu Si had gifted her. Xia Jichai had a naturally beautiful complexion, requiring minimal enhancement. Zhang Lili continually showered her with compliments while applying a light everyday makeup, then took a curling iron to style her bangs and sidelocks. My goodness, with this look, you're an absolute doll. Even after boarding the subway, Zhang Lili remained captivated by her handiwork, snapping several photos and boasting, from now on, whenever you need a look, just let me handle it entirely. Okay. The distance between Peking University and the amusement park was considerable, almost diagonally across the city. They had to ride the subway to the final station. When they arrived at the park's entrance, Gao Yuyang and Fu Si were already standing there waiting. Both tall, they stood out in the crowd, easily noticeable from afar. Why are you two here so early? Zhang Lili asked, quickening her pace to greet Gao Yuyang with a playful slap. It's still half an hour until our meeting time. How long have you been waiting? Just didn't he want you to be early? Gao Yuyang replied with a grin. You usually like to leave early. Zhang Lili shot him a teasing glance. So considerate of you. Xia Jichai trailed a few steps behind Zhang Lili. As she approached, Zhang Lili turned back, beaming as she proudly declared, Look, Gigi especially stunning today. Xia Jichai was caught off guard as she was pushed forward a step, and when she looked up, she found Fu Si standing just a few steps away. He donned a sleek black t-shirt today, with a metallic necklace cascading down to his chest, reflecting a cold glimmer that exuded a certain rebellious charm. His gaze playfully roamed over her dress, and the corners of his brows lifted ever so slightly, as if in appreciation. Summer Jicha felt a warmth flush her cheeks, prompting her to stealthily step back a couple of paces. It seemed she understood the implication behind his penetrating gaze. This dress felt like a small secret shared between the two of them. Don't be shy, Gigi. We should be confident in our beauty, Zhang Lili teased, wrapping her arm around her, unabashedly declaring, Everyone thinks you're stunning, right? What do you say? Master Fu, who has seen countless beauties and has discerning tastes, called out by name. Fu Si nonchalantly averted his gaze, responding with a disinterested hum. Not receiving an answer, Zhang Lili persisted, Come on, tell us, is Gigi beautiful? Listening to their back and forth banter, Summer Jicha instinctively straightened her back, unsure of what she was anticipating. Fu Si's eyes softened as they returned to the young lady before him. Beneath the blue skirt, her slender legs appeared straight and delicate, a striking white dot. A sudden smile graced his lips, and his voice floated lightly through the air. Beautiful. Chapter 11. Your Highness, may I release your hand? He said she was beautiful. A gentle joy overshadowed the earlier, inexplicable anxiety, and Summer Jicha felt as if a feather had brushed against her heart. Tickling her, her pale fingers unconsciously tightened. I told you, with looks like that, who wouldn't adore you? Jiang Lili exclaimed, humming a tune as she continued to cling to Summer Ji-cha. Let us go have some fun. The amusement park had only been open for just over a week, and now was peak time, especially since today marked the last day of the holiday. Many families had come with their children to enjoy the festivities. Even with Fuxi's connections, they still had to queue for some of the popular attractions. Despite using the VIP passage, Jiang Lili led Summer Ji-cha straight to the roller coaster. The park's main attraction and the longest queue in the entire venue. Gao Yuyan was truly afraid of heights, and despite Jiang Lili's relentless coaxing, he steadfastly refused to join them. Opting to wait outside with their belongings, Fu Xi strolled leisurely behind Summer Ji-cha and Jiang Lili. In front of them stood two young men, engrossed in a discussion about games. So captivated that they remained oblivious as the line advanced, Jiang Lili cleared her throat a couple of times to remind them, and only then did they turn back, momentarily stunned, one of them exclaiming, "WOW!" As they continued to wait, they leaned in closer, their voices lowering significantly, occasionally stealing glances back at them. Jiang Lili subtly nudged Summer Ji-cha with her elbow. Perhaps they're talking about you? Summer Ji-cha shook her head. Don't say such things, just wait. Jiang Lili, experienced and confident, assured her that they would certainly approach for her contact information soon. Summer Ji-cha took Jiang Lili's words as a jest, smiling but remaining silent. To her surprise, after a while, one of the young men turned around, looking at Summer Ji-cha with a shy smile. Miss, may I get to know you? To be honest, this was the first time Summer Ji-cha had experienced such a direct approach, and she awkwardly waved her hand. I'm sorry. The boy expressed a hint of regret but did not press further and turned back. From the moment the boy had requested her contact information, Jiang Lili had been shooting meaningful glances at Summer Ji-cha. As soon as the boy turned away, she immediately clung to her friend, her expression radiating triumph. See, I told you this would happen. I've been saying it all along. Given your looks, if you just dressed up a bit, you'd have admirers everywhere. Summer Ji-cha could only smile helplessly, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Fu Xi behind her, who was leaning against the railing, observing her with a teasing glimmer in his eyes, as if he found the situation amusing. She bit her lip, diverting her gaze. Fortunately, the VIP queue did not take long, and soon enough, the staff led them to the front of the ride. The roller coaster accommodated 3 people per row, and they fit perfectly together. Summer Ji-cha found herself in the middle, while Jiang Lili playfully nudged the lace trim of her skirt, saying, "Today, you're our little princess." The title struck Summer Ji-cha as somewhat cheesy. She opened her mouth to protest but merely turned her face away. "Please don't call me that." Her voice, soft and gentle, lacked any aggression, almost sounding like a plea, compelling one to tease her further. Jiang Lili, exhilarated, exclaimed, "You are a little princess? How adorable, Your Highness, I shall protect you." Summer Ji-cha buried her head lower, casting a pleading glance towards Fu Xi. She assumed such childish antics would not amuse him. However, the moment she glanced back, she caught the corners of his lips curling into a smile, his enchanting eyes sparkling with amusement as he silently mouthed, "Your Highness." The staff approached to confirm everyone's safety, noticing Summer Ji-cha's head buried low, kindly reminding her, "If you feel unwell, you can let me know now, and I'll escort you down." "No." Summer Ji-cha replied, her hands at her sides, playfully squeezing Jiang Lili's wrist out of frustration. Jiang Lili remained cheerful, yet she offered some comforting words. As the roller coaster began to move, Summer Ji-cha realized she had rarely been on such rides. The last time she rode one was during elementary school at an amusement park in Yun City, which, while grand, prioritized safety, rendering the roller coaster less thrilling. She assumed this one would be similar. However, when the roller coaster reached its peak and plummeted, she felt as though her very organs were about to detach, her blood rushing to her head, the sudden weightlessness nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Amidst the whirlwind, she heard Jiang Lili's screams, felt the rush of wind against her face, and found her throat locked. Unable to emit a sound, instinctively she clutched the safety bar tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. The roller coaster ride was brief, lasting only about a minute before it returned to its original position. Summer Ji-cha was still reeling from the experience, her heart racing wildly. After a moment, she regained her senses and opened her eyes. Jiang Lili's reaction was the complete opposite. She felt no fear whatsoever and, upon the ride's conclusion, stretched luxuriously, squinting her eyes in delight, exclaiming, "That was fun. We must go again before we leave." "Not for me, though," Summer Ji-cha silently thought, sensing a gaze directed at her from the side. Turning her head, she met Fu Xi's languid stare. His demeanor relaxed, as if enjoying the spectacle. She blinked, momentarily dazed, asking, "What's wrong?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her hand had unintentionally found its way to rest upon the back of his hand gripping the safety bar. Tight, squeezing. Unconsciously, she had applied enough pressure to leave a faint red mark on his otherwise pale skin. A sudden jolt coursed through her brain, rendering her momentarily speechless. What had she just done? Noticing the young lady's cheeks turning as red as a tomato, Fu Xi felt a mischievous urge to tease her. With a light sigh, as if indulging her, he leaned closer, whispering into her ear while suppressing a laugh, "Your Highness, may I release your hand?" Chapter 12, At Your Service. Princess Fu Si's voice was rich and melodious, trailing off enticingly as it brushed against her ear, resembling more a playful jest than a reprimand. Summer Jicha felt herself burning with embarrassment as she swiftly withdrew her hand. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of mortification, the faint red mark she had left on his hand drew his gaze, and he lazily massaged the skin where her touch had lingered, following the visible veins beneath. "I'm sorry," Summer Jicha murmured, her voice faltering. Fu Si raised an eyebrow. "What are you apologizing for?" "It doesn't." He heard, his lips curved into a smile, his tone teasing yet light-hearted. "At your service, princess, I rather enjoy it." Summer Jicha, not on the way to reunite with Gao Yang, Summer Jicha still felt guilty and decided to buy Fu Si an ice cream from a nearby snack stand. The ice cream was in a small container no larger than the palm of his hand, with a refreshing sea salt lemon flavor, encased in a blue wrapper. Fu Si held it up, examining it thoughtfully before glancing at Summer Jicha. Suddenly realizing it resembled her attire quite a bit, the young lady before him appeared petite, her hairstyle slightly disheveled from the ride, and she had opted for a casual bun, making her appear even more fresh and gentle. This whimsical association brought a smile to his face, prompting Summer Jicha to look at him quizzically. "It's nothing," Fu Si replied, casually biting into the plastic spoon. "It's quite cute." It was unclear which he was referring to. After a morning filled with numerous thrilling rides, most of which were suggested by Jiang Lili, they had enjoyed quite a stimulating day. Jiang Lili has always been brimming with energy, even after a round of fun. As noon approaches, she is still eager to try the swinging pendulum ride ahead. Ultimately, it is Gao Yuyang who timely restrains her, suggesting they first enjoy lunch before continuing their playful escapade. Jiang Lili nods in agreement. As it is mealtime, the restaurants in the amusement park, known for their delightful offerings, require a considerable wait. After placing their orders and being guided by a server to their seats, Fu Si mentions his intention to fetch drinks and steps outside with Gao Yuyang for a brief moment. While they await their meal, Xia Jicha, already somewhat fatigued, leans on the table, gazing vacantly at the bustling crowd in the restaurant. Jiang Lili, seated beside her, distracts herself by scrolling through her phone, muttering to herself. Are they not bored? Engaging with such trivial matters, Xia Jicha can easily guess that Jiang Lili is perusing the school forum. This girl is unable to hide her activities. She often indulges in the forum's gossip and eagerly shares any sensational news she comes across with Xia Jicha. "Gigi, look at this, I can't believe them." Upon hearing her friend's voice, Xia Jicha's wandering thoughts are momentarily tethered back to reality, and she turns to see Jiang Lili holding her phone screen before her. Discussion. It seems many new students want to get to know Fu Si this time. The title is prominently displayed, with a hot label attached. Wasn't it the same last year, even before the semester began? I had already heard of Fu Si. Several senior girls approached him for contact details during the start of the term, but now it's the freshman's turn. Who can blame them? He is handsome and impressive, even his male friends are in awe of him. I heard Fu Dalao is currently single. Is he waiting to see if there is a freshman who catches his eye? He. Let us have a spicy strip challenge. Who dares to bet on who Fu Dalao's next partner will be? The ensuing messages are a whirlwind of images and names, overwhelming the reader. To an outsider, it might seem like a beauty contest for new students. Jiang Lili scoffs, noting that wasn't Fu Si just broken up with that girl. Now the forum is abuzz with speculation about who his next partner will be. Xia Jicha is momentarily stunned, her page-turning action slowing to a crawl as she processes the information, while Jiang Lili occasionally assists her by scrolling and providing commentary. Oh right, they currently believe the most likely candidate is from our College of Fine Arts. As they reach a photo, Jiang Lili halts, enlarging the image. She is probably the most stunning among this year's freshmen, and she happens to embody Fu Si's preferred type. Here, her voice lowers slightly. Most importantly, this girl publicly declared upon entering the school that she is here for Fu Si. It seems she intends to pursue him. Xia Jicha struggles to hear the remainder of her words. Her gaze fixating on the photograph, the girl in the image embodies a striking beauty, her features radiating an alluring confidence, coupled with a maturity seldom found among peers, exuding a vibrant and spirited aura. So this is Fu Si's type. Xia Jicha's fingers instinctively rest on her lap, tightening around the small bow of her skirt. A sense of despondency washes over her, akin to the bitter taste of a squeezed orange peel. Bursting forth in her heart, she suddenly feels as though her carefully curated outfit for today holds little significance. From the very beginning, she was never his preferred type when the call for their table arrives. Xia Jicha hastily diverts her gaze, rising as if fleeing. I'll go get it. Upon reaching the pickup area, the server apologetically informs her that a small dish was mistakenly taken during the last delivery and needs to be remade. Xia Jicha expresses her understanding and decides to wait in place. As she waits, her gaze drops, and with a sense of inexplicable thoughts, she opens the school forum. The post remains hovering on the homepage. And Xia Jicha clicks on it. Everyone knows Fu Si prefers bright and proactive types. With her looks and figure, isn't it a piece of cake for her? It's only a matter of time. The question is how long she can hold on. Just the fact that she got into Jingda for Fu Si makes her unmatched in terms of prestige. Xia Jicha's expression darkens. She, too, had enrolled in Jingda for Fu Si during her second year of high school. Although her grades were commendable, they were not exceptional enough to qualify her for the top universities in Jingchang. It wasn't until Fu Si returned to the city that she silently crossed out her goals for schools in Nanchang and filled in Jingda instead over the course of more than 300 days and nights. She persevered with grit, working tirelessly in near darkness to finally achieve admission to Jingda. Everyone praised her dedication, yet no one knew that all her motivation stemmed solely from that hidden desire. "What are you daydreaming about?" Her phone is abruptly snatched from her grasp, shattering her melancholic reverie. Xia Jicha looks up in surprise to find Fu Si holding her phone, his gaze fixed on the screen without scrolling. He tilts his head slightly, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing in mild amusement as he inspects the content displayed. Gradually, a smile creeps onto his face, an expression tinged with playful mockery as he asks. Still looking at these, Chapter 13. Fu Si raises his hand to cover her eyes. Xia Jicha feels a pang of guilt, as though caught in a transgression, and reaches out to reclaim her phone. "I didn't intentionally mean to look at this." "Oh," Fu Si leisurely lifts the phone higher, his chin slightly lowered, and inquires with a leisurely tone, "So you just happened to stumble upon my gossip?" Xia Jicha attempts to reach for it again but inadvertently brushes against his wrist. She instinctively retracts her hand, offering a warm and hesitant explanation. "Jiang Lily was browsing the forum earlier, so I just took a quick look, and then came to get your meal, only to open it again?" Fu Si clearly doubts her claim of mere coincidence, regarding her with a sidelong glance. Nevertheless, he lowers his hand and returns the phone, tapping the screen lightly twice with his finger. "Are you really that curious about me?" Xia Jicha falls silent for a moment, nodding half-heartedly. "I'm somewhat curious about your romantic life." Fu Si's wrist halts, a chuckle escaping his lips, but he does not respond further. It is unclear whether he is indifferent or simply reluctant to delve into the topic. After several encounters, Xia Jicha has begun to sense Fu Si's attitude towards relationships. It appears to be marked by a sense of detachment, a weary indifference, exuding an innate coldness, even when smiling. There is a distinct lack of warmth in his gaze. She increasingly understands why everyone claims he is heartless. The server calls for Xia Jicha once more, apologizing profusely as they place the small dish onto the tray. Before she can reach for it, Fu Si places his drink into her arms, lifting the tray effortlessly. The quantity of food for four is quite substantial, yet he carries it with ease, revealing the slight outline of veins on the back of his hand from exertion. The chilled drink, freshly retrieved from the refrigerator, is adorned with droplets of condensation. One bead rolls onto her exposed skin, causing Xia Jicha to shiver unexpectedly. Walking alongside Fu Si, she glances down, wiping the bottle with her palm. Xia Jicha. Fu Si suddenly calls her name. She looks up, puzzled. "I'm not in the mood for a relationship lately." Fu Si pauses briefly, continuing in a neutral tone, "Stay out of their trivial bets." It is rather meaningless. Is he explaining this to her? Xia Jicha's eyelashes flutter slightly, responding softly with an "oh," the tension in her lips easing a fraction. In that moment, it feels as if her heart has exhaled. Like a stone that had been suspended has finally settled, creating ripples of subtle delight. It seems that the friendship between her and him might endure a bit longer. After lunch, a period of inactivity is advisable before engaging in vigorous activities. Thus Jiang Lily temporarily sets aside her eagerness for the swinging pendulum ride and follows the map to find a haunted house. The amusement park features several haunted attractions, and this one boasts a Western theme. Appearing to be a zombie hospital, Jiang Lily drags Gao Yuyang inside first. Xia Jicha intends to follow closely, but as she takes a step, Fu Si pulls her back by the drawstring at her waist. "What is wrong?" Xia Jicha asks, confused. Fu Si smiles slightly, suggesting, "Let them have a bit of space." Xia Jicha pauses momentarily, then comprehends. It is evident that two individuals in the midst of a budding romance would enter a haunted house together. And their intentions are clear. They wait at the entrance for a while before venturing inside. The haunted house is not large. As they enter, the black curtain behind them closes, plunging the environment into darkness. After a moment of adjustment, Xia Jicha begins to discern the path ahead. "I'll go in front. If you're scared, just grab my shirt." Fu Si speaks with an unchanging demeanor, as if they were simply walking outside. Xia Jicha responds affirmatively, hesitating for a moment, when suddenly, a piercing scream from Jiang Lily echoes from ahead. The space here is somewhat confined, and even though the two in front have distanced themselves, their voices still resonate intermittently. Xia Jicha hesitates briefly but ultimately reaches out to grasp the hem of Fu Si's shirt, not daring to hold on too tightly, just a light pinch. She is not afraid of the dark, but she dreads unexpected frights. They traverse the darkness together. The initial stretch of the path seems designed for acclimatization, devoid of any frightful features, only occasionally illuminated by flickering dim lights that reveal ominous skeletons. Whenever she encounters one, Xia Jicha instinctively tightens her grip, only to gradually relax it afterward. Fu Si glances back in the dim light, noticing the little girl's furrowed brow, indicating her unease. He casually slows down his pace. A faint breeze brushes by, and suddenly, a door creaks open around the next corner. Once more, the distant screams of Jiang Lily reverberated through the air, casting an unsettling atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Are you afraid? Futsiyu inquired suddenly, startled by his unexpected voice. Sajicha replied softly, not really. She was not excessively timid, it was merely that her body often reacted before her mind could catch up. With a slight sense of relief, Futsiyu continued onward. As they passed a door, Sajicha, wishing to avoid being startled, closed her eyes and relied solely on the soft fabric of her garment that she clutched. Trudging ahead with her head lowered. To her surprise, as they walked by, all remained eerily tranquil. It was not until Futsiyu's voice whispered in her ear, "We passed it," that she opened her eyes to find the ajar door receding into the distance. Slowly she turned to glance back. The doorway loomed dark and empty. There seemed to be nothing frightful about it, she reassured herself, lowering her gaze. However, in an unexpected moment, as she lifted her eyes, a pale, ghostly face suddenly emerged from within the door, its hollow black eyes locking onto hers, a mouth twisted into a blood-red grin akin to that of a female specter, smiling grotesquely at her. Sajicha's pupils constricted sharply, caught off guard by the fright. Her mind momentarily blanked. She stumbled back a step, her back colliding with Futsiyu's chest. In the next instant, a cool sensation enveloped her vision, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Futsiyu had raised his hand to shield her eyes. His hand was large enough to obscure her entire line of sight. "If you're scared, don't look," came Futsiyu's deep voice from above, soothing in its tone. In that moment, it felt as though she had been rescued. The world seemed to consist solely of Futsiyu's voice. Sajicha, still recovering from the sudden scare, felt her heart racing and responded with a soft, obedient hum. Her face was small, and Futsiyu's palm covered most of it. Her long eyelashes fluttered, brushing against his palm, revealing a hint of lingering fear, yet she remained silent, remarkably well behaved. The dim light blurred her outline, and Futsiyu, nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, released his hold. The tingling sensation lingered in his palm, his long fingers unconsciously curling at his side. "It's alright now." At his words, Sajicha dared to slowly open her eyes. Before she could fully adjust to the encroaching darkness again, she felt a strong hand suddenly clasp her wrist. With a slight tug, Futsiyu's languid voice stretched out, carrying an undeniable authority. "Run with me." Chapter 14, Utterly Bad. What is? Sajicha hadn't quite grasped the situation before her body instinctively obeyed the command and took a step forward. A sudden, piercing scream erupted behind them, reminiscent of a scene from a zombie film, mingled with the muffled thuds of relentless impacts. Though she did not look back, she could hear the rapid, gathering footsteps drawing closer, creating a palpable sense of pressure in the darkness, as if they were being pursued. Reflexively, she quickened her pace to match Futsiyu's. "You've triggered a hidden storyline," Futsiyu explained calmly. "The glance back we took means we must run all the way out." Sajicha opened her mouth, only to be gently interrupted by Futsiyu's soft voice. "No apologies, it's far more interesting this way." His breath was slightly labored from running, lending a hint of sultry allure to his tone. Sajicha immediately fell silent. How did he know she was about to apologize? The haunted house was not particularly expansive, but the layout was somewhat intricate. Sajicha nearly collided with a few corners, prompting Futsiyu to intentionally slow his pace at the turns. The howling behind them continued to grow more insistent. It wasn't until they pushed through the final door, sunlight streaming in, that it finally ceased. Jiang Lily and Gao Yuyang awaited them outside, startled by their breathless appearance. "What on earth were you two doing, running like that?" Sajicha, lacking stamina, leaned against her knees to catch her breath after Futsiyu released her hand. He exchanged a few words of explanation with the duo, and Jiang Lily exclaimed with curiosity, "You should have mentioned there was a hidden storyline." "I want to try again." Gao Yuyang chuckled, offering her a bottle of water. "You should take a break, your voice sounds a bit hoarse." "I bet Futsiyu heard your screams loud and clear." Futsiyu raised an eyebrow, silently acquiescing. "Mahem." Jiang Lily cleared her throat, feeling slightly embarrassed. "I wasn't that scared, really." Sajicha listened to their chatter, gradually regaining her composure. "Are you alright?" Futsiyu asked, standing beside her in a low voice. She replied, straightening up and flexing her wrist. Suddenly, the image of Futsiyu holding her wrist as they ran flashed in her mind. Sajicha discreetly glanced at his hand. It was indeed quite large. When he held her wrist, it felt as though he could easily encompass both. Her thoughts began to wander, and she abruptly halted them. How did she start to think such things? After exiting the haunted house, they passed by a shop selling various park merchandise. None of it was particularly practical, more suited for children's amusement. Jiang Lily intended to buy some items for her relatives' kids, so she pulled Gao Yuyang along to help her find something suitable for a little boy. Noticing Futsiyu's disinterest in the trinkets, Sajicha decided to follow him in hopes of exiting sooner. However, as they passed a shelf, she unexpectedly halted. Futsiyu noticed her pause and turned his gaze to the shelf, which was filled with an array of ornaments. "Do you like these?" he inquired. Sajicha hesitated briefly before shaking her head and stepping away from the display. Seeing her reaction, Futsiyu asked again, "You really don't want to buy anything?" This time, Sajicha simply replied, "They're not suitable for me." Futsiyu chose not to press further, just as they were about to leave the store. Sajicha suddenly called out, "Wait for me." Futsiyu raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he complied. When she returned, she held a bottle of water. "I was a bit thirsty," she explained. Futsiyu emitted a lazy sound of acknowledgement as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. Gao Yuyang mentioned that Zhang Lili wanted to ride the swinging pendulum next, suggesting that if they didn't wish to join, they could simply make their own arrangements. Xiaojicha was in the midst of opening the bottle when she blinked in surprise. Do you want to go? Fu Tsiyu asked her. After a moment of thought, Xiaojicha shook her head. The lingering unease from the roller coaster had yet to fade, and she was not quite ready to face such high-altitude thrills again. Alright, Fu Tsiyu said, then let us just stroll. Xiaojicha found it peculiar how things had unfolded. Initially, Zhang Lili had invited her along for a casual outing, yet somehow, she found herself spending most of her time with Fu Tsiyu. Even now, they had completely separated from the other two, walking side by side. The early October weather still held a hint of warmth, and the amusement park was bustling with people, the path crowded. Xiaojicha squeezed her icy water bottle to cool down, stealing glances at Fu Tsiyu, who appeared composed. A strange feeling washed over her, as if they were on a date, silently suppressing the budding thought. She turned her head, fearing he might see through her mind. Fu Tsiyu noticed her movement and glanced in the direction she was facing, asking, "Do you want to try that?" Xiaojicha had not been paying attention to what was there. But upon focusing, she realized it was the log flume ride. Not overly thrilling, it still promised a refreshing experience. She readily agreed. They purchased raincoats at the entrance, and after queuing, they found themselves seated in the last row. The raincoats were randomly colored, and Xiaojicha ended up with a yellow one, which, as she carefully climbed over the puddles to sit in the ride, made her look like a cheerful little duck. Fu Tsiyu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Though the log flume had its moments of descent, the height was minimal, and as they splashed down, the water spray hit them head-on. Fortunately, being in the last row meant that the riders in front shielded them from most of the deluge. Xiaojicha recalled that she had put on makeup that day, and when the water came rushing towards them, she quickly ducked her head. In such a ride, the raincoat offered little protection against the water. But she hoped her makeup remained intact. Just as she contemplated this, Fu Tsiyu's hand suddenly grasped the back of her head, pushing her down again. Don't look up yet, little duck. In her crouched position. She resembled a little yellow duck even more, prompting Fu Tsiyu to call her by that endearing name again. Xiaojicha clearly noticed his choice of words but had no time to ponder it as another wave of water cascaded down before them. Once the ride concluded and the pressure on her neck eased, she slowly sat up and turned to Fu Tsiyu. He was soaked from head to toe, his raincoat hood having been dislodged in the chaos, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. Just as she was about to ask why he had called her little duck, the question faded away in her throat. He was in such a state, yet he didn't seem to mind. "Little duck, did you enjoy yourself?" Fu Tsiyu asked, droplets still clinging to his eyelashes, a playful glint in his eyes. Xiaojicha bit her lip and finally asked, "Why do you call me little duck?" Fu Tsiyu removed her raincoat's hood, yet he remained silent, tilting his chin in a teasing manner. Xiaojicha understood, her ears gradually warming. This person was truly incorrigible. Why did he enjoy giving people nicknames? As it is a water-based activity, the exit thoughtfully provided fans to dry clothes. The hem of Xiaojicha's dress was soaked, and her hair was damp as well. She let her hair down and turned to face the breeze. When she tilted her head, she happened to catch sight of Fu Xiyu not far away, lifting his own hem and wringing out the water. The loose t-shirt was gathered upward, revealing a glimpse of his slender, well-defined abs, accentuating his narrow yet powerful waist. A few droplets of water, twisted from the fabric, splashed onto the skin, trickling down the contours in a tantalizing manner. Xiaojicha felt as though her gaze had been scalded, wanting to retract it quickly, but was caught in the act by Fu Xiyu, who had raised his head. The girl's eyes were clear, revealing a vulnerability that made her embarrassment palpable, especially with her ears tinged a deep crimson. She appeared quite easy to tease. Fu Xiyu, with a playful glint in his eyes, pressed his tongue against his back teeth, a mischievous intent stirring within him. He casually averted his gaze, pretending not to notice her, and lowered his shirt hem. Believing she had gone unnoticed, Xiaojicha exhaled softly and lowered her head, diligently blowing at her dress as if trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Her phone vibrated, indicating a new message. She fumbled to illuminate the screen. Fu Xiyu, do you want to see more? Fu Xiyu, or perhaps, would you like to touch? Chapter 15, Never Been Kissed? Xiaojicha's pupils trembled. Touch what? The earlier scene involuntarily resurfaced in her mind. This was the first time she had witnessed such exquisite abs in reality. The 2 lines of text on her phone continued to provoke her gaze, and she found herself gripping the device, her palms inexplicably warm. The cool breeze from the fan rustled against her cheeks, slightly alleviating her fluster. After a moment, she fluttered her eyelashes, her emotions gradually settling. Perhaps Fu Xiyu often joked like this with others. It was merely a habit. Unconsciously biting her lip, Xiaojicha felt her fingers type cautiously. Xiaojicha, do you often let others touch? Fu Xiyu was taken aback that Xiaojicha actually responded to him. This girl was usually quiet, incapable of retorting even to a light-hearted jest, soft and timid like a little lamb. Yet at times, she could be surprisingly bold. He absurdly tugged at the corner of his mouth, lazily glancing in her direction before striding over. Xiaojicha awkwardly tucked her phone back into her bag. Pretending not to see him, Xiajicha. Fu Xiaoyu called her name. She murmured a soft reply. Don't misunderstand me. Xiajicha's shoulders trembled slightly as she looked up, only to be met with Fu Xiaoyu's eyes, which held a mix of exasperation and indulgence. Many people want to see, he continued in his languid tone, his elongated peach blossom eyes drooping slightly as he reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair. But I have never let them succeed. Xiajicha blinked, skeptical. With so many girlfriends and such skillful flirtation, how could he have never engaged in such intimate acts? Fu Xiaoyu did not elaborate on his preferences in public, merely chuckling and falling silent. By the time dinner approached, Jiang Lili finally deigned to contact them. After they reunited and finished dinner, dusk enveloped the sky with a fireworks display set to commence at 8 o'clock. Jiang Lili seized the moment to drag Xiajicha to a shop for snacks, instructing the two boys to secure a good spot. Since their dinner meeting, Jiang Lili had been radiant, her expression exuberant, clearly in high spirits. It seemed her relationship with Gao Yang was progressing splendidly. Xiajicha smiled faintly, feeling reassured. The shop was crowded at this hour. Jiang Lili selected a few of her favorite items when she suddenly received a message. She merely glanced at it, but upon reading, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She gently prodded Xiajicha, who was distractedly holding the shopping basket, and said, "I'll step out for a moment." "Wait for me." Xiajicha nodded. She continued picking out snacks, stepping into line. Just as she was about to pay, she received a message from Jiang Lili. "Jiang Lili, Gigi, something has come up. I might not make it. I'll have Fu Xiaoyu come to pick you up." "Jiang Lili, choose some more snacks you like. It's on me." Xiajicha furrowed her brows in confusion. What could have happened? Feeling uneasy, she messaged Jiang Lili to inquire, but the response was vague, only directing her to where Fu Xiaoyu awaited her. Xiajicha, half convinced, completed her purchase and followed the directions given. The amusement park was vast, with winding paths marked on the map. A night had fallen, and after navigating through the bustling streets outside the shop and rounding a corner, she found herself on a quieter path. This lane felt somewhat secluded, framed by dense trees, and the streetlights flickered on one by one, casting shadows that danced in the breeze. Jiang Lili mentioned that Fu Xiaoyu was waiting at the end of this route. Xiajicha walked slowly forward. Suddenly she heard rustling in the bushes not far ahead, accompanied by muffled female gasps. The sound seemed to emanate from deep within the woods, fragmented and unclear, yet, in an instant, Xiajicha recognized it was Jiang Lili's voice. Her heart raced, fearing something had happened to Jiang Lili. She tiptoed closer to the source of the sound. A narrow path through the bushes led deeper into the forest. Xiajicha carefully stepped aside from the underbrush and ventured a few steps inward. The sounds grew clearer as she approached, and she could discern a male voice mingling with the faint whispers. Hidden amidst the layers of foliage, she caught sight of two entwined figures in the dim light. Xiajicha stood frozen for a moment, unable to grasp the situation, when suddenly a firm grip seized her wrist. Instinctively she gasped, but her mouth was covered, and she was pulled behind a nearby thicket. "It's me." Fu Xiaoyu's voice resonated low in her ear. Instantly, Xiajicha's racing heart calmed. "Don't make a sound." Fu Xiaoyu whispered, releasing his hold. Xiajicha nodded obediently, carefully exhaling a breath. Only then did she process what was unfolding before her. They were kissing. The shadows swayed as the pair finally parted, their breaths gradually steadying. "You're so annoying." Xiajicha heard Jiang Lili's voice, thick with affection, as she playfully pouted. Following that came Gao Yang's tender reassurances. Xiajicha blinked. Still in shock, she knew Gao Yang and Jiang Lili shared a special bond, but until now, it had remained ambiguous. She had never imagined they had progressed to this stage. The pace was astonishing. Lost in thought, she watched as the two figures kissed once more. Through the gaps in the branches shielding her, she could vaguely see the passionate exchange intensifying, accompanied by soft, wet sounds of fearing discovery. Xiajicha instinctively shifted further into her hiding spot. For her, this scene was a bit too stimulating. The space in the woods was narrow, and as she inched in, she found herself pressed against Fu Xiaoyu. Their arms brushed against each other. Xiajicha's breath hitched, and in a moment of panic, she attempted to pull away. Suddenly, her waist was ensnared, drawing her closer. "Don't move. Gao Yang is watching." Fu Xiaoyu leaned down slightly, cautioning her. She had no intention of moving out. The hold around her waist remained firm, and Xiajicha realized she was almost leaning against Fu Xiaoyu, her heart racing uncontrollably. It was too close. Too dangerously close. The air was thick with the intimate sounds drifting from the couple behind them, while Fu Xiaoyu's youthful, crisp breaths brushed against her. Seemingly unaware of their intimate position, Fu Xiaoyu leaned in slightly, his breath calm yet languid against her ear. "We'll leave once they're gone." Her ears tingled, her legs growing weak. The shameful whimper at her lips threatened to escape, and all Xiajicha could do was respond with a tremulous whisper. Fu Xiaoyu seemed to finally notice the girl beside him was behaving unusually. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized her in the dim light. The next moment, he smiled playfully, lowering his voice, half-jokingly asking, "Never been kissed? Why are you so shy?" Just overhearing. Chapter 16. I really like it. His deliberately lowered voice carried a husky timbre, laced with a hint of rebellious desire. Hidden in the night, it felt like a jest, yet also an invitation. Xiajicha bit her lip tightly, nodding. Fu Xiaoyu was surprised. "You've really never been kissed?" Xiajicha continued to nod. Not even dated? Xiaojicha's throat felt dry, and she replied with a low hum. He spoke of kissing and dating with such ease, surely he was quite experienced. The thought of Fu Xiaoyu kissing someone else was unsettling. And Xiaojicha felt a pang of discomfort. After a while, the sounds from Jiang Lili and Gao Yuyang subsided, and the two emerged from the thicket hand in hand. Only after they had walked far did Xiaojicha push herself up from the ground. Brushing off the grass, her legs felt a bit numb, and she bent to massage them. Fu Xiaoyu leaned against a nearby tree, relaxing his shoulders with a chuckle. There were too many people at the fireworks, and I worried you wouldn't find your way, so I thought I'd come to get you. But Dottie clicked his tongue lightly, devoid of anger, his tone nonchalant. Those two seem rather infatuated. Xiaojicha listened to him speak while glancing at the messages from Jiang Lili on her phone. Jiang Lili, have you all arrived at the fireworks show yet? Jiang Lili, I'm coming over to find you now. Not yet. Moreover, just now, I caught a glimpse of your affectionate moments. As she stepped out of the small grove, a sense of guilt washed over her as she replied, I was held up by something earlier. I'll be there shortly. Behind her, Fu Xiaoyu called out to her, Xiaojicha. Xiaojicha turned around with a soft exclamation, seeing Fu Xiaoyu holding out a bag of snacks to her. As she had forgotten them, realizing her earlier fluster, she accepted it, saying, thank you. Fu Xiaoyu tilted his chin slightly, indicating for her to move along. Xiaojicha nodded and took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, she recalled something, turning back to look at Fu Xiaoyu, who was walking behind her, her pace faltering as she stepped in front of him. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his gaze, looking at her with a hint of confusion. In the next moment, Xiaojicha extended her hand. Palm open, the small girl's palm was delicate and pale, cradling an exquisitely packaged small box, seemingly meant for a piece of jewelry. She appeared quite nervous, swallowing hard, her tone soft and hesitant. This is for you. After a moment's hesitation, she added, it's a token of gratitude for the dress from last time. The box even bore the logo of the amusement park. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Xiaoyu's eyes before he comprehended, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. So you went to buy this at the souvenir shop earlier? No wonder you lingered around the accessories. Xiaojicha nodded, her lips pressed together. Alright. Fu Xiaoyu chuckled lightly as he accepted the gift, promptly unwrapping it. Inside the small box lay 2 ear studs, crafted from metal with a cool tone, complementing his necklace perfectly for the day. Fu Xiaoyu's gaze lazily roamed as he was about to casually comment on her good taste, but his eyes inadvertently fell upon Xiaojicha. The young girl was looking up at him, her soft, clear doe eyes filled with both anticipation and anxiety, as if awaiting his reaction. Those eyes sparkled, a hint of vibrant light flickering in their depths, reminiscent of fireworks bursting forth. They locked eyes for a moment, and for some reason, Fu Xiaoyu found himself momentarily stunned, a stirring in his heart. Thank you. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly, tucking the gift box into his bag. I really like it. After the fireworks show concluded, the amusement park began to clear out. Fu Xiaoyu did not return to school with them via the subway but instead took a taxi back to his apartment located in the eastern part of the city. The apartment was quite close to the amusement park, merely a few kilometers away. Upon reaching the top floor, he entered the code to unlock the door and was greeted by a brightly lit living room. He wasn't surprised, merely raising an eyebrow slightly as he ascended to the upper level. The rooftop was adorned in a flamboyant manner, where a buzzcut young man lounged half-reclined on a sunken sofa, exuding a carefree demeanor, seemingly boneless as he slouched on the couch. Hearing the footsteps, he did not sit up but casually waved his hand at Fu Xiaoyu, exhibiting a familiar ease. This person was Zhao Ziyi, the younger son of the Zhao family, a family of close ties with the Fu family. While lacking in other talents, he had mastered the art of indulgence in food, drink, gambling, and smoking. The old man has kicked me out again tonight. I am just here to seek refuge. Zhao Ziyi shook a nearby beer bottle, stating, I'll just crash here. Fu Xiaoyu was accustomed to such antics from him, casually responding with a sound as he found a spot to sit. Zhao Ziyi shot him a glance, sitting up. Aren't you going to ask what I'm up to? Fu Xiaoyu, uninterested, did not even lift his eyelids. Isn't at the same old trifles? This time, it's genuinely not. Zhao Ziyi chuckled twice. I've irritated your stepmother, and the old man wants me to apologize to her. Fu Xiaoyu finally granted him a glance, curious. What did you do to provoke her? Couldn't stand her, Zhao Ziyi answered without a hint of guilt, grinning. I accompanied the old man to your home for tea, and saw her posing like an old hag. Her daughteress learned from her too. At such a young age, she dares to rub her foot against my leg. I couldn't help but retort a bit. Fu Xiaoyu lifted his chin, leaning back slightly, as if he had anticipated this. Honestly, I admire your ability to endure their antics for so many years, Zhao Ziyi said, exasperated, waving his hand. Your dad too. You're clearly the beloved son, yet he sent you off to Yuncheng before and now stirs up trouble so that you can't even return home. Isn't he worried about leaving such a vast estate without an heir? He is not worried at all. Fu Xiaoyu closed his eyes, amused yet somewhat fatigued. He is afraid I'll usurp his power. Moreover, he spoke in a tone that suggested it was none of his business. That woman just got pregnant, and if I return, I'll undoubtedly be slandered. Zhao Ziyi fell silent for a moment. I wondered why you didn't go back during the National Day holiday, but how could you endure such torment? Suddenly realizing something, he asked in surprise, your old man wouldn't want to leave everything to the child in that old hag's belly? Would he? Fu Xiaoyu did not respond, as if he were tacitly agreeing. Then what will you do? Zhao Ziyi exclaimed, sitting upright. Doesn't that mean you? His words were abruptly cut off by Fu Xiaoyu's cold laugh. He tugged at the corner of his lips, his brows furrowed with a hint of ominous intensity. If he genuinely wishes to seize it, he must be prepared for the consequences. His tone remained unchanged. It carried an unmistakable arrogance as Zhao Ziyi was momentarily speechless before bursting into relieved laughter. Indeed, he had known how terrifying Fu Xiaoyu was since childhood. Let us not dwell on such distressing matters. Zhao Ziyi waved his hand and opened a bottle of beer for Fu Xiaoyu. Did you go to that amusement park today? Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. How did you know? From your forum, Zhao Ziyi casually replied. Did you get a new girlfriend? Just before you arrived, I saw someone post a photo of you on a date with a girl. Fu Xiaoyu's grip on the beer glass faltered, his expression tightening. What photo? Zhao Ziyi lowered his head to open the forum, pulling up that post. Take a look for yourself. On the screen was a dimly lit photo capturing him and Xia Zhiqiao walking together towards the fireworks show. Taken surreptitiously. Two silhouettes, one tall and one short, without revealing their faces. Who is this girl? Is she the new campus belle they've been discussing? Zhao Ziyi was not from Jing University, so he was mostly oblivious to the forum's gossip. Muttering under his breath that the photo turned out quite fitting. Fu Xiaoyu, however, hadn't anticipated being caught on camera while out, feeling somewhat annoyed as he rubbed his temples, contemplating, have Zhao Qi delete this post. Zhao Qi was a distant relative of Zhao Ziyi, the administrator of the Jing University Forum, which was why Zhao Ziyi had access to it. Zhao Ziyi was momentarily bewildered. Huh? After a moment, as if finally comprehending, his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, starting to care about your image, old Fu. He had previously been indifferent to the rumors and gossip about him on the forum. Why was he suddenly concerned about his reputation? Fu Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to banter with him, his tone flat. That girl is shy. Zhao Ziyi was even more astonished at this reason. Almost incredulous. Just for that girl, just for the sake of a girl's feelings, you'd go through the trouble of deleting a photo that barely shows her face? When did you? Fu Xiaoyu become so attentive to a girl? Zhao Ziyi's pupils trembled with surprise, his emotions turning complex. Old Fu, you've never shown this much consideration for any of your ex-girlfriends. Fu Xiaoyu shot him a glance, seemingly realizing something, pausing slightly. Then he lazily curled his lips. Don't say nonsense, that girl is too innocent, she doesn't have any ulterior motives, really. Oh, Zhao Ziyi leaned closer. A mischievous glint in his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of the ear studs glimmering coolly on Fu Xiaoyu's ears, exclaiming in surprise. When did you start wearing ear studs again? Didn't you say you were tired of them and wouldn't wear them anymore? Fu Xiaoyu casually pushed Zhao Ziyi's forehead away, dismissing his lewd expression, suddenly feeling like wearing them again. The image of the girl handing him the gift flashed in his mind. Eye in the night, her clear black eyes were pure to the extreme, almost impossible to refuse. She was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Blushing at the mere thought of a kiss, just a little teasing would make him feel slightly guilty. As his thoughts returned to the present, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Releasing his hand, he let Zhao Ziyi, who was wailing nearby, go, and took out his phone. Opening the forum, the post had not yet been deleted, but fortunately there were few responses at the moment, causing it to fall to the later pages. Clicking on the title, the image of the two of them walking side by side came into view. It did indeed appear somewhat harmonious. Fu Xiaoyu's gaze lingered on it for a moment. Almost as if by impulse, he long pressed the image and saved it to his album. Chapter 17. The coat draped over her head. After the National Day holiday, the schedule for elective courses was released. While checking the course list, Xia Zhiqiao and her friends were in class. Jiang Lili opened the page, and after a while, she slumped over the desk, quietly lamenting, "No way out, we already have 3 early classes on Monday this semester. How can the elective course take up the remaining 2 early classes? 2 early classes, the nightmare of university students, and it's for 5 consecutive days. What's the difference from high school?" Xia Zhiqiao gently patted her back, struggling to find any comforting words. She could only whisper, "I'll help you set an alarm, and I'll wake you up when the time comes to thank you, but that only deepens my sorrow." Jiang Lili clutched her heart, her face a mask of grief and indignation. After all the painstaking selection, she had chosen a relatively easy course. Who could have anticipated that the scheduling would be so bizarre? As she spoke, she noticed that Xia Zhiqiao's phone screen was still loading the class schedule. Leaning in, she asked, "What about you? How's your schedule looking?" Xia Zhiqiao showed her own. "Yours is even worse than mine." Upon reading the words on the screen, Jiang Lili's eyes brightened with a touch of consolation. When Xia Zhiqiao had initially attempted to select her elective course, there had been a power outage at home, preventing her from accessing the school's course selection page. By the time she finally managed to log in, there were only a few classes left to choose from. She had no choice but to select a course offered at a different campus. The two campuses of Peking University were quite distant, requiring a half-hour commute, with 2 consecutive classes scheduled on 2 consecutive days in the morning. It meant she would have to rise early for 2 days in a row to attend classes at the other campus. Are you sure you can manage? Zhang Lili expressed her concern. Why not find someone to swap classes with? Xiajicha shook her head. It's fine, I doubt anyone would want to switch with me. Alright then, Zhang Lili pondered for a moment and suggested, you might as well ask around, see if anyone shares your class. At least you'd have someone to rely on. Xiajicha considered this advice and thought it quite reasonable. She then took a screenshot of her schedule and posted it on her social media. Are there any friends taking Professor Yang Ji's class? She didn't harbor much hope, planning to delete the post if no one replied after a day. Zhang Lili had already laid her head on the table, venting her frustrations about Gao Yuyang. After a while, as if soothed, she broke into a silly grin. Xiajicha, with a resigned smile, averted her gaze. That day, after returning from the amusement park, Zhang Lili had confided in her about her relationship with Gao Yuyang. Since then, the two had been inseparable, frequently going out on dates, whenever Zhang Lili smiled at her phone. Xiajicha knew she was undoubtedly chatting with Gao Yuyang. It was as if she was enveloped in a bubble of romance. The sweethearts in the throes of love. Xiajicha propped her head up. Half listening to the lecture, this class was relatively easy, with the teacher merely reading from the PowerPoint slides, almost hypnotic in nature. Fortunately, during her high school years, Xiajicha had cultivated a habit of focus, making it difficult for her to doze off, so the class was not too arduous. Her phone screen, which she had turned off, lit up, indicating a new message. Futsuyu, I'm also enrolled in that class. Shall we go together? Xiajicha's gaze flickered. Futsuyu is in the same class as her. Before she could respond, another message arrived. Futsuyu, shall we grab lunch together after class, just the two of them? Together for a meal. The first elective class would be on Monday. They would meet again on the first day of the following week. Xiajicha stared at the message for a long time, slowly inhaling deeply before replying sure. On Sunday, Xiajicha received a notification that another tutoring session had been approved. The family was very satisfied and promptly scheduled weekly lessons for her to begin in the evening. The eastern part of the city was renowned for its affluent neighborhoods, with several villa complexes resembling a labyrinth. This was Xiajicha's second visit. Her previous memories were somewhat hazy, necessitating her to ask the security guard for directions. After the National Day holiday, the autumn weather in the capital seemed to have hit the fast-forward button, growing cooler by the day. The daytime weather was still relatively pleasant, but by afternoon, the skies darkened, and the wind began to pick up. Xiajicha had a part-time job during the day and had no time to return to her dorm to change. She was wearing thin clothing, and as the wind blew, she felt a chill envelop her. She bent over and stamped her feet. The security guard detailed the exact address of the household she was to visit. After thanking him, she was about to enter when a voice called out from behind Xiajicha. Turning instinctively, she saw Futsuyu standing not far behind her, hands tucked in his pockets, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiajicha was equally taken aback to see him there and greeted him. What a coincidence. The guard seemed to know Futsuyu well and greeted him warmly. Futsuyu turned to acknowledge him and then looked back at Xiajicha, asking, what brings you here? Xiajicha replied honestly, I'm here for a class. He inquired back, and you blow? Futsuyu tilted his chin slightly, indicating, I have a place here. Xiajicha fell silent for a moment, nodding to show she understood. A gust of wind swept by, and she suddenly felt a drop of water on her cheek. It was starting to rain. Looking up, she saw the thick clouds, clearly indicating that this rain would not be light. Indeed, the next moment, the rain intensified, droplets falling in rapid succession, prompting Xiajicha to instinctively seek shelter under the security booth. Suddenly, another person joined her. Futsuyu stepped in beside her. The rain cascaded from the eaves, quickly forming a curtain of water. It seems the rain just decided to pour. Came the security guards grumbling. Unfortunately, someone had borrowed all the umbrellas, and no one was returning them. Xiajicha had initially intended to borrow an umbrella from the guard, but that thought was now dismissed. She glanced down at her phone, checking the time. There were still 10 minutes until the scheduled class. It appeared that the rain showed no signs of letting up. Not wanting to trouble anyone, she resolved to dash over in the rain if necessary. Sensing the girl beside him was unusually quiet, Futsuyu glanced down and noticed the anxiousness in her beautiful eyes. Today, she wore loose denim overalls, her slender legs exposed outside the shorts, and the wind-driven raindrops made her appear somewhat pitiful. As she gazed at the curtain of rain, it seemed she had made a decision, unconsciously biting her lip. It appeared she had a penchant for biting her lips. Futsuyu felt a shift in his thoughts and casually asked, where are you headed? Xiajicha pointed in that direction, naming the place. Futsuyu leaned against the wall, straightening his posture, and casually said, since it's on the way, shall we go together? Xiajicha opened her mouth to protest, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. Before she could finish, a shadow of some weight loomed over her head. Futsuyu had draped his jacket over her. His jacket was a sturdy windbreaker, radiating warmth and offering a faint comfort. Let us go, I'll escort you a bit. He was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt underneath, casually stepping forward into the rain. Xiajicha was taken aback by his directness. Her words of refusal caught in her throat as she stood in stunned silence for a moment. Watching his retreating figure grow distant, she bit her lip tighter, her steps hastening as she followed him out. Futsuyu was tall and long-legged, running swiftly, but to accommodate her, he deliberately slowed his pace. Seeing this, Sajicha quickened her pace to keep up with him. The wind and rain battered against them, soaking her cheeks and legs, her hair sticking to her face. Sajicha struggled to keep her eyes open. Yet she remained focused on his figure, blurred by the rain but still exuding confidence. Her heartbeat and breath quickened in a frenzy, as if she had plunged into a wild hallucination. Futsuyu's windbreaker was exceptionally large, covering her from head to thigh, providing more security than a raincoat. Instinctively she wrapped herself in it, feeling warm amidst the downpour. As if enveloped by his body heat, they sprinted to shelter under the eaves of the house they were headed to, where Sajicha halted, slightly out of breath. Futsuyu was already waiting there for her. After their dash, he was nearly drenched from the relentless rain, droplets streaming down his face, which he casually wiped away with a hand, tousling his damp hair even more. He looked even more disheveled than after their previous rafting adventure, yet his stature remained tall and unyielding. Sajicha took off the jacket and returned it to him, feeling a bit guilty as she said, "Thank you." He had helped her once again. Futsuyu, with his clothes sticking to his skin, decided against putting the jacket back on, instead draping it over his shoulder, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine, I'm just a few steps away from home anyway, your class is more important." Noting the lingering concern on Sajicha's face, he nodded, "You go in first, I'll wait to see you enter before I leave." Sajicha, as if awakening from a dream, nodded and rang the doorbell. Immediately, the voice of the homeowner echoed from within, coming right up. As the footsteps approached, Futsuyu took a step back, seemingly to leave. But then he paused, his thin lips parting slightly, calling out softly, "Sajicha." Sajicha blinked, turning her head to look up at him. They stood merely a step apart, Futsuyu's broad shoulders slightly leaning towards her, as if he could envelop her completely without imposing any pressure. The sound of rain drumming softly on the steps behind them filled the air. Moments later, a lazy smile crept onto his lips, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, half smiling. "See you tomorrow." Chapter 18. He sent her a hotel location. The following Monday, Sajicha rose early, preparing to catch the shuttle from one campus to the other. Jiang Lili, like her, had to wake up early, even earlier than Sajicha. When Sajicha got up, she found Jiang Lili sighing dramatically as she applied her makeup. Jiang Lili was the complete opposite of Sajicha, who went makeup-free daily. She felt she would perish if she stepped out without a full face of makeup. Hearing Sajicha stir, she turned back with a look of shared misery. Sajicha tilted her head and made a gesture of encouragement. "Why do you seem so cheerful about going to class?" Jiang Lili, while applying lipstick, groaned sleepily. "I feel like I could fall asleep the moment I close my eyes. If you didn't wear makeup, you could sleep a bit longer," Sajicha replied. "That won't do." Jiang Lili tidied her hair, stifling a yawn as she rose to open the door. She couldn't help but envy scholars like you, so vibrant and full of energy during class. Sajicha smiled faintly, her lips pressed together. The other campus was a new one, and she had yet to visit it. While searching for her classroom, she took a few wrong turns and casually bought herself breakfast. As she walked along the tree-lined path, she lowered her head but could not resist sending a message to Futsuyu. "Sajicha, when will you arrive at the classroom?" After waiting for a while, there was still no response from Futsuyu. It was still early, he must be on his way, she thought. She put her phone down, deciding to head to the classroom to secure a seat. The teaching building here was 2 stories taller than the one at the other campus, and their classroom happened to be on the top floor, making the ascent a bit strenuous. At this hour, the hallway was relatively empty. As she ascended the stairs, she instinctively looked up, only to suddenly catch sight of a figure descending. When she recognized the person's face, her pupils constricted, and she quickly turned to find a place to hide. To her dismay, the other person spotted her first, bounding down the stairs in a few swift steps, calling out Sajicha, realizing that there was no way to escape. Sajicha took a deep breath and turned around. The individual was a slightly chubby, tall boy dressed in a trendy manner, adorned head to toe in designer brands. His hair was styled in loose curls, and his eyes squinted slightly, exuding a somewhat disreputable aura. Especially as he scrutinized her, his gaze was filled with an unsettling malice. "Lumingjer," Sajicha politely called out his name, her hands clasped behind her back, turning pale from the grip. Why not call him senior anymore? Just last year, she had addressed him so warmly, with a tone laden with obvious mockery. Lumingjer stepped closer, saying, "Are you trying to avoid me?" "I'm a bit hurt," he feigned a dramatic sigh, adding, "I told you I wouldn't trouble you over that incident. Why don't you believe me?" The Sajicha lowered her eyes, pressing her lips tightly together, and let out a cold laugh. Inwardly, she could never trust him. The animosity between them was too profound to overlook. When she had just begun her freshman year, Lumingjer, as a direct senior, had interacted with her, and they maintained a relationship that was neither too close nor too distant. Back then, Lumingjer had played the part of a charming and humorous senior quite well. Until one fateful night, when Sajicha returned to her dormitory from the library late at night and passed by a corner of the wall, she witnessed Lumingjer forcing a girl against her will. The sounds of slapping and the girl's pained groans rang clearly in her ears, revealing Lu Mingzhi's violent tendencies. A chill ran down her spine, and she immediately called the campus security. To her dismay, before she could even place the call, Lu Mingzhi had noticed her. Fortuitously, she managed to confront him, allowing the girl to escape before the security could arrive. Lu Mingzhi, perhaps feeling a bit apprehensive, refrained from retaliating and left with a scowl. Later, due to the perpetual malfunctioning of the surveillance cameras in that area, she couldn't recall the girl's face, and since the girl never came forward, the lack of evidence led to the matter being swept under the rug. However, from that point on, Xia Jicha became the target. Lu Mingzhi adopted the guise of a suitor, lurking around her and declaring his affections with great fanfare within their department. Everyone believed he was genuinely pursuing her. But only Xia Jicha knew that his intentions were purely vengeful. The consequences of his success would be unimaginable. During that time, she dared not commute alone, fearing the dark would compel her to stay inside her dormitory. Remaining inseparable from Jiang Lili for a sense of security, it wasn't until the latter half of her junior year when he moved to the new campus that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually emerging from the shadows, little did she expect that upon her first visit to the new campus she would encounter him. Noticing Xia Jicha's apprehensive vigilance as she refused to respond, Lu Mingzhi's smile grew increasingly sinister. "You come here for class every week." Xia Jicha's voice turned frosty. "That is none of your business, how is it not? I am, after all, your suitor, right?" As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to grab her hair. Xia Jicha furrowed her brows tightly, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, mentally calculating the likelihood of him catching up to her if she bolted down the stairs just as she made her decision. The bell signaling the end of the previous class rang. A throng of students poured out from the nearby classroom, with the crowd bustling about. Lu Mingzhi's eyes glimmered with regret as he chuckled. "Well, I suppose there's no chance for us to chat this time. Until next time." A chill crept down Xia Jicha's spine, and she dared not meet his repulsive gaze any longer. She turned and swiftly navigated through the crowd, descending the stairs. Eager to escape that floor upon entering the classroom, which was still sparsely populated, Xia Jicha instinctively took a seat in the front row. She opened her phone and noticed that her message to Fu Ziyu had yet to receive a reply. As the first class commenced, there was still no sign of a response from him. Unfortunately, attendance was not taken for this class. During the break, Xia Jicha glanced around the classroom but still could not spot Fu Ziyu. Had he not come? Her gaze flickered, and unease crept into her heart. The bell rang again, and after one class passed, Fu Ziyu still had not replied or shown up. After class, students began to leave in droves. Xia Jicha hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to send Fu Ziyu a voice message. He was not the type to be unreliable. The ringing tone echoed in her ears for quite some time before he finally answered. "Hello." The male voice on the other end sounded oddly hoarse. Xia Jicha tensed slightly. "It's me." After a moment of silence, he hung up. Xia Jicha lowered her phone, blinking in confusion at the screen. And the next second, he finally responded. "Fu Ziyu, sorry, I have a fever and just woke up." "Fu Ziyu, I probably won't be able to meet for lunch today." A fever. Xia Jicha felt a heaviness in her heart. She recalled the scene from yesterday in the rain. Was it because he had gotten drenched yesterday that he had fallen ill? If only he hadn't lent her his coat. A wave of guilt surged within her, causing her fingers to type sluggishly. "Xia Jicha, are you going to the hospital now?" "Fu Ziyu, no need, just a good sleep will suffice." "Xia Jicha, do you have any medicine with you?" "Fu Ziyu, no, not in my dorm." The feeling of guilt deepened within her. He must be feeling terrible right now. Without even any medicine, this predicament was her doing, and if she didn't do something... She couldn't shake the feeling of unease, remembering that there was a pharmacy just outside the school. Xia Jicha typed, "Where are you now? I'll bring you some medicine." Fearing that Fu Ziyu might refuse, she fibbed, "I was just at the pharmacy and have already bought the medicine." The other party paused in their typing, and after a while, sent her a location for a hotel. Chapter 19, Listening to Your Words. The address Fu Ziyu provided was for the Jingqing Tanji Hotel, a well-established 5-star hotel in the capital. When Xia Jicha entered the lobby with the medicine in hand, the front desk attendant approached her, handing over a room card and informing her that Fu Ziyu was in the suite on the top floor. "Mr. Fu is resting. Please do not knock but enter directly," the attendant said. As per Fu Ziyu's instructions, Xia Jicha accepted the room card, thanked the attendant, and made her way upstairs. The floor indicator showed 68, and the door opened. This floor contained only 2 rooms. Xia Jicha paused at the door corresponding to the room number, instinctively raising her hand to knock before recalling the front desk's advice and using the room card to unlock the door. This was Xia Jicha's first realization of how spacious a hotel suite could be. The living room resembled a maze, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the entire city. The room was dimly lit, devoid of any artificial light, creating a heavy silence that felt almost sacred. Xia Jicha dared not disturb such tranquility as she quietly traversed the living room and pushed open the door to the bedroom. The bedroom door was not securely shut, and with a gentle push, it swung wide open. Xia Jicha stood at the threshold, gazing into the room. The curtains in the bedroom were drawn tightly, with no lights turned on. It was nearly impossible to discern that it was already daytime outside, casting an atmosphere as dark as night. A figure lay wrapped in a blanket on the bed, turned away from her as he slept. Xiajicha found herself unconsciously softening her breath, her feet gliding silently over the plush carpet as she approached him. She dared not speak, carefully crouching down to catch a glimpse of him with a hint of selfish curiosity. Fu Ziyu was still asleep, half of his face buried in the blanket, revealing only a pair of tightly shut peach blossom eyes. The lack of light in the room rendered his features shadowy, while the faint glimmer of outside light illuminated his face just enough to reveal his delicate features. When he closed those peach blossom eyes, the usual sharpness and aggressiveness seemed to fade, revealing long lashes that cast soft shadows on his lower eyelids, imparting a sense of tranquil gentleness. His brows were slightly furrowed with weariness, further highlighting his frailty. Was he still suffering from the fever? Xiajicha's heart ached with concern, recalling that she had forgotten to buy a thermometer. Hesitating for a moment, she tentatively reached out, intending to place her fingertips on his forehead. In the next instant, before she could react, her wrist was suddenly seized by a warm hand. The palm felt feverishly hot against her skin, causing Xiajicha to flinch, her shoulders tensing as her heartbeat momentarily halted. Fu Ziyu opened his eyes, his drowsy peach blossom eyes gazing darkly at her. After a moment of focus, he recognized her and seemed to relax, releasing his grip, perhaps still in a state of groggy awakening. Fu Ziyu gently closed his eyes again, his voice low and hoarse as he confirmed, Xiajicha. Xiajicha softly replied with an What were you about to do just now? The sensation of being caught in the act surged over Xiajicha, causing her fingers to tighten. She feigned calmness as she responded, I wanted to see if you still had a fever. Fu Ziyu lay with his eyes closed, responding with a faint syllable, his voice low and tinged with a hint of weakness. Then you might as well try. Despite receiving his acquiescence, Xiajicha could not quell her anxiety. She reached out, feeling as though she were about to touch a fragile porcelain piece, her fingertips brushing against the forehead of the person before her. Instantly, a searing warmth radiated from her fingertips. Xiajicha's heart sank. She was aware that Fu Ziyu had a fever, but she had not anticipated its severity. The fleeting, tender thoughts that had lingered in her mind evaporated in an instant. She withdrew her hand, anxiously rummaging through the plastic bag she had brought for fever-reducing medication. With such a high fever, not taking medicine and simply enduring it would undoubtedly lead to complications. She set the medicine aside and went in search of water. Fortunately, the suite was equipped with a hot water dispenser, allowing her to fill a cup with hot water. As she returned to the bedside, she found Fu Ziyu had already turned on the bedside lamp, filling the room with a warm yellow glow. Upon seeing her approach, his brows were slightly furrowed in discomfort as he slowly propped himself up. The disheveled strands of black hair hung untidily over his forehead, and the soft, white blanket slipped down with his movement, revealing his bare upper body, his well-defined physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, exuded a sense of strength without being exaggerated. It was far more visually striking than the last time she had seen only half of his abs. How could he sleep without wearing a shirt? Xiajicha nearly lost her grip on the cup, her gaze momentarily unsure of where to land. Fu Ziyu remained oblivious, lowering his head with one hand supporting his forehead, attempting to alleviate the dizziness of sitting up. Xiajicha's throat felt dry, and after swallowing hard, she averted her eyes, placing the cup on the table, leaving behind a hasty, I'll step out for a moment, before swiftly exiting the door, hearing the bedroom door slam shut. Fu Ziyu, with drooping eyelids, stirred in confusion before realizing he was not wearing a shirt. After a brief pause, the corners of his lips curled into a slow smile, his expression as casual as ever as he pulled on a nearby shirt. As if amused by the situation, Xiajicha sat in the living room for a while, noticing Fu Ziyu emerge from the room with a cup of hot water, his complexion still bearing a pallid hue. His clothes were slightly wrinkled, imparting a sense of lazy domesticity to his demeanor. Aren't you going to rest a bit longer? Xiajicha recalled the alarming temperature of his skin and couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm awake now. It's not so uncomfortable, Fu Ziyu replied, sitting beside her, his long legs folded as he leaned to grab the room service menu from the coffee table. I'm a bit hungry. What do you want to eat? Xiajicha, lacking an appetite at that moment, simply said, You can order. Alright. Fu Ziyu perused the menu on his phone for a while. Xiajicha turned her head and noticed that he was still wearing the pair of earrings she had gifted him. As he slightly tilted his head, the silver earrings caught the light, reflecting a cool shimmer. Xiajicha had never seen a man wear earrings so appealingly devoid of any effeminate or flamboyant air. Paired with his slightly drooping eyelids and indifferent brows, he exuded an air of casual aloofness. That kind of nonchalance was undeniably attractive. Every time she looked at him, her heart involuntarily fluttered anew. After placing their order, Fu Ziyu leaned back, likely feeling the effects of the fever-reducing medication kick in. He relaxed his body, beginning to feel somewhat drowsy, engaging in light conversation with Xiajicha. Did you not have class today? No, that's good. He glanced at her. Do you have something you wish to say? Xiajicha hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the question that had been weighing on her heart. Did you not go home yesterday? Why are you back at the hotel? Fu Ziyu replied casually, I was dragged out for drinks again last night and didn't feel like going back, so I just stayed at a nearby hotel. Xiaojicha let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Futsiyu's gaze shifted slightly, the corners of his lips lifting ever so slightly. What, did you think I was out gallivanting with women all night and ended up with a fever? The pack of cigarettes from yesterday lay on the coffee table. He reached for it, his hoarse voice carrying a teasing tone. If you really thought that, you'd be heartless. That's not it. Xiaojicha struggled to find the right moment to interject. Her head bowed slightly. I know it's because you gave me your coat and got caught in the rain. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Futsiyu's teasing tone softened. I was just joking. I know you didn't think that. He said, retrieving his cigarette from the pack, preparing to light it. This was the first time Xiaojicha had seen him smoke. His thin lips pressed together as he fumbled for a lighter in his pocket, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, exuding a cool, detached allure. She silently wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before reaching out to tug at Futsiyu's sleeve. You have a fever, you shouldn't smoke. Futsiyu paused, looking at her. Xiaojicha opened her mouth, suddenly recalling what Jiang Lily had mentioned earlier. Futsiyu was inherently rebellious and carefree, detesting being controlled by others. She felt as though she had overstepped. Xiaojicha dared not meet his gaze, fearing to see displeasure etched on his features. Biting her tongue, her heart sank slowly to the depths of despair. Would he come to despise her because of this? Clearing her throat, she was about to quietly apologize when she noticed Futsiyu's brows lift in a playful smile as he broke the unlit cigarette in half and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Alright, his beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, his dark gaze fixed on her, the words tinged with a hint of amusement. I'll heed your advice. Chapter 20, let me hold you for a moment. The restaurant's delivery was swift. Approximately 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the suite door. The butler entered, pushing a meal cart. Only then did Xiaojicha notice that Futsiyu had ordered a bowl of noodles for himself and another for her. 2 bowls of light, steaming noodles were placed on the small dining table, sitting across from each other. Futsiyu casually played with the noodles in his bowl, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Well, this counts as a meal together. I didn't break my promise. Xiaojicha lowered her head, earnestly eating the noodles. Hotel dining generally does not offer anything spectacular. This bowl was merely standard chicken noodle soup. Even with a somewhat overpowering ginger taste, she took small bites, not making a sound. The young girl ate with such seriousness that she resembled a quiet rabbit. Futsiyu, still feeling the effects of the fever, had little appetite and propped his head on his hand, observing Xiaojicha as she ate. Suddenly his complexion paled. The chopsticks clattered onto the table. Hearing the sound, Xiaojicha looked up to see Futsiyu abruptly hunched over, one arm resting on the table. As he lowered his head, her movements faltered, and she quickly walked to his side. What's wrong? Futsiyu placed a hand over his abdomen, his eyelashes casting a small shadow, and groaned softly, his voice low and strained. I probably drank too much yesterday, my stomach is acting up, just give me a moment. Another fever, coupled with stomach issues. Xiaojicha's heart tightened once more. Without overthinking, her voice grew urgent. We should go to the hospital right now. It's nothing. Futsiyu dismissed her, pushing her hand aside as she tried to help him up. His tone was slightly amused. I'm used to it, just give it a moment, I won't die from it. After saying this, he let out another low groan, his voice hoarse. Xiaojicha choked on her words, resolutely insisting on helping him. No way. You can't just put it off like this, we have to go to the hospital. Her tone, unusually intense, caught Futsiyu off guard as he intended to feign indifference but found her eyes slightly reddened. Xiaojicha's eyes reflected a stubbornness that would not relent until her goal was achieved, her eyelashes quivering, yet she remained unyielding. Her tear-brimmed eyes made her look even more like a rabbit. Suppressing the inappropriate thoughts that arose in his mind, Futsiyu fought against the urge to smile and reluctantly acquiesced. Alright. At the hospital, the diagnosis revealed a high fever accompanied by acute gastritis. Not severe enough to require hospitalization, but necessitating in 4-drip.I in the infusion room, which was sparsely populated. Xiaojicha sat beside Futsiyu, keeping an eye on the 4-drip. Futsiyu reclined against the back of his chair, his long legs lazily crossed, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Even in such a relaxed state, his posture remained upright. Despite the lingering signs of illness on his brow, he exuded an innate air of nobility. A nearby elementary student was diligently working on their homework. Apart from them, the spacious room was devoid of others, quiet and serene. Only the soft sound of pencil scratching against paper filled the air. In such an environment, one couldn't help but feel a sense of relaxation. With the day's events feeling somewhat chaotic, Xiaojicha finally found a moment to catch her breath, only to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over her. This was not the time to be sleepy, Xiaojicha reminded herself internally, striving to maintain her alertness, yet the surrounding atmosphere was too comforting, and her body gradually succumbed to fatigue. When Futsiyu opened his eyes, he found the girl beside him with her eyes half closed, her head bobbing slightly forward, clearly exhausted. She still attempted to appear strong. Amused by her stubbornness, Futsiyu turned his head to watch her. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Xiaojicha briefly opened her eyes, but she did not seem fully awake. Instinctively she looked up at the 4 bag. Seeing that there was still time left, she slowly closed her eyes again. Moistening her dry lips, her small, fair face appeared astonishingly tranquil. Futsiyu felt a pang of reluctance to wake her. Time passed, and eventually, the notification sound from Futsiyu's phone broke the silence, startling Xiaojicha awake. The elementary student had long since finished their infusion and left, leaving just the two of them in the room. Realizing she had dozed off, Xiaxicha's heart raced, her immediate reaction to look at the 4 bag. Just enough remained. At least she and T missed it. She felt a sense of relief as she stood up to call the nurse. The phone beside them continued to ring, echoing in the vast emptiness of the room. Xiaxicha turned her head and realized that Fu Xiaoyu's expression was rather somber at that moment. He showed no inclination to answer the call, his gaze cold and indifferent as he stared at the unmarked number on the screen. An icy aura surrounded him, one that could freeze the blood in one's veins. Noticing her glance, he picked up the phone and, with a furrowed brow, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "You should go call the nurse." Xiaxicha responded softly, vaguely understanding that he wished for her to step away, and immediately walked out. After summoning a nurse at the station, she returned to the infusion room. Just as she was about to step through the door, she caught sight of Fu Xiaoyu with the phone pressed to his ear, his expression ominously dark. Whatever he had heard seemed to infuriate him, as his grip tightened around the phone as if he might shatter it. His brows were knitted together in a chilling scowl, almost terrifying in its intensity. The needle in his hand had already come loose, blood oozing from the puncture site. He appeared oblivious to the pain. Lips curled in a mocking rage as he spat, "You dare to use my mother against me." With a resounding crash, the phone was flung away, hitting the floor with a sharp sound. Xiaxicha jumped back in surprise, and the nurse who had followed behind gasped, rushing forward with a cotton swab to stem the bleeding. "How did you manage to pull out the needle yourself? You can't do that." Fu Xiaoyu remained unresponsive, his expression flat as he extended his hand, as if even the pain was irrelevant to him. A shiver ran through Xiaxicha. For some reason she sensed a deep sorrow hidden beneath his icy demeanor. She stepped closer, standing before him. He did not lift his gaze as the nurse continued to fuss, and Xiaxicha took the cotton swab from her, pressing it against his hand while thanking her. After a few more admonitions, the nurse departed, leaving the infusion room once again enveloped in silence. Fu Xiaoyu remained mute. Xiaxicha, uncertain of the situation, found herself at a loss for words to comfort him. And thus they both lapsed into silence, the cotton swab pressed against his hand, their skin brushed together, and she could feel the pulse beneath his skin. After ensuring the bleeding had stopped, she discarded the swab into the nearby bin. Upon returning, Fu Xiaoyu still had his head bowed, an air of despondency about him. Xiaxicha stood before him, tentatively whispering, "Are we leaving?" Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly opened his arms and embraced her. Caught off guard, Xiaxicha stumbled forward, her waist ensnared. Feeling the warmth of his forehead against her abdomen, her mind went blank for a moment, as if frozen in place, unable to move. A tingling sensation coursed through her. "It's a bit uncomfortable." Fu Xiaoyu's muffled voice broke through the silence, heavy with despair. He closed his eyes, resembling a drowning man clinging to a piece of driftwood, instinctively seeking solace. "Let me hold you for a moment." Chapter 21. Setting her photo as wallpaper. Xiaxicha's eyelashes fluttered, and she remained still, allowing Fu Xiaoyu to hold her. Strangely, despite the dark emotions etched on his face moments ago, all she could perceive now was a faint vulnerability permeating from him. With her slender waist, Fu Xiaoyu's embrace made her feel as if he could break her with the slightest exertion. He made no further movements, maintaining their position, his breathing elongated as if to soothe his troubled spirit. Xiaxicha instinctively held her breath, her chest rising and falling lightly. After a while, Fu Xiaoyu released her. Xiaxicha moved her arms somewhat stiffly, her voice hushed and hesitant as she asked, "Are you feeling better?" Fu Xiaoyu rose slowly, his voice hoarse. "Much better," Xiaxicha responded with a soft "oh." The hospital was quite close to the hotel, and a short walk would suffice. As they strolled side by side along the street, the atmosphere grew unnaturally quiet. Xiaxicha stole glances at him, who appeared as calm as ever, as if nothing had transpired moments ago, yet she could still sense a lingering heaviness in his demeanor. Before long, they reached the hotel entrance. The sky was still bright, and Fu Xiaoyu asked, "Would you like to go up for a bit?" Xiaxicha shook her head. She had class later and needed to return to school. Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "All right." The subway station was not far off, within sight. He gestured with his chin. "I'll watch you get on the subway." Xiaxicha nodded, softly saying goodbye before turning to leave. Fu Xiaoyu watched her delicate silhouette. Just as her figure was about to vanish into the subway entrance, he was about to look away when he suddenly saw her stop, hurriedly turning back to run towards him. "Did you forget something?" he inquired, his gaze flickering ever so slightly. Xiaxicha shook her head, then, on her toes, looked up at him with her bright, doe-like eyes. "Fu Xiaoyu," she said, "tomorrow, I'll see you." After saying this, she didn't glance at his expression again and dashed away. The subway ride back to school was bumpy and crowded. Xiaxicha shrank into a corner, staring down at her chat interface with Fu Xiaoyu. She wished to offer him more comfort, but after typing a few lines, she deleted them. She felt so foolish. After a while, she despondently set her phone down, choosing to give up. Moments later, her phone vibrated again. She looked down to see Fu Xiaoyu had sent her a picture. It was of her running towards the subway entrance. Having spent her childhood focused on studies she seldom exercised, and her running stance was far from graceful. In the captured moment, she resembled a clumsy penguin. Fu Xiaoyu, next time, run slower, don't trip. The IT was clearly a teasing remark. Xiaojicha had thought that after she left, Fu Xiaoyu would simply head upstairs. To her surprise, he had sneakily taken a picture of her back. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she hastily replied with an emoji, exiting the chat and holding her phone close to her chest. After a moment, unable to resist, a slow smile crept onto her face. The prospect of seeing him again made her look forward to each new day. The following morning, Xiaojicha, having learned from her encounter with Lu Mingjie the day before, chose not to arrive early but instead followed the crowd into the classroom. Some students were already present. Entering through the front door, she scanned the room and spotted Fu Xiaoyu in the corner, still recovering from his illness. He wore a mask, but upon noticing her, he raised a hand in greeting. Xiaojicha approached, clutching her books, and sat beside him. Before Fu Xiaoyu could speak, a notebook was suddenly placed in front of her. It had a simple pink cover. The most basic design. He raised an eyebrow in confusion as he heard Xiaojicha's soft yet earnest explanation. These are the notes from yesterday's class. Fu Xiaoyu seemed intrigued by this new information. Glancing at the notebook as his fingers casually flipped through it, her handwriting, delicate and neat, mirrored her essence, each line meticulously recording the key points of knowledge. As they had only started classes yesterday. The notes spanned only 2 pages. So diligent, he remarked, his voice still hoarse, muffled by the mask, adding an air of nonchalance. No wonder you were the top student. He recalled how Xiaojicha had excelled in high school. Not due to innate talent but sheer effort, always sitting up straight and diligently jotting down notes. The group of misfits he hung out with often mocked her for trying too hard. Yet he disagreed. Her earnestness was ingrained in her very being, not something one could feign. Closing the notebook, he returned it to her with a composed demeanor. Xiaojicha blinked. Aren't you going to copy them? Fu Xiaoyu pointed to his desk, which was empty. He had brought nothing to class, his attitude decidedly lackadaisical. Xiaojicha responded with an O, opting not to press further. The elective course's instructor was named Yang Ji, a genial old man who, from the very beginning, candidly acknowledged that everyone was merely there to earn credits, promising a more relaxed class atmosphere. Consequently, today, a significant portion of the students were engrossed in their phones. Playing games. Xiaojicha remained focused on the lecture, occasionally stealing glances at Fu Xiaoyu. He had not hidden his phone beneath the desk and was openly playing. Perhaps he found it dull. As his long, dark lashes hung low, his expression lacking enthusiasm, his long fingers occasionally swiped across the screen. Curious, Xiaojicha leaned in to see what he was looking at, only to discover he was browsing through his photo album. In the next moment, right before her eyes, he opened the photo of her awkwardly running, examining it with keen interest. Xiaojicha averted her gaze. When she looked again, she noticed Fu Xiaoyu's fingers moving, seemingly setting that very photo as his wallpaper. Seeing him about to press confirm, she urgently poked him with the cap of her pen. That's not allowed. Fu Xiaoyu halted his movements, lazily glancing at her. Why not? It's not pretty. She protested, bewildered as to why he would want to set her photo as his wallpaper. It's quite cute, he replied, leisurely stretching his brows, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he prepared to click confirm again. Xiaojicha pursed her lips, feeling a bit indignant inside, reaching out to snatch the phone from him. Fu Xiaoyu leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging her grasp, his eyes glinting with amusement as he watched her. Just then, a voice from the podium interrupted the playful exchange. What are you two whispering about? Xiaojicha froze, turning her attention to the podium. Yang Ji, holding a book, looked at them with a cheerful smile, nodding when his gaze met Xiaojicha's. What was I just saying? What question did I ask? He approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lingering between the two individuals for a moment. Upon noticing Fu Xiaoyu and the barren tabletop before him, his smile grew increasingly warm. Let this gentleman answer, shall we? Chapter 22, recklessly wild and infuriatingly charming. Xiaojicha had initially anticipated that the teacher would call upon her and had mentally prepared herself for it. To her surprise, it was Fu Xiaoyu who was summoned. He had scarcely paid attention during the lesson. A slight tension gripped Xiaojicha's heart. She wished to respond on Fu Xi's behalf, yet she caught sight of Yang Ji's smiling gaze fixed intently on Fu Xiaoyu. It was evident he was doing this on purpose. Xiaojicha fell silent, realizing there was no escaping this, and hastily lowered her head to flip through her textbook, hoping to find the page that would assist Fu Xiaoyu. However, the book was rather thick, and despite her frantic attempts, she failed to locate it. Just as anxiety began to swell within her, Fu Xiaoyu had already risen calmly to his feet. With a slightly husky, resonant voice, he articulated his answer with clarity and logic, his pace neither hurried nor slow, leaving no room for flaw. Upon finishing, he did not wait for Yang Ji's evaluation and leisurely took his seat, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yang Ji was taken aback by Fu Xi's flawless response. Momentarily stunned, the reprimand he had intended to deliver was swallowed back. This student answered splendidly. Let us commend him. And the onlookers, having finally found the opportunity to cheer, erupted into applause. Whispers of astonishment circulated. I can't believe I missed that question. What did he ask again? I didn't catch it. All I can think of is how handsome he is. How can you discern anything with a mask on? What if underneath it he looks like a kappa? What do you know, look at how beautiful his girlfriend is, he can't possibly be unattractive to. I witnessed their interaction, it was utterly sweet, how could the teacher intervene, I want to keep shipping them, the contrast between the languid, carefree handsome boy and the studious sweet girl is simply perfect. Yang Ji had returned to the podium, yet the hushed discussions continued unabated. Xia Zhicha endeavored to ignore the fragmented chatter, her gaze settling on Fu Xi. Silently inquiring where he had derived his answer. Fu Xi remained unperturbed, leisurely pointing to his temple with his index finger, his elongated eyes curving with a reckless charm. Xia Zhicha thought to herself, had I known, I wouldn't have shown him my notes. The immediate consequence of this incident was that after class, Yang Ji designated the two of them to stay behind to clean. It was not particularly burdensome. As a designated group cleaned the classroom daily, they merely needed to wipe the blackboard and do a quick sweep, which wouldn't take long. As Xia Zhicha glanced at Fu Xi, who was still wiping the blackboard, she picked up the trash can to empty it. During lunch, the teaching building was nearly deserted. The large garbage bin was located outside the restroom at the end of the hallway. After disposing of the trash, as she turned to head back, she was met with the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps behind her. How fortuitous, we meet again. Xia Zhicha, came Lu Mingjia's voice lingering ominously. He emerged from the restroom with his hands tucked into his pockets. Xia Zhicha's expression hardened. She turned away without responding, nearly sprinting back towards the classroom, yet she was unexpectedly intercepted at the stairway. It has been a while, I see you've gotten yourself a boyfriend. No wonder you're so averse to me. His slightly plump, towering figure exuded an intimidating presence, and his words grew increasingly vulgar. You certainly have a knack for seducing. Does that pretty boy know you're still being pursued by me? He stepped closer, grinning maliciously. Tell me, if I wanted to deal with him, would he stand a chance? Lu Mingjia's family held some influence in the capital, which was why he had managed to get away with so much misconduct at school without consequence. It was only after that incident fell through that Xia Zhicha learned of it. She had no desire to squander words with him. She knew that the more she spoke, the more it would infuriate him. With a stoic expression, she deliberately took 2 steps back, seeing Lu Mingjia's dissatisfaction as he reached out to forcibly pull her back. She seized the opportunity to raise the trash can and brought it down upon him with great force. Lu Mingjia let out a cry of pain, clutching his face, seizing the moment. Xia Zhicha attempted to flee, but to her dismay, in his fury, he once again grasped her collar and shoved her hard. With the stairway behind her, Xia Zhicha lost her balance and tumbled backward. Desperately gripping the railing to prevent herself from falling, a sharp pain flared in her ankle, but she gritted her teeth, preparing to lift her head, only to hear Lu Mingjia emit another pained wail, this time. It was downright tragic. The sound of fist-meeting flesh reverberated through the corridor simultaneously. Xia Zhicha blinked, taking in the scene before her. Lu Mingjia lay on the ground, clutching his face and groaning in agony. Fu Xi stood beside him, his broad shoulders erect, fists clenched at his sides, his face visible above the mask, radiating cold fury. As the pain in her ankle gradually subsided, Xia Zhicha straightened herself and approached. Fu Xi pulled her close, inspecting her for injuries. Are you hurt? He inquired. Xia Zhicha shook her head, still slightly weakened from the earlier confrontation. Fu Xi appeared relieved. Lu Mingjia, peering through his fingers at the two of them, had lost his previous bravado, yet still snarled. So you're the boyfriend of Xia Zhicha? I'll tell you, she has been thoroughly used up. Do you know who my father is for crossing me? Xia Zhicha had never before encountered such vile words directed at her so explicitly, especially now, as they resonated in front of the one she admired. The simplest way to devastate a girl is to spread lewd rumors. Her complexion paled slightly, her hands clenched tightly, even though she knew it was a lie. The humiliation was palpable. What your father does has nothing to do with me. Fu Xi's expression remained indifferent as he observed Lu Mingjia struggle to rise. Akin to watching an ant, his voice low and menacing. Clean up your mouth. Provoked by Fu Xi's overt disdain, Lu Mingjia lunged toward him in a fit of rage. Do you think you can still provoke me? Do you believe that if I were to beat you to death today, no one would dare to say anything? His words were abruptly cut off. Fu Xi sidestepped slightly, delivering a kick to his knee, sending Lu Mingjia tumbling down the stairs. Lu Mingjia, caught off guard, rolled down, emitting a series of pained cries. Fu Xi stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at him with an air of superiority. Then, with a languid motion, he removed his mask, a contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his lips, his gaze lazy yet arrogant. Why would I fear provoking you? Upon recognizing Fu Xi's face, Lu Mingjia's cries seemed to be forcibly stifled in his throat. In that instant, his eyes widened, his pupils trembling as if they might burst. How could this be? The harsh words he had just uttered echoed back in his mind, and suddenly he overlooked the pain. A chill running from his head to his toes. Chapter 23. Feeling exceptionally small, Fu Xi paid no further mind to Lu Mingjia, dismissing the matter as beneath his concern. He lightly tugged at Xia Zhicha's wrist, stating, "Let us go." With that, he swaggered down the steps, striding past the bruised and battered Lu Mingjia. Xia Zhicha hurriedly followed him, having slightly twisted her ankle earlier. She was uncertain if it had sustained any injury, only feeling a faint ache, causing her pace to slow. The shuttle bus back to their side of the campus required a turn to the right, and noticing Fu Xi turning left, she softly murmured, So, goodbye, Fu Xi's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Where are you going? To catch the bus, Xie Jichao replied earnestly. Fu Xi scoffed lightly, placing a hand on her shoulder, turning her in the opposite direction. What bus? You're riding back with me. Fu Xi's vehicle was a sleek sports car of a brand Xie Jichao was not particularly familiar with, featuring only 2 seats, once inside. As she fastened her seatbelt, Xie Jichao lowered her gaze, finally voicing the words that had been weighing on her heart. Please don't listen to Lu Mingzhi's nonsense. I thought even though the incident had passed, and Fu Xi had avenged her, Lu Mingzhi's earlier words still pricked at her heart like tiny thorns, causing her distress. She had lived somewhat sheltered, never having been subjected to such vile slander before. She feared that Fu Xi would believe those words, doubting her character as a woman of questionable morals. I certainly didn't. Fu Xi interjected lazily, not allowing her to continue, as he started the car. There was no hint of doubt in his tone. Xie Jichao was taken aback, looking up at him. Fu Xi gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his jawline sharp and defined. He did not look at her. His gaze lazily fixed on the road ahead, yet his tone was deliberately teasing, unhurried, blushing at the thought of a kiss. With such a lack of confidence, how many boyfriends could you possibly have? Xie Jichao's ears grew warm, and she fell silent. After a moment, she recalled the image of Lu Mingzhi's battered state. Rolling down those high steps must have caused him significant injury. She felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, will you get into trouble for beating him like that? Her concern was not for Lu Mingzhi, but rather for Fu Xi's potential repercussions. Xie Jichao, what is my name? Fu Xi abruptly inquired, ignoring her question. Xie Jichao was momentarily taken aback but instinctively replied, Fu Xi, correct, I am Fu Xi. Fu Xi's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with an audacious intensity. Do you think anything could happen to me? The Xie Jichao understood. He was Fu of the prestigious Fu family in the capital. The mere fact of this was sufficient for him to act with impunity. Even if Lu Mingzhi had some connections at school, they could hardly surpass those of the Fu family. Furthermore, it was Lu Mingzhi who had initiated the conflict this time. A sense of relief washed over Xie Jichao. At that moment, Fu Xi extended his vacant hand towards her. Instead of inquiring about his well-being, he subtly gestured to the faint red mark on his knuckles, a remnant of the altercation, and with a playful lilt in his tone, suggested, how about you concern yourself with me first? Days later, Xie Jichao learned from Jiang Lili about Lu Mingzhi's condition. Hey, did you hear? That senior who was always pursuing you ended up hospitalized after a beating. Jiang Lili rushed to her side after their last class on Friday, an air of mystery enveloping her as she linked arms with Xie Jichao. Xie Jichao often found herself puzzled by how Jiang Lili managed to gather such news. And with a smile, she expressed her curiosity, is it really that serious? Indeed, I heard he tumbled down the stairs and fractured 3 ribs. Jiang Lili shuddered, unable to fathom the pain. Such a pity, Xie Jichao replied nonchalantly. Karma has its way of returning the favor. Jiang Lili was only aware that Lu Mingzhi had been pursuing Xie Jichao, oblivious to the specifics, and lamented, it's unfortunate, it seems like he must have crossed someone significant. Poor him. Sensing Xie Jichao's lack of enthusiasm for the matter, she swiftly changed the topic. Oh, by the way, you don't need to bring me lunch tomorrow after work, I plan to eat out. Xie Jichao nodded and inquired, a date? Jiang Lili blushed and playfully nudged her. Oh, don't say that out loud. Got it? Xie Jichao chuckled. On Saturday, Xie Jichao went to her usual job at the tea shop. As closing time approached in the evening, the shop was nearly empty aside from delivery orders. Chen Mao, having a moment to spare, washed cups while chatting with Xie Jichao. What happened to that handsome guy who was waiting for you last time? Haven't seen him around lately. Any progress between you two? Just friends, Xie Jichao explained softly while handling a new order. The notes on the new order radiated youthful exuberance typical of young girls. Please package it carefully. It's an important tool for confession. Choose the prettiest flower. The milk tea ordered was the shop's signature drink, aptly named Confession Flower Tea, known for its floral adornments atop the cup, perfect for such heartfelt moments. Are you worried about not winning him over since you're just friends? Chen Mao remarked, noticing her decorating the cup with flowers. He seems to have a soft spot for you. Maybe all you need is to drop a hint with this drink. Xie Jichao smiled, shaking her head as she reclaimed the cup from Chen Mao's hands, ensuring it was meticulously wrapped. Fu Xi's demeanor was inherently laid back and affable. He treated everyone kindly, surrounded by so many. She couldn't harbor the delusion of being someone special to him. The day Xie Jichao's shift continued until closing time. Once the delivery rider took away all the orders, she tidied up briefly before turning off the lights and locking the door. Heading back to her dormitory, Jiang Lili hadn't returned yet, sending a message indicating that she might not come back. The absence of chatter on a weekend evening left Xie Jichao feeling somewhat unaccustomed. If Jiang Lili were there, she would undoubtedly be scrolling through forums and sharing gossip. Lying on her bed, Xie Jichao idly browsed the forum, only to freeze upon seeing the latest post, betting and losing. Fu Xi has indeed successfully held hands with the new campus beauty. The bold red text struck her like a bolt from the blue, sending her into a dizzying spiral. This must be a joke? Frontline news, today is our campus princess Tong Tong's birthday party. Fu Dala was also present. under the heartfelt confession orchestrated by our princess, the two shared an intense gaze and successfully held hands. Suppressing the tremors in her heart, Xia Jichao clicked into the thread, where a photograph greeted her. In a lavish hotel suite, the center of attention was a girl in a striking red dress. Exuding vivacity, with a crown shimmering in her hair, she held a bouquet and gazed at the boy before her, Fu Xi, who was turned slightly away from the camera, a mischievous smile adorning his face as he met her gaze. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the moment, creating an atmosphere of festivity, a scene beautiful enough to be painted. Previously the bets on her were incredibly high, one can only say they are indeed a perfect match. It can no longer be described as a mere match, it seems Fu Xi is most compatible with her compared to his previous girlfriends. Could it be that they were the same pair who visited the amusement park together? The silhouette looks familiar. I'll ship them for respect. The comments below overflowed with blessings, all echoing sentiments of compatibility, affectionately referring to the female lead as Princess. To Xia Jichao, however, it felt like a piercing glare. Her fingers hovered over the exit button, poised to escape, yet something caught her attention, prompting her to pause and reopen the image. Enlarging it, she noticed a cup of milk tea nestled in the corner of the table. Adorned with a few flowers, the logo on the cup was blurred, but Xia Jichao recognized it without a doubt. It was the very milk tea she had crafted with her own hands, now carelessly placed at the periphery of this grand confession, rendering it seemingly insignificant. Chapter 24, a coincidence that is heart-wrenching. Xia Jichao never anticipated that the milk tea she had painstakingly prepared would be used by someone to confess to the person she cherished. The coincidence felt unbearably poignant, the bitterness in her heart deepened as she curled up, sensing the tightening grip around her heart. The sensation of pain gradually spread throughout her body, morphing into a profound sense of loss, leaving her suddenly drained of strength. Indeed, although Fu Xi had told her that he had no intentions of dating recently, a person like him could never remain single forever. Such a day would inevitably arrive. She was not someone significant in his life. What right did she have to impede his romantic endeavors? What right did she have to feel sorrow? The next day, just before noon, Zhang Lili returned to the dormitory, radiating energy, and upon opening the door, she spotted Xia Jichao washing up. "You didn't go to work today?" Zhang Lili inquired. "I took a day off," Xia Jichao replied, her voice lacking vigor, sensing the weariness in her tone. Zhang Lili blinked and casually tossed her bag onto the table before tiptoeing closer. As Xia Jichao leaned over the sink to wash her face, she startled when Zhang Lili appeared suddenly in the mirror. "Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" Zhang Lili leaned in, exclaiming. Xia Jichao typically maintained a regular schedule, rarely staying up late, resulting in her fair skin appearing almost translucent, thus even a slight hint of dark circles was exceptionally pronounced. "I didn't sleep well last night," she admitted, wiping her face, feeling as though she was finally awakening from a daze. "I see." Zhang Lili nodded, pondering for a moment before rummaging through her bag and retrieving a steam eye mask. Placing it on the table. "Since you have nothing to do this afternoon, you might as well get some proper rest. You really work too hard on weekends. Sometimes just watching you exhausts me." Xia Jichao replied softly as she changed clothes, her heart warming slightly. "Weren't you scared alone in the dormitory last night?" Zhang Lili plopped down in a chair, propping her legs up, teasingly asking. Xia Jichao shook her head, but seeing Zhang Lili's glowing complexion, she couldn't help but ask, "So, what about you and Gao Yuyang?" "Nothing happened. Don't get any wrong ideas." Zhang Lili shot her a playful glare. "We just played too late and ended up booking 2 hotel rooms. I wish I could pounce on him right away, but he insisted on having 2 rooms. How unromantic." As she complained, Zhang Lili leaned back comfortably in her chair, pulling out her phone. "Alright, let me check what juicy gossip I missed last night." Xia Jichao stiffened out. "Oh no, I really missed something," she thought, realizing she hadn't checked her phone all night, and instantly felt her heart sink at the mention of Fu Xi. "I'm going to grab lunch." "Do you want anything?" The name Fu Xi pierced through her heart again, and Xia Jichao fought to maintain her composure, standing up to open the door, interrupting Zhang Lili mid-sentence. "I had a little something on my way back, so I'm not hungry yet." "You go eat it," Zhang Lili replied as Xia Jichao nodded and closed the door behind her. Leaning against the cool door, she took a deep breath, feeling the weight on her chest. Indeed, she was still greedy. Initially, she found joy in merely seeing him and never aspired for more, yet, as their interactions increased, it seemed she could no longer contain herself, nurturing more and more unwarranted fantasies. Like an ordinary person who, having gazed at the stars, yearned to pluck them from the sky and claim them as their own, but the stars could never belong to her. All that awaited was the moment of shattered illusions. On Monday, as Xia Jichao boarded the bus to another campus, her mind was clouded with thoughts. The elective course she had once anticipated attending with Fu Xi now felt like something to evade. She had assumed she would arrive at the classroom early, only to find Fu Xi already seated in the same spot as before. This time, he wasn't wearing a mask. His loose hoodie cast a shadow over his forehead, his dark hair slightly obscuring his eyes, lending him an air of lazy aloofness. Upon seeing her, he waved casually, his demeanor nonchalant. Xia Jichao pretended not to notice, deliberately avoiding his gaze, and chose to sit in a different corner of the classroom. Diagonally across from him, she no longer paid attention to Futsiyu's reaction, instead focusing earnestly on her book, reviewing the notes from yesterday. The number of people in the classroom continued to swell. And as many entered, they caught sight of Futsiyu. Soon, a buzz of chatter filled the room, with discussions erupting everywhere. Who is that? So handsome, don't you recognize him? It's Futsiyu, Fu the Great. I can't believe Fu the Great is in the same elective class as us. How did I not know at all? He probably skipped the first 2 classes. Anyway, Yang Ji doesn't take attendance. He's unbelievably handsome. Oh my. Despite Xia Jichai's best efforts to block it all out, she couldn't help but catch snippets of conversation drifting into her ears. She could even hear people discussing her. What about that girl's boyfriend from last week? Isn't Mask Guy here today? Could it be they've broken up? Don't jump to conclusions. I think Mask Guy was just accompanying that girl to class last time. What a pity. I wanted to compare Mask Guy and Fu the Great to see who has a better physique. Enough already, let's not discuss this. The fragmented voices continued to swirl around her. While the words on the page began to blur, Xia Jichai blinked, realizing she couldn't focus on a single word. The chaotic emotions in her heart felt like a tangled ball of yarn. All jumbled together. Wait, why is Fu the Great standing up? Is he changing seats? The girl sitting behind her suddenly voiced her confusion, wondering how he had moved to the front. Xia Jichai's hand froze on the page, her neck stiffening as she turned to look back. Futsiyu had risen from his desk, leaning against it, and was now heading in her direction. With his tall stature and long legs, he was the undeniable center of attention in the crowd. When their eyes met, her throat suddenly felt wide-eyed, coming to find her. No panic surged within her, causing her mind to momentarily falter, and she quickly turned her head away, feigning the intent to change seats. Noticing the girl's obvious attempt to avoid him, Futsiyu raised an eyebrow and halted in his tracks. He did not approach her further but instead found a random spot to sit down. Hearing the sound of someone settling in not far behind, Xia Jichai finally felt a sense of relief wash over her, her shoulders gradually slumping. Thank goodness, he wasn't coming to find her. Xia Jichai internally mocked herself. Perhaps Futsiyu merely wished to change his seat. Xia Jichai, what are you overthinking? He already has a girlfriend. How could he possibly? The screen of her phone lit up suddenly, jolting her back to reality. It was a new message. Futsiyu, what is going on today? Futsiyu, are you avoiding me? Chapter 25, Avoiding him. Xia Jichai pressed her dry lips together. She indeed was avoiding him. Yet if she admitted to it, all of her unspoken feelings would be laid bare before him. Bowing her head, she took her time typing. Xia Jichai, no, Xia Jichai, it's just that you're too eye-catching. I am afraid of being talked about. As she typed this excuse, she felt it was somewhat clumsy. After sending the message, she refrained from looking at her phone again and continued to focus intently on her book. As if by immersing herself in the text, she could temporarily suppress the feelings of disappointment and heaviness in her heart. Futsiyu gazed at the screen of his phone, reading the girl's slow and hesitant reply. She was indeed reserved, and this response was within his expectations. However, for some reason, it carried an unfamiliar air of detachment. Pressing his tongue against the back of his teeth, Futsiyu read each word one by one. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as an inexplicable smile broke across his face. Is she really avoiding him? After class, Xia Jichai exited the classroom as usual, making her way toward the bus stop. At this hour, the bus was not overly crowded, and she habitually sat in the last row. There were still 5 minutes until departure. Xia Jichai stared out the window, silently reviewing the content of today's lecture in her mind. At that moment, someone sat down beside her. The bus was relatively empty, with several rows of vacant seats ahead. A normal person wouldn't sit next to a stranger. Xia Jichai blinked her eyelashes in confusion and turned to look beside her. Unexpectedly, she found herself face to face with a familiar figure. Futsiyu leaned against the back of the seat, slightly tilting his head as he casually regarded her. Is it alright if I sit next to you in this empty space? Wasn't he supposed to be driving? Xia Jichai averted her gaze, remaining silent, and absent-mindedly responded with a non-committal hum. Futsiyu brazenly stretched his long legs beside her, blocking her path to exit, leaving her no option to change seats. Yet she also understood that she could no longer interact with Futsiyu as casually as before. She even felt a twinge of regret for having seen that post. Perhaps if she hadn't seen it, she could have continued to interact with him like friends, blissfully unaware. The atmosphere between them fell into a momentary silence. Unable to stand the tension, Xia Jichai lowered her head, pulled out her earbuds, and put them in, turning on some music. Soft melodies filled her ears as she closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Futsiyu observed the girl's every movement, clearly noticing her deliberate attempt to distance herself from him. It was evident she was resisting him. Her pretense of sleep was unconvincing. Her closed eyes still fluttered with the tremors of her lashes. Having seen her serene sleeping face before, he could discern just how tense she was now. Futsiyu smirked, an ambiguous chuckle escaping his throat. Well, she really is avoiding him, treating him like some kind of monster. The next day, when Xia Jichai arrived in the classroom, she did not see Futsiyu's figure again. Not even during class did he make an appearance. She quietly let out a sigh of relief. He didn't come. It makes sense. Futsiyu seems disinterested in attending class, likely bored after 2 lectures. While this outcome should have brought her joy, without seeing him, she wouldn't feel upset about him, nor would she be unable to control her attention towards him. Why did her heart feel so empty? For an entire week, Xia Jichai endeavored to ignore anything related to Fu Xiyu. When the weekend arrived and she returned to work at the milk tea shop, Chen Mao noticed her off-kilter state. "What's wrong? You seem so distracted." After a week apart, Chen Mao had held off asking until nearly the end of their shift, finally unable to restrain herself, asking, "Why do you look like you've just gone through a breakup?" Usually, Xia Jichai was quiet but diligent, meticulous in her work. Today, however, she seemed like a lost soul. Xia Jichai paused momentarily, curling her lips into a faint smile. "No, I'm just a bit tired lately." "There is no breakup here. They were never even together." Chen Mao looked skeptical, wanting to press for more, but just then, a sweet voice rang out from the counter. "I'd like an iced Americano." "Please, alright, I'll place the order right away." Chen Mao was busy wiping the counter and couldn't leave, so she nudged Xia Jichai with her elbow. "You go." Xia Jichai nodded, forcing a smile as she walked to the counter. When she finally saw who was standing there, she froze in shock. Before her stood a strikingly beautiful face, radiating with a smile, flanked by two other girls. She was clearly the leader of the trio. It was Tong Tong, the girl she had seen in the photo, the girlfriend of Fu Xiyu. A sudden pang of bitterness surged within her, and Xia Jichai lowered her eyes, silently placing her order. She could hear the three at the counter chattering animatedly. "Are you really going to deliver coffee to Fu Xiyu after class?" "Of course, I want to see him." "Our little princess Tong Tong personally delivering coffee?" "Oh. Fu Xiyu is going to be utterly smitten." "Yes, yes, he'll be completely captivated." The girls exchanged teasing glances, and the one in the middle smiled shyly, her beauty only accentuated, as if she and Fu Xiyu truly were a perfect match. With a numbness settling over her, Xia Jichai sealed the cup and handed it to the girl, casting a glance at her own simple, unadorned work apron. She couldn't help but think that someone as attention-grabbing as Fu Xiyu deserved a girl as dazzling as a princess. She couldn't suppress the images of Fu Xiyu being affectionate with someone else, and quietly made herself an iced Americano as well. The cold bitterness spread across her tongue, and her chest felt tight as if air was being squeezed out painfully. How bitter! After her shift, she tidied up a bit and prepared to head to her tutoring session. As she stepped outside, she noticed a new car parked haphazardly at the entrance, carelessly blocking the path for customers. Having dealt with such parking issues before, Xia Jichai approached the driver's side and knocked on the window. The door opened, and she stepped back, mentally rehearsing what she would say. She offered a smile, ready to speak, only to be met with Lu Mingzhi's disdainful gaze. Although Fu Xiyu had taught him a lesson last time, the lingering memories of his past harassment resurfaced, causing Xia Jichai to instinctively tense up. Lu Mingzhi's eyes glinted with malice as he scrutinized her from head to toe, a smug smile creeping onto his face. "Aren't you being protected by Fu Xiyu? Why are you still working in a milk tea shop?" "Junior, could it be?" He raised his eyebrows, a cruel sense of satisfaction evident in his eyes. "Has Fu Xiyu grown tired of you and cast you aside?" Chapter 26, Xia Jichai, are you playing with me? Lu Mingzhi's tone was arrogant, clearly aware that Fu Xiyu had a new girlfriend. He had come deliberately to take revenge on Xia Jichai. Xia Jichai leaned against the car door, attempting to shut it, only to be thwarted by Lu Mingzhi, who propped it open with a single hand, his brows arched with a sense of triumph. "Regret it? You took advantage of your association with Fu Qi and offended me at every turn. Only to discover that he cast you aside without a second thought." Having heard numerous rumors about Fu Qi, he was well aware of the frequency with which this individual changed girlfriends. Once he grew weary, he would heartlessly forget them. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The humiliation of being beaten and sent to the hospital weighed heavily on his heart. While Fu Qi was untouchable, without his backing Xia Jichai was fair game for his bullying. A hint of malice flickered in his eyes as he tapped the steering wheel, proclaiming, "Without Fu Qi, there's still your senior. Or should I let your senior have some fun with you?" Xia Jichai remained silent for an extended moment, taking a few steps closer to him with a lowered gaze. Assuming her submission, Lu Mingzhi's expression turned more satisfied as he mockingly remarked, "You were so pleased to be associated with Fu Qi back then, have you finally learned to show weakness?" Before he could finish, his face contorted in pain as Xia Jichai landed a punch on his still healing ribs. "Dream on." Though she had no formal training and her punch lacked strength, the impact on a sensitive area was enough to elicit a pained cry from Lu Mingzhi, who hunched over, clutching his injury. "You little..." Before he could finish, Xia Jichai decisively shut the car door and walked away. The evening tutoring session proceeded smoothly, and as she prepared to leave, the family offered her a late-night snack, which she graciously declined. Exiting the villa, darkness had once again enveloped the surroundings. The dim light from the eaves illuminated the entrance, causing Xia Jichai to recall that rainy day. Why do memories of Fu Qi linger everywhere? Shaking her head to dispel these uncontrollable thoughts, she continued her walk of the pathways in the villa area were dimly lit at night, with streetlights spaced far apart, only a few scattered lights hidden among the bushes. Walking in the darkness felt eerily silent and somewhat frightening. Thankfully, security was strict, forbidding any outside vehicles from entering or exiting. After several visits, she had grown accustomed to this road. The weather was becoming increasingly cold, and the dry night wind stung her cheeks uncomfortably. Xiajicha quickened her pace, turning a corner. She abruptly halted upon recognizing the figure standing under a streetlight a few steps ahead. The orange glow illuminated a tall, cool figure, Fu Qi, with one hand in his pocket and a cigarette pinched between his fingers, the dim red glow flickering in the cool white light of his knuckles. Smoke swirling around him, half of his face was obscured by the shadows of the night, exuding a sharp yet relaxed demeanor. Upon noticing her, Fu Qi made no move, casually extinguishing his half-burned cigarette. His gaze fixed on her as if waiting for her to approach. The night breeze picked up, tousling Xiajicha's hair. The moment their eyes met, she felt as if she had been scalded. Quickly averting her gaze, her fingers tightening around her canvas bag as she hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to evade him. However, just as she was about to pass by, Fu Qi nonchalantly grasped the nape of her neck. Pulling her back, startled, Xiajicha stumbled slightly, unable to react before being drawn in front of him, their gazes locked, one looking down, the other up. Realizing escape was futile, Xiajicha averted her eyes. Fu Qi chuckled softly, his tone laced with a hint of playful arrogance. Still trying to avoid me? In a barely audible voice, Xiajicha replied, I wasn't avoiding you. She lacked conviction. Fu Qi found amusement in her stubbornness. Smirking, well, really, you avoided me in class, pretended to sleep during breaks, and now you're trying to walk away upon seeing me. His tone was leisurely, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Xiajicha shivered slightly. Still wishing to evade the encounter, Fu Qi grasped her arm firmly, compelling her to maintain eye contact. What did I do to provoke you? Give me a reason. What on earth? Xiajicha gazed into his eyes, which held a hint of displeasure, blinking as she felt a wave of unshed tears threatening to spill. A sense of unacknowledged grievance welled within her. After all, it was he who had entered a relationship without informing her, and she had distanced herself out of self-awareness. Why then did he blame her? Her temper flared as she resolutely closed her mouth, staring defiantly at him without a word. Fu Qi, initially perturbed, sought a swift explanation. Yet, as moments passed, he noticed the girl's eyes beginning to redden. She looked on the verge of tears, her stubbornness evident as she maintained her silence beneath the streetlight, the corners of her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Poised to fall. An inexplicable pang struck Fu Qi's heart, and he softened, realizing he might have frightened her. He let out a bemused click of his tongue, then lowered his voice gently, as if to soothe her. Why are you feeling wronged? Who's avoiding whom? I'm not the one feeling aggrieved here. Even if I were at fault, shouldn't I at least be informed? Fu Qi observed Xiajicha's demeanor shifting, his gaze softening as he leaned closer, continuing to coax her. There is a process to admitting guilt. After all, his charming eyes sparkled with warmth, creating an alluring effect under the night sky. Perhaps the sudden gentleness in his tone lowered her defenses. For Xiajicha took a gentle breath, turning her head to evade his penetrating gaze. Her voice was slightly hoarse. Thought you have a girlfriend, right? Fu Qi paused momentarily, then as if understanding dawned upon him. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you jealous? Xiajicha's heart sank, her eyelashes fluttering as she hastily lowered her gaze, trying to cover up her feelings. No, she awkwardly swallowed, feeling that if he indeed had a girlfriend, he should maintain distance from other female friends. He shouldn't be as familiar with her as before, sitting together, hugging her, or wanting to use her picture as a wallpaper. Fu Qi, accustomed to a carefree demeanor, likely perceived these interactions as innocuous among friends, but for her, they felt undeniably ambiguous. If boundaries weren't established, she would inevitably spiral into overthinking. As a girl herself, she understood that if Tong Tong discovered her boyfriend engaging in such interactions with another girl, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Xiajicha stumbled over her words, lowering her head and awaiting Fu Qi's reaction. The dim light cast a shadow over Fu Qi's face, his expression unreadable as he remained bent slightly forward, his features obscured by the darkness, exuding an air of uncertainty. Xiajicha felt a flutter of anxiety, unsure if he had truly heard her. Every second of silence felt stretched, almost unbearable. Just when Xiajicha's apprehension deepened, she suddenly heard Fu Qi's calm voice cut through the stillness, devoid of inflection. You seem quite adept at considering others. Xiajicha. Chapter 27. Fu Qi, I'm scared. Xiajicha's heart fluttered, her lashes trembling in response. Was he acknowledging it? Just when she thought her heart had plummeted to its lowest point, she was taken aback by Fu Qi's indifferent yet languid tone. Who told you that I have a new girlfriend? What do you mean? Xiajicha remained ensnared in her gloomy emotions, momentarily unable to comprehend. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chin as Fu Qi grasped it, compelling her to lift her gaze and meet his. He swallowed hard, then released her, the once piercing gaze now filled with absurd amusement. So you've been avoiding me all week because of this? Realizing she couldn't deny the truth, Xiajicha admitted. Yes. Fu Qi straightened, rubbing his brow, his teasing tone shifting to seriousness. I'm not with Tong Tong. She confessed to me last weekend, and I turned her down. That group of people egged her on, and I suppose they didn't tea here clearly. Later, I explained, but she continued to pursue me, and I can't control that. Just because others made a fuss doesn't mean I should bear the brunt of it. Xiajicha listened quietly, feeling increasingly uncertain of what to say. It seemed she had truly misunderstood him. She hadn't even granted him a chance to explain. The heaviness in her heart gradually dissipated. replaced by a surge of guilt. Observing the growing remorse on her face, Fuchiya's expression softened further, and he couldn't resist teasing her. You see rumors and don't bother to ask me directly. Yet you've already condemned me. I find that quite unjust, Sajicha murmured. I'm sorry, will you still avoid me? She obediently shook her head. Alright, Fuchi finally smiled contentedly. I forgive you, noticing the canvas bag slung over her shoulder was bulging. She absent-mindedly rubbed her shoulder. Fuchiya's eyes flickered, and he reached for her bag, stating casually, let us go, I'll drive you. Are you heading back to school too? Sajicha inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. To drop you off, Fuchi replied lightly, as though it were a trivial matter. Sajicha hesitated to refuse, only to find her bag still in his possession. Fuchi's demeanor was relaxed. Showing no intention of returning it, she fell silent, ultimately choosing to walk alongside him. As the misunderstanding was resolved, she still felt a hint of awkwardness. When getting into the car, she held onto the door, hesitating for quite some time before finally speaking up. If you ever get a girlfriend in the future, remember to let me know. What, is that to create some distance between us? Fuchi asked, glancing at her with a smirk. Well, Sajicha did not deny it this time. She remained steadfast in her thoughts, having witnessed the young girl's stubbornness. Fuchi chose not to argue further, raising an eyebrow and casually remarking, alright, for the sake of our friendship, I shall talk less about romance from now on. Sajicha fell silent, getting into the car quietly, her long eyelashes gradually drooping, concealing the sorrow in her eyes. Indeed, friendship, the restlessness that had been vaguely stirring in her heart began to calm with the utterance of that word. She reminded herself that they could only be friends. She absolutely must not overstep the boundaries. The midterm exams at Jing University were concentrated in November. Among all the universities in the capital, Jing's midterms were notoriously difficult. During this time, the library was always packed. Even the gossip in the forums diminished significantly. Overwhelmed by the lamentations of students driven to madness by their studies, the dormitory was no exception, with complaints echoing within. For instance, Zhang Lili lamented, I'm going insane. It was an afternoon without classes. Usually she would be napping at this hour, but now the desk lamp blazed brightly as she flipped through her books, gnawing on a pen in despair. Gigi, how come your notes are so extensive? Do you even remember all of it? Sajicha calmly helped her highlight the key points. Responding with a hum, she glanced down at her phone, seeing a message from Chen Mao, who was also venting. Chen Mao, why have the delivery notes from your school become so abstract recently? Chen Mao, look at this note, it says more knowledge, milk cap. And something like milk tea. God bless me, what is going on? Sajicha, everyone has gone mad studying. Chen Mao, university is terrifying. JPG, I haven't seen Lao Gao for over a week. Zhang Lili, while reading, slumped onto the table, droning on with complaints. Sajicha patted her back in comfort. Just one more week, hold on, and it will be over. So annoying. Zhang Lili tapped the screen, opening her moments as if to report a grievance. Look at him, frolicking with Fuchi every day, and today he is off to some bar for drinks. I wish I could go too. Sajicha glanced over. It was a post from someone she didn't recognize in Zhang Lili's list. AW bar, who is going tonight? There is Fu Good. Fuxi's name was indeed a beacon. Within minutes of posting, several people had already commented, eager to join him. With a silent sigh, Sajicha quickly redirected her focus back to her studies. However, Zhang Lili was not one to sit still. Eventually, what started as a productive study session turned into Sajicha solving problems while Zhang Lili scrolled through her moments. I can't take it anymore. As evening approached, Zhang Lili stumbled upon several posts from friends out having fun and could no longer contain herself. I'm going out to have fun. I'll study tomorrow. Sajicha watched as she hurriedly applied a full face of makeup before heading out, unable to suppress a chuckle. Let her go. After all, this girl's motto had always been to seize the moment and pass with the bare minimum. Around 9:30 that evening, just as Sajicha finished her last set of mock exam questions, she suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar contact. Upon answering, a somewhat familiar female voice greeted her. Is this Sajicha? After a moment of recollection, she realized it was a girl from her class. They had never truly interacted, maintaining a distant acquaintance. Yes, what is the matter? She inquired politely. It's about Zhang Lili. She is drunk over here and might need you to come pick her up. The voice on the other end was filled with reluctance. You're her roommate, right? Background noise erupted with Zhang Lili's drunken shouts. The caller continued, we want to take her home, but she insists on you coming, drunk. Sajicha furrowed her brows in concern. Alright, I'll be there shortly. The address provided was at a KTV near the school, a favorite haunt among university students. By the time she arrived, the night had enveloped the city. Taking the elevator upstairs, Sajicha followed the room numbers down a long corridor dimly lit and seemingly endless, with raucous sounds emanating from the private rooms on either side. The caller had mentioned they were in the furthest room. The mingling sense of smoke and alcohol filled the hallway, making Sajicha scrunch her nose as she walked briskly forward. As she neared the end, however, her pace slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Inexplicably, something felt amiss. Every room echoed with music or noise, yet the innermost one remained eerily silent. Her brows knitted tighter. She took a few steps back and caught up with a passing waiter, asking, is that room occupied by a group of students? The innermost room, the The waiter seemed puzzled. No one else in there. Xiajicha's eyelids fluttered, an ominous sensation washing over her. She glanced down at the room number the classmate had sent. Confirming it was correct, as she dialed Zhang Lili's number, her heart raced with growing unease. Zhang Lili did not answer. The anxiety mounted like a tidal wave, just as she hung up. A man emerged from the innermost room, clad in muscle and sporting bleached hair, exuding a sleazy vibe. Upon spotting Xiajicha, a lewd grin spread across his face as if he had locked onto his prey. Striding toward her with confidence, in an instant Xiajicha's heart raced with alarm. She was nearly certain he was approaching her. Pretending not to notice, she quickly turned on her heel and ran. The man hot on her trail, the labyrinthine paths were devoid of signs, and in her panic Xiajicha darted around corners aimlessly, desperately seeking an exit. The man was closing in, his hand almost reaching out to grab her. Gritting her teeth, she ducked into an empty room nearby. The room could be locked, and she hurriedly secured the door, using every ounce of speed she possessed. Outside, the sounds of vigorous kicking against the door echoed. What to do now? Xiajicha distanced herself from the door, leaning against the sofa, gasping for breath to steady her racing heart. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion as she struggled to devise a plan. After several kicks, an unsettling silence fell. The room was strewn with empty bottles that had yet to be cleared away, and Xiajicha clutched one tightly, peering through the door's crack. The man was still there. Casually leaning against the door, seemingly waiting for someone. She couldn't go out. What to do now? Call the police? This was her first encounter with such a dire situation. Her wrist trembled slightly as she reached for her phone. Just as she was about to dial, a memory of Zhang Lili's post flashed through her mind. The bar where Fu Xi was tonight was apparently very close by, in a state of utter chaos. Her body reacted before her mind could catch up. She dialed Fu Xi's number. On the other end, the call connected quickly, a cacophony of noise accompanied by his deep, amused voice. What's up? Suddenly thinking of calling me Fu Xi, I'm scared. Xiajicha's voice, laced with panic, escaped her lips without her conscious permission. There was a brief silence, then Fu Xi's tone turned gravely serious. Where are you? Chapter 28. I've got your back. Inside the bar's private room, chaos reigned supreme, a cacophony of cheers and laughter reverberating off the walls. As one round concluded, someone raised a glass to approach Fu Xi. About to call out Fu Gu, but was halted by Gao Yuyang's warning glance. Momentarily stunned, the person finally noticed Fu Xi, who was gripping his phone, his expression cold enough to freeze the air around him. The atmosphere shifted palpably. Everyone present was wary of Fu Xi's frosty demeanor, leaving the one who approached to fall silent, questioning who had angered this formidable figure. Gao Yuyang shook his head, indicating he had no idea. As the individual wisely retreated, Fu Xi ended the call, donned a jacket that lay nearby, and stood to leave without a moment's pause, his expression still grim and determined. Where are you going? Gao Yuyang called after him, puzzled. Fu Xi didn't look back. To save someone. Save someone. Gao Yuyang froze, momentarily questioning if he had misheard. After years of knowing Fu Xi, he was acutely aware of his character. Born into wealth and privilege, Fu Xi was indifferent to everything, his coldness ingrained in his very being. He had never cared for anyone, living a life of reckless abandon. As if no one in the world was worthy of his focus, only pursuing his own interests. The idea that he would leave without hesitation for someone else's call for help was entirely unprecedented. Suddenly a thought struck Gao Yuyang. He recalled that the voice from the earlier call had belonged to a girl. An unsettling premonition washed over him. This time, Fu Xi might truly be in over his head. The KTV was merely 100 meters from the bar. 5 minutes later, when Fu Xi arrived, he found the man outside prying open the door, a glint of greed in his eyes as he lunged inside. A tightness gripped Fu Xi's chest, and his expression darkened further as he quickened his pace. The moment he stepped through the door of the private room, a cacophony of shattering glass echoed in his ears. In the dim light, Xiajicha huddled in a corner, clutching a jagged piece of a broken beer bottle, trembling uncontrollably. Before her, a man fell painfully amidst the shards of glass, blood seeping from the back of his head. Yet still stubbornly reaching out with all his might, attempting to grasp Xiajicha. Damn it, still daring to resist, Fu Xiyu, with his deep-set eyes, strode forward, seizing the man's collar, veins bulging in his wrist, and delivered a powerful punch to his face. The man, caught off guard, was left dazed, collapsing onto the ground littered with shards, unable to utter a word through the pain. Fu Xiyu looked down at him from above, abruptly shutting the door to the private room and illuminating the lights. The blinding brightness pierced through, causing Xiajicha to instinctively close her eyes, still enveloped in a daze, her body trembling intermittently from fear. Gradually adjusting to the light, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Fu Xiyu's profile, she finally relaxed her grip on the weapon in her hand, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as if she had survived a calamity. Just a moment more, the intense strain on her mind dulled her senses, and after a while, she touched her face, only to realize that tears had been streaming down uncontrollably. Her face felt icy. She raised the back of her hand to wipe her face, when suddenly, her vision was obstructed by something thrown at her. It was a coat. Take it. His cold voice was succinct. Fu Xiyu had removed his coat, revealing a thin t-shirt that accentuated his strong shoulders and narrow waist. He bent down to once again grasp the man's collar, his arm muscles tensing as he raised his fist. The last time he taught Lu Mingjie a lesson. He had only needed one punch of this time. It was the first time Xia Zhicha witnessed Fu Xiaoyu truly fighting. As he looked down, his hair fell slightly over his forehead, casting a shadow that accentuated the fierce look in his eyes. Like a vengeful deity from hell, each punch seemed to unleash his pent-up fury, mercilessly pummeling the man, showing no restraint, each blow landing with a sickening thud. The cruel sound reverberated throughout the spacious private room. Xia Zhicha clutched the coat tightly, watching in terror from the side. The man's pleas for mercy filled the air, starting from piercing screams to increasingly faint whimpers, spilling all the details like beans. "It was Timmy. Someone instructed me. To bring her to the hotel upstairs. Please spare me. I promise I won't dare again." Fu Xiaoyu paid no heed to these words, his movements never faltering. Only when the man appeared on the verge of losing consciousness did he finally cease his assault. Dragging him to the sofa and propping him against the wall, he coldly inquired, "Who instructed you?" To his surprise, the man, having just been beaten, was now frightened and, upon rolling his eyes back, fainted dead away. Fu Xiaoyu pressed his lips into a thin line, disdainfully tossing the man aside like a dead pig. "Is there any water?" He turned back to the table, intending to splash water on the man to wake him. No need. At this moment, Xia Zhicha had finally begun to regain her composure. She approached him, returning the coat, and declared, "I'll go ask the rest." She had a strong suspicion about who was behind this incident. Xia Zhicha did not believe that the mastermind was the female classmate who had deceived her. A mere acquaintance could hardly harbor such deep animosity toward her. There must be someone else behind it, with that person merely acting as a pawn. Given her usually reserved demeanor, her aversion to conflict, and her history of goodwill, it was rare for her to have such a profound grudge against anyone. As her speculations sharpened, Xia Zhicha felt increasingly burdened, her thoughts consumed with resolving this matter. And she calmly turned to leave. Just then, her wrist was suddenly seized, pulling her back. The force of the tug jolted her back to reality, and she felt a cold sensation on her face. She slowly lifted her lashes. Fu Xiaoyu was holding a wet wipe between his distinctly knuckled fingers, slightly bowing his head to wipe away the tear stains on her face. "You've turned into a raccoon." "Wipe it off." His gaze was lowered, his expression returning to its habitual languor, as if the earlier ruthlessness was merely an illusion. The bright lights in the private room illuminated the chaos around them. Mingled with blood and shards, a sight most distressing, yet he seemed oblivious, focused solely on cleaning Xia Zhicha's face, until her fair cheeks were completely clean, at which point he contentedly discarded the wet wipe. Xia Zhicha stood in a daze, allowing him to finish his task at a leisurely pace, when she suddenly felt her hand being grasped. "Let us go." Fu Xiaoyu's demeanor was unchanged, his fingertip brushing lightly across her palm in a soothing manner. "You need not hesitate in your intentions. With me backing you, you are safe." Chapter 29, Pain, with Fu Xiaoyu by her side. It was easy to find out the true number of the group's private room. In the dim corridor outside, the heavy bass of music mixed with the air. That Xia girl is truly easy to deceive. I thought she might suspect something, but a mere recording convinced her entirely. "I told you, this kind of innocent, obedient girl is the easiest to hook." Uncertain if the plan had succeeded, he speculated that soon Lu Gu would. Lu Gu would shine tonight, a chance to redeem himself. The door to the private room was not securely closed, and laughter and chatter spilled out from within. The words spoken were utterly disgusting. Xia Zhicha maintained a calm expression as she pushed the door open. Suddenly hearing the commotion, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned toward her. There were quite a few people inside, all looking like thugs from the streets. With Lu Mingjie sitting at the center, whispering something to a girl beside him, his arm wrapped around her waist, grinning lewdly. The girl was the classmate who had called Xia Zhicha. Their intimate gestures suggested they were a couple. So that is how it is. The suspicion in her heart was confirmed, and a hint of mockery crept into Xia Zhicha's eyes. Upon seeing her, Lu Mingjie's eyes flashed with surprise, yet he showed no sign of panic. Even patting the girl's waist, saying, "Go play elsewhere. I just want to talk to her for a moment." The girl pouted. "You have plenty of time with her tonight. Stay with me for a bit." Xia Zhicha, uninterested in their flirtation, coldly raised her voice. "Lu Mingjie, were those things all you're doing?" Lu Mingjie had planned to exchange more lewd remarks, but upon hearing Xia Zhicha's voice, he smiled and sauntered over to her. "Ah, you know now, and yet you dare to come here." In his eyes, Xia Zhicha, standing alone before him, resembled a little white rabbit willingly walking into a trap. A glint of malice flickered in his gaze as he chuckled lowly. Pretending to approach her waist, "How about we just smack?" His words were abruptly cut off by a sharp sound. The colorful lights illuminated Lu Mingjie's face, revealing a clear handprint. Taken by surprise, he stumbled back a step. Covering his face in disbelief, "You dare hit me?" Rage surged within him, and he lunged forward, attempting to grasp Xia Zhicha's neck. "You think you can gloat after injuring me last time, you filthy wench? I should have brought more people to block you. Let those brothers have their fun with you first." His foul language was unbearable, prompting Xia Zhicha to step outside, slamming the door behind her to keep him inside. Lu Mingjie, now furious, yanked the door open without a second thought, his tone arrogant. "You think a door can stop me? This is my territory." "Whose territory?" His words were once again interrupted. A languid, defiant voice resonated before him. Lu Mingjie trembled. The person standing outside was not Xia Zhicha but Fu Xiaoyu. With arms crossed and an air of leisure, Fu Xiaoyu looked down at him, his voice laced with amusement. Care to repeat what you just said? How could it be Fu Xiaoyu? Hadn't he already grown tired of Xia Zhicha? The chill in his back returned, and in an instant he forced a smile. No, I didn't say anything. I recorded it. Xia Zhicha spoke up from the side. She lifted her phone. I've already sent it to the school. Lu Mingzhi's forced smile froze, twisting into a grimace that he glanced at Fu Xiaoyu, whose expression was one of indulgence. Clearly, having tacitly allowed her to lean on him, this matter would not simply blow over. It was over. At that moment, Lu Mingzhi was gripped by two words. He looked at Fu Xiaoyu with a desperate, ingratiating expression, still trying to struggle for survival. Fu Xiao, considering how you already beat me up last time, today, nothing has happened yet. Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Bypassing him and pushing open the door to the private room, the people inside were eavesdropping on the commotion, and upon seeing Fu Xiaoyu they all feigned ignorance, eager to distance themselves from the situation. Fu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone languid. I just finished beating someone up and I'm not really in the mood for more action now. Lu Mingzhi, trailing behind like a sycophant, displayed a flicker of hope, yet the next moment, he saw Fu Xiaoyu leaning against the doorframe, casually continuing, you all can take over, just leave him with a breath. His words fell lightly, as if merely deciding what to eat next. Yet the cold, oppressive tone in his voice left no room for defiance, making everyone feel as if they were plunging into an icy abyss. No one dared to disobey him, without waiting for the reactions of those present. He took Xia Zhicha's hand and left. Not long after, cries of anguish echoed from the private room behind them. As they exited the KTV, the stifling air was dispelled by the evening breeze. Xia Zhicha moved her wrist uncomfortably as Fu Xiaoyu released her hand. Before her lay a panorama of illuminated streets, with the headlights of countless cars flickering in the night. At long last she experienced a sense of salvation, a return to the tranquil realm of reality. Once the tumult subsided and reason regained its hold, emotions that had been suppressed within Xia Zhicha surged forth, leaving her with a sudden pang of trepidation. What if there had been more people? What if the situation had been more dire? Had she summoned Fu Xiaoyu, only to burden him further, lowering her gaze? She unexpectedly noticed the faint specks of blood adorning the back of his hand. Her thoughts sharpened abruptly, and alarm surged within her as she swiftly grasped his wrist. You're hurt, while attending to the fallen. Fu Xiaoyu had overlooked the scattered shards of glass around him, resulting in several cuts on his hand, some deep, others shallow. The mingling of their blood rendered it difficult to discern the severity of the injuries. Fu Xiaoyu remained still, his eyes cast downward as she examined his hand, nonchalantly dismissing the matter as just a minor injury. The weight of guilt deepened within Xia Zhicha as she spotted a nearby pharmacy. Wait for me, she instructed. Turning briskly to leave, she hurried into the store, procuring supplies to tend to his wounds. Upon her return, she found Fu Xiaoyu seated on a bench by the roadside, the night breeze caressing him, accentuating the sharp, cold elegance of his tall figure. Xia Zhicha settled beside him. Fu Xiaoyu lifted his eyelids slightly, cooperating as he raised his hand. The intersecting scratches on his cold, pale skin contrasted starkly with the vivid red of his blood, lending an almost cruel beauty to the sight. If it hurts, tell me, she gently urged, dipping a cotton swab into the medicine. She meticulously cleared away the glass shards before applying the ointment slowly and cautiously to his wounds. Her tone was soft and tender, reminiscent of a caregiver soothing a child. Fu Xiaoyu suppressed a lazy chuckle within himself, a slight smile tugging at his lips. To him, these minor wounds felt akin to a mirage, barely registering on his senses. Just as he intended to tease her with a carefree remark, he noticed her furrowed brow and the delicate porcelain-like features of her face, taut with concentration, when her touch grazed his wound. Her wrist trembled slightly, as if she were nurturing a fragile porcelain doll, fearful of causing him pain. The words he had been about to voice retreated to the back of his throat as he observed her. His gaze deepening, with a subtle smile, he watched her apply the cotton swab to the deepest of his wounds. It hurts. He lowered his gaze, his thick black lashes casting shadows over his eyes, and unexpectedly spoke in a low, melodic voice. Chapter 30. I am willing to care. Fu Xiaoyu's voice, already deep and magnetic, took on a softer tone, imbued with a hint of vulnerability. Xia Zhicha rarely heard him speak in such a manner, and her heart quivered, softening further, leaving her riddled with guilt that he should not have been involved in this matter. She had inadvertently caused him trouble. I'm sorry. She murmured, her voice subdued and weary. She hadn't anticipated that a simple jest would lead to such self-reproach. Fu Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of exasperation in his expression. Why do you always feel the need to apologize to me? His gaze danced playfully, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Am I an outsider to you? Xia Zhicha pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. She was accustomed to apologizing. Whenever she caused trouble for others, guilt would wash over her. It was not that she viewed Fu Xiaoyu as an outsider, but rather, she held him in such high regard. She did not wish for him to feel burdened by her injuries, yet she found herself disheartened to realize that in moments of peril, the first face to flash through her mind was his. This was not right. Her thoughts swirled chaotically, and suddenly she felt warmth against her cheek, accompanied by the refreshing scent of pine. Fu Xiaoyu's broad palm cradled her face, gently lifting her gaze to meet his. The girl's face was indeed petite, her cheeks barely fitting within his palm, her skin soft and delicate, as if it might shatter with the slightest pressure. Any remnants of his earlier dissatisfaction dissipated upon feeling her warmth beneath his touch. Fu Ziyu released his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing gently as he let out a soft sigh. His narrow, almond-shaped eyes held a newfound seriousness as he spoke, his tone imbued with a hint of charming wildness. Listen. Xiajicha looked at him, her clear, luminous deer-like eyes glimmering with confusion. I am willing to come to your aid because to me, you are worth caring for. Fu Ziyu articulated each word with remarkable clarity. Devoid of his usual languid demeanor, Fu Ziyu, do not meddle in matters without reason. Your affairs do not constitute a burden to me. I am willing to care. Xiajicha's pupils trembled intensely. At that moment, it felt as if all her senses had dulled, her heart racing uncontrollably as if caught in a dream. He had stated that he was willing to look after her, that he did not perceive her as a nuisance. Just then, her phone rang, the sound jarringly interrupting the moment. Startled, Xiajicha fumbled to retrieve it from her pocket upon seeing the name Zhang Lili. She quickly answered, Hello Gigi, why did you call me? Zhang Lili's voice conveyed an apologetic tone. I'm so sorry, I was out for a walk and didn't realize my phone was dead until I got back. Relief washed over Xiajicha, the last remnants of worry dissipating. I'm fine now, I encountered a bit of trouble earlier, but it's all sorted out. That's good to hear, Zhang Lili replied, her voice calming upon hearing Xiajicha's composure. When will you be back? The dormitory will close in 5 minutes. Are you downstairs? Xiajicha paused, suddenly aware that after the recent commotion, they were near curfew. Though this area was close to Jing University, it would still take some time to return. There was no way she could make it in time. If it had been last year's dormitory supervisor, perhaps she might have allowed a bit of leeway, but the new supervisor this semester was strict and unyielding. Returning late meant registering for a penalty beforehand. Mumbling a vague response to Zhang Lili, Xiajicha hung up, her mind swirling with concern. What was she to do? She had only brought her phone with her, leaving everything else behind. Come to my place, Fu Ziyu suddenly suggested. Fu Ziyu also owned an apartment near the university, a spacious 2-bedroom unit in an upscale complex. With its over 100 square meters and minimalist decor, it exuded a sense of refined simplicity. The furnishings hinted that this was a place where he frequently resided. Offering a glimpse into his life, Xiajicha stepped inside, feeling a bit shy, as Fu Ziyu opened the shoe cabinet and handed her a pair of women's slippers. They were soft and plush, adorned with a bunny motif, clearly meant for a young girl. Was this for his girlfriend? Did he often bring his girlfriend here? Xiajicha's gaze dropped slightly, a sense of subtle disappointment washing over her. Noticing her fixation on the slippers, Fu Ziyu chuckled lightly, casually remarking, They're new, no one has worn them before. Xiajicha responded with a soft oath, slowly putting them on. Do you often bring people here? Do you treat my home like a hotel? Fu Ziyu shot her a sidelong glance. I've never brought anyone back. You're the first. She was the first. Xiajicha savored the words, a flicker of happiness igniting within her. People often cherished their uniqueness. Earlier, she had messaged Zhang Lili to inform her she wouldn't be returning, prompting a flurry of question marks in response. Asking where she intended to stay that night. Seated on the soft sofa in the living room, she replied, I'm staying at a friend's house. Zhang Lili texted back, You've made a new friend without telling me? How dare you be so close to someone else without inviting me to your home? Xiajicha smiled, offering a few comforting words. Zhang Lili had always viewed her as the obedient little sister, never questioning her circumstances, assuming it was merely a platonic friendship. Alright, just remember to come back tomorrow afternoon for the exam. Oh, by the way, where are your notes for that class? I'll study late tonight and might need a last-minute review. Recalling the details, Xiajicha realized she couldn't explain everything through text, so she opted for a voice message instead. Open the second drawer on your right. There's a folder inside with my printed highlights. And under the wardrobe, Xiajicha. Suddenly Fu Ziyu's voice resonated from within the other room, causing Xiajicha to freeze momentarily, her finger inadvertently releasing the screen. The voice message had been sent. Chapter 31, Good night. Xiajicha felt her breath catch. The voice message had been sent, complete with Fu Ziyu's final utterance of her name. After a moment of blankness, her heart raced, and she hurriedly attempted to retract it. Hey, I was only halfway through listening. Why did you take it back? I misspoke earlier. Seeing that Zhang Lili hadn't caught Fu Ziyu's voice, Xiajicha exhaled slowly, feeling her limbs tingle with tension. Today had been overwhelming. Xiajicha. Fu Ziyu's voice rang out again. Xiajicha quickly responded, making her way toward the sound. The door to the master bedroom was shut, while Fu Ziyu was in the second bedroom. As she pushed the half-open door, she found him holding 2 sheets, one pink and one blue. Which one do you want? Fu Ziyu had changed into loose loungewear, freshly washed and radiating a clean scent. His damp black hair tousled against his forehead, exuding a relaxed homely vibe. The soft, warm light in the room cast a gentle glow over his features, rendering him captivating in any guise. Xiajicha reached out, pointing to the blue sheet. Although she had no particular preference for colors, it was the same shade as the dress Fu Ziyu had gifted her on their first meeting. It seems she has begun to develop a slight preference for blue. With that, Fu Ziyu turned his head and returned the pink bedsheet to the wardrobe. Subsequently, he spread the bedsheet, preparing to make the bed. Xiajicha quickly interjected, I can do it. living in his house already made her feel somewhat guilty. How could she let him assist her in making the bed? As she spoke, she reached to take the bedsheet from his hands. Fu Xi released his grip, allowing her to proceed, observing the young girl bustling about. She resembled a diligent little maid. He pressed down on the bedsheet, chuckling. Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to sleep with you. Xia Jicha was tugging at the bedsheet when she heard his teasing remark, causing her to bury her head even lower. In her distraction, she accidentally bumped against the bedpost, resulting in a sharp jolt that left her momentarily dizzy. After all this time, how could she still be so bashful over a mere joke? Hearing the commotion, Fu Xi's mirthful gaze softened a bit. He strode around the foot of the bed, thinking he was trying to help her relax, yet she seemed even more tense now. However, that joke was truly quite embarrassing. Xia Jicha found herself imagining the scenario of sharing a bed with Fu Xi, and for the first time, she quietly retorted, "Please don't make such jokes in the future." Fu Xi's gaze sharpened slightly. Why not? Xia Jicha hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It's too suggestive. His carefree nature could easily lead her to misunderstandings. Perhaps he had made such jokes with many girls before. After speaking, Xia Jicha pressed her lips together, attempting to casually divert the conversation. The residual pain on her forehead lingered, and she slowly raised her hand, intending to touch it to see if it had bruised. Before she could, another hand descended first, radiating warmth against her forehead. Does it still hurt? Fu Xi inquired, leaning in closer, seemingly to assess the extent of her injury. In that moment, the distance between them diminished, and Xia Jicha could even sense the gentle rhythm of Fu Xi's breath as he spoke. She shook her head, feeling there was no further retreat. But it doesn't hurt. No bruise. Fu Xi scrutinized her forehead once more before releasing his hand. I won't disturb you any longer. Noticing the young girl still tense, he understood that his presence was only making her more uneasy. Fu Xi then turned and exited the room, stating, "Feel free to use anything in my house. I'll be in my room sleeping. The pillows and blankets are in the wardrobe. If you need anything, just knock." Xia Jicha slowly lowered her hands, placing them over her heart. Okay. Just before Fu Xi stepped out of the doorframe, he paused, turning back. He flashed a playful smile that curved at the corners of his eyes. The dim light blurred his languid features, enveloping him in an inexplicable haze. Xia Jicha, good night. Xia Jicha's previously calming thoughts were once again set racing by his words. After speaking, Fu Xi did not immediately turn away but continued to gaze at her with a smile, as if awaiting her response. Good night. Xia Jicha's voice was soft, almost a whisper. She had often fantasized in her dreams about Fu Xi personally wishing her good night. His voice was truly melodious, enchanting to the point where it made her heart flutter repeatedly. As the lights dimmed, Xia Jicha slowly wrapped herself in the blanket. The sheets and pillow exuded a crisp, clean scent, enveloping her entirely. She reminded herself once more, she must not succumb, must not reveal her feelings. They were merely friends. After all, the next morning, when Xia Jicha awoke, she discovered Fu Xi already awake, seated at the dining table. The wound on the back of his hand from the previous night had formed a scab, a dark red line indicating it would heal in a few days. On the table were 2 bowls of congee and some side dishes. One bowl was prepared specifically for her, accompanied by a beautifully cooked runny fried egg. Xia Jicha, still drowsy from her sleep, asked, "Did you make this?" Fu Xi replied, his mouth partially full of egg. Making his response somewhat muffled, Xia Jicha was taken aback. She had assumed that someone of his stature would never need to lift a finger for such tasks. Fu Xi raised his gaze, immediately discerning her thoughts, and chuckled lightly, his tone casual. "What did you think? How do you think I've managed all these years on my own, alone?" Xia Jicha paused in her movements as she approached the table, blinking in confusion. Doesn't he live at home? Suddenly, she recalled the furious phone call he had received at the hospital, presumably from his family. She wisely fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Despite being born into such an illustrious family, seemingly lacking for nothing, he appeared to be far from happy. At that moment, her phone screen lit up, and as she glanced down, a realization struck her, prompting her to eat much faster. Fu Xi watched as the young girl devoured her congee like a little hamster, cheeks puffed out, before she quickly got up and rushed into the kitchen. As if driven by some unseen force, the sound of rushing water filled the air. After washing her dishes, Xia Jicha poked her head out of the kitchen and spoke softly. "Then I will be on my way." Fu Xi responded with a nonchalant lazily glancing at her phone still resting on the table. The screen lit up for a few seconds, indicating a new message. Xia Jicha dried her hands and emerged from the kitchen, picking up her phone to unlock it while turning to change her shoes and replying to the message. In that split second as she unlocked it, Fu Xi caught a glimpse of her chat interface. It featured an avatar of an anime boy. "I'm almost at the school gate. Do you want to come out and meet me?" Fu Xi's gaze lingered for a moment, his expression darkening. Chapter 32. Waiting outside for you. When Xia Jicha arrived at the school gate a few minutes later, she immediately spotted a tall, slender boy amidst the bustling crowd, holding a large suitcase. "Sui," she called out, hurrying over. The boy, Chang Sui, looked up from his phone and greeted her with a smile. Sister. Chang Sui was the son of her uncle and aunt. Her younger brother with whom she had grown up this year, he had also been accepted into Jing University. However, due to his long-standing illness, he had experienced a relapse after the college entrance examination and had spent a considerable amount of time in the hospital, prompting him to apply for a delayed start. His condition was quite complex. There were times when he nearly didn't survive, and his name was later changed to Chang Ming Sui, symbolizing living through each passing year. He had been hospitalized frequently in the past few years but had finally reached a stable condition after surgery, allowing him to attend school. As Xia Zhicha attempted to take his suitcase, he sidestepped her. The doctor said, "I'm mostly healed now, I'm not that weak anymore." He patted the suitcase beside him, reassuring her, "Don't worry, look, my parents were fine with me coming alone." Xia Zhicha often inquired about Chang Ming Sui's condition with her uncle and aunt, so she was well informed. However, having grown accustomed to caring for him since childhood, she couldn't help but worry about him. Fearing he might overexert himself, Xia Zhicha wanted to say more, but Chang Ming Sui had already draped an arm over her shoulder, playfully leading her through the school gate. "Come on, sister, don't be so tense. Relax a bit, I'm not some fragile item." Xia Zhicha chuckled helplessly. Alright. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strange sensation on her back, as if someone were watching her. When she glanced back, the crowd at the school gate was bustling, leading her to think it was just her imagination. The enrollment process was relatively simple. After paying the fees and collecting her items, they headed to the dormitory. Having missed the opening day, girls weren't allowed in the boys' dormitory, so Xia Zhicha could only stand downstairs watching Chang Ming Sui take his suitcase upstairs. It wasn't until he sent her a photo of his dorm that she finally felt relieved. She texted him back, "Xia Zhicha, I have an exam this afternoon, so I'll head back to my dorm now? Chang Ming Sui, we haven't seen each other in so long. Wait for me a bit longer. My parents specifically told me to treat you to a meal." Xia Zhicha, but you haven't even gotten your meal card yet? The next moment, a notification popped up indicating a transfer of 200. Xia Zhicha, that this kid. 10 minutes later, Chang Ming Sui came downstairs in a fresh outfit. It was still early, and there was no rush for lunch, so Xia Zhicha decided to take him around the school. My parents asked me to keep an eye on you while you're at school, so you don't skimp on expenses. As Xia Zhicha introduced the campus, Chang Ming Sui casually shoved his hands into his pockets and abruptly said, "You've gotten thinner." Xia Zhicha paused, smiling. "I haven't. Really, you say you haven't?" Chang Ming Sui scrutinized her from head to toe. "But you definitely have." Xia Zhicha sighed in exasperation. "It's been so long since we last met. What do you expect? I've just lost a bit of weight." Chang Ming Sui grinned mischievously. "If you don't treat me to a meal with that 200, I'm going to stick to you." This kid has become even more mischievous since the last time they met. Xia Zhicha found it hard to project any authority as an older sister in front of him. She sighed and emphasized, "I am your sister." Chang Ming Sui responded without hesitation, "Yes, sister." As they passed a supermarket, Xia Zhicha paused and asked, "Is there any snack you'd like?" Thinking she was going to buy something, Chang Ming Sui shrugged, "You buy what you like, just get me a bottle of water." After pondering for a moment, she told him to wait outside. The supermarket wasn't large and sold mostly daily necessities, with snacks not as plentiful as those in the school-less convenience stores. Mostly consisting of old brand chips and snacks, the iron shelves, aged and cluttered, stood in disarray, with a narrow aisle winding through them. Xia Zhicha pondered the tastes and preferences of Chang Ming Sui as she placed snacks into her shopping basket. Though she had little fondness for such treats, she secretly prepared them for him. If he were to notice, he would surely comment. After gathering the snacks, she recalled that Chang Ming Sui had asked her to bring water, prompting her to turn towards the beverage aisle. Several brands of mineral water jostled for space on one shelf, easily visible or above. An assortment of snacks, left by an unknown hand, overflowed. The shelf's edge leaned precariously, creating a sense that the stacked bottles and other items might tumble down at any moment. Xia Zhicha hesitated briefly, then moved with caution, gingerly extracting a bottle she deemed relatively safe. However, as she pulled it out, the disarray behind it seemed to shift, causing a cascade of items to tilt dangerously in her direction. With the bottle of water still in hand, she was momentarily caught off guard. Instinctively shutting her eyes and shielding her face with her arm, after a moment of rustling and clattering, she opened her eyes to find herself unharmed, yet acutely aware of someone standing behind her. Gradually, her gaze fell upon a familiar arm, which was steadying the items on the verge of collapse. The scarred back of that hand was unmistakable to her. Taken aback, she turned her head, incredulous. Wasn't he supposed to be at home? At a height of nearly 30 centimeters taller than her own 1.6 meters, Fu Xiaoyu stood closely behind, his presence exacerbated by the narrowness of the aisle and the bulk of her shopping basket. The dim light cast a shadow over them. Fu Xiaoyu did not lower his gaze to meet hers. Instead, he focused on righting the toppled bottles, as if perusing his options, his fingers gliding leisurely over a row of bottles. He showed no inclination to move, his body nearly pressed against her back as though he were entirely oblivious to her presence. The chill of his breath enveloped her, and Xia Zhicha felt uneasy with such proximity. Her grip on the mineral water tightening, she contemplated slipping away unnoticed. Just as she shifted her foot to leave, Fu Xiaoyu extended his other hand, deliberately placing it against the shelf on her other side. Half bending to block her path completely from a distance, it appeared as if he had ensnared her within his embrace. Xia Zhicha froze, a wave of embarrassment washing over her, uncertain of his intentions. She bit her lip and called out to him, Fu Xiaoyu, that he responded lazily. Before she could inquire about his presence, footsteps approached from the entrance, growing louder as they neared. Xia Zhicha felt a jolt of alarm and gently nudged his arm. She felt bashful, not wanting anyone to witness their seemingly intimate exchange. Could you let go of me for a moment? Fu Xiaoyu also heard the commotion, his eyelids fluttering slightly, yet he did not budge. Wait, the footsteps drew nearer, and panic surged in Xia Zhicha's chest. Before he could finish, she crouched low, attempting to slip away through the gap beneath his arm. Sensing her reluctance, Fu Xiaoyu finally released his grip. Standing upright with a hint of annoyance, relieved, Xia Zhicha exhaled, clutching her shopping basket as she stealthily moved aside. Noting his lack of further obstruction, she decided to dismiss the earlier exchange as merely playful. Just as she turned to leave, Fu Xiaoyu called out to her once more, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to them. Perplexed, she turned back to face him. He had taken a bottle of cola from the shelf. Holding it nonchalantly, his gaze drifting past the shelves. In a tone that seemed casual yet tinged with an imperceptible chill, he remarked, "The guy waiting outside for you, who is he? Your classmate." Chapter 33, Possessiveness. "He is Chang Mingsui." Xia Zhicha blinked in confusion, responding truthfully, "He's my younger brother." "Your brother?" Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Is he also from Jingde?" "Yes, due to health reasons, he just arrived today." "I'm getting him some things." Xia Zhicha was puzzled by Fu Xiaoyu's sudden inquiry and wondered what was behind it. "Nothing." Fu Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly, half of his face obscured by shadow. His expression inscrutable. "Just saw him and thought I'd ask." Xia Zhicha nodded, then proceeded to the checkout. As she approached the counter, she collided with a figure rushing by. The other person said nothing. Quickening their pace and brushing past her, the sound of their small leather shoes echoed sharply against the tiled floor as they darted through the aisles. Xia Zhicha didn't catch a glimpse of the individual and dismissed it as inconsequential. After completing her purchase, she walked up to Chang Mingsui, who was waiting at the entrance, handing him unaccountably. The visage of Xia Zhicha emerged in his mind. Her features were exquisitely soft, her doe-like eyes so clear that one could gaze into their depths endlessly. When she smiled, it was as if a tranquil moonlight rippled across a still pond. When her cheeks flushed with shyness, a hint of an enchanting allure, unbeknownst to her, would tint her cheeks, making her lips bloom with a captivating yet innocent allure. Just moments ago, standing before the shelves, she appeared so diminutive and soft, as if he could envelop her entirely with a mere lean. Fu Xi could not fathom why, upon seeing the message he had sent her this morning, he had inexplicably followed her, especially when he witnessed her slender shoulders being embraced by that man. A dark urge to intervene and separate them rose within him. It was only when she stood alone, explaining in a daze that he was her brother, that he abruptly realized the gravity of his actions. Fu Xi lowered his gaze, squeezing the cola bottle, letting out a self-mocking chuckle. When had he become so morally ambiguous? Chapter 34. Dressed like a playboy. A few days later, the school forum erupted once more due to a sensational incident. Lu Mingzhi and his cohort were publicly expelled by the school. It was rumored they had committed serious offenses, and that prison might follow. What? No way. I remember Lu Mingzhi being quite amiable, and his family has some influence. Didn't it come out that he had done many bad things before, yet nothing ever happened? How could they possibly send him to prison? I don't know, perhaps he really got himself into some serious trouble. That Lu Shui from our class is also involved. I wonder if she got dragged into it. I heard he might have crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have due to the involvement of some classmates in this matter. Xia Zhicha often overheard discussions when she entered the classroom. She hadn't inquired further about the incident with Fu Xi, gradually piecing together the details from her classmates' chatter. They were unaware of the inside story. But Xia Zhicha understood it all too well. For Lu Mingzhi to end up in such a predicament, Fu Xi's influence was unmistakable. Otherwise, with the Lu family's ability to cover for him over the years, such dire consequences would have been improbable. Today marked the final exam of the midterm period. The material was light, and the atmosphere in the classroom was quite relaxed. Fortunately, you didn't agree to let him pursue you, Zhang Lili remarked, tossing her pencil case aside as she swaggered over to sit beside Xia Zhicha. I remember how fervently he chased after you, looking all charming, yet it turns out he is just a scoundrel behind the scenes. As she spoke passionately, Zhang Lili suddenly noticed Xia Zhicha staring at her. What's wrong? She blinked in confusion. Xia Zhicha's gaze was fixed on the faint, purplish marks on Zhang Lili's neck. Concealed by her hair, Xia Zhicha was initially uncertain, but after a prolonged stare, she confirmed her suspicion. Remembering that Zhang Lili hadn't returned to the dorm last night, she asked with concern, "Did someone hurt you?" "Oh," Zhang Lili touched her neck as if recalling something, and shyly admitted, "I forgot to wear a scarf, but it's nothing, you don't need to worry." Seeing that Xia Zhicha still looked unconvinced, as if she wouldn't rest until she got an explanation, Zhang Lili's eyes sparkled with playful annoyance. She tidied her hair and leaned closer to Xia Zhicha's ear. Whispering a few words, observing Xiajicha's bewildered expression gradually shift to one of shock, followed by her ears turning crimson as if they might ignite, Zhang Lili straightened up with satisfaction. It is just a little flirtation, we're adults, it's perfectly normal that you'll understand once you start dating. That remark was a bit too provocative for Xiajicha, she lowered her head. Quietly covering her eyes, though she knew Zhang Lili was quite open-minded, she hadn't anticipated such explicit details would be shared so casually. It was a bit overwhelming for her. You're too innocent. Aren't you, Jiji? Seeing Xiajicha nearly blush to the point of ripeness, Zhang Lili couldn't contain her laughter, shrugging her shoulders as she leaned on the desk for a moment. Then, as if making a decision, she patted Xiajicha's shoulder. Perfect, after the exam, I'll take you to a cozy bar I've been fond of lately, there are plenty of handsome guys there. You'll get to experience more and not feel shy anymore. Before Xiajicha could respond, the invigilator entered the classroom. Zhang Lili stuck out her tongue and returned to her seat. Not forgetting to mime, it's a deal, Xiajicha sighed in exasperation. Zhang Lili's decisiveness was always strong. That very evening, as darkness fell, she had Xiajicha dressed in a beautiful dress and made up. Dragging her out to hail a cab at the bar was located by the riverside, encompassing 3 floors. The first floor featured an open courtyard with live music, while the third floor boasted a terrace. A new singer had just taken the stage, and gentle folk tunes flowed through the air. The establishment was bustling, with nearly all seats filled by 8 o'clock. Zhang Lili had made her reservation rather late. Securing a spot on the second floor was much quieter than the first. Their table was situated near the central courtyard, allowing them to gaze down at the live performance and the surrounding booths. From Xiajicha's vantage point, the booth directly below them was packed with a lively group engaged in games, their raucous banter punctuated by exclamations of victory and defeat. Zhang Lili ordered a craft cocktail and several signature appetizers. Then handed the menu to Xiajicha. Recalling her previous struggle with beer, Zhang Lili flipped to the low-alcohol section and suggested, "Try these first. They're light and 1 tea gets you tipsy easily." Xiajicha nodded in agreement. The cocktails here were visually stunning, and she found herself grappling with choices before eventually settling on a pineapple juice-based drink. While she pondered her order, several people passed by their table. 2 of whom approached Zhang Lili for her contact information. The second one, while flirting, subtly glanced at Xiajicha. Zhang Lili chuckled and playfully bantered with them, smoothly declining their advances. Once they left, she immediately donned an exasperated expression. Those 2 were somewhat handsome, but they seem like trouble. You can tell they're not good people, Xiajicha wholeheartedly agreed. She was sensitive to the gazes of others and could easily discern the predatory intent behind the looks cast her way by those 2. The more you encounter such types, the less enchanted you'll be by handsome men, Zhang Lili remarked, shaking her head. They all look charming, but behind that facade, they're just troublemakers, thinking they can take advantage of women. Gigi, don't let yourself be fooled by such men, understand? As she spoke, unable to resist, she leaned in and playfully brushed her cheek against Xiajicha's, adding, someone as pure as you is the prime target for scoundrels. Taking you out is just to broaden your horizons. Don't be too naive, or you might just get swept away. Got it, Xiajicha replied with a smile, her eyes bending into crescents. Zhang Lili seemed to spot an acquaintance rising to greet them, leaving Xiajicha to sip her lemonade while gazing at the performance below. As her eyes swept across the previously crowded booth, she suddenly noticed that the group had risen, seemingly welcoming someone, instinctively parting to clear a spot in the center. Before she could ponder further, a familiar figure settled into view. Fu Si. Xiajicha blinked in surprise. She hadn't anticipated seeing Fu Si here. Dressed like a playboy, with a black hoodie and adorned with silver accessories, he exuded a rebellious air. Once seated, the crowd resumed their laughter. It appeared he had paid no mind to their revelry. When offered a cigarette, he accepted it, pinching it between his fingers with a nonchalant demeanor. As if sensing the gaze from above, he lifted his eyes momentarily. Xiajicha's breath caught in her throat as she hastily averted her gaze. Shifting deeper into her seat, anxious about being discovered, feeling a twinge of guilt. Fu Si seemed to merely glance her way before quickly returning his attention elsewhere. After a while, she daringly stole another look downstairs, only to find him lighting a cigarette, resting it on his lips, engaged in casual conversation. He likely hadn't noticed her. She exhaled a sigh of relief, just as a clear voice rang out. Fu Si, a slender, beautiful girl in an exquisite Chanel-inspired outfit, gracefully approached the booth, effortlessly taking a seat beside Fu Si amidst the teasing gazes of the others. She playfully tugged at his sleeve. Her delicate features illuminated by the shifting lights, Xiajicha recognized her instantly. It was Tong Tong. Chapter 35, Kiss My Girlfriend. Brother Fu, Princess Tong Tong has come specifically to find you after winning that competition at her college. Exactly, she has been devoted to you. Shouldn't you reward her with a kiss? The surrounding crowd erupted in boisterous laughter and teasing. Tong Tong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she straightened her posture, neither rejecting nor fully accepting the playful advances. Fu Si merely smirked faintly, showing little reaction, subtly evading her intentional touches. As the laughter subsided, he turned to the loudest instigator of the teasing. Come here. What? The boy looked puzzled. Fu Si replied coolly, switch places with her. What? Me and her? The boy got, pointing at Tong Tong. Fu Si nodded, his eyes betraying no emotion. Wait, but Tong Tong, the boy hesitated, but upon seeing Fu Si's expression, he quickly fell silent and approached Tong Tong. Sorry, but Brother Fu wants us to switch seats. Tong Tong's expression darkened abruptly. She rose with a hint of defiance, a flicker of humiliation gracing her features as she switched seats with another. The boy from earlier watched Tong Tong take her place, feeling somewhat awkward, and sheepishly inquired of Fu Xiaoyu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat a girl this way, Fu Xiaoyu? Disinterested in further conversation, lifted his glass and took a sip, tilting his chin slightly as his Adam's apple bobbed, accentuating the sharpness of his jawline. A languid chill enveloped him. The boy chuckled awkwardly, attempting to diffuse the tension. I didn't say anything. Not he was foolish for speaking up. After all this time dealing with Brother Fu, he had never witnessed him display tenderness towards any girl. As Fu Xiaoyu's gaze returned to the second floor, he noted that the young woman upstairs had ceased to look below and was instead thanking the waiter who was serving dishes. Her profile was soft, and her smile was sweetly innocent, creating a stark contrast to the bar's ambience. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his eyelids and downed his drink in one go. When Zhang Lili returned to her seat, the drinks had already arrived. Xia Shicha hadn't touched hers, patiently waiting for her friend. Zhang Lili smiled as she pulled out her phone. You truly understand me, let me take a picture. Xia Shicha nodded in agreement. Once the photo was taken and Zhang Lili granted her permission, she cautiously lifted her glass and took a small sip. The last beer had left a lasting impression, and even now, she remained wary of alcoholic beverages. The taste was sweet, predominantly pineapple juice, without the harshness of alcohol. Feeling reassured, Xia Shicha took another couple of sips. Was that Fu Xiaoyu down there? At that moment, Zhang Lili also raised her glass to peer down, spotting Fu Xiaoyu and expressing her surprise. He's here too, along with his rumored girlfriend. Xia Shicha feigned ignorance, only now noticing the commotion below as she shifted her gaze once more. The scene unfolded as they began spinning a bottle, seemingly engaged in a game of truth or dare. It was becoming quite spirited, with two boys locking lips. Much to her astonishment, Zhang Lili observed them dance and kiss. Her interest peaked. What a sight, they're kissing as if they can't bear to part. I recall the one on the right has a girlfriend, doesn't he? Xia Shicha, possessing a straightforward worldview, found it difficult to tolerate such chaotic displays, taking another sip of her drink, wishing to avert her gaze. It wasn't until a sense of drowsiness began to creep in that she realized she had unknowingly consumed half of her cocktail. Her mind felt slightly hazy, though thankfully not overly intoxicated. Not wanting to lose control, she set her glass down and stood, announcing her intention to visit the restroom. Zhang Lili, oblivious to her inebriation, allowed her to go, cautioning her not to entertain any advances from others. The game continued downstairs. Suddenly, the bottle landed on Fu Xiaoyu. Seizing the moment, someone eagerly asked, truth or dare? Fu Xiaoyu leaned back in his seat. Dare. Laughter erupted as the group helped him draw a dare. The challenge read, kiss the nearest girl. When the dare was announced, everyone burst into laughter, turning their attention to Tong Tong, the only girl present. Now's your chance, kiss her, kiss her. Tong Tong rose gracefully, approaching Fu Xiaoyu with a beaming smile. Fu Xiaoyu, a bet is a bet. Fu Xiaoyu chuckled softly, having witnessed her earlier antics, mistaking his amusement for acquiescence. Tong Tong leaned in shyly to kiss him, but Fu Xiaoyu turned his head, his expression indifferent. I can't, he replied, a smirk playing on his lips. My girlfriend would be upset. The room fell silent. Everyone stunned. A girlfriend, the nearby onlookers gasped, wondering when Fu Go had acquired a new girlfriend. Wait, we never heard about this. As Tong Tong's expression froze, the crowd hurriedly attempted to defuse the situation. Let's just forget this round. Tong Tong, unwilling to concede, bit her lip and fixed her gaze on Fu Xiaoyu for a long moment before forcing a smile. Your girlfriend isn't even here. Kissing me isn't a big deal, is it? No one would know. With Fu Go being so reckless, surely he could handle such a trivial jest. After her words lingered in the air, she fixed her eyes on Fu Xiaoyu. He withdrew his playful demeanor, meeting her gaze momentarily before releasing a cold chuckle. Don't provoke me. With that, he turned away from Tong Tong, casually scanning the upper floor, only to find the soft figure that had been seated there had vanished. Moments later, seemingly disinterested, he lazily rose and walked away. The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly quiet and hesitant to speak. Some stole glances at Tong Tong, who was experiencing humiliation for the first time in front of so many people. Her face paling as she recklessly pursued Fu Xiaoyu. Fu Xiaoyu, where are you going? Fu Xiaoyu leisurely stretched his shoulders, glancing back. Seeing Tong Tong attempt to cling to him, he raised an eyebrow, a teasing lilt to his voice. What, are you hoping to watch me kiss my girlfriend? Chapter 36. Fu Xiaoyu embraced her. Fu Xiaoyu's words were blunt and unrefined, leaving Tong Tong frozen in place. The onlookers in the booth behind them were equally stunned, their murmurs rising in a cacophony. What, his girlfriend is here too? Where is she? I was just drinking with him the other day, and he never mentioned her. In the past, his relationships had always been the talk of the town. Why was this one so discreet? Does that mean Tong Tong? Alright, enough, we shouldn't bring it up. She might get hurt. The crowd lowered their voices intentionally, Yet their words still reached Tong Tong's ears, her fingers clenched tightly, nails digging into her palm as she shot them an annoyed glance. Turning back, she noticed Fu Xiaoyu's figure had vanished. Frowning, she stubbornly followed in the direction he had departed. Although labeled as a lounge, the place was expansive and ultimately a drinking establishment, resulting in a chaotic restroom scene. Exiting a stall and navigating past several individuals hunched over the toilet, Xia Shicha still felt a bit lightheaded. She had assumed her previous reaction to beer was merely a result of choking, but it seemed her tolerance was indeed limited. She resolved not to drink again. Staring into the mirror at her dazed reflection, she thought to herself of the dim lighting cast shadows as she stepped out of the restroom, only to be obstructed in the corridor by a group of men. "Hey there, did you come alone?" The leading young man, appearing somewhat inebriated, frivolously extended his phone to her. "Let us be friends." Xiaojicha, feeling wary, shook her head in refusal. "I came with my friend. I need to go find her." "Perfect," the group grinned. "Come with us. We'd love to meet your friend. More people make for a more enjoyable time." Unaccustomed to dealing with such persistent individuals, Xiaojicha mumbled an apology, seeking a way to slip past them. However, they continued to press, opening the WeChat interface on their phone and holding it out to her. Perhaps sensing her gentle demeanor, they seemed intent on taking her phone, suggesting, "Let us be friends, if you add me. We won't bother you anymore. What do you say?" Xiaojicha felt a prickling unease, her head beginning to swim again. Fearing the situation might escalate, she reluctantly nodded, deciding to handle this momentarily before extricating herself. The young man, seeing her compliance, grinned. "Should I scan you?" Xiaojicha absently nodded, about to open WeChat when suddenly she felt a firm arm encircle her shoulders. A crisp scent mingled with a hint of alcohol wafted toward her, and her heart raced as she prepared to struggle, only to hear a familiar, nonchalant voice overhead. "Everyone, are you trying to hit on my girlfriend?" It was Fu Xiaoyu's voice. Instantly upon recognizing it, a wave of relief washed over her. Knowing he was there to rescue her, she relaxed and allowed him to embrace her. It was an intimate posture, and she could feel his hand resting on her shoulder, his distinct fingers gently tapping. Xiaojicha breathed a sigh of relief. Of the group, upon spotting Fu Xiaoyu, instantly altered their demeanor, chuckling awkwardly. So you have a special someone. My apologies." With that, they turned and left, no longer pursuing her. Once they had retreated, Fu Xiaoyu released his hold. Xiaojicha murmured her gratitude. Fu Xiaoyu scrutinized her for a moment before asking, "Have you had too much to drink?" Xiaojicha shook her head. "I'd just had a little, not drunk. A little, and you're already like this." Fu Xiaoyu, accustomed to the drinking scene, could easily discern when someone was intoxicated, observing the girl's slightly sluggish speech and her insistence on not being drunk. He found it amusing and pinched the back of her neck lightly. "Let us go up to the terrace for some fresh air. It'll help you sober up." The skin on the back of her neck was sensitive, causing her to shrink back slightly. Perhaps it was her subconscious trust in Fu Xiaoyu that led her to comply, nodding in agreement as she followed him upstairs. The terrace on the third floor, separated from the noise of the two lower levels, served as a scenic spot for photos, rendering it much quieter. The November air was slightly chilly, and only a handful of people occupied the area. The scattered lights illuminated the darkness, and as the night breeze blew, Xiaojicha felt her consciousness sharpen. Fu Xiai, and she casually found a corner and sat down. "Is this your first time visiting a bar?" Fu Xiai inquired. Xiaojicha nodded, stating that she had accompanied Zhang Lily. To be honest, how much have you had to drink? Fu Xiai asked, sitting beside her with his legs crossed, his gaze lowered to the young girl who was slightly tilting her face to catch the breeze. He smirked playfully. "When your first visit, did you already get yourself drunk?" Xiaojicha fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just half a glass. Fu Xi's hand, which had been reaching for a cigarette, paused, and he chuckled softly. "Really, just half a glass?" "Yes." Xiaojicha nodded obediently, sitting up straight like a student awaiting reprimand. Fu Xi had truly never encountered such an innocent girl, so pure that nothing could taint her. His hand, which intended to light a cigarette, halted as he unexpectedly felt a tinge of defeat, and asked her, "Will you dare to drink again next time?" Xiaojicha shook her head, now aware of her limited tolerance for alcohol. She vowed never to touch it again. A gust of wind tousled her slightly disheveled hair, and the ringtone of her phone mingled with the sounds of the wind. It took her a moment to realize it was her phone ringing. She answered, and Zhang Lily's voice, blended with the music from downstairs, reached her ears. "Gigi, are you still in the restroom?" Casting a glance at Fu Xi beside her, she concealed her hidden emotions, biting her lip. "I'm on the terrace enjoying the breeze. I'll be down shortly." The atmosphere was tranquil, and with Fu Xi beside her, she wished to linger a little longer while she was on the phone. Fu Xi didn't watch her but instead gazed ahead, as if admiring the night scenery. After Xiaojicha hung up, just as she was about to follow his gaze, Fu Xi suddenly leaned slightly, his shoulder pressing down as he embraced her. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in his broad arms, blinking in confusion, half of her face buried in the soft fabric of his hoodie. What was happening? Why was Fu Xi suddenly holding her? As she regained her senses, Xiaojicha felt her heart racing, her entire body trembling with nervousness. Through the soft fabric, she could even hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonating from his chest. Don T moved. Fu Si suddenly lowered his head, his chin resting in the crook of her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her neck, intimate enough that it felt as if he might kiss her at any moment. Xia Jichao felt her throat dry, nearly igniting with heat, and obediently suppressed her shivers. Then, she sensed Fu Si slightly tilting his head. Have you seen enough? His voice suddenly dropped, cold and detached, directed at a distance. Chapter 37, Xia Jichao, do you want a date? What am I looking at? Xia Jichao felt her thoughts snagged by his words, her lashes fluttering. She couldn't see what lay beyond but only heard the crisp sound of hurried footsteps. Like high heels clattering against the wooden floor, tinged with a hint of anger. As she tried to discern, the footsteps hastily vanished from the floor. After a moment, Fu Si released her, his gaze steady as he explained. That was Tong Tong. Still somewhat bewildered, Xia Jichao responded with a soft "oh." During the game of Truth or Dare, they made me kiss Tong Tong. Seeing Xia Jichao's slow comprehension, Fu Si continued to explain in a gentle tone. Xia Jichao nodded. I didn't want it yet. So I said I went to kiss my girlfriend and just walked away. Fu Si stated, and Xia Jichao responded with a dazed syllable. The atmosphere suddenly shifted into a serene harmony. Tong Tong probably didn't believe it and followed. That display was meant for her benefit. Fu Si glanced into the distance again, ensuring Tong Tong had not turned back, before releasing the arm he had wrapped around her waist. November had brought a chill to the capital, and the young girl wore thicker clothing, yet he could still feel her slender waist beneath the fabric. When she struggled, she felt soft and delicate. A shadow of deep dark hues unconsciously colored Fu Si's gaze as his fingers absent-mindedly played with "I see." Xia Jichao gradually began to process his words, her voice diminishing. The intense heartbeat began to calm. Replaced by disappointment, it was merely a ruse, a performance for others to witness. Of course, Fu Si could not possibly want to hold her for no reason. The alcohol amplified her emotions, and Xia Jichao failed to notice that her disappointment and frustration were written all over her face. When she felt disheartened, her brows and the corners of her eyes drooped, resembling a soft rabbit, her bitten lip turning pale. The slender curve of her neck, revealed in the dim light, appeared alluring yet unaware of its effect, evoking an irresistible desire to tease and cherish. So adorably captivating. Fu Si, too, was unsure if he had indulged in too much drink, but when his gaze fell upon her, a restless feeling unexpectedly surged within him. It was more than mere restlessness, it was a yearning, an impulse to touch. He had never felt such desires for any girl before. Over the years, countless individuals had attempted to allure him under his watchful gaze, women of all kinds. Yet he had remained indifferent, finding it all uninteresting. Those who were pleasing to the eye remained as decor, nothing more. Even those who boldly bared themselves before him failed to stir any interest and only irritated him. He did not share the promiscuous habits common among the young masters of his circle, seeing it as succumbing to primal instincts. If he did not wish to engage, he simply refrained from doing so. Thus, now that he was lucidly aware of his desire to possess the person before him, Fu Si chose to heed his own inclinations. Xia Jichao remained oblivious to the change in his gaze. Still lost in her own melancholic thoughts, the earlier embarrassment began to weigh on her, and she softly announced her intent to leave. Attempting to rise, however, at that moment, Fu Si raised his hand, firmly grasping her wrist. With a swift tug, he pulled her onto his lap. Xia Jichao was caught off guard, the world spinning as a sense of weightlessness engulfed her. When she realized where she was seated, her entire body trembled, and she obediently stilled, hardly daring to breathe. She sensed that Fu Si had intentionally done this, feeling a mix of indignation and embarrassment as she bit her lip, not wanting him to toy with her any longer. Softly pleading, Fu Si, let go of me. Fu Si did not respond, his almond-shaped eyes lowered as he gazed at her, speaking to himself. Now they all think I have a girlfriend, why are we still discussing this? Xia Jichao, uninterested, mumbled an ambiguous reply and attempted to push him away, yet her outstretched hand was effortlessly captured by Fu Si. His fingertips, calloused, grazed her soft, fair skin with a hint of mischief. A delightful shiver coursed through her senses. And in that instant, Xia Jichao felt utterly weakened. When she looked back at Fu Si, she found him staring intently at her, his dark eyes, shadowed by the night, concealed an indescribable emotion. Xia Jichao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the corners of Fu Si's lips curled into a nearly flirtatious smile, his tone still languid. Xia Jichao, do you want a date? Or perhaps we could give it a try? What do you mean by wanting to date? What? Xia Jichao stared at Fu Si, her lashes stiffly fluttering, her mind momentarily frozen. Was he really asking her if she wanted to date him? Was she dreaming? Her heart raced, bewildered, as she met his gaze. Catching the laughter in his eyes, what did you just say? Unable to contain herself, Xia Jichao asked again, her voice trembling as if seeking confirmation. Fu Si's lips curved upward, but he did not tease her. His eyes dancing with indulgence as he patiently repeated, I asked if you wanted to date me. Xia Jichao's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth opening and closing in speechlessness, her thoughts were in disarray. How could someone like Fu Si, never lacking in admirers or friends, turn his attention toward her? Did he truly have feelings for someone as uninteresting as her? This whirlwind of emotions lasted only a moment. Xia Jichao suddenly recalled the previous game of Truth or Dare they had played. It had been bold and unrestrained, where boys and those with girlfriends could kiss. So what he said could almost be construed as a confession. But could it also be part of the game? She forcefully suppressed the surging emotions, biting down on her tongue to prevent herself from blurt out a yes. Perhaps this was merely a game. Determined to regain her composure, Sajicho ultimately refrained from directly asking if this was just a game. She feared that if she did, she might see Fu Xi mockingly declare it was merely a gamble from the truth or dare game. Gazing at the distinctly defined features of the man before her, accentuated by the night, Sajicho hesitated, cautiously inquiring, "Is there a deadline?" Chapter 38. Girlfriend Fu Xi had not anticipated that Sajicho would ask such a question. He had always been the one to impose deadlines. This was the first time someone had inquired about one, and the sensation felt rather novel, upon catching sight of the unease lingering in the young girl's eyes. Fu Qi recalled their first encounter at university, where he had apparently left a rather poor impression on her. It seemed she was not particularly eager to be with him. Her gentle disposition had merely prevented her from outright rejecting him. Fu Qi couldn't help but think that perhaps he had indulged a bit too much in drink. He had never been one to force others in matters of the heart, yet now he found himself harboring some absurd notions of wanting to win her over. He thought to himself that he could charm her first and discuss further later. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. As the depth of his intentions grew more pronounced, Fu Qi pondered for a moment. Leaning in slightly as if to seek her consent. 3 months, what do you think? Sajicha's eyelashes fluttered as her gaze dimmed. It was indeed as she feared. It had all been merely a game. Her agreement, should she give it, might lead only to her own humiliation. If she acquiesced now and later, when the game ended, Fu Qi grew weary of her. The possibility of even being friends would vanish. She would end up like his previous girlfriends, discarded without a second thought, deprived even of the chance to quietly accompany him. Her thoughts, once again entangled with the haze of intoxication, prompted Sajicha to lick her dry lips. Hesitantly parting them, the words of rejection that she wished to voice remained trapped within her. Fu Qi's almond-shaped eyes were mere inches from her own, the night casting a deeper shadow that rendered his gaze more profound and patient. He leaned closer still, the flush at the corners of his eyes appearing almost enticing, more like an alluring temptation. Sajicha, is that all right? Can we truly proceed? Sajicha repeatedly reminded herself that this was wrong. Merely a jest that had begun as a game, yet her consciousness continued to slip away, as if caught in an endless web of gentle seduction. Her vision blurred until all that remained was the pair of eyes that had captivated her countless times. After a moment, she replied, her voice husky and slow, tinged with reluctance. All right. Fu Qi could pose such a question to her as easily as he could to any other girl, since he would inevitably have a girlfriend. She would soon find herself distancing from him. Suddenly, Sajicha realized that she was somewhat reluctant to continue this futile yearning. Perhaps a fleeting possession could still be considered possession, even if he did not hold her in high regard. Sajicha, be brave just this once, she thought, convincing herself that it was merely fulfilling a long-held wish. Returning to the table, Sajicha felt as though the effects of the alcohol had not yet dissipated, but rather intensified. Fortunately, the bar was dimly lit, and no one would notice. Jiang Lily, nearly finished with her second drink, half-jokingly asked upon her return, "Did you encounter some handsome fellow upstairs? Why did you take so long?" Sajicha paused for a moment, her tone betraying her. "But no, I just felt a bit dizzy and needed to rest. As long as you're not cold." Jiang Lily nodded, unconcerned, before inquiring, "Do you want anything else to drink?" Sajicha dared not touch another drop, shaking her head and glancing downstairs. The booth below remained lively and animated. Fu Qi had yet to return. "All right, I've had my fill as well," she said. Noticing Sajicha's lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Lily took a sip from her glass and declared, "Shall we head back to the dormitory?" Sajicha nodded. She still felt somewhat dreamlike as she followed Jiang Lily down the stairs. Upon descending, she sensed Jiang Lily look back, then suddenly exclaim, "Fu Qi!" Sajicha halted, her breath catching as she lifted her gaze. Fu Qi appeared to be in good spirits, a smile gracing his lips as he leisurely descended the stairs from the terrace. He casually acknowledged Jiang Lily, but his gaze seemed to inadvertently drift past her, meeting Sajicha's eyes. The dim lighting of the staircase cast an even deeper shadow, and in the enveloping darkness, his slightly upturned eyes sparkled with a teasing laughter, as if brazenly enticing her in full view of others. It was utterly reckless. Sajicha averted her gaze, her ears burning with embarrassment. She recalled the scene on the terrace. After hearing her affirmative response, Fu Qi had leaned in closer, the corners of his eyes curving in satisfaction as he confirmed, "No regrets." Sajicha found herself unable to withstand such intimacy. Her body trembled sensitively, yet she managed to respond softly. Fu Qi, perhaps sensing her discomfort, did not push further, straightening up with a light chuckle. "Would you like to stay a while longer, or shall I escort you down?" Remembering Jiang Lily was still present, she quickly shook her head. "I can go down by myself." Even if she had agreed to be with Fu Qi, she was still reluctant to be seen by others. 3 months was all. She did not wish to become the subject of disdainful gossip compared to his previous girlfriends, nor did she want to hear about it after they parted ways. It would sadden her. Better to keep it quiet. To quietly possess the stars and then quietly part ways. She would be more than satisfied with that. Thus, Sajicha pursed her lips and softly asked, Can we not make this public for now? Fuchi let out a puzzled hum, his gaze narrowing slightly in discontent. Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of the girl looking at him with timid eyes. As if pleading, his heart softened, a peculiar emotion washing over him that left him somewhat at a loss. Ultimately Fuchi sighed in resignation and agreed. All right, he said, unable to resist ruffling her hair. Sajicha's hair was fine and soft, smooth and beautiful, and it felt akin to petting a small creature. The girl, though blushing furiously, did not protest, allowing him to touzle her hair with utter docility, fearing that if he continued, he might overstep and frighten her. Fuchi slowly withdrew his hand, smiling down at her. You can go now. I'll sit here for a bit longer. Sajicha nodded shyly, rising and swiftly making her exit. She was afraid that if she lingered any longer, her heart would truly leap from her chest. The memories of that moment were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Lily's conversation with Fuchi. Jiang Lily casually inquired about Gao Yuyang, and Fuchi responded with disinterest. Now that Jiang Lily had nearly finished her chat, she couldn't help but tease Fu Go. Weren't you just downstairs? Why are you coming up? Did you have a romantic encounter on the terrace? Just as Sajicha regained her composure, her gaze darted up in a flurry, inadvertently locking eyes with Fuchi, who wore a lazy smile that hinted at mischief, his gaze lingering on her with an enigmatic glimmer. He did not respond to Jiang Lily's jest. What was once a simple exchange of glances now felt laden with unspoken secrets, as if he were deliberately flirting with her. Sajicha averted her gaze once more. How could he be like this? Jiang Lily, merely joking, had no intention of eliciting a response from Fuchi. Noticing his silence, she concluded the conversation. I won't disturb you any longer, and next time, let us have a meal together with Yuyang. I'm off. Sure. He raised his chin slightly, not moving but watching as Jiang Lily led the shy girl down the stairs. As Sajicha departed, she couldn't resist glancing back. Fuchi stood at the steps with one hand in his pocket, his composed gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Upon noticing her glance, his smile deepened as if he had anticipated her action, his lips leisurely parting to silently utter three words. Sajicha paused, momentarily stunned, before suddenly realizing what he had said. He had declared girlfriend. Sensing the curious gazes of others drifting towards the screen, Fuchi extinguished the display and spoke in a flat tone. She is rather shy. Is Master Fu concerned that his brothers might frighten her? A voice teased immediately. Rest assured, we shall treat the young lady with utmost gentleness. We would never scare her. Exactly, since we're at the bar. She can't possibly be a pure little bunny, right? Besides, when have you ever introduced anyone to us? Just a simple greeting. Fu Good. We are genuinely curious. Let us brothers have a glimpse, shall we? In the past, Fuchi's girlfriends would cling to him constantly, eager to assert their claim, often trying to build rapport with his friends from the very first day of their relationship. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. This was the first time Fuchi had denied them, which only piqued their curiosity further. Or perhaps you could just tell us which table she is at. We promise to sneak a glance without interrupting. Indeed, Fu Go, hiding her so meticulously, makes us question if there is really a little sister-in-law at all. The more they spoke, the more impatient they became, with some even fidgeting in anxiety. Fuchi remained unperturbed, leaning back with a nonchalant smile, as if he were an outsider to the conversation. He would only cast a glance when someone crossed the line. Gradually realizing they were getting nowhere, the group decided to relent and cease their inquiries. Just then, a few individuals in the corner suddenly erupted, exclaiming, "Oh my god, everyone check WeChat moments, Master Fu has made an official announcement." The previously disinterested crowd instantly erupted into excitement, scrambling for their phones, while some borrowed screens to catch a glimpse. As they synchronously refreshed their feeds, the latest post appeared. Fuchi, I have her. The photo featured a young girl's silhouette, taken during the last occasion Fuchi had captured Sajicha dashing towards the subway entrance. Oh my god, is this for real? Upon seeing the picture, a collective gasp echoed through the group, followed by another uproar, given that Fuchi had surrounded himself with numerous individuals over the past 2 years. It was always the girls who pursued him, flaunting their conquests. They had never witnessed Fuchi mention anyone in his moments. One might think he had remained single all along. This was the first time he had so openly declared he had a girlfriend. Akin to a proclamation of possession. At that moment, an ominous realization dawned upon them. Fu Xiao might genuinely be serious this time. Who could this girl be, to make such a formidable figure earnest about love? Sajicha discovered this WeChat moment only after returning to her dormitory. After settling in and getting into bed, she finally had the opportunity to check her phone. Her friends list was quite sparse, and she rarely browsed moments, intending only to reply to a message before drifting off to sleep. However, upon noticing the notification displaying Fuchi's avatar, curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to click on it. The photo struck her eye immediately, because Fuchi had almost set it as his wallpaper out of mischief. Sajicha had an exceptionally vivid memory of it. She had assumed he had deleted it after learning of his habit of periodically clearing his albums. To her astonishment, he had kept it all along and even shared it on moments. A pang of anxiety gripped her. The phone in her hand suddenly felt scorching, although it was merely a silhouette. She feared she might be recognized. At that moment, Zhang Lili abruptly pulled back her bed curtain. Oh my god, Xiaojicha, have you heard? Fuqi has found a new partner. Xiaojicha's heart raced to its peak at that instance. Zhang Lili was the one who knew her best. Had she already deduced it from the photo? Xiaojicha tightened her grip on her phone, feigning calmness as she responded with a muffled from behind the curtain. Almost immediately, Zhang Lili swung the curtain wide open, holding the photo up to her face. Look, this is the first time Fuqi has officially announced a girlfriend on Moments. It's extraordinary. Xiaojicha's eyelashes fluttered as she realized Zhang Lili had not connected the dots. She exhaled a silent sigh of relief, grateful that her outfit that day was something she had only worn once and never again. She hurriedly glanced at the screen, indicating that she had seen it. Zhang Lili then retreated, pacing around the dormitory. TSK. The forums are buzzing about it too, claiming this is treatment no former girlfriend ever received. No one among Fuqi's circle of friends seems to know who she is. And the forums can't dig up anything. ISC perhaps indulging in some underground game. Zhang Lili continued her commentary, while Xiaojicha lowered her gaze, quietly closing the curtain again. The small space dimmed once more. With the screen illuminating her slightly tense, soft face, Xiaojicha found herself lost in thought. Was she truly the first to be announced in such a manner, while she should have been worried about being recognized? At that moment, a secret thrill coursed through her. Biting her lip in embarrassment, Xiaojicha opened the chat interface she had pinned for so long and sent Fuqi a message. Why did you post that photo? A moment later, the screen flickered with a notification indicating that Fuqi was typing a response. Xiaojicha patiently awaited his reply. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, the screen jumped, notifying her that Fuqi had initiated a voice call. Outside, Zhang Lili was still chattering away about the forums. Xiaojicha stared at the screen, hesitating for a moment before getting out of bed and stepping onto the balcony, outside the glass window. The night was tranquil, with sparse lights twinkling. The wind rustled through the scattered leaves, creating a gentle sound. Xiaojicha answered the call. She had rushed out without her headphones and pressed the receiver to her ear. Hearing the chaotic background noise, Fuqi was likely still at the bar. She gripped her phone tightly and spoke softly. Hello. Amid the light, airy music, a deep, magnetic laugh resonated. Fuqi asked, have you returned to the dorm? Xiaojicha instinctively nodded, then remembered she was on the phone with Fuqi. I have, she replied quietly. He chuckled again but said nothing further. Distinct voices called for him from afar, to which he casually responded. Xiaojicha blinked, recalling the reason she had called him, fearing Fuqi might become distracted and miss her words. She called out, Fuqi here. He replied, his tone languid, I don't want to make it public. Fuqi responded with a soft as he grasped her meaning, chuckling, but it hasn't been made public, has it? But Xiaojicha hesitated. Zhang Lili hadn't recognized her either, right? Xiaojicha paused. It seemed so. After all, she wasn't particularly famous. Zhang Lili was so close to her and knew her well, yet she hadn't recognized the silhouette in the photo. Others likely wouldn't know either. Just moments ago, someone had questioned if Fuqi truly had a girlfriend. While Xiaojicha pondered, Fuqi's leisurely voice came through again. If I don't post something, how can I prove it? He paused before adopting a slightly teasing tone. It's a declaration of possession, to prevent your boyfriend from being coveted by others. Recalling Tong Tong's prior obsession with Fuqi, Xiaojicha ultimately relented. Responding with a quiet she realized she wasn't quite as keen on having him delete the post as she thought. A feeling that there was nothing more to say, Xiaojicha pressed her lips together and was about to say goodbye when she heard Fuqi call her name. Relaxed and drawn out, Xiaojicha instinctively she responded, do you know what it means to be my girlfriend? What you must do with me? Fuqi suddenly inquired in a steady voice. Xiaojicha froze for a moment. Until now, she had naturally assumed that Fuqi's proposal for a relationship was merely a guise to deter Tong Tong and others from approaching him. She didn't consider herself to be Fuqi's genuine girlfriend. So she had never thought about what they could do together after this shift in identity. Her beautiful doe-like eyes blinked. That what, even through a screen, Fuqi could envision the girl's bewildered expression. Unable to contain his laughter, he chuckled again, his playful voice deliberately slowed down, enunciating each word with a delightful languor, holding hands, embracing, kissing, each term, each syllable was emphasized, the final notes rising flirtatiously when it reached Xiaojicha's ears. It sent shivers down her spine. She couldn't help but imagine what it would be like with Fuqi, and then, at that moment, Fuqi seemed to indulge in a hint of mischief. His tone lingering suggestively. What else? Xiaojicha blinked, her mind momentarily pausing. After kissing, what could be deeper? Suddenly realization struck her, and her thoughts short-circuited. Before he could utter another word, Xiaojicha hurriedly hung up the phone. The lingering warmth from his deep voice sent her heart racing, and she squatted down, burying her face in her knees out of sheer embarrassment. How could he be so wicked? Setting her phone down on the floor beside her. It chimed softly, seeing that it was a message from Fuqi. Xiaojicha cautiously opened it. Fuqi, why did you hang up before I finished speaking? Sensing the teasing tone from the other end of the screen, Xiaojicha puffed her cheeks, about to type a reply urging him to cease his banter, yet Fuqi was a step ahead of her. Fuqi, what I meant to say is, you should feel at ease being pampered by me. Futsuyu, what are you thinking about? Sajicha hesitated for a moment, warmth flooding her cheeks once more. Sajicha, nothing at all. This person was undoubtedly being playful. She could easily picture Futsuyu on the other side of the screen, stifling laughter at her flustered replies. How mischievous. Sajicha stood up slowly, only to see Futsuyu had sent her 2 more messages. Futsuyu, just a gentle reminder. Sajicha, you now have a boyfriend. Futsuyu, next time we meet, don't be so shy. Sajicha had not intended to respond, yet, inexplicably, she began to ponder whether she truly wanted to engage in such activities with Futsuyu. Sajicha, but those things you mentioned, I don't know how to do. Futsuyu, I'll teach you. Indeed, someone like Futsuyu, who had dated numerous girls, must have considerable experience in such matters. For him, these were merely trivialities in the realm of his romantic escapades. Sajicha lowered her head, mulling over it slowly. As she opened the balcony door and returned to her dorm, her phone vibrated once more. Futsuyu, shall we start with tomorrow's date? Chapter 41. A gentle nudge to her calf. The next day was Wednesday, with only one class in the afternoon. In the rare good weather of the season, Zhang Lili wanted to invite Sajicha for a walk by the school lake after class. But Sajicha politely declined. Are you going to teach again today? Zhang Lili was accustomed to her friend's lack of availability immediately after class, only offering a few playful jibes as she tugged at Sajicha's skirt. Dressed so beautifully, you wouldn't want to miss out on the lakeside view. Sajicha felt inexplicably bashful at her compliment and smiled shyly. Upon returning to her dorm, she paused in front of a full-length mirror affixed to Zhang Lili's wardrobe. After a moment of reflection, her phone on the desk chimed. Futsuyu, have you finished class? Sajicha replied, I'm tidying up in my dorm. I'll head out once I'm done. She was genuinely going on a date with Futsuyu. A vague anxiety began to bubble up within her as she glanced down at her shoe tips. Despite Zhang Lili's praises, she still felt uncertain and snapped a quick selfie to send to Futsuyu, asking if her outfit was suitable. On the other end, Futsuyu opened the photo. In the reflection, the young girl's phone obscured her face, her hair styled into 2 braids adorned with small daisy clips. She wore a long brown dress paired with a knitted shawl, presenting an image of delicate grace and gentleness, though it was merely an ordinary mirror selfie, even tinged with a hint of insecurity. It inexplicably exuded a natural allure in Futsuyu's eyes. His gaze deepened, and he responded with a light chuckle, you look beautiful. The young girl, perhaps feeling shy, ceased her messaging half an hour later. She finally texted, I'm heading out. Futsuyu replied with a simple, be safe, as he rested one hand on the steering wheel, lightly tapping his index finger, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he pressed the accelerator. In the past, when girls invited Futsuyu out, he had never shown much interest, fully aware of their intentions, often thinking it would be simpler to just give them a card. Going out shopping or on dates felt like an utterly mundane and wasteful endeavor. His spontaneous suggestion to Sajicha for a date was an unexpected decision. However, he found himself, without realizing it, beginning to anticipate this outing. He even found himself seated in the car quite early. As Sajicha exited the school gate and stepped aside onto a quieter path, she spotted Futsuyu's car parked there. It wasn't the usual one he drove, but it was still the same brand, a black vehicle. Far more understated in appearance than the previous one. Checking the time, she noted it was nearly 4:30. Futsuyu inquired, shall we go eat first? While fastening her seatbelt, Sajicha absent-mindedly replied, okay. After that, she realized she hadn't heard Futsuyu start the car or say anything further. Once she secured her seatbelt and looked up, she found him leaning back lazily in his seat, his gaze lingering on her with a playful smile, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Today, he wore a brownish-tan windbreaker that complemented his broad shoulders and straight lines, his brows and eyes reflecting a hint of rebellious charm. When he smiled at her, his eyes turned into crescent moons, resembling a carefree young master reveling in merriment. Futsuyu. What's up? Sajicha slowed her movements, blinking as she asked. Futsuyu raised an eyebrow. What did you just call me? Sajicha, puzzled, repeated, Futsuyu, still using my full name. Futsuyu leaned in closer, a relaxed smile gracing his features, gently pinching her cheek. Call me boyfriend, or perhaps something a bit more intimate. His playful touch left a faint blush on Sajicha's cheek, which quickly faded. Sajicha touched her cheek, watching as he nonchalantly withdrew his hand and started the car, as if merely indulging in a moment of teasing. Sajicha silently repeated the words boyfriend in her mind, gripping the hem of her skirt. Still feeling a bit hesitant to voice it at this hour, traffic wasn't heavy, and the journey proceeded smoothly. Sajicha didn't inquire about where Futsuyu intended to take her for dinner until they pulled into the parking lot of an old residential complex, at which point her brows furrowed in confusion. Futsuyu maintained his usual demeanor, urging her to follow him. Sajicha nodded and alighted from the car. The parking lot of the complex bore the marks of age, with low ceilings that made Futsuyu appear somewhat stifled. The surroundings were dim save for the bright green emergency exit sign. Sajicha hastily walked behind Futsuyu, keeping pace with him. He glanced back at her and chuckled. Are you not afraid I'll abduct you and sell you off? Sajicha shook her head, appearing obedient. Futsuyu laughed softly. How did I end up with such a well-behaved girlfriend? You trust me so easily. He quickened his pace, and she followed closely. Descending from the parking lot, they reached the first floor, where the corridor grew increasingly narrowed. A door on the right was slightly ajar. A warm yellow light spilling out. Futsiyu opened the door with familiarity. The interior was a stark contrast to the outside, a grand Chinese-style decor, bright and inviting. Every corner was impeccably clean, radiating a homely ambience rather than the sterile feel of a model home. Imbued with a touch of human warmth. In the center of the hall stood a large dining table. An elderly lady seated there looked up at the sound, her wrinkled face breaking into a warm smile upon recognizing Futsiyu. "Oh, you're here so early today, Xiaoyu. Please take a seat." Old Yu was preparing the ingredients. Futsiyu nodded, calling out, "Grandma Han." The elderly lady acknowledged him and then turned her attention to Xiaojicha. "And who is this lovely young lady?" Xiaojicha stood beside Futsiyu, momentarily at a loss for words as she met the scrutinizing gaze of the elder, glancing subtly at Futsiyu for guidance. Futsiyu, with a playful smile, casually wrapped an arm around her shoulders, confidently introducing, "This is my girlfriend, Xiaojicha." The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with delight at the news, exclaiming, "What a charming young girl! She suits our Xiaoyu perfectly." "Old Yu, don't wash the vegetables just yet. Xiaoyu has brought his girlfriend." As she spoke, she called out toward the kitchen, then turned back to Xiaojicha, her face beaming with warmth. "Child, just call me Grandma Han. Later you can refer to that old man as Grandpa Yu." Xiaojicha felt a tad overwhelmed by the warmth of the welcome, awkwardly responding with a shy, soft-spoken, "Grandma Han." The elderly lady's smile broadened. So the rascal finally brought home his partner. From the kitchen footsteps approached, accompanied by the clatter of a knife wielded by a seemingly stern old man. Upon seeing his face, Xiaojicha's eyes widened. "You are the renowned chef Yu Yifan, the most celebrated culinary master in the capital, revered both domestically and internationally, had retreated from the public eye years ago. Yet his legend persisted, with rumors of his private kitchen attracting the elite, accepting only one table of guests per day, reservations now extending 2 years into the future. Xiaojicha had learned of him through magazines in the school library. Now the culinary luminary she had only read about was standing right before her. Xiaojicha watched in awe as the old man set down his knife, grinning as he nodded at her. "Did that rascal not mention me from the start?" Xiaojicha shook her head, glancing at Futsiyu, her heart fluttering with unease. She had anticipated a simple meal of home-cooked dishes, never imagining it would be so extravagant and difficult to secure a reservation. Yet, for someone of Futsiyu's stature, mingling with celebrities was hardly a challenge. Noticing Xiaojicha's apprehension, Futsiyu curved his lips into a reassuring smile, patting her shoulder gently. "Just treat them like ordinary elders." "Indeed, we have watched this young lad grow up. Do not stand on ceremony," remarked Grandma Han with a playful glare directed at Fusiyu. "You should have informed the girl beforehand. You frightened her." "How could I dare her?" Fusiyu replied, not loosening his grip as he directly pulled Xiaojicha onto the table, his tone laced with a teasing drawl. "If I had truly said something and frightened her, you wouldn't have seen her today." "Oh, you rascal!" Grandma Han chuckled while playfully swatting him before taking her seat on the opposite side. Xiaojicha sat quietly beside Fusiyu, silently observing their lively banter. Unbidden, she recalled a distant memory of witnessing Fusiyu speaking on the phone with his family in a hospital setting. The warmth shared between this elderly couple and Fusiyu felt more familial than the individuals who had once caused him sorrow on the other end of the line. As her thoughts wandered aimlessly, Xiaojicha suddenly sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Upon regaining her focus, her pupils widened in realization, and she abruptly turned to gaze at Fusiyu. He was resting his chin in his hand, casually conversing with Grandma Han. The lighting accentuated his sharp, chiseled features, and he appeared at ease, yet beneath the table, his legs languidly intertwined, his ankle playfully brushing against her calf. Seeing the encouragement from everyone, she felt a surge of joy. She too had someone urging her on. "I love you all." Chapter 42. In the future, if you wish to hold hands, just do so directly. The teasing sensation returned to her calf, causing Xiaojicha's spine to stiffen as a wave of embarrassment washed over her. How could Fusiyu be so daring? She pressed her lips together and discreetly shifted her position. Grandma Han, seated across from them, was oblivious to their secret interaction beneath the table, but noticing Xiaojicha's discomfort, she inquired, "My dear, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaojicha shook her head, attempting to conceal her feelings. "No, I'm fine." Fusiyu seemed to finally redirect his attention towards her, lowering his gaze. Suddenly he leaned in, his expression casual as if genuinely inquiring about her well-being, but then he chuckled softly, whispering, "Not enjoying it?" His voice was sweetly teasing, devoid of any guilt, oblivious to the elderly lady's watchful gaze. The interaction between them unfolded right beneath the watchful eyes of others, which was a tad too exhilarating for Xiaojicha. Pretending to fix her hair to hide her flushed ears, she silently nudged Fusiyu's foot. The soft soles of her fuzzy slippers barely registered as a painful jab. It felt more like a coy act of affection from a young girl. After the initial nudge, she felt as if she had pressed too hard, so she cautiously eased off, torn between the desire to retaliate and the reluctance to see him genuinely hurt. It was utterly endearing. Involuntary pouting can be the most potent weapon. Internally cursing herself, Fu Si suppressed the inexplicable restlessness that surged within him, straightened up, and declared, "I'll go wash my hands." He was experiencing the bitter taste of his own recklessness for the first time. The meal proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere. Xia Jicha, with her gentle demeanor, embodied the ideal appearance favored by the older generation. She ate quietly, responding softly to inquiries, melting the hearts of the two elderly folks, who beamed with delight. They affectionately called her Gigi, as if she were their beloved granddaughter. After the meal, Fu Si voluntarily moved to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Xia Jicha attempted to accompany him but was gently pulled aside by Grandma Han, who insisted, "Let the men handle the kitchen, Gigi, let us sit." The television played operatic melodies, filling the spacious living room with melodic echoes. Grandma Han listened intently, occasionally offering her commentary, while Xia Jicha, though not well versed in this area, paid close attention, nodding along. After a while, she heard Grandma Han cheerfully ask Gigi, "How old are you this year?" Xia Jicha replied honestly, 19, in my second year of university." "Ah, so you're in the same grade as Xiaoyu," Grandma Han acknowledged with a nod. Xia Jicha initially thought the question was casual, but after a brief silence, Grandma Han continued, "In your eyes, what kind of person do you think Xiaoyu is?" Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Xia Jicha instinctively glanced towards the kitchen. The kitchen was enclosed, and aside from the door that opened outward, nothing was visible. Only the faint sound of running water could be heard. Do not worry, they cannot hear us. Grandma Han's gentle voice reassured her. Without waiting for a response, she added, "Do you also think he has a bad temper and is quite difficult to get along with?" "Difficult to get along with?" Xia Jicha's eyelashes fluttered slightly. In her view, Fu Si, though not particularly amiable and often acting impulsively, did not strike her as someone intolerable. However, many rumors at school painted him as cold and ruthless, devoid of emotions, a person to be wary of due to his immense power. She shook her head. Grandma Han smiled, appearing reassured, and grasped her hand, saying, "Good child." Xia Jicha lowered her gaze, biting her lip before softly asking, "Are you asking me this because you've heard rumors about him?" Grandma Han paused, her smile dimming slightly. "Yes." She sighed softly. "Every time he visits, he pretends as if nothing is wrong, thinking we are oblivious to the world outside. But we have watched him grow up. How could we not be aware? He has endured a great deal of hardship over the years. After his mother passed, that household was far from peaceful. He was left isolated and later cast aside like an abandoned child in Yun City. At this point, Grandma Han's eyes filled with regret. He was such a bright and cheerful child before. Upon his return, he seems like a different person, yet we refrain from saying too much, for anyone who has gone through such experiences would be unable to bear it. Feeling the grip on her hand tighten slightly, Xia Jicha drifted into a daze. Though Grandma Han had deliberately left out the more painful details, she could vaguely infer what they entailed. The secrets of affluent families were often intertwined with sordid tales. Memories of a certain young man who had appeared in Yun City many years ago suddenly flashed in her mind. With a languid demeanor, he seemed indifferent to everything, yet there were moments when his rebellious spirit revealed a sense of despondency towards life. Back then, Fu Si's defiance embodied a reckless abandon, as if he would gladly face death tomorrow had he been unhappy even then. Therefore, my dear Gigi, Grandma Han paused at this point, her tone laced with sincere request. The reason I have shared so much today is that I hope you can accompany Xiaoyu more and nurture your relationship. Can you promise me that? He has been so lonely for too long. Both of us have always wished for someone to stand by his side. Finally, it seems, the elderly couple spoke slowly, their words almost meandering. Xia Jicha listened patiently, her heart slightly tightening as her gaze flickered. She suddenly realized that Grandma Han might have misunderstood something. Her relationship with Fu Si had only been 3 months long. Xia Jicha opened her mouth to explain but caught in Grandma Han's hopeful gaze, ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Merely nodding slightly, she was willing to accompany him, for as long as he desired. As they exited the elderly couple's home and made their way to the underground parking lot, Fu Si casually asked Xia Jicha, "What did Grandma Han talk to you about?" Xia Jicha pursed her lips slightly. "Some matters concerning you." Fu Si smirked, his tone playful. "Did she speak ill of me?" "Not at all." "Then that's good." Noticing the unease in Xia Jicha's eyes, Fu Si began to form a guess. Seeing her slow down, he let out a light chuckle. "What are you afraid of?" "Those things are hardly secrets." He spoke so nonchalantly as if he truly didn't care about the implications. Xia Jicha softly acknowledged his statement and, seeing him continue forward, quickened her pace to catch up. She fell a step behind him, watching his silhouette enveloped in darkness, reflecting on her earlier conversation with Grandma Han. Despite many people claiming that Fu Si was wicked, she had never felt that way. He had always treated her well, even during their friendship. He was considerate and attentive, although his methods were somewhat reckless. He had never harmed her. He could discern who treated him well, and he reciprocated in kind. However, he possessed so much from birth, and many approached him merely for his wealth, power, or looks. He was aware of this, which is why he never offered his heart. To others, he appeared callous and unfeeling. In truth, he was profoundly lonely. Suddenly Fu Si halted, casually pulling her closer by the nape of her neck. "What are you thinking about, walking so slowly?" Xia Jicha blinked, momentarily taken aback as he guided her to walk alongside him. They were now uncomfortably close, and in the enveloping darkness, she could feel her hand brush against his from time to time. Xiajicha hesitated slightly, pretending to be nonchalant as she lowered her head and gently grasped his hand for a fleeting moment before quickly releasing it. She thought Fu Si had not noticed, but in the next moment, he came to another stop, raising an eyebrow. Fu Si scrutinized her and, after a moment, chuckled, "Where did you learn to date like this?" Xiajicha paused, meeting his gaze and feigning ignorance. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, her slender wrist was captured by a hand with prominent knuckles, and his fingers slipped through hers, their hands intertwining in an unmistakably bold manner. Fu Si's hands were quite cold. He had just washed the dishes over there, having soaked in the chilly water for quite some time, leaving him with a slightly damp and refreshing sensation. In the future, should he wish to hold hands, he would do so directly. He tightened his grip on the small girl's hand beside him, squinting with a hint of a smile, his tone indulgent. "Did you hear that, Fu Si's girlfriend?" As the car exited the parking lot, the sun was setting, casting a brilliant glow across the sky. Fu Si took Xiajicha to a nearby shopping mall. At this hour, the mall was mostly populated by diners, and the lower floors were rather desolate. The last time Xiajicha visited a mall was also with Fu Si. The malls under the same group were quite similar in offerings. Having strolled through enough, Fu Si lost interest, noticing that Xiajicha also seemed disinclined to browse further. He inquired, "Shall we take a look outside?" Outside lay a street bustling with a night market. Its offerings far richer and more intriguing than the cold, sterile displays within the mall. Xiajicha nodded. The row of stalls on the back street was indeed lively. The aroma of various delicacies mingled with the scent of frying oil wafted through the air. Guided by Fu Si, Xiajicha navigated through the throngs of people in the narrow pathway. She allowed him to lead her ever since they first held hands in the underground parking lot. Fu Si seemed to have taken an interest in her hand, keeping their fingers intertwined except when he was driving. Fortunately, the weather was sufficiently cool at that time, so even with their palms pressed closely together, there was no sweat or stickiness. His hand was significantly larger than hers, easily enveloping her entire hand, providing her a sense of security. Her heart raced. Fu Si's presence was magnetic, drawing attention wherever he went. As they walked through the bustling crowd, Xiajicha felt numerous eyes on them. Some even approached her, undeterred by her presence. "Hello, handsome, could I have your contact information?" The girl, dressed rather revealingly, followed them closely until they paused at a fruit stall. Boldly stepping forward to present her phone screen to Fu Si, he was busy selecting fruit for Xiajicha and did not respond. Most would interpret this as a polite refusal. Yet the girl seemed oblivious, continuing to encroach upon Xiajicha's space, even attempting to push her aside a few times. Fu Si shot her a glance, set down the bag he was holding, and noticing Xiajicha's subtle attempt to yield space, he chuckled softly and pulled her back, resuming their hand-holding, completely ignoring the girl. Only then did the girl seem to notice Xiajicha, exclaiming, "Is this your sister? She's so adorable." Her gaze carried an air of scrutiny and comparison, her tone lively yet subtly condescending, implying that she found Xiajicha unworthy of Fu Si. Xiajicha disliked such insinuating looks. After a moment of silence, she suddenly declared, "She's my girlfriend." The girl's expression stiffened slightly, observing that Fu Si remained focused on selecting fruit, seemingly indifferent. She then laughed, "But she looks so young. How could that be?" "What's wrong? Are you interested in my girlfriend?" The girl had not finished her sentence when Fu Si lazily interjected. After placing the last apple in the bag, he finally turned his attention to her. Raising an eyebrow and smirking, "Not a chance, she's mine." Feeling rather embarrassed, the girl's expression turned awkward. Before she could utter another word, Fu Si had already paid and was leading Xiajicha away. As if the previous encounter had never occurred, he opened the bag towards Xiajicha, who reached in and retrieved an apple. Fu Si's gaze lingered on her, a cryptic smile playing at his lips. "Quite nice." Xiajicha paused, meeting his gaze. It was a clear declaration of possession. "Girlfriend." Fu Si's tone was relaxed and cheerful, as if teasing her. Feeling a bit jealous, Xiajicha fell silent for a moment, instinctively rebutting in a low and unconvincing voice, "No, really not." Fu Si scrutinized her expression, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his charming eyes. "Then perhaps you should assert your claim more often. I also desire a bit of recognition." Seeing the small girl clutching the apple tightly, turning her head to ignore him, he playfully tugged at her braided hair and asked, "Shall we go grab a toy?" At the very end of the night market stalls, nestled near a corner, was a small crane game shop. The shop was rather modest, housing 3 rows of machines with a sparse selection of dolls, mostly unappealing. Consequently, business was not thriving. Xiajicha exchanged coins and perused the machines. Finally spotting a plush toy she liked, however, it was rather pricey, requiring 3 coins for a single attempt. She had only exchanged 10 coins and had failed to win the toy after 3 tries. Fu Si stood beside her, arms crossed, his demeanor relaxed. The cool-tone lighting in the shop accentuated his youthful features, giving him a refreshing appeal. After her unsuccessful attempts, he asked, "Do you want to try again?" Xiajicha gazed at the lone coin in her hand and shook her head, moving towards a machine where a single game required only 1 coin. Inside were small keychains and trinkets. After some contemplation, she inserted her coin into a machine containing a small dog keychain. There were only 2 keychains left inside due to her previous failures. She hesitated to make a move. Fu Si noticed her uncertainty, Chuckling softly as he reached over her shoulder to assist with the joystick, the machine was low enough that he leaned down, resting his chin lazily on Xiaojicha's shoulder, as if enveloping her in his embrace. His steady, cool breath stirred her nerves, and she dared not turn around, tensing up as she watched his pale hands deftly maneuver the joystick. Moments later, the claw tightened, skillfully grabbing the keychain and depositing it into the hole. "Go ahead, take it," Fu Xi gently prompted, still leaning against her shoulder, showing no intention of moving away. Xiaojicha held her breath, carefully retrieving the keychain, just as she was about to express her gratitude. She felt his weight lift as Fu Xi stood up and walked towards the coin exchange. After a brief conversation with the vendor, he returned with an extra coin, seeing him insert the coin into the machine again. Xiaojicha blinked in surprise, asking, "Are you going to try for the last one too?" Fu Xi's gaze was fixed on the claw as he casually responded, with a flick of his wrist. The claw expertly grabbed the remaining keychain. They each held one small dog, one yellow and one white, the tiny toys dangling from their fingertips, swaying gently. "It seems rather lonely for them," Fu Xi mused. His eyes lowered as he played with the toys for a moment before stepping closer to Xiaojicha, gently nudging the keychain towards her hand. With a soft magnetic sound, the two small dogs touched, forming a connection. As for the toy Xiaojicha had initially wanted, she eventually managed to win it too this time. Fu Xi did not directly assist her but rather offered guidance in a soothing tone. Xiaojicha, always quick to learn, grasped the technique after her first attempt, successfully winning on her second try. Later, she tried her luck on other machines and effortlessly snagged two more. The three plush toys stuffed her canvas bag to the brim. As they exited, Fu Xi glanced down at the bag, playfully squeezing it through the thin fabric, and inquired, "Are you happy?" Xiaojicha nodded, thoroughly enjoying the sense of accomplishment it brought her. Just beyond the store was a small tavern bustling with patrons. The noise blending with the night breeze. As they strolled down the street, weaving past other young people heading toward the tavern, Xiaojicha's gaze wandered to a nearby commotion. A group of fashionably dressed individuals was causing quite a ruckus. Resembling a band, with one member strumming a guitar and laughing as they approached. Among them were two classmates from her school, known for their musical endeavors and wide social circles both on and off campus. As they neared, Xiaojicha felt a sudden wave of anxiety and instinctively grasped Fu Xi's hand. Noticing her grip tighten, Fu Xi was about to tease her when she suddenly pulled him into a dimly lit alley. The light dimmed significantly as they entered. The fluttering hem of her dress brushed against his pants. In the narrow space, they stood face to face, mere inches apart. A flickering light filtered into the alley from the entrance. Outside, the cacophony of voices grew closer before gradually fading away, leaving only faint echoes. Xiaojicha felt her racing heart slowly calm. As she regained her composure, she became acutely aware of her position with Fu Xi. Her back pressed against the wall, she looked up, nearly bumping her nose against his chest. Fu Xi, seemingly unconcerned, casually placed a hand at the back of her head, shielding her from the bustling crowd outside. In that confined space, a fleeting sensation arose within Xiaojicha, as if they were engaged in a clandestine affair. Fu Xi looked down, a hint of amusement dancing in his dark, deep-set eyes. "What prompted this sudden retreat?" Xiaojicha replied slowly, "I saw some classmates just now." In a leisurely manner, Fu Xi tugged at the corners of his lips, his tone drawn out as he leaned closer. Fixing his gaze intently upon her, nearly brushing against the tip of her nose, "I thought you might suddenly want to kiss me." His voice carried a hint of mischief, and the sudden proximity left Xiaojicha feeling a little dizzy. A kiss. Fu Xi's alluringly thin lips were just within reach, and Xiaojicha, overcome with shyness, wished to retreat, yet the force at the back of her head held her captive. Her expression flustered as she averted her gaze. It's too soon. After all, they had only been dating for a day. She was unaware of Fu Xi's past pace in relationships, but for her, this felt overwhelmingly rapid. She was utterly unaccustomed to it. His youthful reaction elicited a soft chuckle from Fu Xi. And he relented, allowing her some space. Xiaojicha clutched her phone tightly against her chest, inadvertently illuminating the screen. As she glanced down, her face was naturally unlocked. The chat interface with Fu Xi popped up. The conversation held little intrigue, but Fu Xi's eyes drifted to the top where her contact name was displayed, raising an eyebrow. "You even saved my full name?" Xiaojicha, puzzled, responded with a soft ah. Only to hear Fu Xi lazily retort, "Doesn't my boyfriend deserve a special title?" Xiaojicha hesitated momentarily. She had assumed that someone like Fu Xi, who seemed to move from one relationship to another, wouldn't he be concerned with titles. "Did you change it?" she inquired. Fu Xi nonchalantly hummed in affirmation, directly opening his phone to show her. In the pin chat, the green tree icon was prominently accompanied by the words "little rabbit." Xiaojicha's heart fluttered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Why do you call me that?" "Changed it from the moment we confirmed our relationship," Fu Xi said, his tone both audacious and innocent. "Who would have thought my girlfriend wouldn't care at all?" Xiaojicha, now flustered, didn't he wish to entertain his playful accusations? Silently she tapped the section to alter it. Fu Xi shot her a sidelong glance. "So just boyfriend?" Xiaojicha's fingers faltered, momentarily unsure whether to confirm. The next instant, she heard him say in a casual tone, "That works," with a tone that suggested it was merely acceptable. She found herself at a loss for any other titles. ultimately resigning to label him as such. Fu Xi showed no intention of pushing further. As if appeased, he wrapped an arm around her and they headed back upon reaching the vicinity of Jing University. They stopped at the same corner as before, with fewer people around in the evening. Fu Xi opted to step out and walked her a few paces. As they approached a busier area, he paused, gently squeezing the nape of Xia Zhicha's neck as if to signal something. She turned to look at him. A hug. Fu Xi opened his arms, tilting his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. The evening breeze tousled his hair, casting him in a youthful, rebellious light. Xia Zhicha hesitated for a moment, taking 2 steps closer before wrapping her arms around his waist. Fu Xi's waist was remarkably lean, the strength beneath the fabric palpable. She quickly released him, but he bent down, enveloping her in a deep embrace. His distinctly defined hands caressed her waist in an ambiguous manner, tightening their hold. Xia Zhicha momentarily froze but then ceased to resist. It seemed she was starting to grow accustomed to this closeness with Fu Xi. The night was tranquil. After a while, Fu Xi released her. You should head back. Xia Zhicha nodded slightly, softly murmuring, Fu Xi, goodbye. Hearing his name echoed back to him in a husky tone, he replied, Suddenly Xia Zhicha recalled that Fu Xi didn't particularly like her calling him by his full name. Biting her lip, feeling his gaze linger on her with an amused intensity, her voice dropped even lower. This was her first time using such an affectionate term for him, naturally soft-spoken. Her voice quivered slightly as she uttered it, unsure if it was due to unfamiliarity or embarrassment. Fu Xi had many friends, and he was accustomed to an array of nicknames, but Xia Zhicha's way of saying it struck him profoundly. He smiled deeper, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, his handsome features enhanced by an enchanting charm. He responded with an affirmative, bending down once more, mirroring the way Xia Zhicha had embraced him, lightly wrapping his arms around her. His playful chuckle resonating in her ear. See you next time, babies. Chapter 45. He called her baby. As the dormitory door swung open, Zhang Lili was in the midst of her skincare routine. With a jelly-like mask on her face, she caught sight of Xia Zhicha returning and mumbled, "You're back." Xia Zhicha replied with an Only then did Zhang Lili slowly turn around. Wanting to engage in conversation, however, upon observing Xia Zhicha's expression, she abruptly halted. Xia Zhicha. She suddenly stood up, calling her by her full name. Xia Zhicha, having just set her things down, looked up in confusion. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lili strolled leisurely around her. "You need to tell me honestly, are you seeing someone?" Xia Zhicha's movement stilled. Noticing Zhang Lili's discernibly evasive demeanor, she became more convinced of her suspicion. Leaning in closer, suddenly grinning like a conspirator, "Guess how I figured it out?" Xia Zhicha's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she awaited an answer. TSK, look at you, so distracted, with that lovesick expression." Zhang Lili couldn't help but pinch her slightly flushed cheek. "I wasn't sure at first, but when I teased you a bit, I didn't expect to hit the nail on the head." It dawned on Xia Zhicha that she had unwittingly walked into Zhang Lili's trap, inadvertently admitting to it. "Oh, you sly one, Zhicha, you look so innocent and quiet, turns out you're hiding a big secret from me." With a mask still on her face, Zhang Lili couldn't make any grand gestures, but her eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. "Come on, spill the beans. Who is the handsome guy? I had no idea." "He is not from our class, is he?" "Let us not even mention those oddballs in our class. When did you meet him?" "What was I doing then?" Realizing that Zhang Lili would not let her off easily, Xia Zhicha swiftly turned away, pulling out a plush toy from her bag and stuffing it into Zhang Lili's arms, attempting to divert her attention as she dashed toward the balcony. "I'll go collect the clothes first." The light on the balcony was dimmer than inside, and through the mirror of the washing basin Xia Zhicha caught sight of her own reflection. Her cheeks were flushed, extending to the corners of her eyes, her gaze slightly dazed, and her lips unconsciously curved upwards, illuminated by the soft light, resembling blooming peach blossoms, increasingly enchanting. Silently averting her gaze, she pushed aside the thought of whether her feelings were so obvious. Indeed, they were quite apparent. After tidying up the clothes and returning to the dormitory, Zhang Lili's inquisitive expression remained fixed on her face. Xia Zhicha subtly avoided her gaze, eliciting a fit of laughter from Zhang Lili. All right, I won't press you for details, knowing how shy you are. I won't push any further," Zhang Lili said, getting up to wash her face, but not before winking at her. "But I'm really looking forward to you bringing him in front of me." "Oh, by the way," Zhang Lili suddenly recalled something. "There's a basketball game between our school and the neighboring university the night after tomorrow. Gao Yuyan will be playing, and I want to go. Do you want to accompany me?" Xia Zhicha pondered for a moment before agreeing. Zhang Lili then cheerfully messaged Gao Yuyan, asking him to reserve 2 seats closer to the court for them. Xia Zhicha changed into her pajamas and snuggled under the covers, wrapping herself tightly. Her phone still displayed the chat interface with Fu Xi, the contact saved as boyfriend. The memory of his deep, affectionate voice calling her baby resurfaced in her mind. Fu Xi called her baby. A wave of embarrassment and warmth enveloped her, and Xia Zhicha curled up into a small ball, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto her lips. On Friday, the basketball game was set to take place at the neighboring university's gymnasium. When Xia Zhicha and Zhang Lili arrived, the venue was already filled with a considerable number of spectators. Predominantly females. They're really idle. I thought we arrived early, John Lily remarked. Isn't it just because Fu Xi is coming? These girls act as if they've never seen a handsome guy before. Fu Xi? Xia Qicha was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I heard yesterday that one of the players twisted his ankle and needed a replacement, and Fu Xi actually agreed to play. He hasn't participated in such games for quite a while. Zhang Lily gestured behind them. Look, hearing this news, all these girls showed up. I'd wager 80% are here just to see him. Oh, Xia Qicha nodded in understanding. A notification chimed on her phone, and she glanced down at the message, her expression shifting as she typed, appearing to be discussing something. What's up? Zhang Lily asked, catching a glimpse. Suddenly there's an online group meeting, and I can't take a leave. Xia Qicha furrowed her brow, expressing some regret. I might need to step out for a bit. Seriously, your group is so picky, Zhang Lily exclaimed, though she understood. Alright, just finish up quickly and come back. Xia Qicha offered another quiet apology, receiving a dismissive wave from Zhang Lily before making her way out of the gymnasium. This group meeting dragged on due to a disagreement between two members. And from the corner outside the gym, Xia Qicha could hear the cheers erupting from inside. The meeting concluded after halftime had already passed. Upon re-entering the gym, the wave of cheers and screams crashed over her like a tidal wave. As Xia Qicha took her seat, Zhang Lili was vociferously cheering for Gao Yuyang. It was only after another goal was scored that she noticed. Xia Qicha, at your back? She asked, gesturing towards the court. Our school is leading by quite a margin now. As she spoke, she glanced over again and added, what a pity, Fu Xi, you just made a remarkably stylish three-pointer. You missed it. While Zhang Lili clicked her tongue in admiration, Xia Qicha's gaze had already drifted toward Fu Xiyu. In the vast stadium, she easily spotted him, tall and long-legged, with strikingly deep features. He was a natural focal point. It appeared that students from the neighboring school were deliberately targeting him. He wore a stern expression, his brows tinted with a sharp intensity, beads of sweat glistening in his hair, while droplets of perspiration trickled down his unblemished chin and disappeared into the collar of his jersey. Every movement he made was swift and fierce, striking hard at his opponents, rendering them unable to impede him. Another three-pointer. The thunderous cheers erupted once more, and Xia Qicha watched him lower his head to wipe away sweat, his lean yet muscular arm rising to brush against his jaw. Sweat droplets cascaded down his throat, exuding an intoxicating aura of hormones. He inadvertently lifted his gaze, seemingly locking eyes with her across the crowd for a brief moment. He quickly straightened up and strode away, as if their eye contact had merely been an illusion. For reasons unknown, Xia Qicha felt a vague sense of delight in Fu Xiyu's retreating figure after that fleeting glance. The match continued. As the end approached, Zhang Lili retrieved a bottle of water from a nearby box and took Xia Qicha's hand. Let's go down and wait. I need to be the first to deliver water to Gao Yuyang. Before leaving, Xia Qicha paused for a moment and also grabbed a bottle of water. Unsurprisingly, Jing University emerged victorious, standing at the sidelines with Zhang Lili. Xia Qicha had never felt so acutely the extent of Fu Xiyu's popularity the moment he stepped off the court. A throng of girls immediately approached him, eager to hand him water. Hardly had he taken 2 steps when he was blocked by a crowd. Noticing Xia Qicha's gaze, Zhang Lili explained, it's normal, it used to be like this. He has a carefree disposition and is too lazy to refuse anyone every time he takes water from whoever catches his fancy. I've heard that some girls feel a sense of superiority for having given him water, like it's a badge of honor, when in reality Fu Xiyu might not even remember their names. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of Gao Yuyang, and she exclaimed, I'm going over there. I see a few cute girls. I can't let them get ahead of me. Wait for me. Xia Qicha nodded absently, her mind still lingering on the other side, tightly gripping her water bottle. Would he today also casually take someone else's? A sense of unease settled in her heart as she forcefully tried to pull her gaze away, but in the next moment, she caught Fu Xiyu looking over at her. It was as if he had singled her out amidst the bustling crowd. Holding her gaze for 2 seconds, he then leaned toward the girl in front of him, murmuring something before striding purposefully toward her. No one realized that Fu Xiyu was heading in her direction. The crowd was overwhelming, the gazes too varied, and Xia Qicha felt her heart racing for no reason. Instinctively, she turned away. Weaving through the noise and exiting the venue, she still couldn't bring herself to face the scrutiny of so many eyes. This door led outside, and after turning a corner, she found herself on a narrow, overgrown path that led nowhere in particular, rarely traversed by anyone. Sending a message to Zhang Lili to go ahead, Xia Qicha worried that her earlier evasion might upset Fu Xiyu. So she stood still, lowering her head to draft a message to him explaining her actions. Just as she was typing, she suddenly felt a weight above her head, still hiding from me. Fu Xiyu had somehow appeared behind her, draped casually in a jacket. He exerted a little force, playfully ruffling her hair with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Baby, or were you deliberately trying to tempt me into having a little rendezvous here? Chapter 46. Unable to endure, Xia Qicha wanted to retort, but Fu Xiyu leaned in closer, his presence imposing. She lowered her voice to an ear whisper, rogue. Fu Xiyu laughed heartily at that. Is that what I am? He leaned down closer to her ear, his tone deliberately roguish. If I were to engage in even more rogue antics, wouldn't you find it utterly irresistible? Baby, he must have washed his face before coming out. as he was refreshingly clean, devoid of any scent of sweat, his intimacy akin to a gentle caress against her ear. Am I really that unpresentable, baby? Unable to withstand his incessant teasing, Xiajicha lightly pinched him. There were too many people back there. Alright, Fu Xiaoyu chuckled, then I'll make an effort to present myself in a way that will make you feel I'm worth your attention. What a flamboyant character. Xiajicha thought of pinching him again, but then he straightened up and suddenly said, just now a few people brought me water, but I didn't acknowledge them. His tone was declarative, yet it felt as if he were waiting for her response. Xiajicha didn't quite understand, so she simply responded with a nonchalant him, noticing Fu Xiaoyu reaching out toward her. She looked up, puzzled, into his teasing gaze. Where's the water you brought? Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Realizing her oversight, Xiajicha hastily retrieved the bottle from her bag, apologizing. I drank it. She thought he wouldn't miss that one bottle. But feeling parched as she stepped out, she had opened it and taken a sip. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her hand empty as he snatched the bottle away. Fu Xiaoyu adeptly twisted off the cap and tipped his head back. Drinking deeply, the movement accentuated the muscles in his neck, rendering his jawline even more defined. Xiajicha felt her heart skip a beat, frozen in place. Fu Xiaoyu had just drunk from the very bottle she had sipped from. For a moment, all that echoed in her mind were the words indirect kiss, and it was intentional, an indirect kiss. Watching Fu Xiaoyu consume the last few sips from the bottle, he even had the audacity to ask her if she wanted the remainder. His playful eyes sparkled with delight at her blushing face. How terribly mischievous. Once again, Xiajicha realized how effortlessly he flirted. She cast her gaze downward, wishing to ignore him, yet her eyes were drawn to the charm dangling from his sports bag. It was that little dog charm from the other day. Xiajicha paused for a moment. Dressed entirely in black today, Fu Xiaoyu exuded an air of understated coolness, while the bright yellow dog charm stood out against the dark strap. Appearing particularly childish, Fu Xiaoyu crumpled the empty bottle and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Upon turning around, he noticed Xiajicha staring at his bag. Nonchalantly, he lowered his head. Fiddling with the charm, isn't it cute? It is cute, Xiajicha responded. What about yours? Fu Xiaoyu asked. Xiajicha hadn't attached hers to her bag, so she quietly pulled it out and hung it up under his leisurely gaze. Fu Xiaoyu's expression softened in satisfaction. Shall I keep you company for a while? Just then, her phone buzzed in her bag. Fu Xiaoyu frowned slightly, clicking his tongue before answering the call. Fu Guvui Fu Xiao, Fu Lauda, there's trouble at the venue. They say it's directed at you. Zhao Gu is waiting for you over here. The voice on the other end was flattering, calling out several titles with a penetrating tone, but when it came to the matter at hand, it bore an air of awkwardness. You know how it is regarding your affairs. We don't dare. Fu Xiaoyu's grip tightened on his phone, his expression growing increasingly cold. After hanging up, Xiajicha observed his demeanor and took the initiative to say, I think I'll head back to the dormitory now? Fu Xiaoyu, hearing her, offered a half-smile. Are you that eager for me to leave, Xiajicha? That wasn't her intention. After a moment, placing his phone back in his bag, Fu Xiaoyu stepped closer to her. Once again leaning down, their breaths mingling. How about a little press? He asked. Xiajicha looked up, momentarily at a loss for words. What? A press? Out of what? Being so close, Xiajicha could see the depths of Fu Xiaoyu's eyes, swirling like a cold lake, reflecting her image. It was so intimate, as if he had ensnared her within his gaze. Her back stiffened, her heart fluttering with unease, yet there was an unexplainable anticipation. But then Fu Xiaoyu slowly lowered his gaze, holding his charm, inching closer once more. Their two little dog keychains briefly touched, then separated, resembling a kiss. As though it was merely a keychain, Xiajicha felt her heart rate gradually settle. Just moments before, she had instinctively wanted to retreat, yet now she felt a hint of unanticipated disappointment. Well, please be careful. Gathering her emotions, Xiajicha took a step back and softly reminded him. Fu Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, don't worry. Xiajicha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and turned to leave, but Fu Xiaoyu reached out, unexpectedly pulling her back by the waist. Xiajicha lost her balance, reflexively clinging to his shoulder. Looking up, she found herself once again entrapped in Fu Xiaoyu's dark, penetrating gaze. He gazed intently at her clear, beautiful doe-like eyes, letting out a low chuckle. Forget it, I can't hold back. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice husky as if soothing her. Baby, I actually wanted to be closer. When Fu Xiaoyu arrived at the venue, the troublemakers had already been subdued and lined up to be taken to a dark room. A crowd of people was gathered smoking, awaiting Fu Xiaoyu's judgment. He had always been unyielding with those causing trouble. Once he had extracted the truth, he ordered them to be sent elsewhere to be dealt with decisively. Who else could be targeting him? How many times has it been this month? That person is indeed quite impatient. As Fu Xiaoyu issued his orders with a smirk, someone nearby, sensing the mood, stepped forward to offer a cigarette. Fu Xiao, why not keep it for a bit of fun? Fu Xiaoyu accepted the cigarette and inquired about the person's name. The individual immediately understood, nodding and bowing, leading the way to a private room. Zhao Zhe had been waiting for Fu Xi's arrival for quite some time. Upon his entrance, he slammed his cup onto the marble table, producing a crisp sound. Old Fu, how many girls are we calling tonight? Fu Xi cast him a sidelong glance but did not respond. Alright then, Zhao Zhe shrugged, I've been holding down the fort here for you, surely I can expect some reward. Fu Xi nudged him with his foot, indicating he should make some space for him to order a few girls himself. Alright then, Zhao Zhe had already prepared for this, clapping his hands, summoning several girls to enter. Fu Xi showed no interest in them, allowing Zhao Zhe to embrace and engage with the girls while conversing animatedly with the surrounding brothers, as if the chaos in the room had nothing to do with him, yet his indifferent and aloof demeanor was enough to draw the attention of several girls from time to time. Zhao Gudat, who is this? One girl inquired in a delicate voice. How could you not know? Zhao Zhe, fully aware of these women's intentions, pinched her waist playfully and laughed. Don't get your hopes up, he is not someone you can flirt with. His gaze suddenly shifted to the charm hanging from Fu Xi's bag, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Did you see that? A prized flower has an owner, several young gentlemen around them. Hearing Zhao Zhe's words, could not help but glance over, their eyes widening in shock upon noticing the charm. Fu Xi had always been indifferent to such endearing trinkets. Who else could have gifted him such a thing? A girlfriend, of course. Someone immediately teased Fu Go. Is it still that same one? Fu Xi remained silent, lazily fiddling with the charm. Oh my, it seems our Fu Go has truly fallen in love, another chimed in. Your little sister-in-law has some skills. Fu Go, are you really not considering bringing her before us to take a look? The crowd erupted in laughter, their playful banter continuing. Even adorning himself with such a childish trinket indicated he was truly smitten. Zhao Zhe, closest to Fu Xi, leaned in to examine the charm, clicking his tongue in admiration, clearly intrigued by the cartoonish little dog. With a swift motion, he reached out, only to be met with a sharp smack as Fu Xi swatted his hand away. What the hell, old Fu, why did you hit me? Though the force was not great, Zhao Zhe rubbed his hand, eyes wide in disbelief. It's just a charm, I'm not going to break it by touching it. Who gave you permission to touch it? Fu Xi shot him a disdainful look, his tone leisurely and devoid of emotion, yet it sent an inexplicable chill down Zhao Ze's spine. He quickly relented, his voice faltering. You really won't let me touch it? Fu Xi did not respond, taking a drag from his cigarette, lowering his gaze as he texted Xia Zhicha to ask if she had returned to her dormitory. Ignoring the people beside him, Zhao Zhe immediately understood and obediently returned to his seat. When Fu Xi had set a principle, he dared not interfere. Although this only piqued his curiosity further, he prioritized his own safety. Someone nearby, keenly perceptive, attempted to ease the tension. Oh Fu Go, it seems this time your sister-in-law possesses quite a strong sense of possession. It's not her possessiveness, Fu Xi replied slowly, flicking the ash from his cigarette, lifting his chin slightly as he chuckled lightly, his voice languid and composed. It's me. Chapter 47. Surely you haven't truly become love-struck, have you? His words plunged the room into a brief silence before it erupted into chaos. Particularly Zhao Zhe, whose tone warped slightly. You, possessiveness, old Fu, can that word really be associated with you? He stared at Fu Xi as if he were a ghost, yet Fu Xi remained unperturbed, his expression relaxed, holding the minuscule charm as if to flaunt it. You must know Fu Xi has always been indifferent to his past girlfriends, exhibiting an utterly nonchalant attitude. Forget about possessiveness. Regardless of their beauty or figure, he has always maintained a chilling demeanor, refusing to indulge or comfort them. There was even a time when a girlfriend, in retaliation, openly cheated on him, passionately kissing another man in front of him, nearly disrobing. Fu Xi merely observed with no emotion, casually stating break up before turning away without a second glance. At times Zhao Zhe couldn't fathom what Fu Xi sought in these relationships. Was it merely for the sake of having a pretty vase by his side? He once believed that, given Fu Xi's inherent coldness and ruthlessness, he would remain so throughout his life, heartless and treating others as mere distractions, capable of withdrawing at any moment. Yet, now, he had suddenly declared a strong sense of possessiveness over a girl. Zhao Zhe felt as if his worldview had been slightly shattered. Initially, when he heard Fu Xi had a new girlfriend whom he dotes on, he paid it no mind. Considering Fu Xi's nature, how could he possibly dote on someone? Now, he truly understood this was it. Zhao Zhe thought to himself, genuinely intrigued, who on earth could tame this man so thoroughly? By the end of November, the capital had turned cold and frigid, although she had endured a winter in the capital before. At this time of year, Xia Zhicha still felt uncomfortable. Having lived in the warm south for so many years, she found it challenging to adapt to such cold and dry weather. When stepping outside, she had to wrap herself up tightly to avoid icy hands and feet. Upon returning to the warmth of her dormitory, a chill enveloped her. Your back. Zhang Lili was busy boiling soup in a small pot. The milky broth bubbling eagerly, she ladled a small bowl and brought it to Xia Zhicha, urging her to taste it. As the warm soup slid down her throat, it seemed to unfurl her previously frozen insides. And Xia Zhicha's eyes curved with delight as she praised its deliciousness, handing her a package of. This is for you, thank you. Zhang Lili noticed the stack of boxes in her hands and inquired, what did you buy? To brushes and rice paper, among other things. Xia Zhicha explained she had been encouraged to join the calligraphy club during her freshman year. It was a laid-back group with little to do except for occasional tasks during school events. With the New Year's art gala approaching at Jing University, the calligraphy club was collecting works, requiring each member to submit a few pieces. I see. Zhang Lili nodded, bringing a bowl of soup to Xia Zhicha without further interruption. Xia Jicha unpacked her items, trying her hand at writing a few characters while the soup cooled to a palatable temperature. She took a sip and glanced at Jian Lili. The small pot continued to bubble with enticing aromas. While Jian Lili was focused intently on her work. As Xia Jicha approached, she discovered Jian Lili was attempting to knit a scarf. Clearly a novice, Jian Lili held 2 wooden needles with a look of concentration. Anxiously following a tutorial on her phone, somewhat clumsy in her movements, unable to bear it, Xia Jicha stepped in to offer some guidance, asking, "What made you suddenly want to knit a scarf?" "It's been trending online, girls are knitting scarves for their boyfriends," Jian Lili explained. "I thought I'd make one for Gao Yuyang so he could wear it every day. How rewarding would that be?" Just then, she made another mistake, grimacing as she corrected herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Xia Jicha and suddenly grinned, asking, "Why don't you knit one for your guy too?" Since discovering Xia Jicha was in a relationship, she had been subtly seeking updates, but Xia Jicha had remained tight-lipped, leaving her without any information. However, teasing was an essential part of their friendship. Upon hearing Jian Lili's suggestion, Xia Jicha blinked, a genuine thought bubbling up within her. But would Fu Xi appreciate such a thing? Noticing Xia Jicha's evident contemplation, Jian Lili unabashedly picked up the box from earlier, showcasing a plethora of colorful yarn she had purchased. "If you want to, just take materials from me. I have plenty." Staring at the box brimming with vibrant hues, Xia Jicha suddenly realized she had yet to ask Fu Xi what his favorite color was. Just a moment, she returned to her spot, picked up her phone, and messaged Fu Xi. "Xia Jicha, what is your favorite color?" He replied swiftly, "Boyfriend, black. Why?" "Xia Jicha, oh, just asking." The screen soon displayed Fu Xi's incoming call. Xia Jicha quickly made her way to the balcony. "What's up?" she asked, her voice soft upon answering. After a 2-second pause, he chuckled lightly on the other end. "My darling misses me. How could I not reach out?" Although he had started calling her darling since their date, Xia Jicha still felt a bit shy hearing it after so long. Her voice grew softer, tinged with a hint of nasal inflection. "What are you doing? Working? I've been a bit busy lately." Xia Jicha could hear the clicking of his mouse in the background, indicating he truly was preoccupied. She thought about this but refrained from inquiring further about his recent activities. Saying that I'll not disturb you, why so distant with your boyfriend? Fu Xi and the languid Yan Yang did not let her hang up. "I eagerly wished you would disturb me more often. I have not heard your voice for days, and it has been unbearable. Why does this person always speak so coarsely?" Finally, coaxed by Fu Xi, she shyly called out to him several times, "Ayu." And Xia Jicha blushed before hanging up the phone, yet she still remembered to seek out Jiang Lili for the black yarn. On the other end, in the study of the Dongqing apartment, Fu Xi hung up the phone just as he heard a knock at the door. Zhao Zai entered. Whose call was that? Noticing Fu Xi had just put down his phone, appearing less troubled than before, he couldn't help but feel curious. Fu Xi did not glance at him, succinctly replying, "Girlfriend." "Understood," Zhao Zai said, his expression a mixture of emotions as he fell silent for 2 seconds, conceding, "I shouldn't pry." Ever since this person began dating that girl, anything that uplifted his spirits was undoubtedly related to her. He shook his head, found a place to sit, and picked up a nearby document to read. Just then, he suddenly heard Fu Xi call out to him, "Zhao Zai." "Yes, what is it?" Zhao Zai replied, engrossed in the materials, casually asking, "Do you want me to check last year's accounts or?" "If a girl suddenly asks me what color I like, what does that mean?" Zhao Zai. "Wait, aren't we supposed to be working on something serious?" His movements halted as he widened his eyes in terror, staring at Fu Xi, noting the faint smile at the corner of his lips. After hesitating for a long while, Zhao Zai gravely remarked, "Old Fu, you can't possibly have turned into a lovesick fool, can you?" Chapter 48, Fu Xi, "It's snowing. It feels rather pleasant." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow noncommittally, not perceiving it as a derogatory remark. "How infuriating. Isn't it just having a girlfriend?" Zhao Zai clenched his teeth, deliberately answering in a disheveled manner, "When women ask me such things, I usually respond that I love risky topics." Fu Xi glanced at him, chuckling lightly, and did not refute him, focusing instead on his phone. Zhao Zai feared that Fu Xi might take his response seriously and hurriedly added, "Note, don't actually reply like that to anyone." "Okay, noted." Fu Xi replied, his gaze lowered, remaining composed. "I know she wants to prepare a gift for me." Zhao Zai, "Then why ask him at all? Just showing off, right? This person is definitely doing it on purpose." Just then, the backup phone at his side began ringing incessantly as Zhao Zai ground his teeth, not bothering to check the caller ID, and answered the call. After a while, his expression darkened, and he slowly ceased smiling. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Zai hung up, his demeanor no longer carefree, his brows furrowed deeply. It was a call from the hospital. He tossed the phone to Fu Xi and said, "Your father has been contemplating revising the old man's will lately. He visited the hospital again today. The old man holds the majority of the shares in the Fu family and is the absolute authority, unshakable in the entire capital. However, since Fu Xi's father Fu Nanhai remarried, he has repeatedly been driven to the hospital by that confused family, resulting in his deteriorating health, showing signs of not being able to endure this winter. For years, Fu Nanhai has been envious of the old man's power, although he has started to take over some responsibilities. He remains unsatisfied because the old man favors his grandson Fu Xiai. Once Fu Xiai matures, it is unquestionable that the Fu family will fall into his hands. The temptation of power is immense, and it can turn father and son into bitter enemies without hesitation. Coupled with the instigation of that mother-daughter duo, Fu Nanhai's hatred for Fu Xiai has intensified over the years. Unfortunately, with the old man pressing down on him, he can only engage in minor schemes behind the scenes, unable to create significant turmoil. Originally, the sole inheritance was practically guaranteed for Fu Xiai, but unexpectedly, a few months ago Fu Xi's stepmother became pregnant. Although the gender is still unknown, Fu Nanhai's intentions are increasingly difficult to conceal. Thus, the old man, to take precautions, specifically drafted a will stating that the future Fu family fortune would belong entirely to Fu Xiai. Now that the old man has once again fallen into a coma and Fu Nanhai has visited the hospital several times, he has repeatedly mentioned the matter of the will. The implications are quite obvious. As Zhao Ziya's words fell, the dimly lit study was suddenly enveloped in silence. After a long pause, worriedly glancing at Fu Xiai, who was resting his head on his hand. Deep in thought with a gloomy expression, Zhao Ziyi spoke, "Old Fu," but he heard Fu Xiai chuckle lightly. "I can hear you." There was no hint of disappointment in his tone, as if a chilling calmness emanated from his very core. In mid-December, the first snow of this year arrived on schedule in the capital. Sejicha had also finished knitting a scarf. She used a rather thick and soft yarn, resulting in a fluffy and cozy texture. Just after waking up, she heard Jiang Lili exclaim, "It's snowing." Jiang Lili, also a southerner, was particularly excited about the snow. It had likely started falling the previous night, and by morning, a thin layer of white had already accumulated on the roads, creating a poetic scene. Unfortunately, such a beautiful snowy landscape had to coincide with our formidable Demon King's early morning class. While Jiang Lili was applying her makeup and yawning, she lamented that after a whole day of classes, even a date would be impossible. She would undoubtedly need to catch up on sleep upon returning. Xiaxicha, while washing up, paused momentarily upon hearing the word date. She suddenly recalled a line from a romantic drama she had watched many years ago. On the first snow, one should be with the person they like. On the table lay a small gift box containing the knitted scarf. Originally, Xiaxicha planned to wait until the weekend to find an opportunity to give it to Fu Xiai. Before heading out, she glanced once more at the swirling snow outside and abruptly returned to grab the gift box, placing it into her bag. The last class of the day finished at 5:30 p.m. Winter in the capital brings darkness swiftly. The sun was already beginning to set. Exiting the lecture hall, Sejicha dialed Fu Xi's number. The line did not connect immediately. After a moment, a slightly fatigued male voice answered. "Baby." Sejicha's fingers tightened around her bag strap as she inquired, "Where are you?" "In the hospital." Upon hearing Fu Xi's response, Sejicha's heart tightened. "Are you sick?" The other end fell silent for a moment, then responded with a tone of explanation, "No, I'm visiting family." Sejicha vaguely remembered seeing news about the Fu family's patriarch being hospitalized a couple of days ago. Fu Xiai must be very busy right now, she thought, sensing the odd tone in the young girl's voice. Fu Xiai chuckled. "Did you miss me?" Typically, such a question would leave her too shy to respond. After waiting for a moment, just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly heard Xiajicha's soft reply, "I miss you." She stood at the entrance of the lecture hall, surrounded by students bustling about, their laughter echoing through the phone. Her gentle voice, though faint, was remarkably clear. For a moment, Fu Xiai was rendered speechless, gazing at the snowflakes gracefully descending before him. Xiajicha mustered her courage and continued, "Fu Xiai, it's snowing today, can I come?" "See you." The Xiajicha felt a bit anxious. She merely wanted to deliver a small gift and see him briefly. It shouldn't take too long. However, visiting him while his family was ill, was that inappropriate? As she pondered this, she was about to add that it was okay if he disagreed. The next second, however, she heard Fu Xi's cheerful laughter from the other end, as if he had been suppressing it for a long time. "Yes, it's snowing, baby. I can't wait to see you right now." Chapter 49, Kiss on the Neck. When Xiajicha arrived at the hospital, the sky had darkened slightly. Fu Xiai was standing at the entrance, waiting for her. He wore a trench coat, his tall and slender figure exuding elegance, with broad shoulders and a straight waist. Behind him, the hospital was ablaze with light, illuminating the sharp contours of his profile. Snow continued to fall gently, the flakes landing on his shoulders before quickly vanishing. As soon as Xiajicha stepped out of the subway station, she spotted this scene, her pupils contracting, fearing he might be cold. She quickened her pace. The snow-covered ground was slippery, compacted by the footsteps of passers-by, making it easier to slip. Just as she was about to reach Fu Xiai, she accidentally stumbled. She was caught by a pair of cool hands. "Be careful." Fu Xiai teased lightly from above. "Is this how much you miss me?" The Xiajicha slowly regained her balance and looked up at him. Against the light, Fu Xi's wild brows and eyes were obscured by the night, his expression seemingly as nonchalant as usual, yet tainted with an unusual darkness. A gust of wind blew, and the snowflakes landed on her eyelashes. Fu Xiai raised his hand, leisurely brushing them away, a faint smile curling at his lips. Xiajicha blinked, sensing that something was off with Fu Xiai today. Her sensitivity to emotions was acute. Even if he smiled casually or joked with her, she could discern the subtle differences in his demeanor. Today Fu Xiai seemed rather exhausted. She had already sensed something amiss during their phone call. Despite his smiling eyes, there was a desolate stillness lurking beneath. Was he worried she would be concerned? Fu Xiai, not receiving a response from Xia Jicha, assumed she was shy again, so he leaned down to comfort her. Unexpectedly, he was met with a pair of clear, doe-like eyes. The girl's gaze was crystalline, as if one could see to the very depths of her soul, and perhaps see through to what he concealed within. You, Xia Jicha called softly, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on him. Fu Xiai felt his heart soften each time he was called by that name. His brows relaxed a bit, and in a languid tone, he responded to her, "What's the matter? Are you unhappy?" Fu Xi's gaze momentarily faltered, then, as if dismissing the concern, he chuckled lightly. "What happiness can one find in a hospital while taking care of someone?" As he spoke, he slightly squinted, the charming arc of his peach blossom eyes hinting at playful mischief, and he raised his voice to tease her. "Are you feeling sorry for me?" Xia Jicha was not accustomed to Fu Xi's demeanor, exhausted yet feigning a nonchalant and cynical attitude. It felt as though he wore a mask, distancing himself from her, which left her with a heavy heart. After a brief moment of eye contact, Xia Jicha bit her lip and suddenly lowered her gaze. Not receiving a response, Fu Xiai looked down at her. The young girl fidgeted, hurriedly rummaging through her canvas bag, leaving only a tuft of fluffy hair visible. After a while, she finally produced a square gift box. It seemed she intended to hand it directly to Fu Xiai, but after a moment's thought she decided to open it herself. Xia Jicha said earnestly as she opened the box, lowering her head slightly. Fu Xiai had yet to see what was inside, but he raised an eyebrow, complying with her request to lower his head. A soft and warm sensation enveloped his neck as she wrapped the scarf around him, causing him to momentarily freeze. Lacking experience in tying scarves, Xia Jicha's movements were somewhat clumsy, her toes lifting nervously. She was dressed warmly in a pink down jacket, the collar obscuring half of her face as she raised her hands, revealing only her earnest eyes. "Last time I asked what color you liked. I wanted to make this for you," Xia Jicha explained in a soft voice, speaking slowly. "I knitted it myself. It may not be very delicate, but it's warm." Fu Xiai listened quietly to her words, not responding, his eyelids lowered slightly as he reached up to touch the scarf around his neck, his fingertips sinking into its soft texture. In that moment, it felt as if a string in his heart had quietly snapped. After Xia Jicha finished speaking, she stole a glance at Fu Xi's expression, noticing he seemed lost in thought. "Do you not like it?" she wondered anxiously, her heart racing. This was her first time crafting a gift for someone else, and she felt uncertain, doubting the quality of her creation, afraid Fu Xiai might outright refuse. She opened her mouth, whispering, "It's for you, so I'll take my leave now." Just then, she heard Fu Xiai laugh again. This time, it was not laced with the weariness of before, but rather tinged with a gentle warmth. In the next moment, he suddenly reached out, pulling her closer to him and bending down, he buried his face in her neck and planted a somewhat rough kiss there. His lips brushed against her sensitive pulse, sending shivers down her spine. Xia Jicha gasped in surprise, instinctively shrinking her neck, but he wrapped his other arm tightly around her waist, leaving her unable to escape. The man before her seemed to finally relax, shedding all pretense, his shoulders slumping slightly, his voice husky and tinged with exhaustion, almost a whisper. "Let me recharge you, baby." When Xia Jicha returned to her dormitory, it was quite late. The snow had begun to fall heavily again, and without an umbrella on the way back from the subway station, her hair was dusted with flakes. After brushing the snow from her hair and taking a shower, she climbed into bed and saw a message from Fu Xiai. "Boyfriend, are you home?" She typed back, "Just finished showering, lying in bed now." After a moment's thought she added, "What about you?" Fu Xiai did not reply immediately. After a while, he sent a photo. In the background of the room, he sat on the sofa with a ball of light blue yarn beside him. His long, slender fingers held a wooden knitting needle, and the sleeves of his loose home sweatshirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his slightly prominent veins, his skin pale and exuding a cool, sensual aura of boyfriend. "I'm knitting a scarf for the baby." Xia Jicha's face flushed instantly. Why is he still engaged in this exchange of gifts? His face, which appeared cold and indifferent, was now focused on knitting a scarf for his girlfriend. She stared at the photo for a long time, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Another message from Fu Xiai appeared on the screen. "Boyfriend, can we kiss next time?" Xia Jicha's eyelids fluttered, nearly dropping her phone. The memory of that blush-inducing kiss on her neck at the hospital entrance resurfaced in her mind. Fu Xiai had kissed her with a certain restraint, sending tremors through her body yet leaving no marks. He lingered for a long time, his lips roaming her neck, and his hand around her waist was commanding. Xia Jicha found it unbearable to evade him, her fingers tangling in his hair, disheveling it. Even after the kiss had ended, he remained nestled against her neck, breathing heavily, his voice low and sultry, laced with desire. As the memories mingled with lingering sensations, Xia Jicha felt herself blushing profusely. She gently touched her neck, realizing that even a kiss there was so exhilarating. What if it were on the lips? Xia Jicha set her phone down, burying her face in her pillow, her legs growing weak. After some time, she turned over, lifting her head, the chat interface with Fu Xiai still displayed on her phone. "Boyfriend, just teasing you." "Boyfriend, I probably won't be at school for a while. I'll be busy." "Boyfriend, Baby, remember to think of me often. The screen illuminated Xiaojicha's still rosy cheeks, her gaze flickered with a hint of confusion. Will he really be busy? Is it because of things at home? Was he unhappy today because of those matters? Xiaojicha recalled how, after their kiss, he had carefully adjusted her collar against the cold wind, his expression genuine and satisfied. As if kissing her had brought him a great deal of joy, she disliked seeing him unhappy. She wanted him to feel a bit happier. Xiaojicha bit her lip and typed. Xiaojicha, next time, we can kiss. Fu, starting with the forehead, then the neck, gradually enticing my wife. Countdown to Kisses V Chapter 50, missing him as New Year's Day approached. The stage on the school playground began to take shape. The New Year's Eve party had always been a highlight at Jing University, with various colleges and clubs exerting their utmost efforts in preparation. Originally, none of this was of much concern to Xiaojicha, but a few days before the event, she suddenly received a notification from the calligraphy club. There was a solo dance performance themed around ink wash. And they were seeking someone to write a piece live on stage to accompany the dance. They had set their sights on Xiaojicha's calligraphy. Without hesitation, she accepted the invitation and went to the rehearsal room that afternoon to meet the performers. To her surprise, the person there was Tong Tong. When she opened the door to the rehearsal room, she was momentarily stunned. The girl was dressed in a dance outfit, stretching her legs in front of the mirror. Beside her were the same two friends Xiaojicha had seen at the milk tea shop, their high-pitched voices echoing in the rehearsal room, drowning out the sound of the door opening. No one noticed Xiaojicha's entrance. Tong Tong, are you still upset about Fu Xi? Oh, don't feel down. You know how he is, so flirtatious and accepting of anyone. That girl probably just confessed to him before you did. And in a while, he'll get bored. Exactly. Besides, it's been so long. Although there hasn't been any breakup news, isn't it strange that he hasn't revealed who that girl is? I think either she is unattractive or they've already broken up, but just haven't said anything. Tong Tong listened without raising her eyelids, her exquisite face showing a hint of displeasure. Her circle of friends still pinned on her social media, indicating no breakup. The friend speaking hesitated for a moment. Chuckling awkwardly, isn't she just someone not worth mentioning? I bet she is not even that good looking. Fu Xi probably finds her distasteful. With our princess Tong Tong as a standard, which new girlfriend could possibly compare? I've never seen anyone like that at this school. Bathed in their praise, Tong Tong finally let out a faint smile. Standing upright and gazing into the mirror, she noticed Xiaojicha standing at the doorway and slightly frowned. Who are you? Having overheard their conversation, Xiaojicha felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her expression dimming significantly as she replied in a neutral tone, I'm from the calligraphy club. Oh, Tong Tong nodded, looking Xiaojicha up and down. When her gaze lingered on her face, she paused for a moment, her eyes scrutinizing. Haven't we met somewhere before? Xiaojicha hadn't expected this sudden question. Her eyelashes lowering, perhaps at the milk tea shop outside school. Tong Tong nodded, glancing at her a few more times, forcing a polite smile. For some reason, Xiaojicha sensed a hint of hostility from her. The table is over there. I'll continue practicing. You can write a piece for me to see first. Tong Tong pointed to a nearby table and, after speaking, returned to her friends. Xiaojicha nodded. The table was fully equipped with supplies, indicating that they had no intention of making things difficult for her, yet inexplicably she felt that since she had appeared, Tong Tong's attitude towards her had become oddly strange. Did she recognize her? After all, when Xiaojicha had been seen during that hug on the terrace, she hadn't seen anything and was unsure if Tong Tong had recognized her. The empty rehearsal room was still occasionally filled with whispers from the other side. Though deliberately kept low, the echoes within the room remained pronounced, allowing Xiaojicha to catch snippets of conversation. What does it mean to belong to a calligraphy club? Is someone trying to steal the limelight? Wasn't it said that all she needed was a backdrop? Once the makeup is done, it seems it will overshadow everything else. Alas, no matter the circumstances, our Tong Tong remains the most stunning when the time comes. She shall undoubtedly outshine everyone. Let us not speak of it further. We might attract the attention of that woman. Xiaojicha finished writing a character and suddenly lifted her gaze to it, collided with the eyes of one of her peers who was complaining, causing the other to pause, then nonchalantly turn away. Tong Tong's expression was equally unwelcoming as she held her phone, using the camera as a mirror. Xiaojicha began to grasp the subtle shift in attitude. It wasn't because Tong Tong recognized her, but rather that Tong Tong seemed particularly concerned with her appearance. It appeared she had been unintentionally cast as a rival. With a soft sigh, Xiaojicha lowered her head to continue writing, pretending she hadn't heard. It mattered not. After the evening's festivities, their paths would likely diverge. Perhaps feeling guilty, the two girls raised their voices, deliberately shifting the topic. Tong Tong, when you wear that performance outfit, you'll look just like a celestial being descending to earth. Who could possibly compare? Once you step on stage, I guarantee you will dazzle the entire audience. Who knows, Fu Xi might see you and fall head over heels, casting aside that ugly creature to pursue you instead? Desiring to avoid conflict, Xiaojicha silently tuned out their remarks, yet it did affect her mood. She set down her pen and took a moment's respite. Opening her phone, she noticed the pinned chat with Fu Xi. The conversation had stalled several days prior. After she had mustered the courage to text him that she looked forward to a kiss, his response had come after a prolonged silence. Boyfriend, baby. Why are you so adorable? Boyfriend, then I'll come to kiss you. Her fingertips hovered over the screen, her gaze lingering on his message for an extended time. It dawned on her that she might be becoming somewhat clingy. She had always been someone accustomed to solitude, yet merely days after parting from Fu Chi, she found herself yearning for him intensely. Chapter 51, Waiting for You in the Grove. The New Year's Eve gala arrived as scheduled. The event commenced in the evening and continued into the night, the atmosphere charged with excitement as the stage buzzed with activity. Backstage, where performers prepared, the hustle and bustle was palpable. The winter night was bitterly cold. And Xiao Jicha's performance outfit, a thin cheongsam, left her shivering. While waiting for makeup, she affixed several heat packs to her body, wrapped herself in a long down coat, and took a seat. On her phone, messages of encouragement from Jiang Lili poured in, along with live updates of the performances on stage. Are you about to go on? I'm super excited. Go. Don't be nervous. I brought my camera to capture your stunning moments. Today, I am the president of the Xiao Jicha Global Fan Club. Xiao Jicha's eyes crinkled with amusement as she began to reply. Before she could finish typing, a timid voice interrupted her. Excuse me. Are you Xiao Jicha? Setting down her phone, she turned to see a stranger standing beside her. Puzzled, she nodded. Yes, how can I help you? The girl appeared somewhat flustered but quickly spoke. Tong Tong asked me to tell you that our makeup artist is short-staffed. Because her design is specialized, it will take longer than expected, and there might not be enough time to do makeup for everyone. You might need to before the girl could finish. Xiao Jicha understood. Her expression cooled, her lips pressed into a thin line. Just 2 days prior, Tong Tong had assured her that a makeup artist was available, and she had no reason to worry with ample preparation time. Any issues could have been communicated in advance or alternative solutions devised, yet being informed at this late hour, after having waited backstage for so long, felt like a blatant attempt to sabotage her. Xiao Jicha furrowed her brow slightly, noticing her displeasure. The girl hesitated before attempting to placate her. You're just writing backstage, so whether you wear makeup or not shouldn't matter. No one will pay attention to you. Xiao Jicha cut her off with a smile. Thank you for sharing this information. With that, she dismissed the girl and resumed messaging Jiang Lili. Truth be told, Xiao Jicha wasn't particularly invested in the makeup. As the girl had pointed out, her role was merely to serve as a backdrop, and whether she was made up or not made little difference to her. However, the deliberate attempt to trip her up irked her. She could understand Tong Tong's fixation on appearances and her desire to outshine others, yet she was not one to passively tolerate underhanded tactics. Before long, Jiang Lili appeared like a whirlwind backstage. Spotting Xiao Jicha, she rushed over without pause, her bulging bag in tow. Fortunately, I brought my makeup kit. Otherwise, I would have had to run back, and who knows if there would be time, she exclaimed. Indignation evident as she continued, I can't believe I once praised Tong Tong's beauty. How could she be so spiteful behind the scenes? Gigi, lower your head a bit. I need to apply foundation. Xiao Jicha complied, letting Jiang Lili work. What kind of look do you want, a subtle one or a stage glam? Jiang Lili knew Xiao Jicha's reserved nature and was concerned she might shy away from the spotlight. Before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Jicha replied calmly, whatever looks best. Jiang Lili was taken aback by her response, momentarily stunned before nearly applauding. Exactly. Why be modest? Tong Tong brought in a professional makeup artist for a customized look. But just wait until I unleash my skills and overshadow her. Jiang Lili worked swiftly, chattering as she went, and soon enough the makeup was complete. I must say, this is easily the best makeup I've ever done. After applying the final layer of setting spray, she handed Xiao Jicha a mirror, exclaiming, your face is simply stunning. It looks incredible no matter what. At that moment, another performance was about to commence. And someone called for Xiao Jicha. She responded and turned to Jiang Lili, who gave her an encouraging thumbs up and winked. I'll be right here, waiting for your triumphant return, before handing her phone to someone for safekeeping. Xiao Jicha hesitated for a moment, then quietly snapped a selfie to send to Fu Chi. Girls always want their loved ones to see them at their most beautiful, just before stepping on stage. Xiao Jicha finally encountered Tong Tong. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and the beautiful, delicate features of Tong Tong's face momentarily cracked, revealing a hint of discomfort before she averted her gaze. Xiao Jicha chose not to look back. Hearing the host announce her name, she confidently stepped onto the stage. The winter nights in the capital were chillingly cold, even with heat packs affixed to her. The thin cheongsam offered little warmth. After her performance concluded, Xiao Jicha felt her body stiffening in the cold. As she descended from the stage, Jiang Lili was waiting with a down jacket, draping it over her shoulders and handing her a cup of hot water. Standing there writing, you can't even move. I felt cold just watching you, Jiang Lili said while rubbing Xiao Jicha's hands. Then, with a hint of schadenfreude, she added, did you see? Tong Tong almost tripped while dancing on stage. Xiao Jicha nodded absently, still warming herself. Jiang Lili fiddled with her phone and soon turned it towards her. Look, the forum is already buzzing about you. Everyone's asking who you are. Jiang Lili spoke with a hint of pride. I told you, with your face and my exceptional makeup skills, you would definitely outshine Tong Tong. Xiao Jicha glanced down at the screen, where several threads had emerged. Who was that stunning beauty writing behind Tong Tong on stage, seeking contact info? Shocking, when did our school have such a beautiful girl? How come I've never seen her before? Critique, while Tong Tong danced solo, the girl writing was even more captivating. Who understands? Ha, she indeed got what she wished for, Zhang Lili laughed as she read. Handing Xia Jicha her phone, trying to steal the spotlight only to be overshadowed. They say one should be kind, or else face retribution. This is just too hilarious, after warming her fingers with the hot water. Xia Jicha finally felt her body ease up. She held little emotional investment in the outcome of the situation, watching with Zhang Lili for a while before opening her phone. The chat interface displayed the photo she had sent to Fu Qi before going on stage, but he had yet to reply to "Is he still busy?" The Xia Jicha blinked, her mind gradually wandering. The sound of the stage's audio reverberated continuously towards her, which she found bothersome. She contemplated rising to leave, but just as she stood, an unfamiliar boy suddenly stepped forward and blocked her path. He appeared to be a high school student, not a student of Peking University. Without uttering a word, he thrust a box into her hands and fled. Zhang Lili, witnessing this, let out a soft, ambiguous sound. Had she already garnered admirers in such a short time? The boy dashed away swiftly, and by the time Xia Jicha realized what had happened, he had vanished without a trace. She looked down at the gift box in her hands and, in that fleeting moment of clarity, her heart stirred unexpectedly. This gift box bore a striking resemblance to the one she had previously given to Fu Cei. An inexplicable wave of emotions surged within her, and Xia Jicha, feeling a rush of nervousness, cautiously opened a corner of the box. The contents were meticulously wrapped in paper, yet atop it lay a note, elegantly inscribed with strong, bold characters, "Waiting for you in the small grove." Upon reading those words, Xia Jicha's eyelashes fluttered. It was as if she had suddenly become aware of something profound. She clutched the gift box tightly and swiftly turned to exit backstage. Chapter 52. I kissed the edges of the gift box pressed against Xia Jicha's arm as she dashed away. Her long down jacket carelessly draped over her shoulders, fastened only at the collarbone, leaving it improperly worn. As she ran, the chilly wind seeped through the gaps, rendering her uncomfortable, yet Xia Jicha seemed oblivious to the cold. Her pace quickening until she reached a secluded little garden, obscured by trees, outside the playground, where she finally slowed down breathless. This was the small grove, colloquially known at Peking University, which had been voted as a romantic rendezvous spot for several consecutive years on forums. Due to the New Year's Eve gala, the paths within the grove were eerily empty, with small lights hidden among the bushes casting a dim glow over this little world. Xia Jicha took a moment to steady her breath, her heart racing as she moved forward. At the end of the illuminated path stood Fu Cei, waiting for her. It had been half a month since they last met. He had not changed much. His hair slightly longer, and the bangs at his forehead subtly obscuring his sharp features. Upon hearing her footsteps, Fu Cei crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow at her, and a lazy smile graced his lips. As if he had been anticipating her arrival, Xia Jicha felt her heart race even faster. She hugged the gift box tightly as she approached him. Before she could reach him, he stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. The familiar scent, laced with a hint of coldness, enveloped her senses, causing Xia Jicha to feel slightly dazed yet undeniably secure. The rigid gift box was positioned between them, and the surrounding foliage rendered the night tranquil. The distant music from the stage could be faintly heard, making this place feel like a secluded little world where they could share their secret meeting. After a brief moment, Fu Cei released her, took the gift box from her hands, and with a smirk, gestured playfully. "So eager to see me, you haven't even dressed properly." Xia Jicha lowered her head, slowly adjusting her down jacket, and under Fu Cei's watchful gaze, she zipped it up to the top. A satisfied Fu Cei weighed the gift box in his hands. "Have you opened it?" Xia Jicha nodded and then shook her head, confessing softly, "I only looked at the note. I haven't seen what's inside." Fu Cei, taken aback by her honesty, paused for a moment before chuckling softly to himself. All right. The wind blew a bit colder, and he shifted his stance, discreetly shielding her from the chill. Lifting the lid of the box and offering it to her, "You can open it yourself." Slowly Xia Jicha peeled back the wrapping. She suspected it contained the scarf Fu Cei had knitted for her. But to her surprise, nestled within was not only the scarf but also a matching hat, crafted from the same yarn and shaped like bunny ears. Xia Jicha blinked, looking up at him. Fu Cei, avoiding her gaze, casually stared ahead, his tone light. "I knitted them myself." And not knowing which emotion struck her, Xia Jicha bit her lip and couldn't help but smile slightly. In the next moment, she felt her chin being lifted. Fu Cei bending down to meet her gaze, his breath warm and overwhelming. "Are you laughing at me?" Xia Jicha shook her head, her eyes sparkling like gemstones as she looked at him, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm really happy to see you." Receiving such a thoughtful gift from him delighted her immensely. The sincerity in her expression softened Fu Cei's heart, realizing that she had grown increasingly forthright in her feelings towards him. His lips curled into a deeper smile, and he gently tilted her chin, encouraging her to try it on. Obediently, Xia Jicha donned the scarf, which enveloped her neck warmly, carrying a hint of his familiar scent. Because of the performance, her hair was styled up, and she let it down before putting on the hat, the soft bunny ears flopping down. Her makeup remained intact, the shimmering eyeshadow accentuating her doe-like eyes. which appeared even more luminous than usual. With her lips tinted a rosy hue, she gazed up at Fu Si, resembling a little rabbit. Fu Si suddenly felt his self-restraint wane in her presence. Unable to resist, he reached out to tug at her bunny ears, eliciting a quiet question from Xiao Jichao. "Are you done with your work?" Fu Si responded with a nonchalant absent-mindedly kneading the soft ears of the hat as he almost lost track of time. Xiao Jichao remained still, letting him play with the hat's ears, though he wasn't pinching her actual ears. The way his long graceful fingers moved had an inexplicable allure, causing her spine to tingle, attempting to dismiss her scattered thoughts. She quietly asked then, "Did you?" Initially, he hadn't intended to join the festivities, but sensing her impending question, Fu Si's voice held a teasing lilt as he paused, glancing at her with a playful glint. "But my darling had to go on stage. How could I not come to watch?" The realization that he had specifically come to see her warmed her heart. Xiao Jichao recalled the photo she had sent him, which he had yet to reply to. She hesitantly inquired, "Did you see the photo I sent you?" "I did." Fu Si replied softly, his gaze lowered. "I saw it." "Then why hadn't he?" responded. Xiao Jichao let out a small "oh" and chose not to voice her thoughts aloud. However, Fu Si's eyes slowly settled on her face, playfully querying, "Are you unhappy?" Not wanting to appear petty, Xiao Jichao turned her face away. "Not at all." Suddenly Fu Si chuckled, leaning closer to her. As the warmth of his breath enveloped her once more. Xiao Jichao's breath hitched, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly as she heard his voice drop to a whisper. "Not replying to your message was my way of wanting to tell you in person." Fu Si spoke leisurely, his tone laced with evident affection. "My darling, today you look like the prettiest little bunny." Each word resonated within her heart, akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky, enveloped by the gentle night. Xiao Jichao felt herself falling into a tender trap, gradually succumbing to its allure. Her senses dulled instinctively. She reached out to push Fu Si away, but upon feeling the fabric of his shirt beneath her fingers, she hesitated, her face burying itself into his embrace. Fu Si, with relaxed shoulders, allowed her to lean against him, reaching out to tenderly ruffle her hair. The distant music from the stage faded, and the host's voice became a blur. Shadows danced around them, obscuring the contours of their surroundings. Moments passed, and Xiao Jichao gently nudged herself away, finally mustering the courage to lift her head. "Ayu," she called softly. Fu Si looked down at her. "What is it?" The color on her lips had faded, transforming from a vibrant red to a glistening pink. She pressed her lips together and said, "Could you lower your head?" Fu Si raised an eyebrow but complied. Bending down, Xiao Jichao, on her tiptoes, took a breath, and in that fleeting moment, her soft, rosy lips cautiously brushed against his. Chapter 53, "This is my first kiss, darling." It was but an instant. The gentle caress of her lips sent a tingling sensation straight to his heart. Fu Si, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated her sudden boldness. His gaze locked onto Xiao Jichao, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with emotions. She, like a shy snail, quickly retracted, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. "We promised." They had promised that when they met again, their lips would meet. Heat rushed to her ears as she felt Fu Si's intense gaze upon her, her legs inexplicably weak, her feet retreating in a fluster, attempting to escape. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself pulled back by him. That all it takes to kiss. After a brief surge of emotions, he chuckled softly, lowering his head and gently lifting her chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Let me teach you how to kiss properly." His cool lips descended, and Xiao Jichao's shoulders tensed as her breath was stolen away. The kiss bore an unmistakable air of aggression, lacking any semblance of restraint, as it relentlessly invaded her senses, dominantly peeling away her awareness bit by bit. Xiao Jichao let out a soft whimper, instinctively rising onto her toes, her body trembling in response. Feeling her chin tightly gripped, this sensation was both unfamiliar and exhilarating, and her primal instinct urged her to flee, yet her waist was firmly ensnared by Fu Si as the next wave of intensity surged forth. The branches rustled softly, mingling with the distant sounds from the stage, drowning out the fragmented breaths and the dimness. After what felt like an eternity, the prolonged kiss finally concluded. Fu Si released her, allowing the young girl before him to regain her composure. Xiao Jichao felt as if she were on the brink of asphyxiation from the kiss, retreating a step, lowering her head to catch her breath. Her cheeks flushed from a lack of oxygen. When she dared to look up, she found Fu Si raising his hand, his fingers, delicate and pale as jade, leisurely brushing away the silvery strands from his lips. A hint of mischief glinting in his gaze, his eyes, filled with playful satisfaction, made her cheeks burn even hotter. Her heart raced wildly, her eyes betraying a hint of dazed allure, complemented by her innocent, rabbit-like visage, her lips still glistening with remnants of their kiss, a tantalizing blend of purity and desire. Fu Si could not resist the urge to pull her back for another kiss. He finally understood why some individuals became so addicted to kissing. Once one savors such a taste, restraint becomes an impossibility. Xiao Jichao, still struggling to steady her breath, saw him lean in for another kiss and hastily raised her hand, attempting to push him away. Stammering, No, I haven't caught my breath yet." Fu Si paused, not perturbed by her resistance, chuckling softly. "Can't breathe, baby." Xiao Jichao fell silent, retracting her hand. "This is my first kiss, I have no experience, of course I can't." Unlike you, so adept, I bet you've kissed many before. Although she had known for quite some time that someone like him, with numerous ex-girlfriends, would find kissing quite normal, in that moment, she couldn't help but dwell on it. Caring about it too much, even though she knew she had no right to. Fu Ziyu had intended to tease Xia Jichao a bit longer, but upon lowering his gaze, he noticed the young girl pursing her lips. An unmistakable hint of discomfort in her expression, which she desperately tried to mask. As if comprehending something profound, his eyes darkened, and he called to her softly, "Baby." Xia Jichao's lashes fluttered, her voice soft as she responded. As the night deepened, Fu Ziyu leaned closer, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you think I'm a scoundrel?" Xia Jichao fell silent, fearing that if she nodded, Fu Ziyu would become angry observing her hesitation. He directly grasped her chin once more, his thumb gently brushing across her soft lips, his brow relaxing. "This is my first kiss, baby, a first kiss?" Xia Jichao felt somewhat dazed, incredulous as she lifted her gaze to meet his. It was hard to believe, considering the number of his former girlfriends and the effortless control he exhibited during their kiss. "You're clearly so skilled at kissing," she murmured in quiet defiance. Fu Ziyu raised an eyebrow, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Should I then thank you for the compliment? Naturally gifted, baby." Seeing her silent, he sighed lightly, revealing a hint of playful desire as he leaned closer. "Shall we try again, to let you experience true proficiency?" Xia Jichao, still reeling from the unexpected emotions, found herself once more pressed against him in a kiss. Hearing the sudden disarray in her breath, Fu Ziyu soothingly squeezed the nape of her neck. Whispering a low reminder against her lips, breathed. Xia Jichao clenched the fabric of his shirt, dazed by the kiss, obediently following his instructions. This kiss was even more lingering than the last. Waves of tingling sensation surged through her, rendering her utterly soft as Fu Ziyu's strong arms held her, plunging deeper and deeper. Shadows stretched long upon the ground, distant bursts of fireworks erupted, accompanied by cheers that illuminated the night sky. Flecks of light filtered through the layered shadows of trees, casting brilliant reflections upon his profound features. Xia Jichao found herself lost in thought, as if in a dream. After confirming their relationship, every moment they shared seemed to have appeared in her unspoken dreams. What she once believed to be an unattainable dream had truly transformed into reality, so beautiful it left her in disbelief. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing her distraction, Fu Ziyu playfully nipped at her lip. "Baby, focus." Waves of overwhelming desire washed over her once more, and Xia Jichao closed her eyes, surrendering to the sensation again, even though she was acutely aware that this romance was merely a frivolous diversion for Fu Ziyu. She still wished to delve deeper into this dream. Chapter 54. Subtle possessiveness. The madness of the evening gave way to the fatigue of the following day, with classes suspended for the holiday. The campus lay eerily quiet throughout the morning. Xia Jichao remained drowsily nestled in bed until nearly noon, when Jiang Lili lethargically roused her. "It's time for lunch," Xia Jichao groaned in response, pulling the blanket over her head and dozing off for a few more moments before reluctantly sitting up. When she returned to her dorm last night, her legs felt slightly weak. Jiang Lili had not come back, and fearing discovery, she first removed her makeup. Glancing in the mirror, she realized her lip color was in disarray, bearing faint bite marks that clearly attested to the intensity of Fu Ziyu's kisses. The faint echoes of their breaths seemed to linger in her ears, and with her ears burning, Xia Jichao quickly washed her face and crawled back under the covers. On her phone, there were messages from Fu Ziyu. "Boyfriend, baby. Boyfriend, I had a wonderful time tonight." His evident joy radiated through the screen. Teasing her further, Xia Jichao buried her face in the blanket, forcing herself not to overthink, and closed her eyes to sleep. Yet, perhaps the thrill of the first kiss had been too exhilarating, and she found herself unable to sleep well all night, finally drifting off just before dawn. Now awake, Xia Jichao noticed Jiang Lili, too, appeared half alive, clearly having stayed up late in excitement. Jiang Lili waved a piece of paper in her hand, the dry pot coupon from the cafeteria lottery last night, which would expire if not used today. "Let's go." Xia Jichao nodded. During the holiday, the cafeteria was sparsely populated. After a couple of bites, Jiang Lili seemed to regain some energy, pulling herself back from her previous days to check her phone. After a while, she gradually straightened her posture, suddenly brightening up as she turned to Xia Jichao. "Gigi." Xia Jichao, mouth full, replied with a puzzled sound. "Goddess, remember not to forget your friends and wealth." Jiang Lili handed her the phone. Taking a deep breath, "Look, you've taken over the forum." The forum's homepage still displayed the posts from last night, with replies stacked high. "I want all the information on this young lady within a day. She can't be from another school, can she? How come I have no recollection of such a beautiful girl?" Found her, listed next to the calligraphy club. "It's our sophomore from the foreign language department. Her name is Xia Jichao. As for why we didn't notice her before, please see the VCR, image, laughing to death. She's so plain, just a bow of her head and she disappears into the crowd. Utterly unremarkable. My junior sister, possessing stunning beauty yet only wearing oversized tees. Does anyone have her contact information? Please, I have a premonition that soon your WeChat friend requests will be non-stop." Jiang Lili took back her phone, sighing. "How about I say a word for you, that you're taken? It might reduce the number of people harassing you." Xia Jichao was taken aback that these posts still had traction after a night. She closed the post and shook her head gently. Well, they started digging and even mistook your brother for your boyfriend. I laughed so hard when I saw your brother responding to the posts. He looked so aggrieved. Jiang Lily, having seen Chang Mingyue's two sides, chuckled as she read his witty replies in the threads. My sister is charm incarnate. That kid looked so obedient, yet his words were so amusing. Just then, a WeChat message pinged, and Jiang Lily looked down to reply. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed in confusion, "Wait, what does Fu Ziyu mean by this? I can't make sense of it." Fu Ziyu posted on Moments. Xia Jichao's eyelids flickered, discreetly lighting up her own phone screen, refreshing her Moments. The first post was marked with her boyfriend's name. There was no text or image, just a rabbit emoji. To others, it seemed utterly nonsensical. A few of her contacts commented, "What does this mean? Is Fugo craving spicy rabbit heads? Has he started raising rabbits?" Xia Jichao rapidly blinked. A rabbit. A little rabbit. "My baby today is the most beautiful little rabbit." Fu Ziyu's deep, magnetic voice echoed in her mind once more. Xia Jichao tightened her grip on her phone, staring at the small rabbit icon, and suddenly it dawned on her. His little rabbit, there's a secret code known only to them, a subtle possessiveness that crystallized in that moment. In an instant, Xia Jichao felt a warmth spreading through her fingertips, quickly exiting her Moments. As Jiang Lily had mentioned. Since that day, Xia Jichao's WeChat friend requests had not ceased. Even during class, unfamiliar classmates approached her to inquire if she could accept a friend's introduction. Xia Jichao had never been adept at navigating such social dynamics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have maintained a half-familiar status with nearly everyone in her class. After over a year in college, she simply declined, acting as though she hadn't seen any requests. The discussion surrounding her on the forum persisted for several days. And as the fervor gradually subsided, a sense of tranquility finally enveloped her surroundings. With the month of final examinations approaching, the campus was once again shrouded in an atmosphere of diligent study. The forum became inundated once more with students driven to the brink of madness by their revisions. This was something my mother specifically reminded me about. Everything is for you, and this too. At the back door of the library, Chang Mingsui was rummaging through the items in a plastic bag while explaining to Xia Jichao whenever a festival approached and Xia Jichao was unable to return to Yuncheng. Her uncle and aunt would send her a care package. Since the start of this semester, they had been sending it directly to Chang Mingsui, entrusting him with the task of delivering it to Xia Jichao. The bag contained numerous items, and after a lengthy explanation, Chang Mingsui handed it to Xia Jichao, inquiring, "Sister, aren't you going home for the holidays?" Xia Jichao nodded, accepting the bag and patiently clarifying, "I've found an internship. I'll return once the company closes for the holiday." She had resigned from her job at the milk tea shop during New Year's and secured an internship as a translator, which required her to start during the winter break. The remuneration was quite commendable, significantly alleviating her financial pressure for the next semester. Chang Mingsui responded with an "oh," adding, "Then come back early for the new year. Otherwise, my parents will surely nag me to death." "I know, I'll call them tonight." Xia Jichao smiled. Having completed his task, Chang Mingsui was about to turn away when he suddenly pivoted back, noticing his hesitance. Xia Jichao asked with curiosity, "What's wrong?" "Well," Chang Mingsui hesitated, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate, "my roommate asked me if he could get to know you." The third update, spurred by relentless requests. Brother Fu, is someone trying to steal my home again? Chapter 55, Staying at My Place. Xia Jichao was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, helplessly laughing as she patted his shoulder. "Could you kindly refuse for me?" Upon hearing this, Chang Mingsui seemed relieved. Mumbling, "I had an inkling it would be like this. I've already turned him down, just a casual inquiry. I consider him a roommate. Does he aspire to be my brother-in-law? Not a chance, even if you agree." I certainly won. After indulging in self-talk for a while, the boy's pent-up frustration seemed to dissipate as he waved goodbye to Xia Jichao. "I'm off then." Xia Jichao nodded, bidding him farewell as she watched his figure fade from view. She did not leave but stood still for a moment before turning to enter the small door. This door resembled a safety exit, devoid of an elevator and featuring only a narrow staircase. As she rounded a corner, she unexpectedly collided with a tall figure. The plastic bag in her hand swayed, producing a rustling sound, accompanied by a deep, unrestrained voice. "Our darling is quite popular, isn't she?" The trailing tone lingered in the empty hallway. Xia Jichao looked up, tilting her face to meet Fu Zi's gaze. "What brings you down here?" During this period of intense revision, Xia Jichao had been almost exclusively immersed in the library. Knowing this, Fu Zi would often feign nonchalance, sitting opposite her or beside her, engrossed in his own reading, resembling a stranger fortuitously sharing the same space. As days passed, Xia Jichao became accustomed to this. Finding a sense of reassurance whenever she spotted him, "I came down to check on you, lest someone else snatches you away." Fu Zi took the plastic bag from her hand and extended his other hand to grasp hers. Sensing an unusual tone in his voice, Xia Jichao blinked. "Did you hear everything?" Fu Zi casually acknowledged with a "hmm." Xia Jichao shook his hand gently. "I turned him down," and the young woman spoke softly and calmly, as if soothing someone. Fu Zi glanced down at her, and meeting her warm, crystalline eyes, the inexplicable annoyance he felt earlier evaporated. In fact, he began to think that his earlier emotions were rather petty. After hearing that someone else wanted to know her, he recalled that just a few days prior Zhao Zhe had perused the forum and asked him if he had Xia Jicha's contact information. TSK, this girl certainly attracted attention. Fu Si pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, tightening his grip on her small hand until they reached the floor of the study room. Where he finally released her, the study room was remarkably quiet, with everyone engrossed in their own endeavors. No one paid heed to the comings and goings of those around them. Xia Jicha sat in a corner by the window. Her notes neatly arranged. Fu Si settled across from her, propping his head up and casually flipping through his textbook. Xia Jicha concentrated intently on her studies, her focus unwavering. Her phone was silenced and turned upside down beside her. Until the sound of the 5:30 bell signaling the end of classes echoed from the teaching building, she picked up her phone and began sifting through the messages she had yet to address. Fu Si had been watching her since she set her book down, observing as she replied to messages one by one. He noticed her expression suddenly falter, a hint of distress crossing her features as she opened one particular message. Descending the stairs via the same secluded route, Xia Jicha continued her correspondence, and Fu Si leaned down to inquire, "What's wrong? The school just notified us that we can't stay on campus during the break." Xia Jicha glanced at the screen, engrossed in her conversation with her counselor, her voice subdued. "I might need to look for accommodation early. The housing prices in the capital were exorbitant, and finding affordable short-term rentals nearby was a challenge." Ultimately, her internship salary could be significantly depleted. However, it was too late to abandon the job, as the contract had already been signed. After communicating with her counselor for a while, and confirming the impossibility of staying on campus, the counselor promised to assist her in finding someone who had rented a place nearby but would not be residing there during the break. Putting down her phone, she sighed softly, preparing to continue searching for housing on the app when she suddenly heard Fu Si suggest, "Why not stay at my place?" Xia Jicha paused, lifting her gaze to Fu Si. He appeared unfazed, as if merely inquiring about her dinner plans. Her heart raced as she recalled the day he had taken her to his home. At that time, they were not yet in a romantic relationship. He was the host, and she was the guest, yet, for couples, such a proposition typically implied. Xia Jicha hesitated, softly murmuring that might not be appropriate, before she could finish. She felt a cool knuckle gently tap her forehead. "What are you thinking?" Fu Si's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I'll give you a set of keys to the apartment. I'll stay somewhere else. Just remember to tidy up a bit for me, alright? Or do you wish to live with me?" Almost forgetting, this person owns more than one property in the capital, although Fu Si posed it as a question. He did not afford Xia Jicha the luxury of hesitation. The very next day, the keys and access codes to that apartment were placed in her hands, a testament to his assertive nature that brooked no refusal. As the holiday approached, Xia Jicha began to pack her belongings, gradually moving them to his home, while also taking the opportunity to clean a bit more. Fu Si's residence was relatively tidy, though some items were strewn about, giving certain areas a rather cluttered appearance. After a thorough cleaning by Xia Jicha, it was nearing perfection. Once the exams concluded and students began leaving campus, Xia Jicha brought only a small suitcase back to the apartment. Upon entering, she found Fu Si lounging on the living room sofa, leisurely surveying his surroundings. Having not visited in days, he was taken aback by the transformation of the space, which now appeared quite different and intriguing. Xia Jicha changed her shoes at the door and quietly approached him. Observing his expression, she was uncertain whether her cleaning efforts met his approval. Fu Si caught a glimpse of her standing before him like a wooden puppet, exuding an aura of anxious anticipation, and chuckled softly, pulling her down to sit on his lap. "Your back, my little snail girl." The weighty pronunciation of the words, laced with warmth, brushed against her ear, and the unexpected intimacy made Xia Jicha shudder slightly, her body stiffening. "You're here." She gently nudged Fu Si, but he held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. Fu Si reclined lazily against the backrest, his eyes half closed, yet he did not release her, allowing her to lean forward and gaze down at him. "Finished with your exams?" "Yes, today was the last one." The room was warm, and as soon as Xia Jicha entered, she removed her outer coat, revealing a thin sweater that accentuated her slender silhouette. Fu Si's large hand rested casually on her waist, tightening just enough to indicate that her waist was barely graspable. In their exchange, it seemed as if he was reveling in the playful tug-of-war, squeezing and then releasing. "Any plans for later?" "I need to go to the supermarket to buy some essentials." A tingling sensation coursed through her waist, prompting Xia Jicha to finally protest, pushing his hand away. "Please don't do that." Fu Si halted his movements this time but continued to hold her waist, lifting his eyelids to scrutinize her. "Alright," he smirked, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. "It's been a while since we kissed. How about a kiss?" Chapter 56. You'll eventually regret this. After spending so much time together, Fu Si understood that Xia Jicha's avoidance was not a rejection but rather a manifestation of shyness. Thus, he felt emboldened to push the boundaries further. His tone carried a mischievous edge, his demeanor relaxed as he lounged without moving, openly inviting a kiss while feigning indifference. Xia Jicha's hands remained on his arms, her eyes shimmering as she regarded him. Suddenly she realized that in the midst of her busy revision and exams, she had somewhat neglected him. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned in closer to Fu Si. With her hands resting on either side of his body, fingers sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa, as she leaned closer, memories of their last kiss rushed back to Xiaojicha's mind, his urgent and fervent demeanor. She swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. Could you perhaps be a little gentler this time? The doe-like eyes of the young girl were mere inches away, soft and timid, her sweet breath lingering at his nose, tickling like the gentle touch of a kitten's tail, igniting a yearning deep within. Fu Si's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he boldly lifted his hand to cradle the back of her head. Gazing down at her with a low chuckle, all right then, he pressed down directly. Initially, he intended to let her go, to merely brush his lips against hers. However, the moment he tasted the sweetness, the pent-up desire from the past days seemed to erupt entirely. He suddenly tightened his grip on the back of her head, the veins in his hand standing out, his tongue ventured forth, senses once again invaded and controlled, leaving Xiaojicha breathless and disordered. Her body weakened, her hands feebly resting against his chest, the position nearly resembling her sprawled atop him, the hand resting on her waist tightened again, still searing hot even through the layer of fuzzy fabric. As if to reassure her to relax, gently squeezing her waist, teasingly soothing yet laden with desire, Xiaojicha trembled uncontrollably, struggling against him. Fu Si loosened his grip slightly, and she buried her face into the crook of his neck. Her consciousness muddled, she bit down lightly on his Adam's apple. A soft sound emerged from his chest, a deep and muffled groan. Xiaojicha froze for a moment, only then realizing what she had done. She slowly pushed herself up, her gaze landing on the pale, elongated neck of Fu Si, where a faint bite mark remained at the base of his throat, a testament to their earlier fervor. The lingering confusion and allure in her eyes shimmered as she blinked, a few tears glistening at the corners. Fu Si's chest rose and fell, his eyes fixed on her, suddenly breaking into a hoarse laugh. He lifted his arm, pulling her back into his embrace, pressing her against his chest. Don't move just yet, he murmured softly, a tone both soothing and coaxing, taking a heavy breath, his voice slightly breathless. Let me catch my breath. Initially, Xiaojicha did not comprehend his meaning. It wasn't until she shifted slightly and felt the undeniable desire that surged forth that she froze, obediently remaining still. Fu Si had always believed himself to be a man of modest desires. At least throughout the years he had lived, he had never experienced overwhelming cravings in this regard until he met Xiaojicha. This girl was so soft, a mere touch could easily unravel him. Just a kiss, with their bodies pressed together, almost drove him to the brink of losing control. He exhaled sharply, pulling her closer, his deep, playful tone vibrating in his chest. Sooner or later, you will be mine. After lingering for a while, when they finally set out to the nearby supermarket, night had already fallen. At this hour, the store was not overly crowded, and Xiaojicha had only a few items to purchase. Quietly leading the way with a shopping basket in hand. Fu Si followed behind her, his steps languid. He realized that he had gone too far earlier, perhaps upsetting the young girl. Xiaojicha had a gentle temperament. Often unable to express her anger, she was usually kind-hearted, never causing conflicts, and even when provoked, she would merely ignore the instigator softly, rarely showing sharp emotions. If she were to throw a tantrum, Fu Si might have understood how to appease her. But with her demeanor, he had never encountered anyone like her before, and thus, he could only follow her, occasionally exchanging a few words, waiting for her to calm down. After purchasing the last item, a toiletry, Xiaojicha checked off the item on her phone list and finally mustered the courage to ask Fu Si, "Is there anything you would like to buy?" Fu Si lifted his head. Glancing around, when he raised his gaze, the bite mark on his Adam's apple glimmered under the lights, though it had faded somewhat, a trace still remained. Xiaojicha's eyes seemed to burn as she quickly averted her gaze. "Wait for me," Fu Si said, then walked towards a shelf, his tall figure moving with ease, a sight to behold. Xiaojicha watched as he approached a shelf stocked with women's items, returning with a small package in hand, a pair of black hair ties adorned with a few tiny rhinestones. Xiaojicha was puzzled. She had no shortage of hair ties. After checking out, Fu Si stood at the supermarket exit and suddenly handed her the hair ties, his expression relaxed. "Want to switch?" Xiaojicha blinked in confusion but complied. After replacing her old hair tie, she instinctively tucked it into her pocket. However, the next moment, she saw Fu Si snatch it from her hands and put it on his wrist. The black hair tie stood out against his pale, elegant wrist. Xiaojicha widened her eyes, only to see him wearing a casual expression, even raising an eyebrow in delight. "Tie me up," he said in a nonchalant tone. As if to declare to anyone who saw, "I belong to someone." Xiaojicha felt all her irritation dissipate as she grasped his hand. "Let us go back," since the supermarket was nearby. They walked back without driving. As they returned home, the wind had reddened Xiaojicha's cheeks. Upon arriving at the door, Fu Si watched her enter, standing at the threshold with one hand in his pocket. Not moving, Xiaojicha had changed her shoes and, not hearing the door close, turned to see Fu Si still standing outside, puzzled. "Aren't you coming in?" The hallway lights, which had just turned off, illuminated Fu Si's sharp features. He lazily lowered his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. "I have to go back," Xiaojicha replied. "Oh, why don't you stay a bit longer? Do you miss me?" Fu Si teased, lifting his eyelids. Leaning against the doorframe, half-jokingly asking that. "No, I just wanted to ask." Xiaojicha thought he might linger for a while longer. Fu Si's gaze remained on her, then suddenly he leaned down, and the shadows from the overhead light enveloped her petite figure. Xiaoxicha tilted her head slightly, feeling a firm grip on her chin. She felt a warm, moist sensation as Fu Xi bit her cheek. Her cheeks, kissed by the wind, turned slightly red. She was slender, with a pointed chin, yet her cheeks were not gaunt but rather soft and plump, reminiscent of a juicy apple. Fu Xi had long wished to do this, leaving no bite mark, as if marking territory through the intimacy of animals. Fu Xi eased his grip, his thumb brushing against her lips, leisurely caressing. "Baby," he chuckled softly, "do you understand? You're making it hard for me to resist." He feared that if he went further tonight, he might not be able to return. Xiaoxicha suddenly grasped the suggestive undertone in his words, biting her lip as she pushed him away and hurriedly retreated inside. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and from outside, Fu Xi's unabashed laughter echoed. A bad guy. Chapter 57. Baby, get in the car. After finishing her final exams, Xiaoxicha immediately began her internship. The position she found was at a small company, where she was responsible for translation. Upon starting, she discovered that the male colleague seated beside her was also from Peking University, currently in his third year, making him her senior. His name was Lu Haojuan. He was quite a handsome and refined young man. As soon as he laid eyes on her, his eyes lit up. "Are you Xiaoxicha?" Xiaoxicha hesitated but nodded, only to find him suddenly bursting with enthusiasm. Introducing himself, "What a coincidence! I'm the roommate of your younger brother, Chang Ming Sui. I was the one who asked him to see if you wanted to be friends." Xiaoxicha was taken aback. "Oh, it's you." She had assumed Chang Ming Sui's roommate would be someone in his year, not an older senior. It made sense, considering that Chang Ming Sui had reported late and likely was assigned to a room outside his class. When they met in person, Lu Haojuan seemed somewhat reserved, offering a shy smile and extending his hand. "I apologize for being a bit impulsive earlier, but now that we're colleagues, why not get to know each other?" Xiaoxicha found it hard to refuse and shook his hand. Fortunately, he was respectful of boundaries. Their handshake was brief. "Xiaoxicha," a voice called from a distance. It was the department supervisor summoning her. "Little Zhao is looking for you," Xiaoxicha responded and hurried over. She remembered that this little Zhao was named Zhao Zhe. Although he held the title due to family connections, he did not manage much. Upon entering his office and knocking, she heard him say, "Come in." As Xiaoxicha stepped inside, Zhao Zhe was grinning widely, engrossed in a game on his phone, which emitted a loud notification sound. Hearing her entrance, he set his phone down and pointed to some documents beside him. "Could you send these out?" Xiaoxicha replied affirmatively, and as she gathered the documents, Zhao Zhe looked up, appearing to recall something. "You're the one from Peking University." Xiaoxicha was not keen to engage further, merely nodding before hastily exiting. Returning to her workstation, she sent out the documents and began reviewing her tasks for the day. On her first day, most of the content was about familiarizing herself with the company, so the workload was light. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a new message. "A boyfriend. How does your first day feel?" Xiaoxicha glanced at her computer screen and snapped a picture of the potted plant on her desk. "Xiaoxicha, I'm adapting well." "Boyfriend, should I come pick you up after work?" Xiaoxicha recalled that he seemed quite busy lately and asked, "Aren't you busy?" "Boyfriend, not really." "Boyfriend, nothing is more important than my girlfriend." Xiaoxicha slowly leaned onto the table and replied, "Okay." Suddenly she felt a flicker of anticipation. At 5:30, Xiaoxicha clocked out punctually. The company she worked for occupied a high floor, and at this hour, the view outside showcased a sea of cars in constant motion, indicative of the rush hour, with major roads exhibiting signs of congestion. Worrying that Fu Xi might be caught in traffic, Xiaoxicha sent him a message and received a reply confirming that he was already waiting for her downstairs. With that reassurance, she descended calmly. As the elevator doors opened, she unexpectedly encountered Zhao Zhe. Upon seeing her, Zhao Zhe broke into a bright smile and casually called out, "Xiao Xia." Xiaoxicha recalled their previous conversation in the office and awkwardly nodded before stepping inside. Zhao Zhe struck her as a rather carefree rich second generation, and Xiaoxicha, with her laid-back nature, felt they might not connect well. However, Zhao Zhe proved to be even more enthusiastic than she had anticipated. Once the elevator doors closed, he cheerfully asked, "How do you find our workplace on your first day?" This question was somewhat challenging to answer. Xiaoxicha could only politely smile and respond, "It's good." Fortunately, Zhao Zhe noticed her discomfort and shifted the topic to something else. As the elevator descended floor by floor, he glanced at his phone and suddenly exclaimed, "What? No orders for so long? If I had known, I would have driven today. Just got an order, and it's cancelled. What the hell?" The elevator dinged, signaling their arrival at the ground floor. Zhao Zhe cursed softly as he stepped out, and Xiaoxicha silently followed behind him. Sensing that his earlier expletives might have affected his image, Zhao Zhe turned to Xiaoxicha with a smile and said, "Don't be scared, I usually have a good temper." Xiaoxicha nodded, indicating her understanding. Looking through the glass doors of the lobby, she spotted Fu Xi's car parked outside. It was the same black vehicle she had seen before. Just as she was about to step outside, she suddenly heard Zhao Zhe exclaim in excitement. She watched as he hurried towards the car ahead of her. Approaching the car door, he waved flamboyantly and called out, "Old Fu, you really understand me? Coming to pick me up when I can't get a ride? Could you unlock the door?" Xiaoxicha hesitated, unsure if she should remind Zhao Zhe that Fu Xi was there to pick her up. As the car window rolled down, Xiajicha's gaze passed over Zhao Ze and met Fu Xi's eyes in the driver's seat. Dressed entirely in black, he casually rested one hand on the steering wheel. His demeanor relaxed, glancing sideways to meet her gaze and nodding slightly. Zhao Ze noticed Fu Xi's look and turned around, only to realize that Xiajicha was still standing behind him. He appeared puzzled but quickly smiled in understanding. Adopting a slightly authoritative tone, he asked kindly, "Xiao Xia, are you having trouble getting a ride? Would you like me to have my buddy give you a lift?" Before Xiajicha could respond, he leaned out of the car to speak to Fu Xi. "Hey old Fu, this is the campus beauty from Jingda I mentioned earlier, can you give her a ride?" Fu Xi glanced at Xiajicha with a hint of amusement, his lips curving into a smile without uttering a word. Zhao Ze, surprised, exclaimed, "What? Not possible." Before Fu Xi could reply, Zhao Ze turned back to Xiajicha looking somewhat apologetic. "Sorry, my buddy." Fu Xi interrupted him in a calm tone, "I'm not here to pick you up." What? Zhao Ze was momentarily confused. "Then who are you here to pick up?" Fu Xi lazily raised his chin. "Don't keep me guessing." Zhao Ze scrutinized Xiajicha, jokingly suggesting, "It can't possibly be that you're here to pick her up." "Right." At that moment, Xiajicha hesitantly spoke up, "He really is here to pick me up." Zhao Ze, his expression froze as he heard Fu Xi chuckle behind him, casually unlocking the passenger door. Baby, get in. Zhao Ze, Chapter 58, Fragments of a Secret Crush. In an instant Zhao Ze felt as though the sky had fallen, and he stared wide-eyed at Fu Xi, then at Xiajicha, his mind swirling with the echo of Fu Xi's earlier endearment. Baby. Xiajicha is actually Fu Xi's closely guarded little girlfriend. He felt as though a slideshow of memories flashed through his mind, how doting Fu Xi was towards his little girlfriend, and the recent moment when he had asked Fu Xi for Xiajicha's contact information. At that time, Fu Xi had ignored him, his expression subtly enigmatic, and he had thought Fu Xi simply didn't have it in a comforting tone. He had said, "It's fine, our Fugu isn't exactly connected everywhere." Now, reflecting on it, Zhao Ze felt a surge of regret that he had brazenly tried to encroach on his friend's territory. He quickly took a step back, earnestly proclaiming his loyalty. "Fugu, I was just joking before. You know how it is, I can't help but chatter when I see a pretty girl. I absolutely didn't have any other intentions. My little sister-in-law and I were just discussing work, nothing more." After saying that, he eagerly opened the car door for Xiajicha. "Little sister-in-law, please." Xiajicha felt somewhat taken aback by this sudden display of enthusiasm and glanced at Fu Xi. Fu Xi patted the passenger seat, indicating for her to enter, and cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ze, saying, "All right, you can get in too. I'll drop you off on the way." Zhao Ze gulped nervously and cautiously asked, "Is that in a literal sense?" Fu Xi chuckled at his reaction. "Stop with the nonsense." "All right, thanks, Fu Gu." Sensing that Fu Xi had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Zhao Ze quickly settled into the back seat, his playful demeanor returning. His house was conveniently on the way, and Fu Xi found a nearby intersection to drop him off before continuing to take Xiajicha home. Throughout the ride, Zhao Ze playfully called her sister-in-law, causing Xiajicha's ears to feel warm. Fu Xi, noticing, smirked and pinched her earlobe. "Not used to being called that, SMHM. You'll get used to it." Fu Xi chuckled, applying gentle pressure, making her earlobe blush even more. "Soon, many will call you that. Care to join me for dinner?" Fu Xi released his hand and inquired. Xiajicha touched her earlobe, silently nodding. After driving into the neighborhood, the two went to a nearby noodle shop. The shop had no sign, and the owner was a bearded uncle. It was clear that the establishment was quite popular among the local residents, with a steady stream of familiar customers. The steaming noodles emitted a warm mist, adding a few degrees of coziness to the small shop. When they entered, only the little table in the corner was free. As Xiajicha asked Fu Xi what he wanted to eat, to which he replied, "Anything like what you have." Xiajicha nodded and told the owner, 2 bowls of beef noodles, one without scallions. When she turned back, she noticed Fu Xi raising his eyebrows, looking at her with a hint of surprise. "You don't eat scallions either." Xiajicha hesitated, her fingers instinctively tightening slightly as she shook her head. "That bowl is for you." Fu Xi's eyebrows arched higher, intrigued. "You notice that I don't eat scallions?" Quite observant, they had only shared a few meals together, and there had never been scallions present, so he hadn't mentioned his aversion before. After he had just mentioned it, he remembered to add that detail after she had ordered. He was curious about how Xiajicha had picked up on that nuance. Sensing the thoughtful gaze from across the table, Xiajicha's eyes flickered momentarily, but she ultimately chose not to respond. Lowering her head to pick up a pair of chopsticks, revealing it would expose her secret, she remembered this detail from her high school days. The academic pressure was intense, and she had grown accustomed to doing everything alone. Whether fetching water or eating, during the time when she had a crush on Fu Xi, she would often sit nearby, eavesdropping on his playful banter with friends. One day, she sat down as usual and overheard a curious question from Fu Xi's friends at the next table. "Fugu, aren't you eating today? Why didn't you order anything?" Another person quickly chimed in, "Isn't it because the cafeteria's dishes all have scallions today? Our Fugu can't eat even a bit." "Seriously, you can't eat it even if you pick it out. Are you really not eating today?" After a series of exaggerated remarks, a languid, carefree voice drifted over. "I absolutely detest scallions." The young man had only just arrived in Yin City. Speaking with a noticeable Beijing accent that contrasted sharply with the local tone, carrying an air of frivolity and arrogance that easily caught Xia Jicha's attention, the speaker was oblivious, but for the listener, it resonated deeply. From that day forward, Xia Jicha subconsciously paid attention to whether the cafeteria dishes contained scallions. If she found that every dish had scallions, she would quietly tell the cafeteria uncle that she didn't eat scallions. Asking if they could leave a couple of dishes without them, she had told a lie. She didn't truly dislike scallions, she merely wished for Fu Xi to stop feeling unhappy over such trivial matters. These fragmented little details were hidden within her lengthy solitary infatuation, a secret she had guarded closely unknown to anyone else. After dining, Fu Xi accompanied Xia Jicha downstairs, where she bid him farewell. However, as she turned to ascend the stairs, she found her wrist caught, preventing her from leaving. He said nothing, merely lowered his gaze upon her, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. Xia Jicha immediately discerned the implication in his eyes but did not respond right away. It was only after she led him slowly into the building's corridor that she gave him a fleeting kiss on his lips before dashing away. Fu Xi watched her depart, only easing the corners of his mouth into a smile once he saw the lights on the floor illuminate. Before he turned to leave, settling into his car, he carelessly tossed his phone aside, which suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhao Ziyi. The other party's voice carried a hint of unease. Old Fu. After much contemplation, I feel the need to assure you personally that I harbor no feelings for your sister-in-law, so rest easy. I know, Fu Xi replied in a tone that was calm and indifferent. He was well aware of Zhao Ziyi's nature. After years of acquaintance, they had developed a mutual understanding, so he bore no significant emotions regarding the matter upon confirming that Fu Xi was indeed unconcerned. Zhao Ziyi let out a sigh of relief and cautiously inquired, should I inform the others about your sister-in-law? No need. Zhao Ziyi, puzzled by this response, asked, you're not planning to go public? Then, Fu Xi replied, his tone flat as he fastened his seatbelt, she doesn't want to. Zhao Ziyi felt a lump in his throat. Initially, he assumed it was Fu Xi who was reluctant to go public, only to realize it was Xia Jicha. The girl, appearing gentle and unassuming, had indeed maintained a low profile. What astonished Zhao Ziyi most was Fu Xi's willingness to acquiesce to her wishes. Fu Xi had never been one to indulge others. That was not merely a saying. It even appeared, though he was unsure if it was mere imagination, that when he heard Fu Xi's words, she doesn't want to, there was a hint of melancholy. Chapter 59, Drunk, Baby, Pick Me Up. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Ziyi felt a shiver run down his spine. This was certainly not the Fu Xi he remembered, who was indifferent to everything, arrogant and invincible. Remembering that he had yet to mention something important, Zhao Ziyi quickly set aside his chaotic thoughts, shifting the topic. Oh right, there's something else I need to remind you about. There's a guy interning alongside your sister-in-law from Jing University, sitting right next to her. He seems to have a bit of an interest in her, and from their conversations, it appears he might be her brother's roommate? As Zhao Ziyi's words echoed on the other end, Fu Xi's gaze suddenly shifted. After a moment, he chuckled, his lazy tone imbued with a hint of confidence. She likes him. Zhao Ziyi was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing the logic. That makes sense, with Fu Xi's extraordinarily captivating looks and outstanding qualities, who would possibly settle for someone else? Realizing that he had overthought Fu Xi's potential jealousy over such a person, Zhao Ziyi pondered that he might indeed have been overly concerned. Having acclimatized over the past few days, Xia Jicha was growing increasingly adept in her work. Her supervisor frequently praised her, becoming more willing to entrust her with tasks. On Friday afternoon, as closing time approached, she received an urgent assignment. The workload was manageable but somewhat tedious, requiring time to organize, although the deadline was the next day. Xia Jicha did not wish to encroach on her weekend, so she decided to stay late and complete the task. She was accustomed to focusing entirely on her work. As a few colleagues left, bidding her farewell, she responded minimally, redirecting her concentration back to the task at hand. As she neared completion, she momentarily snapped back to reality, realizing the office had grown eerily quiet. Unbeknownst to her, night had fallen outside. Xia Jicha blinked her tired eyes, feeling a dryness in her throat. She reached for her water cup, intending to fill it. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find Lu Haojun, who was also holding a water cup, smiling at her. Finished up? Xia Jicha shook her head, honestly replying, not quite, just need to wrap things up. Are you also staying late? Yes and no. Lu Haojun placed his cup on the table, casually adding, I saw you alone and thought it seemed a bit lonely, so I figured I'd join you. Let me get your water. Xia Jicha politely declined, smiling softly yet maintaining a distance. I can go myself. Alright. Lu Haojun shrugged nonchalantly and took a seat. Seeing him return to his work, Xia Jicha sighed in relief, stood up to fetch her water, and continued with her tasks. Hey, old Fu, why is your sister-in-law working overtime today? Meanwhile, on the top floor of the apartment, Zhao Ziyi was lounging, idly scrolling through his phone when he accidentally opened the company surveillance page. Just as he was about to exit, he caught sight of a small box displaying a familiar figure and sat up straight, showing the phone to Fu Xi. Look how hard she is working. Having just managed to sort out the chaotic matters on the Fu family side, Fu Xi was in a mediocre mood. puffing on a cigarette as mist clouded half of his sharply defined features. The small box expanded, filling the screen with the image of the earnest young woman. Zhao Ziyi intended to lighten Fu Si's mood by showing him his girlfriend's diligence, but as Fu Si lazily glanced at the screen, he noticed an additional figure beside her. The young woman rested her chin in her hand, intently gazing at the screen, occasionally typing on the keyboard or adjusting the mouse. Suddenly, a tall, well-groomed young man approached her. Leaning over to engage in conversation, seemingly trying to draw closer, the girl nodded, appearing to respond pleasantly, and the interaction seemed rather amicable. Due to the angle of the camera, it even appeared somewhat intimate. Zhao Ziyi felt a jolt of concern in his heart and quickly turned to Fu Si. Fu Si, his gaze fixed on the screen, wore an expression that was neither warm nor cold. Though a slight frown creased his brow. As he witnessed the girl smile softly at the young man, a flicker of dark emotion began to brew in his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet and strode toward the door. "What are you doing?" Zhao Ziyi asked. "Are you going to pick her up from work?" "No," Fu Si replied, casually snatching Zhao Ziyi's car keys from the entrance, borrowing a car, heading to the bar. Zhao Ziyi, before he could inquire further, Fu Si had already vanished through the door. Was this, then, a hint of jealousy? Seeking solace in a drink, Zhao Ziyi was uncertain of his meaning. So he simply rubbed his nose and muttered quietly, "After this, I'll still have to drive the car back myself." Fine, then. As darkness enveloped the sky, Xia Zhicha and Lu Haojun stood together waiting for the elevator. The last light in the office extinguished, Lu Haojun turned to her and asked, "Are you planning to take a taxi home?" Glancing at the time, she replied, "It's still early. I think I'll take the subway." Lu Haojun smiled. "I drove here. Where do you live? I could give you a ride." "No, thank you." Xia Zhicha shook her head, gently declining. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and as she stepped inside, she pulled out her phone. Not wishing to be further questioned during the descent, both of them fell silent. As Xia Zhicha opened WeChat, intending to inform Fu Si that she had finished work, she noticed an update on her Moments feed. The familiar glacier image was unmistakable. Fu Si had posted something new. Curious, she tapped to view it. "Drunk, baby, pick me up." There was no accompanying image, and the location tagged was that of a bar. Xia Zhicha's wrist halted mid-motion, her pupils dilating. Just how intoxicated could Fu Si be to post such a message? Fortunately, it seemed he had retained some semblance of clarity when he posted it. It had only been a few minutes since, and there were no likes or comments, suggesting it was likely set to only me. It didn't appear to be a drunken outburst, but rather a hint of affection. As the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival on the ground floor, Xia Zhicha dismissed her thoughts and dialed Fu Si's number while stepping outside. "Xia, my little sister," Lu Haojun called after her. Attempting to persuade her, "My car is parked right outside. Are you really not coming with me?" Not pausing in her stride, she softly replied, "Sorry, I need to go pick up my boyfriend," without waiting to see his reaction. She hurried away. Chapter 60. Can't you tell? I'm flirting with you. Fortunately, the bar was just a few subway stops away. As Xia Zhicha approached the subway station, her phone rang, and she answered it. The sound of wind greeted her. Fu Si remained silent. "Are you outside?" Xia Zhicha asked, her voice syrupy. Just enjoying the breeze," came Fu Si's voice, slightly airy, as if buoyed by intoxication. "I'm waiting for you at the entrance." Xia Zhicha responded affirmatively, though concern crept in. She had heard many people say that Fu Si could hold his liquor and had never been drunk before. What could have driven him to this state? The call continued as she made her way out of the subway station. The bar was just outside one of the exits, and as she emerged, she spotted Fu Si, similarly holding his phone to his ear. He leaned languidly against the nearby lamppost, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tall and long-legged, clad entirely in black, the chill of the wind caressed him, imparting a hint of languorous despondency that perfectly tempered his innate air of aloofness. The corners of his eyes held a dreamy allure, tinged with a hint of provocative desire. Although he was clearly intoxicated, his demeanor only seemed to draw more attention. The entrance of the bar. Individuals dressed in a myriad of styles flowed in and out, both men and women unable to resist stealing glances at him. Upon noticing Xia Zhicha, Fu Si released his phone and reached out towards her. Observing his relaxed posture, she worried he might lose his balance and fall, so she instinctively reached out to steady him, only to be pulled into his embrace. Fu Si smiled and, gently gripping the nape of her neck, nestled her closer. The street was bustling with passers-by, and the sight of the striking couple embracing was captivating, drawing the gaze of many, uncertain of how a seemingly inebriated person could possess such strength. Xia Zhicha struggled slightly but found herself unable to break free. In a hushed tone, she protested, "Let me go, I need to take a taxi." Fu Si let out a languid from deep within his throat. Obligingly releasing her, Xia Zhicha, adhering to the principle of not arguing with a drunkard, lowered her head to summon a taxi. She felt a familiar weight settle on her shoulder once more. Fu Si wrapped his arms around her from behind, slightly bending down to rest his chin atop her head, both of them gazing together at the taxi app on her screen. Xia Zhicha had encountered many drunk individuals before, like Zhang Lili, who sang loudly, or those causing disturbances in restaurants, but she had never met someone as clingy as Fu Si in such a state. She sighed softly, resigning herself to his embrace. The area was convenient for hailing cabs. and one arrived swiftly upon entering the vehicle. Fu Xi intertwined his fingers with hers, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. The warmth of his body, tinged with alcohol, radiated against her palm, causing Xia Jicha's hand to grow warm. The driver, catching sight of them in the rearview mirror, chuckled, "You young folks are so in love." Fu Xi, with a relaxed smile, replied with a drawl of thanks. As he spoke, his thumb playfully brushed against her hand. Xia Jicha's fingers tightened slightly, and when she looked up at him, he raised his eyelids, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, exuding a charming allure. Xia Jicha inexplicably felt a flutter of attraction. How could Fu Xi, inebriated as he was, possess such an enchanting charisma? She had no idea where he intended to go, so she instructed the driver to take them to her place. Upon exiting the cab, Fu Xi continued to hold her hand even as Xia Jicha opened the door with one hand. It was only after they stepped inside that he finally released her. The hallway was filled with a biting cold, but stepping inside brought a wave of warmth. Fu Xi entered first, and after Xia Jicha closed the door, she heard the sound of fabric brushing together. When she turned around, she was taken aback. Fu Xi stood in the center of the living room, his down jacket casually tossed onto the sofa, revealing a thin sweatshirt underneath. In the dim light, he crossed his arms over his chest, his long fingers teasingly lifting the hem of his shirt, as if ready to remove it. The fabric lifted just enough to hint at the outline of his toned waist, a tantalizing glimpse of his physique that was both alluring and wild. Xia Jicha momentarily froze, her ears flushing crimson as she hurried forward to stop him, exclaiming, "You can't take it off." Fu Xi glanced down at her, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he brazenly lifted his shirt higher. The heat surged from her ears to her cheeks, and she instinctively closed her eyes. The sound of the sweatshirt landing on the sofa reached her ears, followed by Fu Xi's footsteps as he approached her. "Open your eyes," he instructed. Xia Jicha shook her head, her voice trembling slightly as she insisted, "Put your clothes back on first." She was not mentally prepared for this. Silence lingered between them, and Xia Jicha heard Fu Xi let out a soft sigh before he urged, "Just open your eyes." Hesitantly, she complied, glancing down at her feet. He gently lifted her chin, and she finally caught sight of his chest, clad in a white T-shirt. It turned out he had put on a shirt after all. Xia Jicha blinked in surprise, her cheeks still warm as she felt a hint of embarrassment at his light chuckle beside her. In the midst of this, her phone lit up on the coffee table. Drawing her attention, she picked it up to find a message from Lu Haojuan. "Have you picked up your boyfriend? Are you home safe?" As she began to type a response, she failed to notice the shadow looming above her. Fu Xi, standing beside her, caught sight of the message, and his dark eyes deepened with intensity. "Baby," he suddenly called, causing Xia Jicha to reflexively turn towards him mid-typing. In an instant, he seized her chin, pressing a kiss upon her lips, clear, assertive, and tinged with the intoxicating scent of alcohol. "Tell him we're busy kissing." Xia Jicha's fingers faltered, her phone slipping from her grasp and bouncing lightly on the sofa before going dark. In the next moment, she felt herself being pushed back, nearly overwhelmed by his kiss as she sank deeper into the sofa, the edge of her phone pressing uncomfortably against her lower back. Fu Xi's kissing technique seemed to have improved, his fervent approach igniting a warmth within her that left her breathless. The subtle scent of alcohol enveloped them, enhancing the charged atmosphere between them. Suddenly she came to her senses, eyes widening in realization. "You're not drunk." Fu Xi murmured against her cheek, the admission rolling lazily off his tongue. Unguarded and unabashed. He pulled back slightly, creating a small distance between them. Xia Jicha lay back, her hair tousled and her energy waning as she gazed at him, opening her mouth to ask, "Then why pretend to be drunk?" His eyes, still slightly reddened at the corners, and his disheveled collar exuded a roguish charm. But he locked his clear, sober gaze onto hers, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he drawled, "Didn't you notice? I was trying to seduce you." Chapter 61, Your kisses are too provocative. Fu Xi's intentions were laid bare, his words brazenly explicit. The dim light of the room mingled with the atmosphere, casting a haze over Xia Jicha's startled expression. Fu Xi was, indeed, seducing her. The realization struck her like a bolt, leaving her momentarily speechless. The air thickened with an undeniable tension as Fu Xi's gaze darkened with mischief, observing her wide-eyed confusion with a sense of satisfaction. Leaning down again, he nudged his nose against hers, his voice laced with a playful growl. "So has my little baby taken the bait?" Xia Jicha's eyelashes fluttered in surprise, her instinct to push him away faltering. It seemed she had not yet fallen for his charms. Before she could muster the strength to resist, Fu Xi grasped her wrist once more, kissing her with a tender yet insistent fervor. This time, his kiss was gentle, guiding her, as if teaching her how to kiss in a way that would please him. Cushions and jackets scattered across the sofa as their embrace deepened, after a flurry of kisses. Fu Xi pulled Xia Jicha into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice husky with satisfaction. "After so many kisses, why do I still forget to breathe sometimes?" He gently pinched her cheek. Relishing the feel of her skin, Xia Jicha, feeling flustered, attempted to brush his hand away, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your kisses are too provocative." What should have been just a kiss left her utterly disheveled. Yet Fu Xi seemed particularly pleased with her response, nuzzling into her neck with a chuckle. "Thank you for the compliment, baby. I'll be even more daring next time." Xia Jicha sensed a shift in him after her words. A restlessness stirring within him, she pushed him away slightly only to hear him let out a low sigh, burying his face into her neck to inhale deeply. I need to take a shower. He announced having such a cute girlfriend makes one a bit addicted to these things. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as Xia Jicha collected her scattered belongings from the floor. Her cheeks still flushed, nestled in the corner of the large sofa, she retrieved her phone. Politely she responded to Lu Haojuan, contemplating whether to emphasize that she already had a boyfriend. Suddenly a video invitation popped up from Jiang Lily. Xia Jicha instinctively thought it was a voice message and clicked to answer. Jiang Lily's cheerful face filled the screen, her background suggesting she was at home. Help me decide which of these two outfits looks better, she exclaimed, holding up two garments. Xia Jicha, accustomed to such inquiries, chose one without hesitation. Alright, I'll stick with this one. As Jiang Lily put the clothes down and moved closer to the camera. She suddenly squinted at Xia Jicha, her expression shifting. Wait. Why are your lips swollen? Xia Jicha blinked in surprise, cutting the screen to check her reflection, only to realize that Fu Xi's earlier kisses had left her lips slightly puffy. A tremor coursed through her heart as she sought an excuse to brush the matter aside. However, Jiang Lily, seasoned in such encounters, fixed her with a piercing gaze and inquired, were you kissed? Not just kissed, but undoubtedly just moments ago. Jiang Lily was resolute in her assertion. Instantly she raised an eyebrow, her eyes bright with intensity. At this late hour, your man isn't still at your home, is he? As she spoke, her expression shifted, growing increasingly suspicious as she leaned closer, questioning with vigilance. Or perhaps are you two cohabitating now? Xia Jicha shook her head vigorously. No, Jiang Lily, observing her expression, which bore no trace of deceit, finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, you startled me. I was genuinely afraid you would become entangled with someone unreliable. Whisked away into cohabitation in the blink of an eye, she regarded Xia Jicha with a nurturing gaze. Aware of her innocent heart and lack of romantic experience, since learning of her relationship, Jiang Lily had harbored a lingering worry, especially regarding the identity of the other party, which Xia Jicha had yet to disclose. Jiang Lily was genuinely fearful that Xia Jicha might be deceived by some rogue with golden hair, leading her astray both emotionally and physically. At this late hour, she assumed Xia Jicha was merely on a date with that unknown boyfriend, having just shared a kiss downstairs before returning home. While Jiang Lily optimistically pondered this, she was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a door opening, followed by a distant male voice calling, Baby, could you pass me the bath towel? In an instant, the hint of a smile Jiang Lily had displayed froze. The next moment, she witnessed a fleeting look of panic cross Xia Jicha's face on the screen. Then, the screen flickered as the other party ended the video call. Jiang Lily. Xia Jicha hastily set her phone aside, responding with a hurried acknowledgement before retrieving a neatly folded clean bath towel from the wardrobe and slipping it through the open door. She dared not glance inside, and a strong hand emerged from the swirling steam, taking the towel. Upon returning to the living room, Jiang Lily had inundated her with several messages. Jiang Lily? What does this mean? Jiang Lily, is that dog of a man still at your house? Jiang Lily, what stage are you two at? Who on earth is this dog of a man? Jiang Lily, Xia Jicha, you better give me a proper account. Xia Jicha, with her head lowered, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Xia Jicha, nothing happened. Xia Jicha, don't worry. Xia Jicha, it was just a kiss. Just a rather intense kiss, to be precise. The bathroom door swung open once more, and Fu Xi stepped out. He still wore the same outfit, now damp and clinging to his form. The thin white fabric, upon contact with water, accentuated the contours of his well-defined abs. Water dripped from the ends of his hair as he toweled off. Catching sight of Xia Jicha's slightly awkward expression as she fixated on her phone, he settled beside her and asked in a soft tone, "What's the matter? Is it that senior again?" No. As she glanced at her phone, where Jiang Lily had sent yet another message declaring, "If that blonde-haired scoundrel dares to deceive you, I swear I'll confront him head-on," she quickly replied with a reassuring emoji. Dimmed the screen and set it aside, explaining, "It's Jiang Lily." Fu Xi merely acknowledged with a sound of understanding. At that moment his phone on the coffee table lit up as well. Fu Xi picked it up, casually drying his hair with one hand, strands of damp black hair cascading over his brow, exuding a relaxed demeanor. It was a series of voice messages from someone Xia Jicha did not recognize. Fu Xi unreservedly opened them in front of her. Chapter 62. Just wanna kiss you. The voices were chaotic, filled with laughter and indistinct chatter. Fu go isn't your birthday in a few days. The guys were wondering if we should throw you a birthday party at the venue, you know. We ought to put on a show, and the boys will prepare some surprises." As the voice message concluded, Fu Xi's expression remained indifferent as he simply replied, "No need." Xia Jicha turned to him, surprised by the revelation. "You have a birthday coming up." During the year she harbored a secret crush on him. She had learned many details about Fu Xi, yet she remained unaware of the date of his birthday. He had not celebrated it during his year in Yun City. Fu Xi confirmed with a brief sound, providing a date. Next Saturday. There was still ample time, Xia Jicha mused, contemplating how she could prepare a gift for him. Remembering that he had just turned down his rowdy friends, she eagerly inquired, "Do you have plans for that day?" Fu Xia's tone was casual. Yes, Xiajicha's eyes dimmed momentarily. Oh. I see, then I can only prepare a gift. She bit her lip, her voice dropping further as she asked, is there anything you desire? The person beside her remained silent, engrossed in his phone. The next moment, he turned the screen towards her. Xiajicha's gaze followed, landing on a page displaying 2 electronic tickets for a concert. It featured a renowned singer, located in High City. Scheduled for Fu Xi's birthday. Fu Xi's lips curved into a lazy smile as he casually stated, not as a question but a request, you'll accompany me. The distance between Jing City and High City was considerable. One in the north, the other in the south. The flight took 2 hours. On the Friday afternoon of the following week, Xiajicha, after finishing work, found herself whisked away to the airport by Fu Xi. The young master, accustomed to extravagance, insisted on flying business class, and they would only stay in a 5-star presidential suite. Xiajicha felt somewhat unaccustomed to the meticulous service. On the plane, a flight attendant gently helped her slip into her slippers. And as she changed shoes, Fu Xi caught sight of a band-aid on her heel and inquired, what happened? The new shoes are a bit abrasive on the heel, Xiajicha replied. She wore a pair of charming new shoes that had just arrived via online shopping. Looking splendid but rubbing against her heel, after wearing them for a day, she noticed a slight discomfort upon returning from work, realizing she had developed a blister, since Fu Xi was waiting outside for her. She hastily purchased a band-aid from a convenience store downstairs and hadn't thought much of it since, with the band-aid applied, it no longer hurt, and she had almost forgotten about it. Fu Xi seemed to have only inquired out of casual interest and did not pursue the matter further. The hotel was situated right next to the concert venue, with floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor offering a clear view of the stage. Xiajicha, in her slippers, settled on the living room sofa, while Fu Xi leaned against the doorframe, engrossed in his phone. Just as Xiajicha was pondering something, a knock echoed from outside. Followed by the polite voice of the hotel manager, Mr. Fu, your items have arrived. Fu Xi opened the door, bringing in a sizable paper bag. Inside was a square box. He then strode over to her side. What did you buy? Xiajicha asked, her gaze drawn to the package. It's for you, Fu Xi replied succinctly, opening the box to reveal a pair of plush, comfortable-looking shoes. The luxurious texture complemented her attire perfectly. Xiajicha was momentarily taken aback as Fu Xi commanded softly, lift your foot. What? Her eyelashes fluttered as she noticed Fu Xi kneeling on the soft carpet, gently lifting her calf. He cradled her delicate ankle with care. The bag also contained several small bottles and a pack of cotton swabs, which were medicinal supplies. Fu Xi lowered his gaze, tearing open the band-aid to apply medication to her blistered heel. His movements were natural and practiced. Xiajicha felt a stir in her heart. Why did it feel as though she were the one being pampered, despite it being his birthday? The cotton swab, moistened with medicine, brushed against her wound, causing her to instinctively recoil. Fu Xi paused. Does it hurt? Xiajicha's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Not really, just a bit itchy. I can manage it myself. Fu Xi lifted his gaze, not responding to her latter remark. As she attempted to retract her foot, he chuckled lightly. Why are you so sensitive? With that teasing remark, he lowered his head once more. Refocusing on applying the medicine. Xiajicha, the wound was minor, and after disinfection and medication, by evening it had developed a thin scab. The following day, which happened to be Fu Xi's birthday, a cake was delivered to the hotel at noon. It was a small, exquisite strawberry cream cake adorned with a ring of bright red strawberries and topped with a charming little card that read Happy Birthday. From the moment he awoke, Fu Xi's phone had been inundated with birthday wishes from his rowdy friends, all of which he glanced at briefly before disregarding. The cake came with several candles. And as Xiajicha observed the bright daylight outside, she asked, shall we light the candles? Fu Xi, just waking, his hair slightly tousled, propped his head up, lazily pressing the remote control. The heavy curtains of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows slowly drew shut, plunging the room into darkness. As if night had returned, Xiajicha understood and proceeded to light the candles. As Fu Xi turned 21, the digits glowed softly on the small cake, the golden flames flickering and illuminating the faces of both. After a brief silence, uncertain of what to do next, Xiajicha turned to Fu Xi. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Isn't it time to sing the birthday song? Xiajicha hesitated before softly singing along. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Her sweet, melodious voice flowed like sugar dissolving into a clear stream, creating a soothing atmosphere that resonated with warmth. Fu Xi was hearing Xiajicha sing for the first time. Propping his head on his hand, he gazed at the tranquil profile of the young girl illuminated by the flickering flames. A momentary mischief sparked within him. He dipped his finger into the cream atop the cake and smeared it across her face. As the birthday song reached its final note, Xiajicha's last syllable quivered unexpectedly. Her eyelashes fluttered open in an attempt to evade the playful gesture, but she could not escape it. Her skin was so pale it almost matched the cream, a dollop lingering at the corner of her mouth. As if she herself were a soft, tempting little cake, Xiajicha sought to wipe it away, but before she could, Fu Xi interjected. Wait, let me make a wish. She paused, turning her gaze towards him, anticipating his closed eyes in silent reverence. Fu Si's eyes, half open and languid, held a certain depth, the firelight dancing within his dark irises, accentuating the rugged contours of his features, just as Sajicha thought he was about to shut his eyes. He instead blew out the candle before him, the flames extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. A crisp breath drew near, and Fu Si's lips suddenly pressed against her cheek, kissing away the cream. The lights flared back to life. And he straightened in his seat, a triumphant smile dancing in his eyes, his lips curling in a teasing yet gentle arc. I have no wishes to make, I simply wanted to kiss you. Chapter 63, arrogant yet affectionate. In the end, they barely had a few bites of cake, and Sajicha's lips were left in disarray from his kisses. The concert was set to commence at 7 in the evening. And after finishing dinner at 6:30, the two made their way to the venue. The entrance was currently bustling with people, both ticket holders and those without, gathering in throngs. Fu Si led her through the crowd, not forgetting to inquire, "Are your shoes comfortable?" Sajicha nodded in affirmation. The shoes he had chosen were indeed very comfortable, with soft fleece lining that embraced her feet like walking on clouds. The venue was an open-air stadium, and Fu Si's ticket was for the front row directly facing the stage, offering an excellent view. After finding their seats, with a few minutes still to spare before the show began, the audience area was nearly filled, with people around them buzzing with discussions about the artist. Each seat was equipped with a glow stick and a rectangular paper banner. As Sajicha examined them, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Two girls who appeared to be in high school stood behind her, one holding a phone, asking, "Excuse me, could you help us take a group photo here?" Sajicha readily agreed. After capturing the moment, the two girls expressed their excitement with thanks before darting off to their seats. Sajicha could faintly hear their hushed whispers, "Wow, her boyfriend is really handsome. They make such a great couple. I want to have a relationship like that too." Stealing a glance at Fu Si, she found him sitting unmoved, holding her banner and glow stick. The temperature in Haicheng was significantly warmer than that of Jingcheng, so there was no need for a down jacket. Fu Si wore a well-tailored black coat that subdued his wildness, presenting a more composed demeanor. When his calm gaze rested ahead, it even exuded a hint of a scholarly rogue charm. His innate noble quality allowed him to effortlessly embody any persona. No matter how many times she looked at him, her heart would inevitably race. Sajicha felt a bit dazed. The girl who had once dared not look at the boy 3 years ago could now openly be described as a match for him by others. Sensing her gaze, Fu Si turned slightly, leaning closer to her ear with a playful smile, asking, "Do you want to take a picture too?" Her thoughts interrupted. Sajicha shook her head and softly replied, "No need." Although she had listened to many of the artist's songs, she was not a fervent fan and held little interest in the spectacle. Minutes later, the lights dimmed in the audience, and waves of excited cheers enveloped the space. When the artist finally emerged, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy of enthusiasm. Sajicha initially thought she was merely accompanying someone to the concert and might find it dull. However, before she knew it, she was swept up in the energy and began singing softly along. The first half of the concert flew by, and during the intermission, the lights brightened slightly as the artist exited and the host took the stage to maintain the lively atmosphere among the audience. As the echoes of the songs gradually subsided, the host cheerfully announced, "I imagine everyone is a bit tired from singing along, so let's move on to our relaxation segment." Fans who had attended previous shows immediately recognized what was coming and began to call out excitedly, "Kissing time! Kissing time!" The host waved an arm, and the large screens behind them switched to capture the audience. Whoever's face appeared on the screen would have to share a kiss with the person next to them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the screen zoomed in, and amidst the rising tide of cheers, it began to scan the sea of glowing fans. Sajicha thought such a rare event would surely not involve her, so she watched with interest as the screen drifted over each face. Suddenly, she overheard the two high school girls behind her, "I want to see that handsome couple kiss. Should we wave our hands to attract the camera?" "Great idea." Sajicha couldn't help but smile helplessly, silently thinking it was impossible. Yet, just then, the screen jolted, and Fu Si's calm yet rugged features appeared magnified before everyone. Sajicha's expression froze in shock. In an instant, the audience erupted into deafening screams. Fu Si's striking looks, projected on the large screen, revealed no flaws but instead amplified his impact. Facing the camera, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, even raising an eyebrow in a devil-may-care manner. Sajicha could hear the collective gasp of those around her. The atmosphere became increasingly electric. Even the host momentarily lost his composure, a light gasp escaping the speakers. He quickly regained his wit. Jesting, "It seems the audience is in for a treat today. The cameraman deserves an extra bonus," he continued. "Now let us see who was seated beside this handsome gentleman." As the screen began to retreat, poised to reveal Sajicha next to Fu Si, she snapped back to reality, startled, and instinctively shielded her face with the banner hiding behind it. Her vision completely obscured, she turned her eyes and noticed Fu Si looking at her. Their gazes met, and he lazily smirked, asking, "Not willing?" Sajicha bit her lip, giving a small nod. She could already sense that Fu Si's face would become the highlight of the evening. She lacked the courage to kiss him in front of so many people. The din of excitement swelled around them, yet she did not lower the banner. "It seems this lady is reluctant to show her face," the host observed, not pushing the issue, and cheerfully suggested, "Then shall we find someone else?" The camera began to shift away from the two. Just then, Fu Si suddenly bent forward, boldly drawing closer to Xiajicha. His cool fingertips gently lifted her chin, and behind the cover of the banner, he pressed his lips against hers. Xiajicha's breath, still uneven from the previous moment, caught in surprise as her eyes widened. The thin barrier of the banner stood between them and the audience. The warmth of his lips lingering, brazen yet intimate. Before the camera could move away, it froze, capturing the moment with crystal clarity. The crowd fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into a frenzy of screams. "Oh my God! They really kissed, sweet, so sweet, even without showing their faces, they are declaring their bond. This is so romantic. I wish I could snatch that pesky banner away for a closer look." In that instant, all surrounding noise seemed to fade, leaving Xiajicha with only the heat of his lips and the sight of Fu Si's rebellious, smiling eyes in the dim light. The kiss was light, fleeting, yet exuberantly bold, a public declaration of romance that was utterly captivating. Xiajicha's gaze was dazed, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest. Her fingers trembled slightly, clenched tightly. "Perfect. Let us see who the next lucky person will be," the host finally spoke, attempting to quell the excitement as the camera prepared to shift elsewhere. Fu Si also smirked, satisfied, ready to straighten up. Just then, Xiajicha called out to him softly, "Yi," her voice nearly drowned out by the surrounding noise. Fu Si paused, turning to meet the bright gaze of her deer-like eyes in the darkness. Suddenly, he felt a delicate arm wrap around his neck. Xiajicha leaned forward, her free arm tightly encircling him. The banner still shielded them from the outside world. The distance between them shrank, and she leaned closer to his ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Happy birthday, today is your day. The spotlight is on you. So I wanted to wish you happiness in this moment of celebration. May you always find joy." Chapter 64. The 3-month deadline approaches. Fearing the crowd would become overwhelming at the end, Fu Si and Xiajicha decided to leave before the encore began. Outside, the throngs of people were still sparse, while the vibrations of the music still reverberated from within the venue, with only a few scattered individuals lingering in the open space. They had barely taken 2 steps when Xiajicha suddenly felt a sprinkle of moisture on her forehead. The sky had begun to drizzle. Soon, the raindrops grew more frequent. Spotting a small convenience store nearby, Xiajicha turned and walked inside. A few individuals who arrived to purchase umbrellas entered the store prior to her. As she approached the umbrella display, she discovered that only the most expensive black umbrella remained. 2 people could share it without any issue. After settling her bill, Xiajicha walked out to find Fu Si waiting at the entrance. Noticing that she held only one umbrella, he was about to smile and make a remark when Xiajicha explained, "This is the only one left." He paused slightly, accepted the umbrella, and replied, "Fine." The expensive umbrella indeed had its merits. When opened, its canopy was a full circle larger than the ordinary designs, allowing both of them to draw a little closer, perfectly accommodating their proximity. As they exited the convenience store, the rain had caused an influx of people leaving. In the downpour, Xiajicha occasionally brushed shoulders with passers-by. On their way to the hotel, she turned her head to glance at Fu Si. His expression remained unchanged, but the wrist holding the umbrella tilted slightly, angling the canopy toward her. A gust of wind swept through, causing elongated raindrops to land on his straight shoulder, dampening a small patch. Xiajicha blinked and raised her hand to push the umbrella back. Fu Si noticed her movement and deliberately lifted his arm holding the umbrella a little higher. Xiajicha softly stated, "I won't get wet." Fu Si feigned ignorance. Xiajicha fell silent, leaning in a bit closer to him when she suddenly heard him call her, "Baby." Xiajicha instinctively responded. Fu Si lowered his eyelids to gaze at her, his voice languid and melodic. "You know, when you wished me a happy birthday just now, I was thinking about something." "What?" Xiajicha recalled the scene in the venue. After she spoke, Fu Si seemed to have little reaction, merely staring at her for a moment before smiling and thanking her, then turning back. She shook her head, waiting for his reply. Suddenly Fu Si leaned in closer, chuckling softly, dragging out his words with a languorous tone. "At that moment, I was dying to kiss you until you couldn't breathe." The suggestive tone lingered in her ears, as if he might truly lean in for a kiss in the next moment. Xiajicha trembled, her voice momentarily faltering. "Not now, not now." Fu Si pressed, his tongue brushing against the roof of his mouth, his tone playfully elongated. "Then when will it be okay?" Xiajicha turned her face away, as if pondering, her voice dwindling. "When we return to the hotel." "All right." Fu Si chuckled lightly. "Then we shall kiss when we return to the hotel." Xiajicha paused, realizing she had been ensnared in his playful banter once again. She resisted momentarily but ultimately couldn't hold back. Fu Si came his ever nonchalant tone. "We still can't kiss when we get back." The young woman blushed at her ears, her tone assertive yet soft, lacking any intimidation. So obedient. Fu Si suddenly halted his steps. Xiajicha followed suit, assuming he was displeased, only to witness him break into a low, throaty laugh, his shoulders shaking with mirth. After a moment, with half-closed eyes, Fu Si bent down to kiss her, disregarding the rain-soaked shoulder entirely, his lips brushing affectionately against her cheek, then lingering at the corner of her mouth, teasingly murmuring, "Baby, you're so adorable, I'll have to bully you." As Xiajicha had to return to work on Monday, the following day, the two strolled through Haicheng, and after lunch, they boarded a flight back to the capital. They landed in the capital by 5 in the afternoon. Fu Xi arranged for a pickup, and as they got into the car, his phone rang. Sitting beside him, Xie Zhicha noticed the caller ID read Zhao Zhe upon answering, without needing to bring the phone close to her ear. She could hear the slightly sarcastic tone from the other end. "Oh, taking my employee straight to Haicheng for a concert over the weekend, old Fu. How romantic." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow. "How did you find out? Let us not even mention how many trending searches your face has been through across major websites. Just your school S forum alone has several threads, right?" Remembering something, Zhao Zhe quickly added, "But don't worry. I've checked. Little sister-in-law didn't show her face." Xia Shicha listened, her gaze flickering as she pulled out her phone to browse the forum. Indeed, as Zhao Zhe had said, posts related to Fu Xi were overwhelming. The most popular one already brimming with hundreds of replies, titled, "Shock, is young Master Fu this indulgent with his new girlfriend?" The post began with a few photos capturing the moment Fu Xi and Xia Zhicha kissed on the concert screen from the audience's perspective. Another image, taken surreptitiously, showed Fu Xi holding an umbrella in the rain, bending down to kiss Xia Zhicha's silhouette. In Haicheng, who would have thought seeing a concert would lead to an encounter with young Master Fu and his girlfriend? Let us not even mention the trending kissing photo. I was there, nearly swept away by the screams, just as I stepped out of the venue, grumbling about the sudden rain and forgetting my umbrella. I looked up and saw this scene. Where's the aloof, proud young Master Fu? Here he is, bending down to coax his girlfriend, calling her baby. Young Master Fu coaxing someone, calling her baby. Oh my, I'm really shipping this hard. Goodness, what a romantic idol drama moment. This is too doting. What is going on with the original poster? Why not go take a look at the legendary girlfriend right in front of you? I'm dying to know who she is. Don't even think about it. Someone tried to dig her up before and got banned. Young Master Fu keeps her tightly under wraps. What is there to hide? Fu Xi, but flaunt your little darling boldly. Don't be shy. Xie Zhicha casually flipped through a few pages, her lips curving upwards at the enthusiastic replies praising the photos, just as she was about to exit the interface. Her gaze inadvertently swept down and caught sight of a comment. Who bet that this relationship wouldn't last a month? It's been nearly 3 months and they're still together. Could young Master Fu actually be serious this time? In that instant, Xie Zhicha's pupils quivered. The matter she had deliberately avoided resurfaced in her mind. When the new year arrived, their 3-month deadline would be upon them. Chapter 65. Do you want a hug? The car glided smoothly along the airport expressway. After ending the call with Zhao Zhe, Fu Xi turned to Xie Zhicha and noticed her unusual expression. Asking, "What's wrong?" Xie Zhicha slowly lowered her phone, pressing her lips together, shaking her head. "It's nothing." The past days had been too joyous, to the point where she was nearly forgetting that the 3-month deadline ultimately had an end. In just a few days, she would be returning to Yunqing for the new year. Xie Zhicha lowered her head, contemplating whether she should broach this matter with Fu Xi now to part on good terms. Yet, as this thought arose, a dull ache settled in her chest. To mention this meant that everything that had felt dreamlike over the past days would come to an end. She recalled how she had witnessed Fu Xi's cold and detached demeanor with his previous girlfriends during breakups. Xie Zhicha had not deluded herself into thinking she would be the exception. Moreover, the inception of their relationship was slightly dubious. Her melancholy persisted until the car stopped at the entrance of her apartment complex. As they approached the building, Fu Xi glanced up. "Did you leave the lights on when you left?" Xie Zhicha followed his gaze, indeed spotting that the floor's lights were still illuminated, lost in her thoughts. She couldn't recall whether she had turned them off when leaving, hesitantly replying, "Maybe." Fu Xi said nothing further, taking her hand as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the floor, they both halted in their tracks. The door was ajar. A sliver of light spilling out. Occasionally, they could hear snippets of a television advertisement and the sound of footsteps from within. Someone was inside. Fu Xi's expression darkened, releasing Xie Zhicha's hand. He strode forward and pushed the door open. Xie Zhicha stood behind him, taking in the scene inside. A finely dressed mother and daughter were seated on the sofa, alongside a woman who appeared to be a maid bustling around. The mother and daughter exuded an air of ownership over the space, their postures haughty, their faces seemingly carved from the same mold. Long faces, pointed chins, large eyes, and upturned outer corners, exuding an aura of unapproachability. Hearing the commotion, the younger girl, seemingly a few years younger than Fu Xi, turned first, grinning mischievously. "Bro." Fu Xi's thin lips pressed into a line, the veins in his temples pulsing slightly as he coldly retorted, "Who is your brother?" The girl, seemingly accustomed to his icy demeanor, remained unbothered, casually sitting back. "I've been waiting here with Mom for you for so long. Where have you been gallivanting?" Catching sight of Xie Zhicha standing behind him, she smirked. "So you were off with those questionable women again, Lin Jinan. Try saying another word and see what happens." Fu Xi's fingers tightened abruptly, his voice low and warning. He glanced back at Xie Zhicha, signaling her not to approach, then reached to close the door. With the view obscured, Xie Zhicha stood in the hallway, faintly hearing the heated argument inside, while the content was not entirely clear. It was evidently intense. She hadn't seen the faces of the mother and daughter clearly, but from the manner of address, she surmised they must be Fu Xi's stepmother and stepsister. After some time, The security door swung open again. The first to emerge was the maid, cautiously supporting the middle-aged woman beside her. The woman's slightly protruding abdomen and pallid complexion belied her proud demeanor as she held her head high, exuding the air of a conqueror. If you must assign blame, let it be to the old master for his softness, she proclaimed. After all, the child in my womb is also of the Fu lineage. What good is Fu Chi's arrogance? Do you truly believe the Fu family is yours? When you see me in the future, you shall obediently call me mother. Within the confines of the room, Fu Chi stood half in shadow, his tightly clenched fists turning white with suppressed fury. He appeared on the verge of lashing out, yet he stifled himself upon witnessing the woman confidently caressing her abdomen. His deep, dark eyes were filled with a terrifying gloom. You will not succeed, he declared, his voice a cold, hard rasp that hinted at the resolve within, warning Fu Nanhai that none of his schemes would come to fruition. Once the trio departed, the room lay in disarray. Fu Chi stood in the center of the living room, his chest heaving, his slightly disheveled hair casting shadows over his brow and eyes, amplifying his oppressive aura. Xie Zhichao lingered outside the door for an indeterminate time before gradually approaching him. It seemed as if Fu Chi was oblivious to her presence, his jaw rigid and his silence palpable. His mood was decidedly foul. The vast living room steeped in an eerie quietude. Xie Zhichao hesitantly lifted her gaze. Momentarily at a loss, she was unsure how to console Fu Chi. In a fleeting moment, she recalled a time long past when he had been angry in the hospital, only to embrace her once he regained his composure. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously stepped closer, calling out, "You, The chill in Fu Chi's voice had yet to dissipate, sounding as unyielding as stone. Xie Zhichao awkwardly rose onto her toes, extending her arms and asking, "Do you want to hug me?" Chapter 66, Watch with me. Fu Chi seemed momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon her. Xie Zhichao bit her lip, acutely aware of his unwavering attention, yet she remained silent. After a prolonged silence, she boldly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. In the next instant, her waist was abruptly constricted, as if he sought to meld her into himself. Fu Chi lowered his gaze. His breath mingling with her soft hair, enveloped in a sweet, tender aroma that he greedily inhaled. His fraying sanity was abruptly restored, as if he had been yanked back to reality, gradually regaining his composure. Fu Chi did not release her, instead lowering his chin and stroking her waist with his palm. "Were you frightened?" Xie Zhichao shook her head. "Very brave," Fu Chi remarked with a hint of praise, ruffling her hair before finally letting her go and guiding her to the sofa. He showed no inclination to explain the events of the preceding moments, and Xie Zhichao, in understanding, refrained from asking. They sat amidst the chaos, akin to small creatures finding solace in the ruins. "How long until we go home?" Fu Chi inquired suddenly. Xie Zhichao was taken aback by his unexpected question but quickly calculated the time in her mind. 3 days remained. She had purchased a ticket for the 28th of the new year. Fu Chi replied, "I won't be able to see you off at the airport. Do you need help packing?" Xie Zhichao vaguely understood he had his own matters to attend to and nodded. She had little luggage, just a 22-inch suitcase, half filled with winter clothing. Fu Chi stood by the bed, meticulously folding her clothes. At that moment, Xie Zhichao suddenly recalled something and dashed out of the room. Her canvas bag was in the living room, and from it, she retrieved a small jade Buddha the size of her thumb. Before hastily returning to the room, hearing her hurried footsteps, Fu Chi was about to inquire about her urgency when he caught sight of her outstretched palm. "This is for you," Xie Zhichao said, looking up at him, her doe-like eyes clear and sincere. "It's very lucky." This jade Buddha was acquired when Xie Zhichao was in her 3rd year of junior high, brought by her uncle and aunt from the most popular temple in Yin City. Although she did not believe in Buddhism, she habitually carried it with her during significant events. Be it exams, interviews, or uncertain journeys, having it seem to bring her good fortune. Xie Zhichao considered herself not particularly unlucky, and thus she wished to share this luck with Fu Chi, believing it was the only thing she could offer him. As the new year approached, with the 3-month deadline looming, they may never meet again. Yet she still wished for his future to be just a touch luckier, a shade smoother. This year, the atmosphere of the new year in Yun City was more vibrant as regulations on fireworks were gradually relaxed. From the 28th day of the new year, the fireworks had not ceased, with the heating on indoors and red couplets adorning every corner. Chang Ming Sui opened the window, and the muffled sounds of fireworks outside suddenly became clear. A loud bang from below startled Chang Ming Sui, causing him to frown and shut the window. At this hour, how can it still be so noisy? It's New Year, after all. It's rare for everyone to gather together for some excitement, his aunt Zhang Hongying remarked, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dumplings. Do you want some? Just a few days ago, Uncle Chen delivered a whole box. It's still in the trunk of the car. Let's wait until New Year's Eve. Chang Ming Sui yawned as he settled at the dining table, turning to Xie Zhichao's sister. "Are you having dumplings?" "No, I'm full from dinner," Xie Zhichao replied softly from her spot on the sofa. "Then I'll eat them all." Chang Ming Sui yawned again, earning a playful slap from Zhang Hongying. "But if you're going to eat, then eat properly, only you would complain about being hungry at this hour." "Mom, after I got better, you've been taking me for granted." This marked Chang Ming Sui's first spring festival after recovering, and the atmosphere felt lighter than in previous years. Xie Zhichao diverted her gaze from the playful mother and son, Returning to the television, the news was on, and after a report on heavy snowfall in a certain area, the screen shifted abruptly. Yesterday, Mr. Fu Huiqing, the patriarch of the Fu family, passed away due to illness. His funeral will be held today at noon, with various dignitaries in attendance. Xia Jicha's eyelashes fluttered. The funeral depicted on the screen was grand and somber, swathed in black and white. She immediately spotted Fu Qi among the crowd. Supporting the coffin, clad in a black suit with a white flower pinned to his chest, his gaze downcast and expression impassive amidst the genuine and feigned weeping of those around him, he appeared strikingly detached. The image flashed for but a moment before transitioning to another scene. After a brief pause, Xia Jicha picked up her phone and opened the chat interface with Fu Qi. She pointed the camera outside and captured a photo of the fireworks blooming in the sky. Sending it to him, she had assumed he would be preoccupied and thought that once he finished, seeing her message might lift his spirits. To her surprise, he responded almost instantly, "Boyfriend, are you watching the fireworks?" Xia Jicha, "No, there are people setting them off outside." "Boyfriend, they look beautiful." "Boyfriend, tomorrow night, let me see them too." Xia Jicha recalled that in the capital fireworks had been banned for several years, resulting in a stark stillness during the New Year celebrations. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and today marked the funeral of the old master. The Fu family, having just lost a patriarch, surely had no heart for festivities. He would also have to face those family members who felt like enemies. A pang of sympathy struck Xia Jicha, and she replied, "Okay." On the second day, New Year's Eve, Xia Jicha accompanied her uncle and aunt to visit relatives and purchase some New Year goods. As night fell, the four of them settled on the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala, a cherished family tradition. This year's program felt even duller than the last. The skits echoed in the living room, and Chang Mingsui leaned back, bored. Watching this is less interesting than watching the fireworks outside. Zhang Hongying, busy wrapping dumplings with flour-dusted hands, couldn't help but scold him. "If you're bored, why don't you come help me wrap dumplings?" "Okay, I'll be right there," Chang Mingsui replied, his sleepwear now dusted with flour. Immediately conceding and heading to wash his hands, he settled at the tea table, then called to Xia Jicha. "Sister, do you want to join me?" Xia Jicha agreed and stood to wash her hands in the bathroom. Just then, a brilliant burst of fireworks erupted outside. Pausing mid-step by the window, she turned back to grab her phone from the sofa and captured another photo as the next burst illuminated the night sky. Sending it to Fu Chi as she made her way to the bathroom, her phone suddenly vibrated incessantly. Fu Qi was initiating a video call. Stopping in her tracks, she quickly turned and hurried into her room. Her small room could barely fit a bed, but the view was splendid, aligned with the living room window. The fireworks continued to crackle outside as Xia Jicha answered the call. The background appeared dim, suggesting he was likely in a car, and Fu Qi's features were indistinct. Xia Jicha angled the camera towards the window, but by then, the fireworks had ceased. "Are you at home?" Fu Qi inquired, his voice tinged with weariness. "Watching the Spring Festival Gala with family," she replied, closing the door and lowering her voice slightly. "I promised to show you the fireworks yesterday, so I sent this." Their murmured conversation echoed in the confined space. In the darkness on the other end, Fu Qi seemed to smile faintly. "Watch with me." Xia Jicha paused, taken aback. "What? The fireworks?" Fu Qi's deep, amused voice resonated through the receiver, his words deliberate. "It's dull to watch alone. Let us do it together." Across the screen, Xia Jicha locked eyes with his somewhat indistinct peach blossom gaze. For reasons unknown, her heart fluttered unexpectedly, yet outside, the fireworks had ceased. Her voice carried a hint of regret. A soft chuckle emerged from Fu Ci, distorted in the receiver. "It will be here soon," he asserted. No sooner had he spoken than a firework, streaking like a meteor, ascended from the window to the heavens. Bursting forth in a dazzling display, the brilliant yellow flames illuminated her cramped little room in an instant, casting light upon the teasing glimmer in Fu Ci's eyes at the other end of the phone. Xia Jicha was momentarily taken aback, her voice quivering in disbelief as she uttered, "You." Fu Ci fell silent, opening the car door beside him and stepping out. One firework after another exploded in the night sky, and Xia Jicha faintly heard the rhythmic sounds from that direction. She also discerned the backdrop behind him, a cascade of colorful lights that made Fu Ci's features increasingly distinct on the screen. He raised an eyebrow and teased, "Baby, look downstairs." Xia Jicha gripped her phone tightly, her heart racing, and almost stumbled as she rushed to open the window. Leaning out into the cold breeze, she noticed a vehicle parked below her apartment. Dust-covered and weary, its headlights illuminating a figure with broad shoulders and long legs. The night wind tousled his hair, causing his coat to flutter. With a sudden beep, the screen displayed that the video call had ended. Fu Ci looked up, smiling as his gaze met hers. A magnificent firework shot up once more, reflecting the soft glow of the jade Buddha pendant around his neck. It seemed as if a myriad of colors had found their way into his eyes. The corners of Fu Ci's elongated eyes curved slightly, his lips parting to say, "Baby." Amidst the crackling sounds of fireworks, Xia Jicha could discern his lips forming the words, "I miss you." In that moment, the cacophony of fireworks faded into silence. In the fleeting moment of her trembling pupils, Xia Jicha scarcely allowed herself a moment to think, nearly stumbling as she slipped on her slippers and braced herself against the doorframe. Rushing outside at the commotion startled Zhang Hongying, who was busy preparing dumplings in the living room. Before she could voice her concern, the slender figure had already vanished from sight. "Hey Gigi, where are you going?" "Sister, you forgot your coat." As the motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered on, several voices echoed behind her. By the time Xia Jicha regained her senses, she found herself standing before Fu Xi. He was broad-shouldered and straight-backed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he lightly tilted his chin to regard her. He stepped closer, opening his coat and enveloping her within, chuckling, "How come you're not even wearing a coat?" The coat was spacious, and a warm breath enveloped her. The biting cold she had just felt was promptly dispelled, and Xia Jicha obediently nestled into his embrace, taking a moment to steady her breath. Her eyes sparkling as she asked, "What brings you here?" "I miss you," Fu Xi replied, his palm gently stroking her back, his voice airy and light. "No other reason, I just missed you." The drive from the capital to Yun City took a grueling 24 hours. A day and a night. It felt as though Fu Xi had lost his mind. He had initially thought this new year would be no different from the last in icy old residence. A banquet filled with hidden motives, merely lacking a central figure to orchestrate it, hence becoming even more fraught with tension. Having grown up in such an unfeeling atmosphere, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet, amidst the dazzling lights, as he skillfully donned a mask of detachment while mingling with others, his gaze fell upon the fireworks sent by Xia Jicha on his phone. In that instant, the image of the young girl's clear, radiant eyes resurfaced in his mind, unclouded by ulterior motives. Her heart was tender and resolute. He longed to see her. The insatiable desire surged forth, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode away from that cold, cage-like world of social ambition, intent on seeing her. Thus, he drove day and night to Yun City to meet her. The scent of smoke mingled with the woody aroma of cedar in Fu Xi's embrace, a combination not unpleasant. He lowered his head to tousle the soft strands of hair of the girl in his arms, saying, "Baby, look up." Xia Jicha obediently lifted her gaze, and he pressed a kiss upon her. Indulgent and intimate, she noticed the faint shadows beneath his eyes. Startled, she asked, "Have you not slept?" "Not tired," Fu Xi replied casually. He didn't feel fatigued. In fact, he felt quite alert and wished to savor the closeness with the young girl, holding her tightly. "Well, you should rest soon," Xia Jicha urged, straining to look down at her phone. Searching for nearby hotels, she tugged at him, eager to lead him away. "There's a hotel just outside our community. I can book you a room." Just then, a teasing voice chimed in from above. "A sister, where are you taking your brother-in-law?" Xia Jicha froze, looking up to see Chang Mingsui leaning against the window with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Not only him, but Chang Chunyu and Zhang Hongying were also peering in, smiling in amusement. Caught as if in a misdeed, Xia Jicha's cheeks flushed crimson, and she attempted to withdraw from Fu Xi's embrace, only to be pulled back by him. "Don't move, you'll get cold." He glanced down, his tone nonchalant, then raised his head with composure, calling out cheerfully, "Uncle Auntie Xia Jicha." The living room, once occupied by four watching the Spring Festival Gala, had now increased to 5. Zhang Hongying and Chang Chunyu were astonished to discover that Xia Jicha had quietly entered into a relationship, especially with such a handsome and polite young man. After a brief interaction, the couple began affectionately addressing him as Xiaoyu. "How old is he this year? Where is he from? Is he in the same school as Gigi? How convenient." They periodically posed questions to Fu Xi, who patiently answered each one. Only Chang Mingsui remained composed, crossing his arms and flashing an amused smile at Xia Jicha. "I told you, you two would end up together eventually." Xia Jicha smiled back, suppressing the worry bubbling beneath the surface. The momentary emotional surge had washed away many other thoughts, but as tranquility settled in, the 3-month deadline weighed heavily on her mind once more. Just 2 days remained. She began to fear that Fu Xi had come to discuss a breakup. With her heart burdened, she often found herself lost in thought while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Fu Xi, invited by Zhang Hongying, was now engrossed in helping to prepare dumplings. Sensing that the young girl beside him was restless, he raised an eyebrow and playfully dabbed a bit of flour from his fingertips onto her face, asking, "What is bothering you?" "Nothing." With family present, Xia Jicha found it difficult to voice her concerns, merely offering him a soft gaze. Once the dumplings were wrapped and stored in the freezer, Chang Mingsui glanced at the time and suddenly suggested, "It's already 11, shall we go downstairs and set off some fireworks?" "Hey, weren't you just complaining about the noise outside? Now you want to cause a ruckus?" Zhang Hongying remarked, slightly taken aback. "Isn't your brother-in-law here?" Chang Mingsui chuckled. "In the capital, they don't allow fireworks. We have to make the most of it while we can." "Right, brother-in-law." Fu Xi appeared to relish this title, nodding, "I'd very much like that." "All right then." Zhang Hongying commanded Chang Chunyu to fetch the car keys. "Let us head to the riverside." The family vehicle was a van, its rear filled with an assortment of fireworks and firecrackers. As they arrived at the pebble beach by the river, they found a gathering of people already indulging in the festivities. Chang Mingsui quickly spotted a few of his high school friends and joined them elsewhere. Xia Jicha, however, felt hesitant about handling the more dangerous fireworks, opting instead for a sparkler, which she retrieved along with a lighter from the car. Upon stepping out, she found herself unable to locate Fu Xi. Noticing Xia Jicha searching, Zhang Hongying pointed in a direction. "Xiaoyu just took a call. It seemed to be from his family, and then he went that way. His family? A pang of anxiety gripped Sajicha. And she quickened her pace, following that direction. The further she walked, the sparser the crowd became. In the darkness, the pebble beach was overgrown with weeds. Treading carefully, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against a dead tree in the distance. Appearing solitary amidst the festive backdrop. As she approached, intending to call out, she overheard Fu Si's cold laughter on the phone, his tone harsh and scornful. "What business is it of yours where I go?" The voice on the other end must have said something else, as his expression darkened, a cruel smirk tugging at his lips. "Don't worry, if I had really done it, that bastard would have ceased to exist long before now." Chapter 68. I will always lean towards you. With that, Fu Si hung up the call. Sajicha stood at a distance, the wild grass surrounding them unyielding, and he remained oblivious to her presence as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The red and blue flames pierced through the night, reminiscent of an old wound being reopened. As Fu Si inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing in despondence, suddenly he struck his fist against the dry, rugged trunk of the tree. The sound was heavy and profound, causing the brittle leaves above to scatter to the ground. Sajicha's heart raced, and she stepped closer. The crunch of the withered grass beneath her feet caught Fu Si's attention. Upon recognizing her, he extinguished the cigarette and forced a smile, asking, "Here to find me?" As Sajicha murmured in acknowledgement and approached to inspect if there were any injuries on his hand. The force of that earlier impact had seemed to strike directly against the bone. Leaving her heart heavy with concern, she activated the flashlight on her phone and gently grasped his dangling hand, her thumb delicately caressing the back of it. A bruise had formed where the knuckles protruded. Accompanied by 2 slender scratches, Sajicha inhaled softly, hearing Futsiyu say, "It doesn't hurt." She frowned slightly, recalling a previous incident when he had injured the back of his hand. "You mentioned it hurt last time." Futsiyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. "I was just being playful with you then. Did you really believe me? It truly doesn't hurt." He promptly switched off the flashlight on her phone, suggesting they head back. He started to walk away, but after a moment, he paused and, with a hint of self-mockery in his laughter, said, "Forget it, stay with me here for a while." The night breeze carried the scent of fireworks. And Sajicha mimicked Futsiyu, sitting down beside him on the ground. "Would you like to hear about my family?" After a brief silence, Futsiyu suddenly inquired. Sajicha gazed at him quietly. Sensing his discomfort and desire to confide, however, the secrets of the affluent seemed rather delicate for her as an outsider, so she bit her lip and asked, "Is it all right to listen?" Futsiyu pinched her cheek lightly. A teasing smile gracing his lips. "You are my girlfriend. What is there that you cannot hear?" Noticing she held a sparkler, he casually took 2 from her, igniting them. The glow illuminated his emotionless smile. From the moment of his birth, Futsiyu was aware that he belonged to the elite echelon of society. The Fu family, with their century-old glory, was a bastion of prosperity, and everyone told him that his life would be one of carefree existence. Ultimately inheriting the family legacy, he was born with everything others could only dream of possessing. His father was the sole heir of a prestigious family in the capital, and his mother hailed from a distinguished scholarly lineage. Although their marriage was a union of convenience, they treated each other with mutual respect. The elder Fu doted on his only grandson, keeping him close and personally educating him. Thus, the young boy grew up day by day. Imbued with manners and wisdom that left others in awe, the love he received was abundant, rendering him oblivious to the darker sides of human nature. Little did he know, the first taste of malice he would experience would come from within his own family. Before marrying, Fu Nanhai had a first love named Lin Yenny. Their parting was devoid of the cliched reasons of familial opposition. Rather, they ended their relationship amicably. 2 months later, Fu Nanhai wed, while Lin Yenny married another. Years later, during a gathering with friends, Fu Nanhai unexpectedly encountered Lin Yenny again. That time, she had fallen into misfortune post-divorce, lamenting that her husband had accrued gambling debts, and after their separation, she was left to shoulder the burden. Wandering with her daughter and ultimately becoming a barmaid, moved by Lin Yenny's tearful plight, Fu Nanhai felt a stirring within him. Men often harbor a penchant for rescuing those in distress, and thus, Fu Nanhai began to maintain contact with Lin Yenny, arranging work for her and providing her shelter in his home. Eventually, when Lin Yenny expressed her inability to care for her daughter, he contemplated bringing the child, Lin Jinan, into the Fu household. Upon learning of this, Futsiyu's mother vehemently opposed. It was then she discovered that her husband had long been entangled with another. Consequently, the couple, who appeared as a model of affection to outsiders, found themselves embroiled in daily quarrels. The more they fought, the more Fu Nanhai perceived his wife as an obstacle to his relationship with Lin Yenny, leading him to further entangle himself with her in a cycle of retaliation. Eventually, Futsiyu's mother fell ill due to the mounting stress and passed away. On the day her heart ceased to beat, Futsiyu stood vigil by her bedside for an entire night, while Fu Nanhai spent the night entwined with Lin Yenny in their home. From that moment on, he no longer held back, allowing Lin Yenny to enter his life without restraint, culminating in their marriage. To Futsiyu, Fu Nanhai transformed from a father into a nemesis. The elder Fu, dismayed by his son's reckless actions, began to strip him of some authority, focusing instead on nurturing Futsiyu. Yet Fu Nanhai, Insatiably power-hungry, could not bear to see Fu Ziyu favored by the elder. Under Lin Yanni's instigation, he neglected Fu Ziyu, even forcibly sending him to Yun City during a dispute in high school. It was only after the elder Fu intervened that he was brought back. Following that incident, the elder Fu's health deteriorated, and Fu Nanhai sought to seize power, but had it not been for Fu Ziyu's unwavering resistance over the years, the Fu family would have long since fallen into the hands of that reckless man. As the last sparkler extinguished, plunging the scene into darkness, Fu Ziyu continued to recount. The elder had drafted a will, bequeathing the Fu family to me. He suddenly lowered his head, chuckling softly. However, it was only after Lin Yanni approached me that I realized Fu Nanhai had, in secret, persuaded the elder to relent in his dying moments. The elder, swayed by familial ties, relinquished authority to Fu Nanhai, even granting inheritance rights to the child Lin Yanni carried. Xiajicha recalled the haughty expression of that woman on that day, just now. Fu Nanhai called me, claiming Lin Yanni was in trouble, nearly losing the child, questioning whether I was responsible. Fu Ziyu scoffed. How foolish. Had I truly wished harm upon her, there would have been countless ways to ensure both she and her child vanished without a trace. Xiajicha fell silent for a few moments, blinking. Fu Ziyu turned to her. Are you afraid of me? He had never been a good man. No. Xiajicha shook her head, her gaze pure, untainted by deception. Yet, when he beheld Lin Yanni's pregnant belly, he restrained his hand, which had been provoked to the brink of losing control. She reached out slowly, gently clutching Fu Ziyu's hand. Ew. She called him softly. Yes, I'm here. Fu Ziyu replied languidly, his voice drifting in the night breeze, his eyes half closed as if calming his thoughts. Are you very sad? She inquired. Is that why you left that home to find her? Fu Ziyu opened his eyes slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Perhaps a little prior to this matter, he had always believed that no matter how chaotic things became, the elder would ultimately stand by him. After all, he was the only one in that household who had treated him kindly, though he understood that it was the elder's hard-earned legacy, and he had no right to question it. He still felt a tinge of betrayal. He may not care for the family business, nor for those arrogant scoundrels, but he does care about the betrayal of those he believed in. It felt as if a drowning person had been forsaken by the last piece of driftwood. Xiajicha pressed her palm against his, sensing the despondent and defeated emotions radiating from him. She tightened her grip slightly and asked, Do you still want a hug? Yes. Fu Ziyu lifted his head and slowly enveloped her in an embrace. Bending down to bury his face in the crook of her neck, his shoulders were broad, and Xiajicha's hand rested on his back, gently caressing him twice. In the distance, the sounds of fireworks and laughter echoed. While nearby, the wind rustled the grass, creating a soft crackling sound. She leaned closer to Fu Ziyu's ear, her voice tender yet resolute. I will always stand by you. Chapter 69. In just 2 days. It will be 3 months. The night fell into a momentary tranquility. Xiajicha could feel the body pressed against her stiffen for an instant, before his breathing grew heavier. Baby. A muffled voice emanated from her neck. As Fu Ziyu's cool black hair brushed against her skin, Xiajicha responded softly, May I kiss you? His voice was hoarse, low, and imbued with a hint of mirth, yet laced with a subtle plea. Just a kiss. Xiajicha's heart softened, inexplicably aching with tenderness. She replied with a gentle and as she sensed Fu Ziyu lean closer, she obediently closed her eyes, anticipating a tempestuous kiss. She was instead met with a surprisingly tender and precious touch. As if he were cherishing an exquisite jewel from the riverbank, a sudden chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. Moments later, a brilliant firework streaked across the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of colors that cascaded like a sea of fireworks. It seemed to signal midnight, with voices ringing out in unison wishing a happy new year. A new year had begun, ushering in fresh beginnings, a reminder for everyone to look forward after some time. Fu Ziyu pressed his lips gently against Xiajicha's once more, a smile gracing his lips. Baby, happy new year. The fireworks illuminated the young girl's flushed cheeks and glistening lips as she turned her head. Happy New Year. At that moment, her phone's notification tone rang out, jarringly interrupting the moment. It was Xiajicha's phone. She lowered her gaze, slowly retrieving it. The screen displayed a video call request from Jiang Lili. Glancing at Fu Ziyu beside her, she angled the camera away from him and accepted the call. The image sprang to life, revealing Jiang Lili amidst a throng of people in the square. The large screen behind her flashing Happy New Year, amidst a cacophony of celebratory sounds. She smiled and asked Xiajicha, Are you outside? Xiajicha replied, Yes, I'm by the river watching the fireworks. We just wrapped up a countdown event over here in the square. I'm getting ready to head back now, Jiang Lili remarked, her gaze assessing Xiajicha's surroundings before casually inquiring, Are you alone? Who's that beside you? No one. Xiajicha felt a slight twitch in her eyelid as she sat with her family. Is that true? Jiang Lili blinked and added, Then let me meet your uncle and aunt, shall I? I just want to say hello. No need, Xiajicha whispered, casting a furtive glance at Fu Ziyu beside her. Feeling somewhat guilty. Oh no, that would be quite rude. Jiang Lili, who usually did not concern herself with such matters, seemed particularly insistent today for some unknown reason. Xiajicha fell silent, initially seeking other excuses. When she suddenly noticed Jiang Lili adjusting her expression, now wearing a serious demeanor, the person next to you, it wouldn't be Fu Ziyu, would it? Xiajicha's heart skipped a beat. Momentarily stunned observing Xia Jicha's astonishment, Jiang Lili exclaimed, "Really? Don't tell me the guy who has been enticing you recently, the blonde guy, is Fu Xiaoyu. How did you guess that, Jiang Lili?" Xia Jicha, still bewildered, felt Fu Xiaoyu reach out to take her phone. The screen was directed at his face, and he raised an eyebrow. "Blonde guy, are you referring to me?" Jiang Lili gasped again. And before she could speak further, Fu Xiaoyu hung up the video call. He handed the phone back to Xia Jicha, who bit her lip as she accepted it, hearing him chuckle lazily. "So in your friend's circle, my codename is Blonde Guy," Xia Jicha, lacking confidence, explained. "She didn't know it was you before." Fu Xiaoyu responded nonchalantly with an It sounded somewhat resentful. Xia Jicha lowered her gaze. Noticing that Jiang Lili had already flooded the chat with messages, "Jiang Lili, I sensed something was off when I saw your moments. I can't believe it's true." Jiang Lili, so the mysterious girlfriend Fu Xiaoyu has been rumored to be with is actually you? Jiang Lili, oh wow, I just remembered the voice in the last video call I made to you. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Moments. Xia Jicha paused her fingers. She hadn't posted anything today. A thought crossed her mind, and she clicked into Fu Xiaoyu's moments. Sure enough, 30 minutes earlier he had updated a post. It was a photo taken by the riverside, captioned, "This new year." Jiang Lili, I saw the license plate in the frame. It's from Yun City. Jiang Lili, why would such a prominent figure from Beijing choose to go to Yun City during the new year? Jiang Lili, moreover. Jiang Lili, that's definitely Chang Mingsui's silhouette beside him. I recognized it. Image. Xia Jicha watched as messages continued to pop up, feeling somewhat flustered and unsure of what to say. She feared Jiang Lili would be upset, blaming her for not sharing anything. However, the next moment, Jiang Lili sent another message. Jiang Lili, no way, if Fu Xiaoyu is coming to Yun City to visit you, I must come too. Jiang Lili, the more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. How did you end up with Fu Xiaoyu? No way, he has too many dark secrets. I must come to investigate. Let me meet him. Jiang Lili, not acceptable. JPG. What's wrong? Oh, Fu Xiaoyu noticed Xia Jicha's expression was somewhat off and turned to look at the screen. Xia Jicha quickly averted her gaze, hesitating. Jiang Lili wants to come to Yun City to meet you. Let her come, Fu Xiaoyu replied casually, chuckling lightly. Isn't that great? Yet Xia Jicha suddenly fell silent. No, that's not it. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. She discovered our relationship. Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. However, the weight of the thought pressing on her heart made Xia Jicha hesitant to meet Fu Xiaoyu's carefree gaze. Conflicting emotions intertwined, and she felt her voice grow increasingly strained, but ultimately she managed to utter, "But in just 2 days, it will be 3 months, Chapter 70. She truly likes him a lot in just 2 days. Their relationship would come to an end. After uttering those words, Xia Jicha felt as if a significant portion of her energy had been drained. She even found one hand pressing against the ground. Wishing to flee, the wind brushed against her cheeks, leaving a chill, yet she still dared not lift her gaze, afraid to see Fu Xiaoyu's expression. Each second felt like an agony, as if awaiting a final judgment. After she finished speaking, Fu Xiaoyu also fell silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, Xia Jicha unexpectedly heard him chuckle softly. So all this time, you've been worried about this? His tone was indifferent. Revealing no hint of anger or joy, Xia Jicha's heart sank even lower, and as she opened her mouth to say something, she suddenly felt her chin being lifted. She locked eyes with Fu Xiaoyu's dark, profound gaze. His eyes held a depth, a half-smile that sent a shiver down Xia Jicha's spine. In the next moment, Fu Xiaoyu smirked, leaning down to bite her lip in a teasing manner. It was neither too gentle nor too harsh, yet Xia Jicha couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of pain. Do you understand now? Fu Xiaoyu released her, lowering his gaze. His voice languid as he asked. Xia Jicha appeared somewhat dazed, her previously suppressed and complex feelings suddenly disrupted, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. Her breath hitched, leaving her speechless. What did he mean? A vague thought began to rise within her, yet she dared not speculate, slowly blinking her eyes. Fu Xiaoyu's fingers pinched her chin, gently shaking it, his tone deliberate. I've changed my mind, baby. If he had never intended for their relationship to last only 3 months. He simply hadn't anticipated that this girl would remember their arrangement so clearly. It was always others trying to hold on to him. He had never been one to retain anyone. A hint of irritation swirled within him for a moment before he leaned down again, playfully nibbling at Xia Jicha's flushed ear. The pressure was lighter than before, and his voice carried a trace of coaxing patience as he murmured, "How about we disregard that?" When Fu Xiaoyu coaxed, his deep voice seemed to possess a magical allure, leaving one slightly dizzy. Xia Jicha felt warmth flooding her face, her heart racing uncontrollably, instinctively retreating, struggling to believe. At Fu Xiaoyu noticed the young girl's tension and desire to escape, effortlessly pulling her back, gripping her wrist while leaning closer, his deep peach blossom eyes curving slightly. I can't bear to. As the night deepened, his eyes seemed shrouded in a layer of dreamy mist, his smile alluringly captivating. I think I'm becoming addicted to you, baby. Xia Jicha's gaze flickered, her eyes lowering slightly. It should have been a result that made her leap with joy, yet inexplicably, upon hearing his somewhat ambiguous confession, her heart felt a subtle heaviness. What was he truly reluctant to part with? Was it her, or the intimacy they shared, treating her as a solace? Xiajicha longed for a definitive answer, yet she hesitated. She feared that asking might lead to a response that would bring her sorrow. Xiajicha sensed that Fu Xiaoyu might indeed have feelings for her, however, she remained uncertain about the depth of those feelings. A person like Fu Xiaoyu, accustomed to a carefree and indulgent lifestyle, was shrouded in an impenetrable heart, seemingly having liked many yet never pausing for anyone. How long would his infatuation with her endure? Uneasy thoughts were abruptly shattered when his lips descended for another kiss. What are you daydreaming about? Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, gazing at her with a mischievous grin that hinted at wildness. Not willing, Xiajicha met his playful eyes, remaining silent for a while before quietly snuggling into his embrace. Burying her face in his neck, I am willing, she heard herself say. His warm breath enveloped her own, creating a cocoon of comfort. Regardless of the circumstances, Fu Xiaoyu had always held a unique significance in her life. Xiajicha mused his presence brought her joy, and thus she wished to bring him even more happiness. She truly liked him a lot. That night, the Chang Chunyu couple warmly invited Fu Xiaoyu to stay at their home. However, given the limited space, accommodating an additional person would be challenging, so Fu Xiaoyu opted to book a hotel for the night. After the New Year celebrations, returning home was already quite late. Xiajicha finished her evening routine and lay in bed, the clock striking 3 in the morning. At that moment, Zhang Lili sent her a screenshot of a train ticket. Zhang Lili successfully snagged a late-night deal. Zhang Lili, proud.jpg, the image displayed a high-speed train arriving in Yun City early the next morning. Zhang Lili's hometown was not far from Xiajicha, and the train journey took only 4 hours. Xiajicha hadn't anticipated such efficiency, and after considering that her family likely had no plans for the day, she replied, I'll come pick you up then. Zhang Lili, great. Zhang Lili, make sure to bring Fu Xiaoyu along. Zhang Lili, I want to see what kind of charm he possesses to make our Gigi so infatuated. Xiajicha sought Fu Xiaoyu's opinion that he hadn't gone to bed yet and quickly replied. Okay. On the first morning of the new year, it felt as though all the festivities had come to a close, and the entire Yun City lay in silence. Having slept late, the family woke up rather late as well. Xiajicha set an alarm and was groggily awakened by the sound, only to find a message from Fu Xiaoyu on her phone. Boyfriend, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Sent 3 minutes ago. Xiajicha squinted at the message, feeling more awake and quickly replying, I'll be right down, before getting out of bed to wash up. When she hurriedly made her way downstairs, she spotted Fu Xiaoyu's car parked outside the entrance. She opened the door and slid into the seat, finding him lazily resting one hand on the steering wheel. Smiling at her, Xiajicha suddenly realized that he was wearing the black scarf she had gifted him. Coincidentally, she too had donned the scarf given to her by Fu Xi today. Her down jacket was blue, which, when paired with his all-black ensemble, created an almost couple-like aesthetic. Fu Xi's enchanting peach blossom eyes were undeniably captivating, causing Xiajicha to shyly avert her gaze as she touched her neck, softly inquiring, Did you sleep well last night? This was a small city in Yun City, lacking upscale hotels. The one outside the community was merely a budget chain. Remembering Fu Xi's haughty demeanor, she felt a twinge of concern. It's somewhat average, Fu Xi replied, tilting his chin slightly as he focused on the road. Starting the car, the house he formerly owned here had not been sold, and he had arranged for it to be cleaned overnight. They should be able to stay there today. Xiajicha nodded, recalling the message Zhang Lili had sent her the day before, filled with dissatisfaction towards Fu Xi. Expressing concern, Zhang Lili is coming over soon. She might treat me poorly. Fu Xi responded leisurely, his gaze still fixed on driving, his tone languid. It's just family assessing, I understand. The car came to a halt in the parking lot outside the high-speed rail station, and the license plate from the capital stood out conspicuously among the local plates. Zhang Lili had just emerged with her suitcase when she spotted Xiajicha waving at her from beside the car and immediately rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Gigi, Happy New Year. Did you miss me? Xiajicha found herself tightly hugged and managed to reply with some difficulty, I did. Dissatisfied, Zhang Lili released her, scrutinizing her before playfully tugging at her scarf. Your outfit is adorable, especially this fluffy scarf. It really makes you look fair. Only after finishing her compliment did she seem to remember someone else was present. Glancing towards the car, the passenger door was open, allowing her to clearly see Fu Xi in the driver's seat, prompting her to adopt a mockingly polite expression. Happy New Year to you too, young Master Fu. It's been a while. The evident disparity in her treatment did not seem to irk Fu Xi. Instead, he raised an eyebrow in amusement. It has been a while that you're wearing a scarf too, young Master Fu, Zhang Lili remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What a coincidence. It looks just like the one Gigi knitted herself. It is indeed quite the coincidence, Fu Xi replied, a relaxed smile gracing his features as he leaned back casually. The scarf you just praised is one I knitted myself. Zhang Lili was momentarily speechless. Blinking in disbelief, she quickly shut the car door and leaned closer to Xiajicha, her voice low. He can knit scarves. Xiajicha nodded. Zhang Lili, incredulous, pressed further, he really knitted it himself, not just bought it? Xiajicha smiled helplessly and nodded again, attempting to help her with the suitcase, only to be halted by Zhang Lili, who earnestly asked, How long have you two been dating? 3 months, Zhang Lili gasped sharply. As they prepared to get in the car, she insisted on sitting in the back seat next to Sajicha. With noon approaching, they decided to have lunch first. On the way, Jiang Lily seemed to regain her composure but was hesitant to ask directly in front of Fu Si. So she began bombarding Sajicha with messages. Jiang Lily, so when we ran into Fu Si at the bar last time, you were already together? Sajicha, hesitant to disclose that it was indeed the day they got together. Nodded ambiguously. Jiang Lily, did you confess? Sajicha, he brought it up first. Jiang Lily, ? Jiang Lily looked at her in shock. Jiang Lily, did he mention a timeline for your relationship? Sajicha replied truthfully, he said 3 months initially, but then he said it didn't matter anymore. Jiang Lily gazed at her in disbelief. Jiang Lily, wow. In response to Sajicha's puzzled expression, Jiang Lily took a deep breath and typed furiously. Jiang Lily, I get it now, it's not that Fu Si has you wrapped around his finger, but rather your charm has ensnared him completely. Initially she had worried that someone like Fu Si might bully Sajicha in a relationship. Knowing Sajicha's kind-hearted nature, how she would go all out for someone she liked, she feared that once smitten by someone as callous as Fu Si, she would only end up hurt. Jiang Lily had even prepared herself to intervene if Fu Si treated Sajicha poorly, wanting to prevent her from becoming infatuated, yet, within such a short time, her perceptions had been utterly challenged. She recalled the online forum discussions about how Fu Si doted on his mysterious girlfriend. If that girlfriend was indeed Sajicha, it seemed that the reality was starkly different from her initial assumptions. Feeling a sense of frustration akin to having skills without an outlet, Jiang Lily glanced up and inadvertently caught Fu Si's gaze in the rearview mirror, as if he were attentively observing the young lady beside her. After a moment of silence, she provocatively glanced back at him, then dramatically leaned against Sajicha. Gigi, let me lean on you for a bit, I'm so tired from the ride on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The streets appeared desolate, with only a few shops still open. Sajicha chose a restaurant based on her recollection. Upon entering, it seemed the owner had not anticipated customers so early and led them to a cleaned private room. The room was spacious, with a round table that could comfortably seat 7 or 8. Jiang Lily insisted Fu Si sit down first before pulling Sajicha to sit opposite him. As they were the only patrons. The service was prompt. While dining, Jiang Lily engaged Sajicha in light conversation, occasionally posing questions to Fu Si. The atmosphere remained harmonious, devoid of awkwardness. Midway through their meal, Jiang Lily felt thirsty and decided to step out for a drink. She casually asked Sajicha, do you want anything? Sajicha replied, no, I'll just have plain water. Jiang Lily nodded, alright then. As she exited, she left the door ajar, leaving Sajicha and Fu Si alone in the room. They could hear Jiang Lily calling for the waiter outside. After a while, Sajicha noticed Fu Si standing up as well, curious to know, are you going too? Just as her words fell, she watched him stride over and take a seat beside her. With his long, slender fingers, he leisurely helped her remove her scarf. What's wrong? Sajicha allowed him to continue, her eyelashes fluttering in confusion. In the next moment, she felt his arm encircle her waist. Pulling her closer, his chin resting in the crook of her neck, his voice smooth and deep, baby, let me lean on you too, are you uncomfortable? Sajicha assumed he was unwell, shifting slightly with a hint of concern in her tone. Is it because you haven't rested well these past few days? Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted her inquiry. She turned to see Jiang Lily standing in the doorway, stunned, her drink rolling on the floor. Her eyes wide in shock as she beheld the scene in the private room. The air seemed to thicken with silence at that moment. Sajicha felt her cheeks heat up, wanting to alert Fu Si. But he merely tightened his hold around her. Fu Si displayed no signs of embarrassment at being caught. Instead, he casually nuzzled against Sajicha's neck, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at Jiang Lily. In an instant, Jiang Lily felt an eerie familiarity with the scene before her. The memory of the earlier moment in the car flashed in her mind, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wait, is he feeling jealous? Can he actually get jealous about this? Jiang Lily suddenly recalled her purpose for coming over, to prevent Sajicha from becoming infatuated. Now it seemed that infatuation might belong to someone else entirely. Chapter 72. The letter sent to him winter in Yun City was rather unremarkable. After lunch, Jiang Lily checked for nearby attractions but ultimately chose to abandon her search, opting instead to stroll around the nearby streets. Remembering her earlier grievance, she linked arms with Sajicha, walking ahead while deliberately ignoring Fu Si. He, however, appeared unbothered, trailing leisurely behind them. As afternoon approached, more shops began to open along the streets, with several grocery stores broadcasting clearance sales. Jiang Lily showed interest in these and occasionally ducked into a store, emerging with a few trinkets in hand. Further ahead lay an intersection. Curious, Jiang Lily peered inside and asked, what's in there? It looks like a playground behind that iron gate. My high school. Sajicha replied, this is the back entrance, usually locked. Jiang Lily elongated her tone, nodding. Suddenly inspired, she suggested, are outsiders allowed in your school? Why don't you take me for a tour? Sajicha thought for a moment and replied, I believe it should be fine, let us go, let us give it a try. Jiang Lily immediately tightened her grip on Sajicha's arm. cheerfully urging her to lead the way. The school's main entrance was at the next intersection, with the iron gates firmly shut and a small side entrance barely ajar, bound by a loose chain. While a bald security guard dozed in the booth, Sajicha vaguely remembered the old man. He had been the gatekeeper during her high school days. She approached the window and softly called, "Excuse me, sir, may I enter the school for a visit?" The balding man, disturbed from his slumber, frowned in mild displeasure upon opening his eyes and seeing Sajicha. He yawned and replied, "I'm sorry, little girl, but outsiders are not permitted inside our school." Sajicha gasped in surprise, eager to plead her case further. "I'm an alumnus." Uncle Huang, however, before she could finish her sentence, the voices of Fu Xiai and Yu reached her from behind. He stepped forward, standing beside Sajicha, and looked at the old man with a casual smile. "Is it all right if we take a look inside?" The balding man, initially poised to refuse, suddenly brightened upon recognizing Fu Xiai. "Ah, Shafu Wo." Fu Xiai nodded with a grin. "Yes, you're back in Yin City." The old man's tone transformed into one of familiarity as he stood up to unlock the gate. While unlocking, his gaze lingered on Sajicha's face for a moment, and then he seemed to have an epiphany. "Oh, I didn't recognize you at first. You're the top student from their class." As he spoke, he swung the door open with a cheerful demeanor. "You may go in, but remember to exit through this gate." "Thank you, Uncle Huang," Fu Xiai said with a smile, effortlessly wrapping an arm around Sajicha as they entered the school grounds. He leaned down and asked with a grin, "So you were the top student all along?" Sajicha pursed her lips, shaking her head. "Not really, I just happened to be the one who performed best that year." Thus, everyone jokingly referred to her as the top student. "Hey, what do you mean by taking my Gigi away?" Fu Xiai. Zhang Lili, who had momentarily been caught off guard, snapped back to reality and noticed Fu Xiai leading Sajicha away, prompting her to rush after them. Once she caught up and linked arms with Sajicha, her mind finally caught up, and she turned to Fu Xiai. "Wait, are you from the same school as Gigi? I thought you were from the capital." Sajicha interjected to clarify. "He studied in our class for a year during his sophomore year." Zhang Lili was taken aback. "You two were classmates?" Suddenly recalling something, she glanced at Sajicha and then at Fu Xiai, her expression turning skeptical. "So when we met at the barbecue shop, why did you both act as if you didn't know each other?" Sajicha hesitated for a moment before replying, "I thought he wouldn't remember me. I nearly forgot." Fu Xiai added with a teasing tone as he recalled that moment. "No way," Zhang Lili exclaimed incredulously. "How could anyone forget Gigi's face?" Sajicha chose not to elaborate further and instead led her to the honor wall nearby. The first row displayed a photograph of high school Sajicha. Indeed, after glancing at it, Zhang Lili fell silent, nodding thoughtfully. She finally remembered how Sajicha had looked when she first entered school, blending into the background. In the photo, her appearance was even more disheveled. Her bangs nearly obscured her eyes, and her head was bowed. Even her smile seemed restrained. She shook Sajicha's shoulders in despair. "A pearl covered in dust, Gigi. If only you had known how to dress up sooner. Fu Xiai might have fallen head over heels for you back then, and we wouldn't be in this situation now." Dizzy from Zhang Lili's shaking, Sajicha could only chuckle helplessly. "That wouldn't have worked either." Fu Xiai laughed lightly, pulling her back with a tone that was both teasing and affectionate. "My little girl needs to focus on studying for Peking University. I can't disturb her." The carefree tone of a 17-year-old boy reached Sajicha's ears. And just as she was recovering from her dizziness, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. It felt as though those words transcended time, genuinely resonating with the 16-year-old Sajicha, who was still somewhat dowdy. The school wasn't very large, and after about half an hour of wandering, the group found themselves back at the entrance. Just as they were about to leave, the balding man called out to Fu Xiai, "Oh, wait a moment, Xiaofu." Fu Xiai halted, responding affirmatively, watching as the man walked into the security room and emerged with a stack of envelopes. "I just remembered, when you transferred out, I received a letter for you that was supposed to be sent to the capital. But it never reached you and was returned to the school. I can't recall who sent it, but it seems to be a girl's name." The old man clutched a considerable number of envelopes. At least several dozen, which he could barely hold in both arms, their dust-covered surfaces indicating their age. He set the envelopes on the table, causing a cloud of dust to rise in the air. "Would you like to take a look? There are many letters that have gone unclaimed over the years." Fu Xiai glanced at them with little interest, while Zhang Lili raised an eyebrow. "Oh, letters from girls? Are those your high school admirers? Perhaps let us see." Fu Xiai casually fiddled through the scattered papers, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Sajicha beside him. He suddenly noticed that her expression seemed off. "What's wrong?" Fu Xiai leaned closer, asking. "Nothing." Sajicha averted her gaze, her eyes flitting over the pile of envelopes, struggling to suppress the tremor in her voice. "Can I help you look?" That letter had been sent to Fu Xiai by her. It was her one brave moment during high school. "I've liked him for a long time." Fu Xiai raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "Are you feeling jealous?" Sajicha shook her head, steadying her gaze and softening her voice. "I am just curious." Fu Xiai stepped aside. "All right." Her delicate fingers brushed against the edges of each sheet, and Sajicha found her thoughts drifting. This was a story that unfolded after Fu Xiai left Yin City. His departure had caused quite a stir at school. It was said that several of his close friends had skipped class to send him off to the airport, even after the start of their senior year. Discussions of his whereabouts persisted, whispers circulated that he had returned to the capital to attend the most prestigious school, one that eclipsed anything Yin City had to offer, others claimed he went abroad for an exchange. Skiing beneath snow-capped mountains, exploring glaciers, bungee jumping, and skydiving, living a wild and free life. Some said he was preparing to take the entrance exam for Peking University, during those days when she was buried in her studies. Xia Jicha occasionally paid attention to these rumors, as they were the only way she could feel connected to him. One day, while organizing student records for a teacher, she stumbled upon Fu Xi's name again amidst the old papers. This stack contained student information collected during their sophomore year, and in the address section for Fu Xi, it listed not his residence in Yun City but an address in the capital. At that moment, a thought inexplicably emerged in her mind. Regardless of the circumstances, she wanted to seize this opportunity to be brave. Thus, she memorized the address recorded on the papers and carefully composed a letter to him. Deliberating over her words multiple times before sending it off, yet, perhaps she truly was timid. Despite planning to muster her courage, she failed to convey her feelings in the letter. Instead, she opted for ambiguous phrases. Tentatively inquiring if they could stay in touch. Eventually, that letter was sent, but after waiting for months without a response, Xia Jicha was left uncertain. Did Fu Xi ever receive it, or had he simply overlooked it? The undelivered letter became a point of rupture, extinguishing her flickering hopes. Now, it resurfaced before her. At the very beginning of all their stories, the envelope she had purchased was an ordinary yellow one. And when she located it among the myriad names and addresses, it felt as though electricity coursed through her fingertips. She turned her back to Fu Xi and swiftly concealed the letter in her sleeve. Fu Xi inquired, "Did you find it?" Xia Jicha shook her head. It was perhaps best that he remained unaware of her past infatuations. As winter nights fell early after dinner, the group stepped out of the restaurant. And the entire city had already succumbed to darkness. Jiang Lili was staying at Xia Jicha's place, and since her luggage was not yet packed, Fu Xi offered to escort them downstairs. As they were returning, Xia Jicha sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Lili stepped out to retrieve her suitcase from the trunk. Xia Jicha unfastened her seatbelt, preparing to announce her departure, when Fu Xi leaned over and planted a kiss on the corner of her mouth. A tip for the driver, he grinned, his smile lingering softly in the dim light of the car. Xia Jicha's cheeks flushed as she murmured a response. That evening, Jiang Lili received a warm welcome from Xia Jicha's family. Reminiscent of Fu Xi's earlier visit, Zhang Honying had even prepared the dumplings they made yesterday, and by the end, Jiang Lili was utterly stuffed. "Auntie, I really can't eat anymore, no snacks either, I came after having dinner." We ate together. Outside the room, Jiang Lili's pleas for mercy rang out, while Xia Jicha stood inside, quietly retrieving the letter from her sleeve, smoothing its creases before placing it into a small box in her wardrobe. It was now sealed away. Later that night, Xia Jicha and Jiang Lili squeezed into the same bed. Xia Jicha's bed was quite small, only 1 meter wide, and the two of them lay side by side. Shoulders touching, Jiang Lili sighed, rubbing her stomach. "Your parents are too hospitable. I'm definitely going to gain so much weight." Xia Jicha listened to her friend, a subtle smile forming on her face illuminated by the light of her phone. The bright screen displayed a message from Fu Xi, "Good night." When the screen dimmed, Jiang Lili glanced over. Xia Jicha anticipated that she would tease her as before, but instead, Jiang Lili looked away. Seemingly lost in thought for a moment, the room fell into darkness, and their gentle breaths echoed in the quiet. As Xia Jicha closed her eyes, ready to sleep, she suddenly heard Jiang Lili calling her name. Eyes eye to eye in the depths of darkness, Xia Jicha keenly sensed her hesitance, responding with a slight, puzzled hum. "Was that letter written by you?" The breath caught in Xia Jicha's throat abruptly. She took a moment to respond, only to hear Jiang Lili continue, "I saw you conceal the letter within your sleeve." Given Jiang Lili's understanding of Xia Jicha, she would never intrude upon someone else's belongings without cause. Even if it were a letter from another girl to Fu Xiu, her moral compass would prevent her from such selfish actions. The only plausible explanation was that the letter indeed belonged to her. Xia Jicha's silence once again affirmed Jiang Lili's conjecture. Sensing the sudden stiffness in her companion's body, Jiang Lili felt a slow, incredulous thought surge within her. After a prolonged pause, she cautiously inquired, "Have you liked Fu Xiu since that time?" Xia Jicha remained silent, just as Jiang Lili believed she would receive no answer. A faint whisper emerged from the darkness, "Yes. I've liked him for a long time." This marked the first time in many years that Xia Jicha had bared her heart to another. The emotions, long buried and hidden from light, suddenly exposed to another's gaze, felt disorienting, akin to a being accustomed to darkness suddenly encountering blinding light. Her confession bore a hint of strain. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Jiang Lili was flooded with numerous details she had previously overlooked. "No wonder," she sighed softly. Xia Jicha, unable to decipher the emotion behind Jiang Lili's exclamation, pressed her lips together. Perhaps she felt foolish for clinging to such a secret admiration for so many years. Fully aware that the object of her affection was a notorious philanderer incapable of genuine commitment, yet she had ardently pursued him nonetheless. But in the very next moment, she heard her companion's cheerful voice say, Gigi, you are so brave. Chapter 74. Are you willing to give me a title? Brave. Xiaojicha felt a slight shock. Could she truly be described as brave in this matter, if it were me? I couldn't be that resolute. Zhang Lili turned over, embracing Xiaojicha, and laughed. Who hasn't harbored a crush or two in high school? In the end, I've forgotten what he even looked like. For someone like you, unrequited love must be quite arduous. I in the darkness, only Zhang Lili's gentle voice could be heard, and despite all these years without contact, your unwavering commitment has finally borne fruit. It's what you deserve. Unrequited love is quite arduous, isn't it? Xiaojicha was taken aback. She had refrained from voicing her feelings precisely because she believed that such one-sided emotions were unworthy of empathy from others. Yet now someone had posed the question to her. It must be difficult. Xiaojicha lowered her eyelids. It is indeed quite challenging, fully aware that the path ahead is shrouded in darkness, a mere corner of dust. Yet still, I stubbornly seek out the faint stars shimmering in that darkness, struggling to bloom a small, unnoticed flower amidst the dust. She remained silent, returning Zhang Lili's embrace in silence. Zhang Lili draped the blanket over their heads, her voice taking on a slightly melancholic tone. Initially, I was against you being with Fu Xiaoyu, but now I feel there's no reason to stop it. I've always worried that someone with his notorious past might merely toy with your emotions. However, from the very beginning today, I was astonished. By the end of the day, Zhang Lili felt that the person before her was entirely different from the Fu Xiaoyu she had previously known. At times, she even found him rather appealing. Xiaojicha's voice was slightly stunned. Isn't that how he interacted with his previous girlfriend? Certainly not, Zhang Lili replied. From what Gao Yang has told me, he has never treated his ex-girlfriend with such kindness. He was always rather cold. Zhang Lili continued. Just think about it. So many people can't even last a month in a relationship. Often, they wouldn't even hold hands outside, let alone knit scarves or give gifts. The young master is quite precious. He wouldn't personally carry gifts for others. This was the first time Xiaojicha had learned from someone else what Fu Xiaoyu's past relationships had been like. It was entirely different from her chaotic and libertine imaginings. Xiaojicha found it hard to believe. Then why do so many people still want to date him? It's simply a matter of looks and money. Zhang Lili said dismissively. Fu Xiaoyu must know that those girls are drawn to him solely because of his status. Winning over such a catch is considered a badge of honor. If something were to transpire, it would be no loss, just like what people say online, telling others you had a good meal. At this point, she blinked and leaned closer to Xiaojicha, whispering, but I suppose you're the only one who's truly dined well. Xiaojicha recoiled from the ticklish sensation, her heart racing in shock. She found it hard to believe Fu Xiaoyu had genuinely claimed that was his first kiss. It seemed almost too good to be true. However, he was indeed quite adept at kissing. Zhang Lili had initially intended to tease Xiaojicha's cheeks but was taken aback by their warmth, instantly piquing her curiosity. So, what stage are you two at? Have you gone that far? How is it? Fu Xiaoyu seemed like the type who was quite skilled in bed, didn't he? Xiaojicha hastily covered Zhang Lili's mouth as her words grew increasingly risky, closing her eyes and speaking slowly. Not yet, but he does seem quite skilled. Just kissing can leave me somewhat breathless. Additionally, I have inadvertently felt a bit of his. Xiaojicha burrowed deeper into the blanket. No longer teasing the shy girl, Zhang Lili quickly shifted the topic. Speaking of which, do you know when I first thought that you two seemed quite good together? Xiaojicha pondered for a moment. Was it during dinner? No, Zhang Lili replied, her tone growing serious. It was when we were strolling around the school. I was tying my shoelaces, lagging behind, and called your name. Fu Xiaoyu turned around before you did. In that instant, I unexpectedly let go of my prejudice and felt that they seemed rather well matched. Xiaojicha couldn't fathom why, but she suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Amidst her embarrassment, her heart seemed to unknowingly flutter with anticipation, as if she had caught a fleeting echo of her own bewildering infatuation. It appeared that Fu Xiaoyu might genuinely harbor a slight affection for her. Zhang Lili spent 2 days here before bidding farewell to Xiaojicha. Fu Xiaoyu remained in Yunchang, accompanying her until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, after which they returned to Jingcheng together. As the holiday came to an end, Beijing University commenced classes in mid-March, and during this interim, Xiaojicha continued residing at Fu Xiaoyu's home while working. Fu Xiaoyu seemed to have grown accustomed to visiting her frequently. Sometimes, upon her return home, she would find him preparing a lavish meal awaiting her arrival. The rebellious young master donned a noticeably small apron, exuding an unexpected domestic charm. In fact, there were moments when Xiaojicha felt as if they had already settled into the rhythm of an old married couple. Yet, when he was mischievous, he could be quite wicked, greedy for more. He often used these moments to demand her affection, teasingly flashing a casual smile that made her weak in the knees, leaving her utterly defenseless against his advances, which she would continue unabated. Even so, they had yet to take that final step. On several occasions, Xiaojicha thought Fu Xiaoyu might not be able to hold back. She had even braced herself to reciprocate, only to witness him merely groan in frustration, before rising to ruffle her hair and retreating to the bathroom to compose himself. In mid-March, the return day for Beijing University arrived. The dormitories finally reopened, and Xia Jicha began the process of moving her belongings back. She planned to do it over several days. On the first day, she took a portion of her clothes. It wasn't until she rummaged through her bag that she realized she had left her identification card at Fu Xiaoyu's home. As she would need it for something later, she deliberated for a moment before informing Fu Xiaoyu he was at home and quickly replied to her message. Boyfriend, do you want me to bring it over? Xia Jicha, is it convenient for you? Boyfriend, of course, it's convenient. Boyfriend, but are you sure it's not that you don't want to reveal our relationship, is it? Boyfriend, have you finally come to your senses and are willing to give me a title? Upon seeing the teasing yet subtly aggrieved tone from the other side, Xia Jicha bit her lip, suppressing an involuntary smile, as if she had made a decision. Xia Jicha, yes. Boyfriend, I'll be there shortly. In less than 10 minutes. Her phone lit up once more with a message from Fu Xiaoyu. Boyfriend, I'm downstairs at the dormitory. At the same time, she heard faint gasps of surprise from below. She rushed to the balcony and looked down. The leaves outside were layered, allowing her to catch a glimpse of a vague figure below. Beijing University permitted motorcycles. And Fu Xiaoyu leaned against his bike, tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a straight waist, exuding an air of wild coolness. Unperturbed by the bustling crowd around him, he was engrossed in his phone. Passers-by occasionally glanced over, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Xia Jicha texted back, I'll be right down, and turned to descend the stairs. Her dormitory was on a low floor, so she opted for the stairs. At this hour, the stairwell was mostly empty, as most students preferred the elevator while hauling their luggage. Just as her foot descended 2 steps, Xia Jicha suddenly heard several footsteps from above, accompanied by a few female voices that dripped with sarcasm. Is Fu Xiaoyu's girlfriend in our building? We must see who that ugly duckling is. In the forum, discussions were rampant, with numerous onlookers. It was conceivable that someone had replaced the previous individual, discarding the ugly duckling, which emboldened them to flaunt their newfound confidence. Laughter echoing in the air. A few of the voices were somewhat familiar to Xia Jicha, and it seemed they harbored considerable malice towards her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the sound of footsteps approached from above. Xia Jicha turned around and locked eyes with Tong Tong, who was at the forefront. Chapter 75. After all, your boyfriend is quite clingy. Xia Jicha suddenly recalled that the voices belonged to 2 of Tong Tong's friends who had surrounded her during the New Year's Eve party rehearsal. From that moment on, they had been speculating about her with ill intent. Now, it appeared that due to the rumors circulating in the forum regarding Fu Qiyu, their hostility towards her, a stranger, had only intensified. Upon seeing Xia Jicha, Tong Tong momentarily froze, her expression turning somewhat sour. Given the previous grievances from the party, Xia Jicha found it difficult to maintain a cordial demeanor. Swiftly averting her gaze and descending the stairs, the 2 friends of Tong Tong also spotted Xia Jicha, falling silent for a moment before lowering their voices, yet there was an unmistakable intent to be heard. Why her? Such bad luck. What are they pretending for? After exchanging a few words, and seeing no reaction from Xia Jicha, the pair deemed their conversation dull and resumed chatting with Tong Tong. Tong Tong, do you want to see what Fu Qiyu's girlfriend looks like? Let's take a look. Tong Tong's tone was slightly curt. She merely made a passing comment but did not deter the 2 from continuing their discussion in her ear. Perhaps we should keep our comments to a minimum, otherwise, we might end up being the ones bullied. As their voices echoed in the corridor, Xia Jicha had already reached the staircase, catching sight of Fu Qiyu waiting outside. The early spring campus had taken on a hint of vibrant greenery, and he stood out in stark contrast, clad in black before his motorcycle, radiating an audacious charm. As he played with his phone, seemingly attuned to her presence, he looked up, met her gaze, and flashed a carefree smile as he approached. In that instant, Xia Jicha felt every passing gaze settle upon her, including the footsteps that had halted behind her. Unaccustomed to being the center of attention, she made an effort to suppress her discomfort and stepped towards Fu Qiyu. As she approached, he raised an eyebrow and extended his hand. Xia Jicha obediently placed her ID card in his palm. Fu Qiyu handed her the items without any intention of leaving, instead inquiring, "What are you up to later?" "I have some errands to run at the administrative building," Xia Jicha replied candidly. Fu Qiyu nodded and asked, "Shall I accompany you?" Xia Jicha glanced at the flashy, expensive-looking motorcycle behind him and hesitated momentarily before saying, "I'll go grab my things first." "All right." Fu Qiyu tousled her hair gently, his expression softening. "Go ahead." Xia Jicha ascended the stairs once more, clutching her ID. As she passed by Tong Tong and her friends, she glanced up to see their expressions, a mix of panic and discomfort. She chose to ignore them and continued up the steps. By the time Xia Jicha returned with her materials, Tong Tong had already vanished. Fu Qiyu helped her stow her belongings and produced a helmet from the side. Placing it on her head, it was a light blue adorned with 2 small cat ears, clearly a thoughtful gift just for her. With her petite frame, the helmet did not appear particularly cool, yet her doe-like eyes remained fixed on Fu Qiyu. Fu Qiyu tapped the motorcycle, urging, "Hop on." It was Xia Jicha's first experience with such a vehicle. Her previous encounters had only been with bicycles. She settled onto the seat, her front nearly pressed against Fu Qiyu's back. Hold on to my waist, he instructed. Xiajicha complied with a soft okay, wrapping her arms around him. By mid-March, the temperature had already warmed, and Fu Qiyu's outfit was not thick through the fabric of her jacket. She could feel the strength of his waist. Cautiously she embraced him, her body not quite flush against his, until she heard Fu Qiyu's somewhat exasperated voice, tighten your grip, otherwise, you'll fall. Only then did Xiajicha tighten her hold. The campus had speed limits, so Fu Qiyu did not drive too fast, and the early spring breeze danced around her neck, invigorating her spirit. Want to try going faster? He teased. Suddenly, Xiajicha jumped. Her previously relaxed arms instinctively tightening around him, accentuating his narrow waist. Fu Qiyu seemed to emit a soft grunt, then added with a chuckle, I didn't tease now, your boyfriend abides by the law. We can go for a ride outside school later. He paused, then lazily added, but you can hold tighter, your boyfriend's waist is quite sturdy, just keep your hands from wandering down. Realizing he was teasing her again, Xiajicha puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, relaxing her body. Once they reached the administrative building, Fu Qiyu helped her remove the helmet but left his on, lowering his head to ask, what time is roll call later? At Jing University, there was a roll call every return day to ascertain the number of students back, with different time slots for each grade. Xiajicha adjusted her canvas bag and replied, 6 o'clock, then I'll pick you up after it's done. At the teaching building, Xiajicha blinked, looking up at Fu Qiyu in confusion. What? With only his eyes visible beneath the helmet, which sparkled with mischief. He asked, so, are you coming back to my place tonight? Xiajicha lowered her gaze, biting her lip. I've already made my bed in the dorm. It wasn't that she couldn't return, it was just that Fu Qiyu's gaze was too overt. And she knew that if she went back with him, she would undoubtedly be teased again. Remembering those moments, her legs felt weak. As she gazed down, lost in her thoughts, her cheek was playfully pinched. Alright then, Fu Qiyu, sensing her hesitation, chuckled softly, I truly cannot help myself when I'm with you. How about every weekend, you come stay for 2 days? Fu Qiyu leaned closer, not allowing Xiajicha to look down. His tone suggesting a negotiation. Compared to earlier, this proposal seemed more acceptable. Xiajicha blushed, nodding slightly. Just don't bully me every time, get used to it, darling. The sight of the young girl blushing as she spoke was undeniably soft and obedient. Stirring something within Fu Qiyu. He grinned and affectionately embraced her, feeling her delicate waist in his arms, his eyes crinkling with delight. After all, your boyfriend is quite clingy. Chapter 76. Come claim my title. Simultaneously, the school forum was ablaze with excitement. Mom, the CPI ship is real. Wow, Fu Qiyu's mysterious girlfriend is actually Xiajicha. The perfect couple has emerged. I'm about to die from shipping this. The wild and rebellious young master and the low-key, gentle academic sister, what a contrast in both physique and personality. I'm here too. Wow, Fu Xiao looks so cool riding a motorcycle, then getting off to gently put a helmet on his girlfriend. That move, as if he is afraid she is uncomfortable, utterly precious, and he specifically prepared a blue cat helmet. So cute. Fu Qiyu, can I steal your girlfriend? Wake up everyone, Fu Xiao is already on the warpath. Passing by the administrative building, you all missed it. They hugged later. Fu Xiao held the little girl as if he wanted to devour her whole. Moreover, Fu Xiao has been carrying that little dog keychain around recently. Turns out it matches his girlfriend's. Frenzy, can you all just show me already? The fervent discussions escalated, continuing into the evening. In the dormitory, Jiang Lili was reading while laughing uncontrollably. It's only been half a day. And there are already several threads about you two with hundreds of replies, all shipping hard. Maybe this group will start a CP fan club, and I could even become the president. Wait, why are people already writing fanfiction? What are these titles? Domineering tycoon captivates sweet soft academic. I'm going to die laughing. Let me see the beginning. Today is Xiajicha. Hearing Jiang Lili about to read aloud, Xiajicha buried her face in her pillow. Her voice soft and bashful, lacking any authority. Please stop. Although she anticipated that going public with Fu Qiyu would spark considerable discussion, she did not expect it to be so fervent and... Wait, Jiang Lili's voice suddenly turned inquisitive. Why was it just deleted when I clicked on it? Xiajicha let out a breath of relief. Jiang Lili continued to mumble to herself while scrolling through the forum. Her fragmented words abruptly halting, she suddenly sprang from her chair, exclaiming, oh my god. Her voice, even more astonished than before, compelled Xiajicha to lift her head and peek at her. Jiang Lili stood in the middle of the dorm, staring at the screen in shock for a moment, before sprinting to Xiajicha's bed and extending her arm, presenting the screen. Fu Qiyu posted for the first time. Xiajicha blinked, instinctively lowering her gaze to the screen. On the forum's homepage, the latest post did not follow the usual format. The title was brazenly highlighted in red, consisting of only one sentence: don't go overboard. She has a thin skin and doesn't like it. The poster's default avatar and username were standard, yet the audacious flair of the message made it unmistakable who the author was. The accompanying image in the post depicts two individuals side by side, their backs turned, captured in a long-ago moment. It seems as if they have finally found an opportunity to assert their claim. Is that the esteemed Fu himself making an appearance? Goodness, how fiercely protective he is of his partner. The tone is excessively indulgent. Oh my, despite the multitude of negative posts and rumors in the past, Fu has never paid them any heed. Is this a desperate attempt to safeguard his wife, leading him to register a new account overnight? This photograph seems vaguely familiar. I believe I have seen it on the forum before. But why can I not find it now? I am the one who took this photograph. It was during last year's National Day. I posted it once, but it got deleted. Could it really have been Fu who orchestrated that? So the girl in this photo is Xia Jicha. Upon seeing it, Fu immediately had it removed, yet he saved the image for himself? Wasn't Fu's public announcement supposed to be in November? Could it be that he had already taken notice of that young lady back then? Fu Ci pursuing someone, does he actually pursue others, and secretly collect photos of himself with the young lady? Xia Jicha had never seen this photograph, yet from the content of these replies, she seemed to piece together some clues. Her gaze flickered slightly as she returned her phone to Jiang Lily and sent a message to Fu Ci. Xia Jicha, have you been paying attention to me since that time? Fu Ci responded to her promptly, not even inquiring about the timing, as if he had anticipated her question. Boyfriend, indeed. It has been a long-planned endeavor, my dear. There was no attempt to conceal his admission. His composure and candor momentarily left Xia Jicha speechless. At that time, she had been under the impression that his feelings towards her were akin to those he held for an ordinary friend. Reflecting now, she realized that perhaps from that moment onward, he had harbored a certain uniqueness in his regard for her. It turned out that his gaze had settled upon her far earlier than she had imagined. Her heart fluttered incessantly, and Xia Jicha paused, choosing not to respond to his message. Instead, she opened the forum, saved the photograph, and switched back to WeChat. It had been quite some time since she last posted on her Moments, and the process felt somewhat foreign. Moments later, her homepage bore a new entry, prominently pinned. It was the saved image. It is him. The first to like and comment was Fu Ci. Come to claim my title. Chapter 77. If it feels good, then indulge a bit more. Xia Jicha had few friends on her list, devoid of any unsavory characters. After a brief moment of silence, her friends seemed to finally grasp the situation, and the comments section buzzed with activity. In the dormitory, Jiang Lily was the first to notice, casting a glance at Xia Jicha with a sense of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child come of age, and quickly typed a comment. Jiang Lily, even our formidable master Fu has a day when he seeks recognition. Haha, Jiang Lily, Gigi, you did splendidly. Gao Yuyang, I can't believe I didn't notice this earlier. Congratulations. Jiang Lily replied to Gao Yuyang, I suppose we can consider ourselves matchmakers now. Rose, Lin Yushan from the management class 3, you two are so sweet. Chen Jia from the calligraphy club, I just stumbled upon this on the forum. Wishing you 99, receiving blessings from others invariably brings joy. Xia Jicha perused the comments for a while, her lips curving into a faint smile before she exited her Moments. She enjoyed a restful night. The following day, Xia Jicha was set to return to Fu Ci's residence. Although they had agreed that she would stay over the weekend, she still needed to retrieve some items for her classes from the dormitory. She opted for a larger canvas bag and, as she descended the stairs, unexpectedly encountered Tong Tong, who was standing at the entrance of the dormitory. Unlike the fully made-up appearance from the previous day, which exuded a sense of pride surrounded by two companions, today she bore a stark contrast. With no makeup and clad in a plush nightgown, her eyes were puffy, as if she had cried heavily the night before. Standing alone in solitude, seemingly waiting for someone, Xia Jicha initially intended to ignore her, yet upon catching sight of her, Tong Tong's gaze fixated on her with an intensity. Xia Jicha, her voice was slightly hoarse as she called out to her from the doorway. Xia Jicha paused, facing her directly. Stripped of her elaborate makeup, Tong Tong appeared beautiful even in her natural state. Though lacking some of her usual aggression, she pressed her lips together, hesitating before finally speaking. I apologize. I also extend apologies on behalf of my two friends. Their words were too harsh, and I am sorry. Prideful by nature, Tong Tong rarely offered apologies, and after uttering those words, her complexion paled further. Xia Jicha displayed a flicker of surprise at the apology but quickly regained her composure. Her expression was gentle, devoid of anger or any hint of triumph. Tong Tong avoided her gaze, her hands clenched. Awaiting a response, after some time, Xia Jicha smiled faintly. I accept the apology, but it does not mean that it is inconsequential, though the events did not inflict any substantial harm upon her. A wrong remains a wrong. The hurtful words of Tong Tong's friends were a result of her own inaction and acquiescence. Furthermore, Xia Jicha sensed a lack of sincerity in Tong Tong's tone. This apology did not stem from genuine remorse. One could surmise that part of the motivation was Fu Ci. Tong Tong harbored feelings for Fu Ci but dared not provoke him. Xia Jicha lowered her gaze, choosing not to delve into the unease reflected in Tong Tong's eyes, and softly stated, I will not inform Fu Ci. With that, she felt no further emotion and turned to leave. There were no formal classes that day, with a full day free. Upon returning to Fu Ci's home, Xia Jicha found the house enveloped in silence. The door to the master bedroom was slightly ajar, shrouded in darkness. Approaching noon, Xia Jicha packed her belongings, glanced at the time, and then toward the door. Still, there was no sound. Skipping meals is detrimental to one's health. After contemplating for a moment, she approached the door and knocked softly. The crisp sound echoed within the room, and a vague figure stirred beneath the covers. Ayu Sajicha tiptoed quietly, settling at the edge of the bed, and inquired what he wished to eat for lunch. The person beneath the covers shifted slightly, emitting a muffled sound. Suddenly Sajicha felt a firm grip on her wrist. Fu Xi's slender yet defined hand emerged from beneath the blanket, pulling her toward him with a hint of force. Sajicha was caught off guard, her body toppling backward into the soft embrace of the blankets. Fu Xi, half awake, instinctively wrapped the covers around her, half dragging, half holding her close. He then buried his face into the crook of her neck, murmuring, "Stay with me a little longer." Fu Xi seemed to relish snuggling into her neck. The soothing warmth enveloped her sensitive skin, causing Sajicha to momentarily freeze, instinctively wanting to push him away, yet, as her palm made contact with his body, her tension only escalated. It dawned on her that Fu Xi slept without a shirt. The sensation beneath her hand was that of well-defined muscles, soft when relaxed, rising and falling with his breath, pressing against her palm. Sajicha's mind momentarily blanked, overwhelmed by the sensations, vivid images flooding her thoughts, his abs, chest, collarbone. Now she was actually touching them. Her hand remained dazedly fixed in place, unaware that Fu Xi had lifted his head. When she hurriedly glanced up, she was met with his playful, teasing gaze. In the dimly lit room, his sharp yet soft features bore a hint of morning drowsiness, rendering him even more languid and relaxed. He regarded her leisurely for a moment before asking with a smirk, "Is it nice to touch?" Her palm suddenly felt hot, and Sajicha finally snapped back to reality, frantically attempting to withdraw her hand. However, Fu Xi, quick to react, seized her hand and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, slowly pressed it back against his chest. Lazily prolonging his tone, "If it feels good, then indulge a bit more." He even exerted a little force, allowing her to distinctly feel the firming of his muscles beneath her touch. The sensation overwhelmed Sajicha, leaving her momentarily speechless. Let us eat lunch first." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow, suggesting they could continue after lunch. Sajicha, flustered and vexed, bit her lip and lightly pinched him. Ultimately, they shared the meal. With few ingredients available at home, they ordered takeout, selecting a fried rice dish from a restaurant Sajicha had previously enjoyed. When it arrived, Fu Xi was in the bathroom. By the time he emerged, Sajicha had already seated herself at the table, beginning her meal. Hearing movement, she chose not to acknowledge him, yet her heart softened as she opened the takeout box and prepared the chopsticks for him. Fu Xi felt as if his heart might melt. He approached, eager to kiss her, but Sajicha evaded him several times, maintaining a serious expression and a slightly annoyed tone. "Let us eat." As commanded. Fu Xi's eyes twinkled lazily, a smile gracing his face that suggested he was amenable to negotiation. After they finished their meal, Fu Xi tidied up the takeout boxes. Sajicha slung her canvas bag over her shoulder, preparing to leave, and reached for the trash bag in his hand, intending to dispose of it. However, Fu Xi did not hand it over. Instead, he opened the door and placed it outside. As Sajicha attempted to step out, he promptly closed the door in front of her. She halted her steps and looked at Fu Xi. He maintained his demeanor, asking, "Do you have any plans later?" Sajicha pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Today, there are no classes and no work." She seems to be momentarily undecided about what to do, perhaps simply planning to review the textbook in anticipation of tomorrow's formal lessons. That is fine. Fu Xi, with a casual nod, suddenly wraps his arm around her waist, drawing her back into the room. Sajicha's eyelashes flutter, an unsettling premonition stirring in her heart. What is he planning? Since there is nothing else to occupy his time, Fu Xi remarks in a light tone, tinged with a hint of mischief, that they should continue with what they had not yet completed before. Chapter 78. My brother is getting engaged. Thus, for an entire afternoon, Sajicha is led by Fu Xi, reluctantly experiencing just how delightful it is to touch the contours of his physique. A young man in his early 20s, his body is at its prime, with a frame that balances between youthful vigor and mature allure, neither frail nor exaggerated, but adorned with a delicate layer of well-defined muscle. His physique tapers down to a tantalizing V-shape, revealing hints of prominent veins beneath the surface, a blend of sensuality and strength. Unlike those wealthy scions who indulge in hedonism, tarnished by debauchery, he resembles more of a gentleman with a service-oriented mindset. Purposefully leveraging his striking appearance to entice, Sajicha's fingers are gently enveloped by his cool, white hand, tracing the outlines of his veins slowly. Her face is nestled against Fu Xi's exquisite collarbone, her head too timid to lift. That's enough. She murmurs, her voice soft and pleading, as if begging for mercy, yet she hears his calm, steady voice, laced with subtle desire. It took quite some effort to cultivate this. Wouldn't it be a pity not to let my girlfriend have a feel? As his deep voice resonates in her ears, a light chuckle escaping him, he continues to guide her hand downward. By the time she is finally granted respite, Sajicha feels dazed, her wrists aching, cradled in his embrace. Soft kisses rain down on her forehead, and she hears Fu Xi's voice, content and joyous, asking if she wishes to take a nap here tonight. Embarrassment and indignation wash over Sajicha as she closes her eyes, too weary to say a word. Next time, she resolves, she must not allow this man to overstep his bounds again. After the sensory stimulation fades, fatigue gradually envelopes her mind. After a while, Fu Xia falls silent, and she drifts off into a hazy slumber. The blackout curtains in the room are so effective that when Xia Jicha awakens, she momentarily struggles to discern the time. It is only when she fumbles to press the button on her bedside phone that she realizes it is already dark outside. She has unwittingly slept from the afternoon into the evening. Startled, she sits up, her thoughts slowly coming back to her. She belatedly notices that the person beside her has long since vanished. Having slept too long, she has missed dinner time, and hunger pangs grip her. Picking up her phone, she sees a message from Fu Xiao's boyfriend. I have some matters to attend to and will be out for a while, not sure when I'll be back. Boyfriend, don't wait for me, dinner is ready on the dining table, just heat it up before eating. Boyfriend, remember to think of me. As she reads through the messages, her gaze lingers on the last line, a faint smile forming as she replies, okay. Stepping out of her room, she finds the living room empty, illuminated only by a solitary overhead light above the dining table, creating an atmosphere that is both lonely yet warm due to the neatly arranged dishes. After having her meal, she rests for a while and informs Zhang Lily that she won't be returning to the dormitory tonight. Zhang Lily, oh, has the big bad wolf taken you back to his den again? Zhang Lily, after finally getting a title, it's no wonder Fu Xia can't restrain himself. Zhang Lily, alright then. Remember to return early for class tomorrow, don't overindulge. Zhang Lily, I certainly can't help you answer questions in Wang Lao's class. Recalling the events of the day, her wrist still tingling with soreness, Xia Jicha curls her fingers momentarily before tossing her phone aside, only to retrieve it after a while and reply with a simple nod emoji to Zhang Lily. However, Fu Xia does not return that entire night, and when Xia Jicha rises the next morning, the room remains unchanged from the day before, remembering how she had awakened Fu Xia yesterday. He had appeared as if he hadn't slept well all night. A flicker of concern crosses her mind. Has he been particularly busy these past few days? After freshening up and grabbing her bag, she asks Zhang Lily to carry her textbooks, intending to head straight to the classroom. Just then, she hears a knock on the door. Is Fu Xia back? Xia Jicha's eyelids flutter. Her intuition suggests otherwise, so she approaches the door and peers through the peephole. In the hallway stands a figure in a striking red trench coat, arms crossed. Lowering her head, Xia Jicha takes a moment to recognize Lin Jinan, Fu Xia's stepmother's daughter. Before she can ponder further, the voice outside calls out, "Are you Xia Jicha? I know you're in there. Can you open the door?" The voice, as if tinged with the remnants of a night of revelry, is accompanied by a rather provocative appearance beneath the fiery red coat. Xia Jicha hesitates momentarily, then decides to open the door. What greets her is a face adorned with heavy makeup, large eyes framed by thick lashes, appraising her with an up-and-down glance. So, you are Fu Xia's girlfriend at school? After a brief pause, Lin Jinan slowly speaks, her voice husky and flirtatious, revealing a hint of a rebellious attitude. The last time I saw you, I thought you were some dubious woman. My apologies. While she feigns an apology, her words carry an unmistakable malice. Xia Jicha furrows her brow, attempting to sidestep her, but is blocked. Tell me, what tactics did you employ to ensnare my brother? Was it your innocence? Lin Jinan scrutinizes her again, a smirk of disdain on her lips. Dressed in such cheap attire, it seems my brother doesn't hold you in high regard. I guess that's so, Xia Jicha replies softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Jinan, momentarily caught off guard, laughs mockingly. Of course, you don't think my brother would genuinely invest his heart in anyone, do you? Xia Jicha's expression remains calm, as if merely recounting a fact. If that were the case, you wouldn't be here confronting me. She is not naive enough to believe that Lin Jinan's visit is mere coincidence. There is a strong possibility that it is a signal from the Fu family to something troubling Fu Xia at home. Xia Jicha's eyelashes tremble. From his recounting on New Year's Eve, she can infer that Fu Xia's situation within the Fu household is precarious at best. His father and that stepmother certainly do not wish him well. So why has Lin Jinan sought her out? Is she attempting to use her as leverage against Fu Xia, or? A torrent of thoughts floods her mind, and Xia Jicha purses her lips, realizing she cannot evade the confrontation. She meets Lin Jinan's gaze directly. You can tell me your intentions outright. Lin Jinan is taken aback by her clarity. She had intended to flaunt her superiority, to provoke Xia Jicha further, but now it feels as if she has struck a wall of cotton. Staring at Xia Jicha's composed yet infuriatingly exquisite face, her expression darkens slightly. After a moment, she squints her eyes and smiles with a hint of malice. There is nothing much really. I just feel sorry for you and thought I'd offer some advice. It's not too late to walk away from my brother now. Before Xia Jicha can respond, Lin Jinan, casually admiring her manicure, continues in a tone that is neither warm nor cold. Then again, someone from your social class probably knows nothing of what is happening. You probably haven't heard that my brother is getting engaged. Have you? Chapter 79. Witnessing the engagement ceremony, the mention of social class strikes Xia Jicha as harsh and smug, causing her to frown even deeper. However, the word engaged causes her to pause slightly. As it seems somewhat alien for someone of her age, noting the slight shift in Xia Jicha's demeanor, Lin Jinan feels a sense of triumph, raising her eyebrows in satisfaction as her sharp voice echoes once more in the hallway. It happened a few days ago. My brother clearly hasn't shared the news with you, has he? My father laid down the conditions. If my brother agrees to marry the person he arranged, the inheritance of the Fu family will be his. As Xia Jicha stares in disbelief, Lin Jinan crosses her arms, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. What a pity, he agreed, after all. In the grand scheme of things, the Fu family's legacy and a woman who can weigh them more heavily. At her final words, Xia Jicha's eyelashes tremble slightly, slowly regaining her composure. She lowers her gaze. I will wait for him to tell me in person. She remains skeptical of Lin Jinan's one-sided claims. In person, Lin Jinan laughs as if hearing an absurd joke. Do you truly believe he would tell you? The fact that he brought you home indicates his interest. Do you think he would let you go? After a pause, she scoffs. The Fu family can easily maintain a woman outside? But I doubt someone like Miss Xia would willingly become the third party in someone else's family. Xia Jicha tightens her lips, her voice suddenly turning frigid. Lin Jinan had intended to continue her tirade. But hearing the tone reminiscent of Fu Xi, she feels an inexplicable chill run through her. Instinctively she falls silent, realizing her own reaction. I need to go to class now, Xia Jicha states flatly. Could you please step aside? Her demeanor is as calm as water, but Lin Jinan glares at her for a moment, still unable to discern whether she has truly absorbed her words. As the girl before her briskly passed by, a wave of exasperation surged within her. Oh, you don't believe me, do you? Lin Jinan tugged at her, locking gazes with a smile that bore an uncanny hint of mockery. Thursday evening, at Yuyuan Pavilion, you will witness it with your own eyes. Xia Jizai stumbled slightly, her shoulder momentarily faltering. Just a minute before class commenced, Xia Jizai entered the classroom right on the dot. Zhang Lily, seated near the back, sighed in relief upon seeing her and waved enthusiastically. You scared me half to death. I almost called you, fearing you had overslept. As she handed her textbook to Xia Jizai. Zhang Lily continued to chatter, but soon noticed that her companion appeared somewhat distracted, as if lacking vitality. Blinking, Zhang Lily leaned closer, inquiring curiously, what's wrong? Did Fu Ziyu bully you last night? Though the statement carried an ambiguous undertone. Xia Jizai seemed oblivious to its implications and shook her head. She had persistently reminded herself not to care, yet Lin Jinan's words lingered like a haunting specter in her mind. Thursday, Yuyuan Pavilion. Xia Jizai cast her gaze downward, her eyes flickering. Did she not really want to go? Despite her mental insistence that it was not the case, that she should trust Fu Ziyu, he was not that kind of person. He was honorable. She found herself unable to resist sending him a message. Xia Jizai, are you free on Thursday? With her phone resting nearby, she listened to the lecture with half-hearted attention. Eagerly awaiting a response, after approximately 10 minutes her phone vibrated twice. Boyfriend, I have some matters at home that day, I'll be quite busy. Boyfriend, are you starting to miss me? Xia Jizai's heart fluttered slowly. Thursday was filled with classes, and by the time the last one ended, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Lily yawned and pulled Xia Jizai out of the classroom, asking, the cafeteria has opened a small hot pot place. Want to try it? Xia Jizai shook her head. I have something to take care of. Aren't you eating then? I'll decide when I get back. Alright then. The temperature difference between day and night in early spring was stark. And even with an additional layer in the afternoon, Xia Jizai still felt a chill. She quickened her pace as she exited the campus and entered the vehicle she had summoned. Yuyuan Pavilion was located in a remote area, inaccessible by public transport. As the driver chatted amicably, he inquired, Miss, who is hosting a banquet over there? Xia Jizai lowered her gaze to her phone, the corners of her lips tightening slightly. I don't have a friend. Your friend must be quite affluent. The driver chuckled. That place is the most expensive for hosting events in the capital. Regular folks like us can't even find our way in. I once picked up a girl working there as a server. The car stopped outside for a few minutes, and I saw the people coming and going were all high-profile individuals, even those from the television. Xia Jizai remained silent, her thoughts heavy. After about an hour, the car finally halted in front of a brilliantly lit castle. The banquet was already underway, and the comings and goings of guests were sparse, all adorned in opulent attire. The doorman eagerly opened and closed the door, and the sounds of laughter and chatter occasionally drifted out. Standing outside, Xia Jizai looked up at the intricately carved ceiling, feeling increasingly insignificant. This was her first foray into Fu Ziyu's world, and it was the first time she vividly sensed the chasm that lay between them. Suddenly she felt a twinge of hesitation. The doorman, noticing her pause, approached with a courteous smile. Miss, an engagement banquet is being held here. May I kindly ask if you are on the guest list? Could you please present your invitation? An engagement banquet. Xia Jizai felt as if her throat had suddenly constricted, leaving her momentarily speechless. It truly was an engagement banquet. Panic surged within her, and she quickly lowered her lashes, murmuring, I'm sorry. She is my invited guest. At that moment a cheerful voice chimed from behind, and Lin Jinan appeared in a dazzling golden sequin gown, a wineglass in hand, gracefully stepping forward, unlike her previous striking appearance. Today her makeup bore an air of formal elegance, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy heiress. Upon seeing her, the doorman immediately bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Lin Jinan approached Xia Jitsai, lifting her chin and displaying a victorious smile. "Didn't you say you didn't believe me, yet here you are." Before Xia Jitsai could react, she felt her wrist grasped firmly, yanked into the venue with a forceful tug. Struggling slightly, she realized Lin Jinan's grip only tightened. Her sharp nails digging painfully into her skin. Frowning, she was pulled through the empty corridor and halted before the grand entrance of the banquet hall. Just a glance, the lively, resplendent scene within unfolded before her. The lofty crystal chandeliers cast a shimmering glow over the room, creating an atmosphere of opulence. Under the lights, a couple stood side by side, wine glasses in hand, mingling with the crowd, clearly the stars of the evening. The girl beside Fu Ziyu exuded grace and tranquility, embodying the essence of a refined lady, while he, clad in a tailored black suit, presented an almost flawless figure, his slick back hair and sharp features imbued with a sense of poise. As guests approached him with congratulations, he wore a smile, graciously thanking them. This was a side of Fu Ziyu Xia Jitsai had never seen before, an entirely unfamiliar persona, the eldest son of one of the capital's top families. He appeared aloof and unattainable. After clinking glasses with someone, he turned to the girl beside him, exchanging a knowing smile. The crystal chandelier hung high above, its dazzling light blinding, from her distant vantage point. Xia Jitsai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of distance between them. "The girl beside my brother is the eldest daughter of the Gu family. You know them, right? They are leaders in the clothing industry here. And she studied abroad since high school, just recently returning after completing her studies." Lin Jinan's voice rang in her ears, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. "For families like ours, matching social status is crucial. We all know who is merely for fun and who is genuinely sought after. It's a pity some people refuse to believe it, hoping to ascend and become a phoenix. Even if my brother truly liked you, he wouldn't marry you. I advise you to leave while you can, or else when he grows tired of you, your fate." Xia Jitsai stood frozen, her mind swirling, her heart plummeting. The scene before her began to blur. Her fingertips tingling and growing cold. Fu Ziyu was indeed hiding something from her. Why keep it from her? He had assured her she would understand, and she would willingly let go. After all, the power of the Fu family outweighed her insignificant existence. She understood that. She knew she was unworthy. She had never imagined a future with Fu Ziyu. She had never been so greedy. But why was he concealing the truth from her? Xia Jitsai was oblivious to how she returned to her dormitory. Her mind in a daze, thoughts swirled chaotically in her head. Jiang Lily had yet to return, and after washing her face, she wrapped herself in her blanket, as if constructing a small fortress for herself. Once the fortress was complete, enveloped by the warmth of safety, the tears she had suppressed for so long finally found their release, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xia Jitsai did not wish to cry. Repeatedly wiping her eyes with her sleeve, her breath fogging the air, only to return to her face in a messy haze. How disappointing. It was supposed to be a good thing, after the engagement. Fu Ziyu would gain support and seize control of the Fu family's power. He would no longer be under anyone's thumb. He would have a better life. The chasm between them was too vast. A future was never a possibility, and this event merely accelerated the inevitable. Xia Jitsai, had you not already prepared yourself for separation? The suffocating feeling tightened at her heart, and she buried her face in the sheets, struggling to breathe. But what did Fu Ziyu truly consider her? Did his silence mean he still had a lingering desire for her, wanting her to remain by his side, pretending nothing had changed? To let her continue to bask in his warmth, willingly becoming an oblivious canary, waiting foolishly for the day he would tire of her and withdraw his affection. In an instant, Lin Jinan's words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Each syllable drawing blood. The suffocating sensation intensified, and Xia Jitsai suddenly yanked the blanket away. Closing her eyes, her cheeks felt icy cold. In a moment of clarity, she made a decision. The time spent with Fu Ziyu felt like a divine blessing. A fleeting dream. Now that the blessing was withdrawn, it was time to awaken from the dream. On the agreed weekend to visit Fu Ziyu's home, Xia Jitsai went empty-handed after class on Friday. Fu Ziyu had not yet returned, and the dining table was set with a meal prepared for her. It mirrored the previous occasion. He was indeed busy, yet, while last time she felt a rush of sweetness, now she merely maintained a blank expression as she reheated the food and quietly finished her meal. Subsequently, she retreated to the guest room. Since the beginning of the year, Fu Ziyu had practically been cohabiting with her, and their home had accumulated many shared belongings, permeating the air with the essence of their life together. Xia Jitsai retrieved her small suitcase from the wardrobe, packing away her belongings from the guest room. Just as she stuffed the last piece of clothing inside, the sound of the door opening reached her ears. She hesitated for a moment, then shuffled out of the room in her slippers. The sky outside has darkened, and the living room remains unlit, enveloped in shadows. Why is there no light? Fu Qi casually flicked the switch, and the sudden brightness made Xia Jitsai squint. I was just in my room, she murmured, glancing at the figure standing not far away. He appeared to have just shed his suit, dressed in a crisp white shirt, the collar loosely unbuttoned, giving an air of nonchalance. His expression remained as languid and indifferent as ever. and as Xia Zhicha regarded him, she inexplicably began to merge the image of the man from last night's engagement banquet with the man before her. She lowered her gaze, realizing that it was indeed difficult for her to maintain an air of nonchalance in such circumstances. Pretending to be oblivious was a challenge. "I'm a bit tired today, I think I'll go to bed," she declared, turning away. She walked slowly, her mind swirling the moment she caught sight of him, completely oblivious to the sounds around her. Just as she took a couple of steps, she felt a firm grip on the collar at the back of her neck. Fu Qi playfully pulled her back, inquiring, "Are you tired so early?" "Hm," Xia Zhicha replied, striving to mask her despondency as mere fatigue. "There's a lot to do today, I haven't had a chance to rest." Fu Qi's gaze lingered on her downcast lashes for a moment before he lazily averted his eyes. "Alright," yet he did not release her. Instead, he leaned in closer, asking, "A kiss before you sleep?" Xia Zhicha froze, his lips, imbued with an icy freshness, descended upon her, her breath hitched, a wave of resistance rising within her as she pushed him away. Noticing the marked difference in her reaction, Fu Qi furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" Xia Zhicha's hands rested over her chest, her heart subtly rising and falling, yet she still avoided his gaze. "I am really tired." Surprised by her response, Fu Qi chuckled softly, no longer pressing her, lightly pinching her cheek. "Go to sleep then." Xia Zhicha nodded. As she opened the door to her bedroom, she bit her lip. Unable to resist glancing back at Fu Qi, he stood there, watching her, the living room lights casting a slightly blurred halo around him. Gathering her courage, as if for one last tentative inquiry, she called out, "You." Fu Qi raised an eyebrow. "Have you been busy lately?" His expression momentarily paused, as if in contemplation a bit, then Xia Zhicha felt her throat tighten. "Am I not interrupting you?" If he could be honest with her, at least she would have a chance to say goodbye. Fu Qi seemed taken aback for a moment, then a smirk graced his lips, his charming eyes glinting with a lazy humor. "How could you?" "My dear." Xia Zhicha's gaze dimmed, and she softly responded with an retreating into her room. Through the door, she heard Fu Qi answer a phone call. His voice was faint, saying, "I'll come to accompany you tomorrow." Xia Zhicha pressed her back against the door, her heart once again swelling with a dull ache. Was he going to accompany that miscue? That night Xia Zhicha found little peace in her slumber. Burdened by thoughts, her nightmares fragmented and shattered, cutting through her like shards of glass. She dreamt of Fu Qi's kindness and affection, replaying countless memories where he embraced her, kissed her, and repeatedly called her baby. Then the scene splintered, and she plummeted into an abyss, where the figure that once smiled indulgently at her now towered above, holding another woman's hand, coldly declaring, "Xia Zhicha, you don't deserve it." Xia Zhicha jolted awake, the familiar chill of her cheeks bringing her back to reality as she touched her face, discovering her cheeks were already wet with tears. It was 7 in the morning. Sleep eluded her, and she rose to wash up. The master bedroom door stood wide open, and Fu Qi was nowhere to be seen. A message awaited her on her phone. "Boyfriend, I'll be back tonight." "Boyfriend, I'll make dinner for you." Had he already gone to accompany that Miss Gu? Xia Zhicha's head spun, biting her lip, she refrained from replying. The words boyfriend at the top of the chat now seemed somewhat absurd. With a blank expression, she clicked in and reverted to the original name. She could no longer deceive herself into maintaining this relationship with Fu Qi even if her affection for him ran deep. She could not allow herself to hurt another girl in the process. The living room still held many of her belongings. Throughout the morning, Xia Zhicha meticulously gathered every item that belonged to her, as if trying to erase every trace she had left behind. Afterward, she pushed her suitcase out the door. As she closed it, she sent Fu Qi a message, "Xia Zhicha, let us break up." Then she blocked him. It was over. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Lili was startled to see her with so many belongings. "Where have you been on a shopping spree?" Realizing something was amiss, she continued, "Wait, weren't you supposed to be with Fu Qi? What happened?" Her words trailed off as she saw Xia Zhicha's red and swollen eyes, the rest of her sentence caught in her throat. Upon noticing that Xia Zhicha was carrying only daily necessities, she sprang to her feet furious. "Is it Fu Qi? Did he bully you?" Xia Zhicha fell silent, her voice hoarse. "I broke up with him." "Broke up?" Jiang Lili's voice rose an octave. "Why the sudden breakup? Did you two have a fight? Did he cheat?" The mere mention of infidelity made Xia Zhicha's eyes sting, and she felt the urge to cry again. "Seriously?" Jiang Lili exclaimed. Seeing her reaction, she whipped out her phone. "No way, I need to help you berate him." "Scumbag." Xia Zhicha's voice trembled, attempting to intervene. "There is no need for that from the start." She had willingly flown into the flames, and now she was willingly departing. She didn't want to appear so vulnerable in front of Fu Qi. Jiang Lili, sensing her friend's distress, softened her tone, handing her a tissue. It's all right. Yes, just a guy. Goodbye is goodbye. The next one will be better. Let us not dwell on it. Tonight, I'll take you out to clear your mind." Xia Zhicha grasped the tissue tightly, nodding silently. As evening approached, when Xia Zhicha's mood had improved slightly and her belongings were nearly packed, Jiang Lili led her to stroll along the riverbank in the western part of the city. The moonlight shimmered on the water, and a few small eateries lined the roadside. Jiang Lili expertly guided her into a barbecue restaurant. "Whenever I feel down, I take a walk, then come here for some meat and drinks. It lifts my spirits." The place appeared small from the outside but revealed a hidden courtyard within, nearly filled to capacity. In the dark of night, the surrounding lights illuminated small tables, rich with the aroma of grilled food. Jiang Lili and Xia Jicha squeezed into a corner, casually ordering a couple of signature dishes, along with a bottle of beer and a bottle of juice, after placing the drink orders. Jiang Lili suddenly stood up and spoke to the waiter. The waiter immediately understood and left. When Jiang Lili sat back down, she looked at a puzzled Xia Jicha and mysteriously explained. They have another big draw here. The owner's son, a tall, athletic cutie, can serve us drinks. Xia Jicha blinked. Serve drinks. Jiang Lili playfully patted her shoulder. Absolutely a gem. Once I have the money, I'll hire a few male models for you to enjoy. Once you see enough handsome guys, you'll realize Fu Chi isn't all that. Just as she was speaking, the drinks arrived. The young man delivering them indeed matched Jiang Lili's description, tall, with a sunny smile and cute dimples. Upon seeing Jiang Lili, he greeted her warmly. Sister. Hey, Jiang Lili replied cheerfully, gesturing toward Xia Jicha. No doubt, she is also a sister. The young man's gaze fell on Xia Jicha, and he smiled. Hello, sister. The way he called her sister was endearing. Xia Jicha had only been called sister by her biological sibling, so she felt a bit out of place with this friendly approach and simply nodded in acknowledgement. The beer bottle was popped open, and the young man began pouring drinks for Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili informed him that Xia Jicha couldn't tea drink, so he should pour her juice instead. The young man beamed and, after filling Jiang Lili's glass, opened the juice bottle, cheerfully saying to Xia Jicha's sister, "Can you pass me the cup?" as Xia Jicha bent down to grab a glass. Her phone lit up with an incoming call from an unknown number. Hesitating for a moment, she chose not to answer, suspecting it might be a scam. After a while, the screen lit up again with the same number. Just as she was about to accept the juice from the young man, the phone buzzed again, and with furrowed brows, she eventually picked up the call. Hello. There was a pause on the other end. After waiting a moment, she absent-mindedly flipped the grilled meat for Jiang Lili before speaking again. May I ask who this is? The sizzling of the meat and the chatter of other patrons surrounded her. But then a familiar deep magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Xia Jicha, come out. Xia Jicha, you must not abandon me. Ever since they got together, Fu Chi rarely called her by her full name. The voice of Xia Jicha, with both name and surname, was chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Imbued with the ominous sense of an impending storm, Xia Jicha felt her entire being tremble. Her spine stiffening involuntarily in an instant, the urge to evade overtook her, and she abruptly hung up the phone. Who was it? Jiang Lili inquired, noticing her swift reaction. Xia Jicha shook her head, remaining silent, yet her mind was incessantly occupied with thoughts of Fu Xi and his whereabouts. Where had he summoned her? Was it outside the school or perhaps outside the dormitory? Or that he might have just finished accompanying Miss Gu? Lost in her thoughts, Xia Jicha picked up a glass from the table, taking a sip only to realize the spicy taste as it went down her throat. It was then she recognized her error in grabbing Jiang Lili's beer. Hastily putting it down, and the sharp sensation surged through her nostrils, prompting her to turn away and cough. Suddenly, a cheerful greeting from a waiter at the entrance of the establishment caused her heart to leap unexpectedly. Before she could steady her breath, she instinctively glanced towards the source of the voice. Simultaneously, a cold, bony hand seized her wrist. The frigid pain shot through her, making Xia Jicha shudder as she lifted her gaze to meet Fu Xi's dark, intense eyes. Those peach blossom eyes, which had always held a casual mirth when looking at her, now radiated a chilling coldness, their depths suppressing a seething rage. Xia Jicha's eyes unexpectedly stung, and as she attempted to break free, he tightened his grip. Come with me, Fu Xi said calmly, making a motion as if to pull her up and out for a serious conversation. Hey, what are you doing? The abrupt turn of events left Jiang Lili momentarily stunned. Only when she saw Fu Xi trying to take Xia Jicha away did she spring up, attempting to intervene. You two have broken up. Stop entangling her. Leave. Xia Jicha's voice trembled slightly as she gently interrupted. I just want to talk to him about it's fine. The night was dark, with stars flickering like scattered lights along the roadside. Fu Xi's car was parked in a nearby vacant lot, and as he pulled Xia Jicha along, he strode ahead with such purpose that she struggled to keep pace. She could sense Fu Xi's volatile state. The pain in her wrist intensified with each step, yet she bit her lip, refraining from voicing her distress. When they reached the car, he opened the back seat door, pressed down on her shoulder, and forcefully pushed her into the seat. The pressure on her shoulder blades was excruciating, and though she attempted to sit up, he kept her firmly pinned down, the encroaching shadow enveloping her. The door slammed shut with a click, locking them within the confined space, where the dim light cast a foreboding atmosphere. Xia Jicha felt her heart racing, turning her head to close her eyes, only to have her chin abruptly gripped. You left without a word, yet turned to smile so warmly at someone else. Fu Xi's voice dripped with cold derision, his gaze fixed on her, simmering with indignation. As Xia Jicha's eyes met his, it felt as if she had been scorched, and she quickly averted her gaze. Lowering her eyes, I told you we broke up with a reason. Fu Xi dismissed her words curtly, his tone succinct. The images from days prior surged back into her mind, and she sensed his grip easing slightly. Allowing her to sit up slowly, taking a deep breath, she endeavored to appear composed, countering with, what have you been busy with these past few days? The Fu family has been quite turbulent lately. Fu Xi closed his eyes momentarily, seemingly pausing. I admit I've been neglectful these days, and I apologize. His apology was delivered lightly, almost teasingly, yet it only deepened the chill in Xia Jicha's heart. Even at this juncture he remained vague, unwilling to divulge the truth. A sense of futility washed over her. Perhaps he felt she was easily deceived, rendering it unnecessary to tell her the truth. With some difficulty, she managed a feeble smile, only to feel her wrist gripped once more. Don't break up with me, please. Fu Xi's chin dipped slightly, his voice softening as he leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her cheek. But Xia Jicha instinctively turned away. With her other hand, she forcefully pried his fingers apart, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. But I don't want you anymore. As the words left her lips, her heart sank, accompanied by a prickling pain. Letting go of someone one deeply cares for is never an easy feat. Fu Xi froze, his sharp brows furrowing in disbelief. What did you just say? Xia Jicha suppressed the suffocating emotion swelling within her, mustering the courage to meet his gaze, her doe-like eyes bright yet piercing. I said, Fu Xi, I don't want you anymore. She was unwilling to be the concealed third party in a relationship. Nor did she wish for Fu Xi to become a hesitant villain because of her. Departing seemed the most prudent course of action. They would both revert to their former paths. The past unfolded vividly in her mind. And as tears welled in her eyes, she lowered her lashes, reaching for the car door beside her, imbued with a sense of desperate escape. Just as her fingertips grazed the door handle, she felt her waist captured firmly. Her back pressed against a warm, solid figure, powerful arms encircling her with an almost obsessive strength. Xia Jicha yearned to struggle but only heard the heavy breaths beside her, barely concealing a tremor. Xia Jicha, you cannot leave me. His words were pronounced with deliberate intensity, almost a growl, a commanding tone that belied his vulnerable plea. He was imploring her not to walk away. Xia Jicha's body went rigid, as if the thread holding her heart together had finally snapped. Tears, previously suppressed, cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. She wished to utter more, but the words eluded her as she found herself devoid of the strength to push him away. Fu Xi, who had been consumed by a tempest of anger, found himself immobilized by the warmth of the tears dripping onto his hands. She was crying out. In that instant, all the questions and frustrations vanished, and he released his hold, lifting her chin to meet her gaze. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his lips tightened, and he grabbed a tissue from nearby, gently dabbing at her tears. Don't cry. Caring for someone's feelings is no simple task. At that moment, he should have been furious, angry at her silent departure, demanding an explanation, perhaps even forcibly bringing her back. Yet, upon witnessing her tears, it felt as though a dam had burst within him, causing a dull ache to spread through his heart. He couldn't bear to see her in pain. With a heavy sigh, Fu Xi softened his tone, enunciating each word carefully. What exactly is going on? The word engagement lingered like a spell upon her lips. Xia Jicha's emotions churned within her heart for a long while before she spoke with a voice thick with emotion. Aren't you already engaged? The words echoed in the car, and Fu Xi appeared somewhat taken aback. Who told you this? Lin Jinan. Xia Jicha had initially intended to refer to his sister, but, aware of his disdain for the mention, altered her phrasing just before speaking. She took me to see your engagement banquet. The air inside the car seemed to still for a moment, when no response came from Fu Xi. Xia Jicha, her voice laced with a slight nasal tone, added quietly, moreover, last night I overheard you on the phone with that Miss Gu, saying you would accompany her. Before she could finish, she was unexpectedly enveloped in Fu Xi's embrace once more. So, all these days, you were testing me because of this? A soft, almost relieved chuckle escaped from above her head, and Fu Xi's voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Why not just ask me directly? I feared you would conceal the truth from me. Fu Xi's voice, now a touch more relaxed, seemed to ease Xia Jicha's tension as well. She bit her lip. Yet you haven't told me anything either, whether it was about the engagement banquet or accompanying someone else. He had only mentioned vague matters, leaving her to witness that scene alone, amplifying her sense of insecurity. I did not agree to the engagement. Fu Xi's calm voice interrupted Xia Jicha's thoughts. She paused, then heard him explain in a measured tone. The other day was someone else's engagement banquet. I attended as a guest. As for that Miss Gu, she was forcibly assigned to me by Fu Nanhai as my companion. We didn't even touch. At most, we clinked glasses, lowering her lashes. He seemed concerned that she might misunderstand, pulling out his phone while continuing. The call last night was from Zhao Ziyi. I spent the entire day with him. You can check the call records yourself. Xia Jicha blinked, looking down, and indeed saw the call from Zhao Ziyi during that time frame. Fu Xi's pale fingertip hovered over the entry, softly inquiring, would you like to call and verify now? No need. Xia Jicha quickly shook her head. So it turned out she had been misled by Lin Jinan, and thus that had misunderstood him. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she recalled Lin Jinan's words from that day, asking him, but if you don't agree to the engagement, what about your family? Are you still worried about me when I'm feeling wronged? Fu Xi shot her a sidelong glance, observing her eyes still glistening with tears, and managed to smile. What difference does it make if I agree? On the surface, it appears to bolster my position, but in reality, it's merely a means for those people to tighten their grip on me through marriage. Even if he were to take over the Fu family, he would merely be a puppet. How could he possibly be willing? Fu Nanhai would never allow him to benefit. So that's how it is. Xia Jicha instinctively bit her lip, only to have Fu Xi's thumb gently press against her lips, freeing her lower lip from her bite. Certainly, there exists another reason. His movements have once again regressed to their former nonchalance. As he lowers his gaze, gently caressing the soft, delicate blush of her skin with his fingertips, I cannot bear to see you wronged, nor can I bear to let you go. Summer Jichao's breath hitched, her eyes widening in disbelief. But am I really that important to you? The almost self-deprecating words caused Fu Xi to furrow his brow in mild discontent. As he gazed into her eyes, he realized she genuinely believed this. And he felt an unexpected mix of amusement and irritation. Summer Jichao, are you truly this dense? Noting that the young lady seemed somewhat dazed, he boldly took her hand and pressed it against his left chest. Meeting her puzzled gaze with a hint of brazen defiance, right here, feel my heartbeat. Beneath his palm, through a layer of fabric, the rapid thumping of his heart resonated clearly. Soon, her own heartbeat began to quicken in response. I might as well lay my heart bare for you to see, and you still think you are not significant to me. Fu Xi tightened his grip on her hand, the remnants of her blush, illuminated by the dim light, cast a shadow of ambiguity. It was nearly a confession, leaving Summer Jichao momentarily entranced. Did Fu Xi actually hold such deep affection for her? She had always believed that, even if he had some feelings for her, they were not of great consequence. This was why she chose to leave quietly. She thought that someone like Fu Xi, proud and carefree, would merely regard her as a fleeting episode, not one to bow down for anyone. Yet here he was lowering himself for her. A tumultuous mixture of elation and deep-seated insecurity surged within her, prompting Summer Jichao to lean closer, resting her forehead against his shoulder as she murmured, "But you used to break up with your ex-girlfriends without a second thought, and our relationship began as a wager in a game. You have never truly expressed your fondness for me. I am genuinely afraid I might end up like them, quickly discarded and forgotten." The more happiness she felt, the more anxious she became, fearing that she was becoming too immersed in it all. She dreaded waking up to find Fu Xi still the same aloof and indifferent person, effortlessly navigating through life, devoid of any trace of her presence. Thus, when she sensed his impending departure, she instinctively retreated, much like a snail retreating into its shell for safety. Fu Xi suddenly fell silent. Seemingly taken aback, after a long pause, he slowly raised his hand, gently caressing the slender curve of Summer Jichao's back. It seemed that in this moment, he finally comprehended the depth of her unease in their relationship. He was not one to openly declare his affections, often resorting to teasing tones to express his feelings. Even during their initial courtship, it was no different. She had always assumed their bond was merely the result of that trivial game of truth or dare. Yet despite that, she willingly accompanied him, indulging in numerous romantic yet absurd endeavors. She liked him far more than he had imagined, feeling the quiet yet tense rhythm of her breath in his embrace. Fu Xi let out a soft chuckle, his heart melting, leaving no room for irritation. He relaxed his shoulders, holding her tightly. Darling, Fu Xi called her softly. I admit, when we were together, I did not confess my feelings in a proper manner. I have quite the checkered past and am not exactly a good person. It was my fault that you felt insecure. He readily acknowledged his mistakes, prompting Summer Jichao to nestle closer into his embrace. So Fu Xi leaned down, his voice momentarily faltering, a rich timbre laced with a tender coaxing. Would you allow me to pursue you once more? Chapter 84, I will always cherish you the most. Summer Jichao's eyes flickered with surprise. She had anticipated that Fu Xi would tell her not to overthink things or invite her to return home with him. Instead, he expressed a desire to court her again. Such a proud individual, willing to mend past regrets merely to appease her. Nestled within Fu Xi's embrace, she gently nodded. After lingering for a moment, she slowly straightened up and said, I should head back to find Jiang Lily. Fu Xi smiled, softly affirming her words as he opened the car door and assisted her out. Having just shed tears, Summer Jichao felt somewhat weak, her legs trembling as she stepped onto the ground. Quick to react, Fu Xi steadied her, tightening his arms around her mischievously as he playfully squeezed her once more. On the bustling street, their contrasting figures, tall and slender, embraced, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Summer Jichao felt slightly uncomfortable with such public intimacy and gently pushed him away, her voice soft and slightly nasal. We shouldn't, why not? Fu Xi leaned down, a light laugh escaping as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Summer Jichao bit her lip, hastily concocting an excuse. You're still pursuing me. Fu Xi raised an eyebrow, grinning. Alright. He eased his grip, allowing her to step away from his embrace, his tone relaxed and teasing. Remember to unblock your suitors from your blacklist. With a carefree and roguish demeanor, Summer Jichao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Just as she was about to push him away, a furious shout echoed from behind them. Fu Xi, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Let go of my Gigi. Startled, Summer Jichao spun around to see Jiang Lily advancing with fierce determination, her bag raised and ready to strike Fu Xi. Don't bully her, you think you can justify your infidelity? Let her go. The barrage of words struck like fireworks, prompting Summer Jichao to hastily shove Fu Xi aside, positioning herself as a shield against Jiang Lily's impending assault. Jiang Lily, noticing this, raised an eyebrow at Fu Xi while casting an incredulous look at Summer Jichao. Why are you still defending him? Wake up, don't let yourself beat. It's all a misunderstanding. Summer Jichao gently tugged at Jiang Lily's sleeve, quietly explaining the situation. After narrating the entire sequence of events, Jiang Lily finally relented, offering Fu Xi a modicum of goodwill. Upon returning to their dormitory, Summer Jichao felt a pang of guilt as she apologized. I'm sorry for causing you worry today. Not at all. Zhang Lily waves dismissively. Didn't you accompany me for walks when I was upset? In this relationship, none of us are a burden, alright? She settled into her chair, exclaiming in astonishment, but today was truly eye-opening. I've never seen Fu Xi exhibit such intense emotions towards anyone before. Back at the barbecue restaurant, Fu Xi's gaze upon Summer Jichou had been so fervent it seemed he could devour her whole. Though angered, he had restrained his fury, and Zhang Lily had even perceived a hint of abandonment in his eyes. At the time, she had assumed Fu Xi was merely upset and intended to make life difficult for Summer Jichou. Worrying herself to no end, reflecting upon it now, she mused, when had she ever witnessed the aloof young Master Fu feeling so conflicted? Previously she had been concerned that Summer Jichou, having harbored feelings for Fu Xi for so long, would be crushed by his innate indifference and heartlessness, yet it was clear now that Fu Xi was the one ensnared by her. With this thought, Zhang Lily felt a sense of liberation as she kicked aside an empty cardboard box that Summer Jichou had brought back earlier. So have you two resolved your differences? Are you taking these items back to his place, or should I help you tidy them up? Summer Jichou glanced at the box, hesitating before shaking her head. Not for now, I suppose. Zhang Lily looked up in confusion. Aren't you two back together? Shouldn't this be the time when you're inseparable? Silently, Summer Jichou moved the box to a less obstructive location. He is currently pursuing me again. Zhang Lily paused to wait. What? Are you two playing some sort of game? Zhang Lily's eyes widened, incredulous. Fu Xi, pursuing someone? After being together for so long, he is starting all over again just because things weren't formal before? Does he even know how to chase a girl? This question found its answer on Monday morning. After waking up for class, Summer Jichou noticed a message on her phone. Fu Xi, I'm downstairs. Holding her phone, she blinked in confusion, having changed his contact name back to his real name, feeling oddly unaccustomed to it. Summer Jichou, why so early? Fu Xi, I made breakfast for you. And I'll accompany you to class. Taken aback, she quickly regained her composure. When she descended the stairs, she found Fu Xi standing downstairs, holding a bag of breakfast, unlike the last time he had waited for her. Today he donned casual attire, leaning casually against a wall, his tousled hair adding a touch of relaxed charm to his demeanor. Summer Jichou had often seen boys waiting downstairs with breakfast for their girlfriends. Yet she had never imagined Fu Xi would do this for her, especially when it was breakfast he had personally prepared. Upon seeing her, he approached and handed her the bag, asking, "Are you heading to class?" Summer Jichou nodded, sending a quick message to Zhang Lily to inform her that she was leaving first. At this hour, the time is still early, and there are not many people walking along the campus path. Inside the bag is a thermos container, which holds several small pastries shaped like little rabbits. They are round and soft, clearly easy to squeeze. Xia Jichou paused for a moment and looked up at Fu Xiaoyu, who met her gaze with a composed demeanor. Xia Jichou lowered her head again, picked up a little rabbit, and took a bite. It was filled with red bean paste, quite delicious. The second one was flavored with honey and osmanthus. Not overly sweet, just perfect. Do you like it? Fu Xiaoyu asked. Xia Jichou nodded honestly. I like it too. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his eyelashes, his voice suddenly lightened with a hint of laughter. I like you, baby. Xia Jichou's eating motion abruptly halted, her heart raced for a moment, and she looked up at him, bewildered. Why did he suddenly say he liked her? Fu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slow smile. His tone teasing. I fear that baby might doubt my feelings and not allow me to pursue her. Suddenly Xia Jichou recalled the words she had spoken to Fu Xiaoyu the previous day. She had mentioned that he had never told her he liked her. So today, he was confessing his feelings. Her ears flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, silently finishing the last bite of the little rabbit. At that moment, Fu Xiaoyu leaned closer and called out to her softly, baby. Xia Jichou paused, responding with a gentle hum, feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, his voice deep yet playful. I will always like you the most, and you can confirm that with me anytime. Chapter 85. I am only obedient to you. As they walked to the classroom, there was still more than half an hour before class began. With no one else present in the classroom, Xia Jichou instinctively chose a seat at the front. When Fu Xiaoyu effortlessly took a seat beside her, she turned her head, her bright eyes gazing at him. Are you going to stay with me until class starts? Fu Xiaoyu smirked slightly. I'll accompany you to class. Xia Jichou was taken aback. Don't you have a class? Not this morning. Oh, understanding. Xia Jichou nodded and took out her books and notebook from her bag. As she reviewed her notes, Fu Xiaoyu rested his chin on his hand, watching her. After a few minutes, students began to trickle into the classroom. Upon seeing Fu Xiaoyu, many passing by would momentarily freeze, followed by expressions of astonishment. The serene and beautiful scene was such that no one dared to intrude. Thus, the classroom remained quiet, while the forum buzzed with excitement early in the morning. Oh my, a once-in-a-century event. Fu Delao is actually accompanying his girlfriend. Good morning, 8. None of Fu Delao's classmates have ever seen him attend the early class. And here I am, witnessing him accompany his girlfriend in the forum, wiping tears. Damn, I'm just a few rows behind them, watching Xia Jichou study quietly, while Fu Delao is beside her, also quietly watching. Wow, that fierce and cold face, when looking at his girlfriend, is simply tender to the extreme. When have I seen Fu Delao so gentle? Frontline report incoming. Picture, awe. This atmosphere, if I were there I'd have to hold my breath, I'm dying. Fu Dilao's gaze. Obviously so defiant and unruly, yet in front of his girlfriend he seems more like a loyal dog. As the class approached, Xia Shicha closed her notebook and mentally reviewed the key points. She looked up at Fu Xiaoyu, a hint of curiosity in her voice. You woke up so early? Aren't you tired? In her memory, Fu Xiaoyu was not the type to wake up early. Even if he did, he would usually appear more languid, his demeanor more jaded than usual. Fu Xiaoyu rested his elbow on his chin, raising an eyebrow. It's cold at home, I'm not used to it. This feeling had begun the day she left home. The moment he received the text, he rushed back, and upon seeing the empty house, devoid of any trace of Xia Zhicha, an indescribable panic surged within him, a sense of helplessness and loss of control he had never experienced before. It was then that he realized he truly could not accept her absence from his side. Xia Zhicha understood the meaning behind his words, lowering her gaze, softly responding with a hum. She felt her fingers, resting on the table, being gradually grasped, intertwined with his. She did not pull away. Instead, she curled her fingers slightly in response. Perhaps it was due to Fu Xiaoyu's presence, the class seemed to pass more swiftly than usual. The break was short. Xia Zhicha stepped out to grab a cup of water, and when she returned, she found a pack of biscuit sticks on her desk, chocolate and strawberry flavor, a taste she particularly enjoyed. She glanced at Fu Xiaoyu, who tapped the packaging with his finger, saying, "John Lili just came by to give this to you." Xia Zhicha acknowledged with an "oh." Turning to look for her, John Lili was huddled in the last row, dressed in pajamas and wearing a hat. Clearly having rushed over, she was now applying powder to her face. Catching Xia Zhicha's gaze, she winked and blew a kiss. A new message arrived on her phone. John Lili, kissing essentials. You deserve to have. What is this? Xia Zhicha glanced at the biscuit sticks on the desk, noticing the packaging was from this year's Valentine's Day limited edition. Turning it over, she saw two little figures about to kiss while biting the same biscuit. So that was the meaning. What is wrong? Fu Xiaoyu sensed her pause and glanced over, asking nothing. Xia Zhicha quickly flipped the packaging back, opened it, and took a bite of a biscuit. She looked up to find Fu Xiaoyu still watching her, and hesitated before asking, "Do you want some?" The corners of Fu Xiaoyu's eyes curved slightly, but instead of answering her question, he suddenly called out, "Baby." Xia Zhicha, puzzled, replied, "What's up?" The smile on his face deepened, his tone casual yet teasing. "Between masked guy and me, who do you prefer to accompany you to class?" For a moment, Xia Zhicha couldn't recall who masked guy was until she remembered that day when Fu Xiaoyu had worn a mask due to being unwell during their first class together, earning him that nickname. How long ago was that? Why was he still holding on to it? Xia Zhicha blinked, feeling slightly exasperated, and met Fu Xiaoyu's gaze. Fu Xiaoyu's playful eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if he would not relent until he received an answer. After contemplating, Xia Zhicha replied, "You Fu Xiaoyu's tone lifted slightly, clearly interested. He pressed further, "Why?" remembering a scene from long ago when he used to tease her. Xia Zhicha fell silent for a moment before softly answering, "Because you were more obedient." Back then Fu Xiaoyu had been rebellious, flamboyant, and arrogant, paying no heed to others' feelings, yet now, for her sake, he was beginning to sheath his sharp edges. Unbeknownst to her, a particular word had struck a chord with Fu Xiaoyu. He smiled, seemingly satisfied with her answer. He then took her hand, leaning slightly, and bit down on the remaining half of the biscuit stick she held. The coolness of his hand, slightly calloused, sent a shiver down her spine. Xia Zhicha looked at Fu Xiaoyu, who held the biscuit stick between his lips, seemingly in no rush to break it. He lifted his deep gaze to meet hers, dark eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Xia Zhicha's heart fluttered slightly. How could this person not even his gaze was so alluring? A soft crunch sounded as the biscuit stick broke. Fu Xiaoyu sat upright, the corner of his lips curling up, and as the class bell rang, he leisurely rested his chin on his hand, his words muffled yet fond, "I am only obedient to you." Chapter 86. I can support you. The classroom remained tranquil, while the forum erupted with excitement. What is happening? Is Fu Dilao being affectionate? Oh my, Fu Dilao biting the biscuit while looking at the top student is simply mesmerizing, so flirtatious. I command you both to bite down on either end. Just kiss already. When others do this action, get away. Who do you think you are to steal my food? When Fu Dilao does it, how can I resist this sweetness? I can't take it anymore. I just want to press their heads together and make them kiss. It seems like Fu Dilao has been holding back. That expression clearly shows he is unsatisfied. I suspect that after class, Summer's sister will be dragged to a secluded spot and thoroughly teased. As soon as she got into the car, Xia Zhicha saw John Lili had sent her screenshots from the forum. After class, with no further lessons that morning, Fu Xiaoyu took her with him in his car, saying they were going somewhere. As the car door shut, Fu Xiaoyu settled into the seat beside her. "Where are we going?" And Xia Zhicha quickly dismissed the images and turned her head to ask. Fu Xiaoyu started the engine. "You'll find out soon." Xia Zhicha nodded, noting his calm demeanor. Recalling the last post she had seen on the forum, exhaling softly. He shouldn't bully her here. Right. Just then, her chin was suddenly grasped, she was forced to turn her head, and Fu Xiaoyu's kiss descended. The thin lips pressed down slightly with force, causing a twinge of pain at her lip corners. Xiajicha let out a low hum, and just as she had fastened her seatbelt, Fu Xiaoyu undid it with a click. His palm rested possessively on her waist, kneading gently, intensifying the kiss. The confined space of the car suddenly grew warmer. After a lengthy moment, Fu Xiaoyu finally released her. After so many days of restraint, he could no longer hold back. He had intended to endure a little longer, but upon seeing her, reason faded into insignificance. Xiajicha, momentarily dazed from the kiss, sank back into her seat, her gaze meeting Fu Xiaoyu's dark eyes that sparkled with a hint of satisfaction, the words unfulfilled desires flashing through her mind once again. It was only when he leaned over to help her rebuckle her seatbelt that she realized he had not fastened his own since getting into the car. He had been scheming all along. Xiajicha slowly turned her eyes to the window. You are clearly still pursuing me. At this moment, kissing her felt like crossing a line. The desire he had harbored for several days was finally somewhat appeased. And Fu Xiaoyu was particularly agreeable at this moment, squinting slightly as he started the car, playfully responding to the girl's words. Yes, I overstepped, and I must be punished. What kind of punishment? Xiajicha's eyelids fluttered slightly, and after a moment of contemplation she replied, Then you shall be punished by not being allowed to kiss me randomly for the next few days. No random kisses. Fu Xiaoyu's peach blossom eyes glinted with a semblance of a smile, his tone slightly elongated. How about proper kisses then? Xiajicha pressed her lips together, her cheeks warming slightly. That wouldn't do either, she heard Fu Xiaoyu chuckle lazily. So once these few days are over, will I be allowed to kiss you? He was so annoying. Xiajicha bit her lip, taking advantage of the red light to gently pinch him. Why was he always thinking about kissing her? The car soon drove into the underground parking lot of a building. As they passed the structure, Xiajicha took a careful glance. This place appeared to be an office. Seeing Fu Xiaoyu expertly park the car, Xiajicha felt a bit puzzled and asked, Where are we going? To the company, Fu Xiaoyu replied lazily as he unfastened his seatbelt, his pale eyelids lifting slightly as he spoke. I brought you here to show you that even without the Fu family, I, as your suitor, can still provide for you. Xiajicha was taken aback. This entire building is yours. Fu Xiaoyu nodded nonchalantly. Since the passing of his mother, he had relinquished any expectations of Fu Nanhai. To this day, Fu Nanhai remained unaware that his mother had left him a portion of her estate, completely belonging to him, thanks to this inheritance and the guidance of the old master over the years. He had managed to achieve some success. All of this remained unknown to Fu Nanhai. Let us go. Fu Xiaoyu smiled as he said, allowing our future lady boss to tour her territory. Xiajicha, still reeling from her earlier surprise, was led by him into a private elevator that ascended to the top floor. This level was empty and desolate, indicating that few people frequented it. It was likely Fu Xiaoyu's office. The office was spacious and stark, with a minimalist decor. Fu Xiaoyu approached his desk, noticing several documents laid out, his brow slightly furrowing as he turned to Xiajicha. I have some matters to attend to here. Once I finish, shall I take you out for a stroll? The sofa in the office was quite comfortable, and Xiajicha nodded, a hint of concern in her voice. Am I disturbing you? They would prefer it. Fu Xiaoyu lazily laid down the documents and walked back to her side, sitting down next to her. The space was a bit cramped, and Xiajicha instinctively shifted to the side, only to be pulled back into his embrace. Let me recharge for a bit longer. Fu Xiaoyu closed his eyes, effortlessly taking her hand and burying it in the crook of her neck. Xiajicha had grown accustomed to his usual closeness. In such an intimate setting, she relaxed and raised her free hand to pat his back. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by a click as it opened. A woman in a tailored suit, around 30 years old, entered the office, intending to place the items in her hands on the desk. Her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the figure on the sofa, and her movements froze. Mr. Fu, you're here today? Before her words could fully escape her lips, she halted abruptly, locking eyes with Xiajicha, both women registering mutual surprise. Xiajicha suddenly felt flustered, her spine stiffening as she nudged Fu Xiaoyu, attempting to alert him, yet Fu Xiaoyu merely opened his eyes slightly, straightening up a bit, but still showing no intent to release her hand. Their fingers intertwined. He looked up at the woman and replied coolly, just place it on the desk. The woman quickly averted her scrutinizing gaze, nodded, set the documents on the desk, and then left in haste. The entire exchange lasted no more than 2 minutes before the door closed again, leaving only Xiajicha and Fu Xiaoyu in the office. That was my secretary, Fu Xiaoyu explained, resting his chin back on Xiajicha's collarbone. I don't often come here. She handles most of the affairs. Xiajicha pressed her lips together, softly murmuring, was it inappropriate for us to be like that just now? Quite the contrary, Fu Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, playing with her loose hair. The office is filled with young people. They have been curious about you for quite some time. There's even a small group. That woman just now is the group leader. I reckon the entire company will know you're here shortly. Recalling the secretary's serious demeanor, Xiajicha found it hard to imagine her gossiping about others. Suddenly struck by a thought, she blinked. How do they know? Fu Xiaoyu pointed to the desk. Xiajicha followed his gesture and noticed a picture frame there, containing her photo. This person seems to declare ownership wherever he goes. Someone else will be coming in shortly, Fu Xiaoyu added, rubbing her hand gently with his thumb before reluctantly letting go. But if you're not comfortable, you can rest in the lounge. It was then that Xia Zhicha noticed a small door in the office. The lounge was larger than she had envisioned. Besides a bed, there was a wardrobe, suggesting that Fu Xiaoyu had not rested here for a long time, as everything was impeccably neat. Xia Zhicha sat on the bed, able to hear the voices of subordinates reporting to Fu Xiaoyu just a door away. When the sounds outside faded, she opened the door and peeked out. Fu Xiaoyu at work was a stark contrast to her previous impression of him. His usually carefree and wild demeanor was replaced with a focused seriousness, his sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms and prominent wrist bones, exuding a sense of decisiveness, particularly when he lowered his head. Slightly furrowing his brow, there was an inexplicable mature allure about him. Each facet of him made her heart flutter. Noticing that his gaze was about to drift her way, Xia Zhicha felt her cheeks flush and quickly shut the door. Returning to her spot by the bed, why did it feel like she had just acted like a lovesick fool? The mattress was soft, and as she lay back, she felt as if she were sinking into clouds. Suddenly reluctant to rise, with nothing pressing to do, Xia Zhicha simply closed her eyes and dozed off. To her surprise, she drifted into a deep sleep. When she awoke, still feeling a bit dazed, she attempted to turn over but suddenly found herself unable to move. It felt as though something was weighing down on her, tightly binding her waist. Xia Zhicha's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she opened her eyes, only to realize she was being embraced by Fu Xiaoyu. Chapter 87. Then let us kiss in places where we want to be seen. Fu Xiaoyu had somehow lain down beside Xia Zhicha, his chin lazily resting atop her head, his arms encircling her from the sides. Due to their size difference, she nestled against him like a doll, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her. Perhaps it was the warmth of his embrace that instilled a sense of security in her. She reached for her phone to check the time, almost 1 in the afternoon. It was time for lunch. However, it seemed Fu Xiaoyu still wanted to rest. Xia Zhicha turned off her phone's screen, feeling a moment of hesitation about whether she should wake him now, just as she was contemplating. A lazy husky chuckle drifted into her ear. You're awake? Fu Xiaoyu asked, his voice devoid of any sleepiness. Xia Zhicha was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, you're awake? I didn't feel sleepy earlier," Fu Xiaoyu replied with a laugh, his palm teasingly stroking her abdomen a couple of times, his tone mischievous. "I simply found you too adorable while sleeping and wanted to stay with you a while longer." Xia Zhicha's shoulders trembled slightly as she struggled to sit up from his embrace. The weather was gradually warming, and today she wore a thicker shirt with a knitted vest over it. After her nap, the 2 buttons at the neckline, which were already somewhat loose, had come undone, exposing a delicate, fair collarbone. As she slept, she had let her hair down, and strands of her black hair fell softly onto her collarbone, creating a striking contrast between dark and light, exuding a chaotic allure of innocence and desire. The moment Fu Xiaoyu sat up, he caught sight of this scene, and his gaze darkened slightly. Xia Zhicha lowered her head, just as she was about to reach up to fix her buttons when she suddenly felt a tight grip around her waist. Her body being pulled forward by Fu Xiaoyu, his hand moved upward, gripping the soft nape of her neck, and he suddenly leaned down, his thin lips hovering over her bare neck, his Adam's apple bobbing. With just a slight tilt of his head, he could press his lips against her skin. The cool air from his breath brushed against her, causing Xia Zhicha to freeze instinctively, tilting her head back as if sensing his intention. Her voice trembling, "No, you can't." "What do you mean by can't?" Fu Xiaoyu chuckled mockingly, as if to coax. "You can't leave any traces here." Xia Zhicha's voice trembled with anxiety, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly, fearful of being discovered. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, sensing Fu Xiaoyu gradually raising his head. "All right." He seemed to genuinely heed her words, relinquishing any intent to torment her further. His hand poised to loosen its grip on the nape of her neck. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhicha exhaled softly, attempting to straighten up and get off the bed. Yet, in the next moment, she was pulled back once more. His warm, domineering breath caressed her collarbone, and Fu Xiaoyu let out a deep, muffled chuckle, his words slurring together. "Then let us kiss in a place where we want to be seen, baby. Allow me to overstep a few more times." Xia Zhicha finally realized that being drawn into Fu Xiaoyu's domain felt akin to being lured into a wolf's den. After coveting her for so long, he had no intention of behaving like a gentleman. With the top button of his shirt fastened, Xia Zhicha blushed deeply as Fu Xiaoyu led her out of the lounge. Fu Xiaoyu's demeanor was relaxed, yet an ambiguous red mark marred his prominent pale throat, a trace left by the young girl, confused and disoriented, who hadn't managed to restrain her nails in time. Xia Zhicha's gaze fell upon it, feeling as if she had been scalded, and she averted her eyes. Having lingered a bit too long, they found the cafeteria closed. Fu Xiaoyu decided to contact his secretary to have 2 meals sent up. The same secretary from the morning entered, her expression composed as she placed the 2 meals on the table and provided a brief overview before preparing to leave. Remembering Fu Xiaoyu's earlier words, Xia Zhicha's gaze lingered on her face. Still unable to fathom the idea of her secretly forming a gossip group, the secretary seemed to sense her scrutiny, turning to her with a standard smile. "Miss Xia, is there anything I can assist you with?" Xiajicha shook her head. No, it's fine. The secretary left the office with a smile. Soon after, the company group chat erupted with a flurry of messages, igniting a frenzy. Breaking, the boss didn't take that little girl to the cafeteria. I delivered the meals. Do you know why? The boss definitely bullied the little girl earlier. Who understands? When I walked in, the little girl's face was still flushed, looking all soft and dazed. While the boss appeared refreshed, like he had just finished some beastly business, more importantly, the boss has a scratch on his throat. Our plan to stake out the boss's girlfriend has failed? So uncontrollable, President Fu, you infuriate me. I spent an hour having lunch, and didn't he even get a chance for a nap? I now reasonably suspect that the scratch was intentionally given by President Fu. Even more beastly. President Fu. President Fu, I have a wife. JPG, strongly condemn, strongly condemn. While the employees fervently speculated and imagined in the chat, Xiajicha had already settled into the car Fu Ci had sent to take her back to school. She had classes in the afternoon. Recalling the lesson learned earlier, she slowly took a seat in the back. Fu Ci glanced at her with a smile and asked, "Are you punishing me by making me your chauffeur?" Xiajicha nodded silently. Fine then, Fu Ci replied, his brow slightly raised as he pressed the accelerator, casually assuring that he would safely deliver the princess to her destination. In the afternoon, Xiajicha needed to borrow a book from the library. Glancing at the time, she felt a bit pressed and messaged Jiang Lily for assistance. She quickly received a reply from Jiang Lily. Okay, Xiajicha sighed in relief and was about to turn off her screen when suddenly a notification flashed at the top. She received a message from an unknown number. Assuming it was yet another advertisement, she clicked to delete it, but upon reading the content, she froze. Miss Xiajicha, hello, I am Mr. Fu Nanhai's secretary. Mr. Fu would like you to come to the Fu family's old residence this weekend for a chat. May I ask if you are available? Chapter 88, Let Me Marry Someone Else? Impossible. Upon seeing the name Fu Nanhai, Xiajicha sensed that the sender bore ill intentions. She refrained from replying immediately, instead lifting her face to call out to Fu Ci regarding the Fu family matters. Xiajicha understood that it was not something she could face alone. She couldn't bear the burden. Fu Ci, driving, acknowledged her, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. The playful glint in his eyes faded as he noticed her waning expression. What's wrong? Your father wants me to go to the Fu family's old residence. Xiajicha handed him her phone, stating the facts. Fu Ci's expression momentarily froze as he took the phone. Glancing at the message before smirking coldly and swiftly deleting it. No need to pay it any mind, he said, returning the phone to her, his tone firm yet laced with disdain. They'll quiet down soon enough. His words served as a calming balm for Xiajicha, easing her earlier worries. She trusted Fu Ci. Accepting the phone he returned, Xiajicha nodded. As the car pulled into the school parking lot and dropped her off at the teaching building, Fu Ci encountered Zhao Zhe at the entrance, who was flirting with his new girlfriend. Ever since Zhao had started dating a girl from Peking University, he had been frequently appearing there, and he was currently quite taken with her. Behaving like a devoted suitor. Fu Ci raised an eyebrow, and as their eyes met, Zhao was startled. What the hell, brother Fu? His earlier amorous gestures came to an abrupt halt as he quickly chatted with his girlfriend, sending her away before striding towards Fu Ci. Are you going to class? Not going, Fu Ci replied, slightly lifting his chin, his demeanor languid and indifferent. Just dropping my girlfriend off for class. Zhao Zhe, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. In the past, he would never have imagined Fu Ci would casually boast in such a way. After a brief pause, Zhao suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting slightly. Wait, didn't I hear that you were planning to get engaged to that Gu family girl? Gu, what's her name? At this, Fu Ci's gaze sharpened, fixing Zhao with a piercing look. Who did you hear that from? The moment their eyes locked, Zhao Zhe shivered, raising a hand to pat Fu Ci's shoulder. Isn't it's something everyone in our circle is talking about. They say your father is quite fond of the Gu family and that an engagement is imminent. I thought that girl from the Gu family seemed decent and sensible. So if you really did marry her, maybe you could use that opportunity to impossible. Zhao Zhe was abruptly cut off by Fu Ci, left momentarily stunned. What's impossible? Let me marry someone else. Impossible. Fu Ci's voice was chillingly calm, as if merely stating a fact. Even if I were to get engaged, the only suitable partner would be her. Zhao Zhe initially struggled to comprehend, but as he realized who were referred to, his pupils dilated in shock. After a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice. You're serious about that girl? In their circle, playing with women was hardly shocking, and being infatuated with one was equally commonplace. Even more excessive behaviors were not rare among the wealthy young men in the capital. Many had countless women surrounding them, often leading to scandal. Young men would sometimes indulge so extravagantly that it landed them in the hospital, with several fighting over one woman making headlines. Yet, even having witnessed how much Fu Ci doted on Xiajicha, Zhao Zhe still thought Fu Ci wouldn't genuinely pursue a serious relationship with her. He assumed Fu Ci shared this sentiment, especially given his current standing in the Fu family. Without finding a suitable partner, it would be challenging for him to challenge Fu Nanhai's authority. Moreover, even if he truly intended to be with Xia Jicha, the more Zhao Zhe pondered, the more furrowed his brow became. As Fu Xi turned to head towards his car, he hurried to catch up. Hesitantly broaching the topic again, "What do you plan to tell the people in your family?" Fu Xi's deep-set eyes seemed to pause momentarily before curling into a cold smirk as he opened the car door. "The what I want, they have no right to comment." With a slight elevation of his chin, his tone was slow yet brimming with arrogance and disdain. Do they truly believe they can control the Fu family's affairs and dictate my life? Zhao Zhe wanted to press further, but suddenly something flashed before him, and an object was hurled in his direction. He quickly reached out, lowering his gaze to find it was a USB drive. "What the?" he began instinctively before stopping short upon realizing what it was. He looked up, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Fu Xi. Fu Xi kept his eyes lowered, nodding slightly. Zhao Zhe fell into a moment of silence. On Saturday, a gentle rain fell, soaking every corner of the capital with a soft spring drizzle. After the rain, the air in the capital became significantly more humid, the trees adorned in fresh green, and everywhere was filled with a refreshing fragrance. This semester, Xia Jichai continued to have several tutoring sessions each week. Last semester, several families had given her unanimous praise. One family, whose child was preparing for the college entrance examination this year, specifically increased her hourly pay, requesting her assistance for a final push. In the afternoon, as she exited the villa area, Xia Jichai carefully avoided the puddles on the ground and stowed away the teaching material she would need today. However, just as she reached the entrance, she was abruptly intercepted. The person was impeccably dressed in a suit, with a neat hairstyle and glasses, his smile exuding a meticulously formal detachment, with a smile directed at her. His hand extended across her path. "Miss Xia Jichai, may I inquire if I could take a moment of your time?" His polite tone resembled that of a request, yet offered her no room for choice. Xia Jichai's grip on her canvas bag tightened suddenly, her gaze drifting toward the black sedan behind him. Chapter 89. Who permitted you to touch her? Only the secretary was dispatched to pick up Xia Jichai. There were no other occupants in the car. The sedan glided steadily along the road, the atmosphere inside serene. Xia Jichai turned her head to gaze out the window, watching the scenery recede. The secretary activated the car's radio, and soft jazz began to play. "Miss Xia, are you still tutoring?" he inquired gently, as if asking casually. Xia Jichai responded with a soft her fair face betraying little emotion. They had already come to fetch her. The Fu family undoubtedly knew her background well. This question served merely as a reminder of the disparity in their current statuses. The car drove for an extended period, eventually leaving the city and entering a mansion nestled in the hills on the outskirts. The intricately designed iron gate swung open, and they passed through an expansive garden that seemed to stretch indefinitely, finally coming to a halt before a building reminiscent of a grand castle, more extravagant than anything Xia Jichai had seen on television. The secretary escorted her out of the car. The old house was vast, its decor revealing signs of renovation, the lighting resplendent, and the carpet beneath her feet soft, muffling her footsteps entirely. Was this the place where Fu Xi had grown up? Xia Jichai's gaze was suddenly drawn to a painting hanging in the corner. It was evident that it had been newly hung, depicting a harmonious family of three, Fu Nanhai, Lin Yanni, and Lin Jinan. With Fu Xi conspicuously absent, as if his presence had been deliberately erased, she suddenly heard Lin Jinan's sharp voice complaining to a servant from upstairs, her tone shrill and affected, merely lamenting the absence of sugar in her coffee. The secretary walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Xia Jichai, urging her, "Miss Xia, please walk a bit faster." Xia Jichai came back to her senses and responded softly. A wave of sympathy for Fu Xi surged within her. The reception room was on the second floor, and as Xia Jichai entered, Fu Nanhai had already been waiting for some time. He was plump, with sunken cheeks and prominent cheekbones, his eyes slightly puffy, and his gaze fixed on her with an eagle-like intensity. He bore little resemblance to Fu Xi. His scrutinizing gaze was stern and critical, prompting Xia Jichai to involuntarily take a step back. The secretary had already exited and closed the door behind him. Fu Nanhai did not invite Xia Jichai to sit but instead smiled as if assessing a commodity. "So you are the young lady that Fu Xi has taken a liking to?" "Quite beautiful indeed." Xia Jichai instinctively frowned, remaining silent. "I had thought you to be perceptive, which is why I had Nan come to remind you to keep your distance from Fu Xi." Fu Nanhai continued, seemingly indifferent to whether Xia Jichai acknowledged him, chuckling to himself. "However, I didn't expect that a girl who appears so obedient would possess such clever means." The veiled insult made Xia Jichai's body tense slightly. Fu Nanhai seemed satisfied with the effect of his words, scanning her with a disdainful gaze, as if casually remarking, "It's no wonder Fu Xi would take a liking to someone like you. Quite gentle and bookish, just like his mother." The implications within his words were manifold, laced with deliberate provocation, yet in an instant, they deepened Xia Jichai's discomfort. She felt a swell of indignation for Fu Xi. The only family that truly loved him was now being ruthlessly criticized and belittled by the very person responsible for his suffering. A surge of defiance coursed through her fingers whitening as she spoke softly. "Ayu does not wish for you to mention his mother again." Fu Nanhai's expression darkened instantly. Having been publicly rebuffed, he let out a cold laugh. What do you think you are, little girl? Quite protective of him, aren't you? Xia Jichai lowered her eyes, suppressing the tremor beneath. Refusing to meet his gaze, and unfortunately, no matter how much you adore him, he will never marry you. You will never be a match. Fu Nanhai stood up, advancing toward her with an air of confidence. Do you know why? Because if that were the case, he would lose the Fu family and be left with nothing. As he spoke, Fu Nanhai's smile deepened, exuding a sense of leisurely triumph. Women like you, who think they have climbed to the high branches, will you still be willing to follow him when that time comes? Just as his words hung in the air, Xia Jichai suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside, accompanied by Lin Jinan's piercing scream. Brother, why are you back? What are you doing? Father is still in the reception room. Willing. In that instant, Xia Jichai trembled, as if suddenly infused with newfound courage. She lifted her gaze, staring directly at Fu Nanhai. Mr. Fu, you should not be asking me this question. Rather, you should be inquiring of your wife. The young girl's doe-like eyes gleamed brightly, her words striking like a sharp blade, piercing through the deepest defenses of his heart. Fu Nanhai's pupils constricted suddenly, his expression darkening as he strode toward her, raising his hand sharply and admonishing. Who taught you to speak to your elders like that? Who allowed you to lay a hand on her? Simultaneously, the door to the reception room was flung open with a crash. Fu Xi entered, his demeanor cold and forbidding, striding in with veins bulging on the back of his hand, pulling Xia Jichai behind him. The atmosphere between him and Fu Nanhai became abruptly charged, as if the air had been drawn tight with tension. Feeling as though she had been rescued in an instant, Xia Jichai's previously tense spine relaxed. Realizing that this was no moment for her to assert herself, she silently stepped back. At that moment, Lin Jinan also dashed into the reception room, exclaiming, Brother, don't disturb Father. Xia Jichai. Lin Jinan, seemingly taken aback by Xia Jichai's presence, halted in her tracks, her eyes wide. Her gaze shifted to the grim-faced Fu Nanhai, and suddenly, as if receiving a command to charge, her delicate features darkened, and she approached Xia Jichai with hostility. Well, you, relying on my brother's support. You vixen, not only are you not disappearing, but now you dare to disrupt my family. Before Xia Jichai could even turn to face her, she was unexpectedly shoved backward, her balance faltered, and she stumbled a few steps. Feeling a slight pain in her ankle, she gritted her teeth, letting out a soft hiss just as Fu Xi caught her falling form. In that instant, she heard Lin Jinan's piercing scream, simultaneously Fu Xi's voice, chilling enough to instill fear, rang out. Lin Jinan, are you so eager for me to settle scores with you? Xia Jichai lifted her eyes to see Lin Jinan sitting on the ground, her expression one of sheer terror as she looked up at Fu Xi. Your brother. Lin Jinan scrambled to her feet. You would actually make her apologize. Fu Xi spoke with a dispassionate tone, devoid of any emotion. Yet it sent a chill down the spine of those present. Even Fu Nanhai, who had been caught off guard, momentarily froze, his expression twisting into one of furious disbelief. Fu Xi, you dare to make your sister apologize to an outsider? You can forget about returning to this family. Fu Xi merely raised his eyes slightly, casting a glance at him, and with a cold laugh, replied, fine. He then turned his attention back to Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan's neck recoiled instinctively, and she muttered an apology, attempting to flee toward Fu Nanhai, yet Fu Xi yanked her back. A cruel smile curved his lips. How did you make others apologize back at school? Lin Jinan's eyes widened in shock as her legs began to tremble. Chapter 90. Baby, give me a home. Over the years, since Lin Jinan had transformed into a young lady, Fu Xi was fully aware of all her misdeeds at school. Relying on her family's connections and Fu Nanhai's indulgent pampering, she had bullied her classmates without restraint, demanding even the smallest of apologies with a subservient kneel and bow. Witnessing Lin Jinan's pale, panicked reaction, Fu Xi's dark eyes remained devoid of emotion as he coldly reiterated, apologize. As Fu Xi took another step toward her, Lin Jinan, filled with humiliation and fear, lowered her head and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, her voice trembling as she pleaded, I'm sorry. Fu Xi. Fu Nanhai, beside himself with rage, picked up a decorative piece from the table and hurled it to the ground, his voice hoarse and strained. You kneel too. I see you truly wish to be thrown out. Be my guest. The indifferent tone, laced with utter disregard, rendered him speechless. Fu Xi raised his eyes, suddenly smirking, a USB drive materializing in his hand. Just so happens I have a little piece of dirt on Mr. Fu. As Fu Xi and Xia Jichai emerged from the old residence, the sunset had cast its warm glow across the horizon. The secretary, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance, was now bowing at the entrance to bid them farewell. It was only when they settled into the car that Xia Jichai's emotions seemed to finally break free from the tumultuous scene they had just left. Recalling Fu Xi's reaction upon producing the USB drive, which had instantly robbed Fu Nanhai of his authority, Xia Jichai softly inquired, what is on the USB drive? The foolish things Fu Nanhai has done over the years. Fu Xi, gripping the steering wheel, bore no expression of triumph. Rather, his demeanor was tinged with a subtle weariness. Over the years, he had deluded himself into believing he had concealed his troubles well, oblivious to the fact that it was the old gentleman behind him providing a safety net. Otherwise, how could he have been provoked into hospitalization so frequently? Fu Xi let out a sardonic chuckle, recognizing the emblem on the USB drive as unique to the old gentleman, unmistakable to him at a glance. Xiaoqicha nodded in acknowledgement of his understanding but was suddenly struck by a wave of curiosity. How did you come across this USB drive? She inquired. Fu Xi's expression shifted to one of complexity. His jaw tightening slightly. I am the old residence, my room, he replied, his tone growing sombered. It must be a fallback left for me by the old gentleman, despite his awareness that Fu Nanhai was his biological son. The century-old legacy of the Fu family was not easily relinquished to a single individual, thus, the old gentleman ultimately extended his assistance to Fu Xi. Xiaoqicha silently nodded in response. For the remainder of their journey, silence enveloped them, the orange-hued sunset casting a warm glow through the car window, rendering each contour serene and imbued with a tender warmth, instead of escorting Xiaoqicha back to her dormitory. Fu Xi parked in the community parking lot. As she stepped out of the car, Xiaoqicha felt a dull ache in her ankle, likely a result of being shoved by Lin Jinan earlier. There was no swelling, merely a dull throb, suggesting it was not severe. Retracting her foot, she intended to shift her weight onto the other leg. At that moment, Fu Xi had already exited the vehicle and stood before her. Noticing her subtle movements, he inquired, "What's wrong?" "Perhaps I twisted my ankle earlier, it's a little painful," she replied, having managed to stand up and testing her weight with a cautious step. Upon hearing this, Fu Xi remained silent, squatting down in front of her, his back toward her. "Get on," he commanded, his tone casual yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Xiaoqicha protested softly, "I was able to walk just fine before. I should be able to now, but if you don't get on, I'll carry you back," Fu Xi stated evilly. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoqicha complied, clambering onto his back. Fu Xi's broad shoulders were steady as he walked. The sun, having dipped below the horizon, concealed the last remnants of its golden light. As streetlights flickered to life, their intertwined shadows elongated slowly. Xiaoqicha wrapped her arms around Fu Xi's neck and softly asked, "Am I heavy?" Just as her words left her mouth, she was jolted slightly. Startled, she let out a soft gasp, clutching him tighter as Fu Xi chuckled deeply. "Like a feather, how could you be heavy?" The petite girl, while not emaciated, appeared delicately slender, making her seem incredibly light. Despite being nurtured for so long, she had not gained an ounce. Fu Xi inwardly clicked his tongue, recalling something, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he questioned, "Why did Fu Nanhai strike you when I entered?" Xiaoqicha fell silent for a moment, gradually burying her face against his neck, her legs swaying slightly as she spoke, her voice muffled. "He mentioned your mother." Sensing a slight tension in Fu Xi's shoulders, she paused before continuing slowly, "I couldn't stand it, so I exchanged a few words with him." Fu Xi had not anticipated such a response. His expression momentarily stunned before raising an eyebrow. "So brave?" With her face still pressed against his neck, Xiaoqicha nodded gently. "She is the only one in your family who genuinely cares for you." Thus, while others may have disparaged her, she remained unfazed, determined to support Fu Xi and protect his mother. Her voice, though soft, carried a resolute tenacity, a stubborn seriousness that was endearingly incongruous given her petite stature. It inexplicably tugged at one's heartstrings, rendering emotions tender and vulnerable. Suddenly, Fu Xi halted, laughter erupting from him once more, his chest vibrating with mirth, warmth flooding his heart. Xiaoqicha, feeling tense, remained still, fearing he might suddenly falter. Just then, Fu Xi called out, "Baby," his voice was low and rich. "Of the Fu family, they are not my kin, this is not my home," recalling the family portrait that hung prominently. Xiaoqicha, resting on his back, responded slowly, "I understand." Then Fu Xi turned his head slightly, his pale eyelids half lowered, and continued, his voice husky from laughter, almost coaxingly, "Baby, give me a home, will you? A home for us to build a future together." Xiaoqicha was momentarily taken aback, but only for a fleeting instant before tightening her embrace around his neck and whispering in his ear, "Okay." Xiaoqicha realized she was not truly courageous. She too felt fear when facing Fu Nanhai, yet she had always held the belief that Fu Xi would come for her, rescuing her from that place. Thus, when confronted with Fu Nanhai's provocations, she could have chosen to endure in silence. Yet she did not, for Xiaoqicha would always side with Fu Xi. She had never doubted whether Fu Nanhai would indeed tear them apart. Perhaps everyone told her they were ill-suited. But as long as Fu Xi asserted their compatibility, she would follow him without hesitation. Chapter 91. No need to endure any longer. This marked the first time Xiaoqicha returned to this house since that misunderstanding. She had assumed that with Fu Xi's carefree lifestyle, the house would be somewhat disheveled during her absence. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by a scene that mirrored her departure almost perfectly. Everything was meticulously maintained, as if he had not returned home at all during her absence. Her plush slippers lay neatly by the door, seemingly awaiting their owner's return. "What's for dinner?" Fu Xi asked. Stepping inside and changing his shoes before heading to the kitchen, Xiaoqicha suddenly remembered that after all their commotion at the Fu family residence, they had yet to eat, feeling the pangs of hunger. She pondered for a moment before replying, "I'd like some noodles." Fu Xi acknowledged her request and retrieved the ingredients from the cupboard, igniting the stove. He prepared tomato and egg noodles, the plump handmade noodles paired with vibrant red tomatoes, topped with a fried egg that was quite appetizing. During dinner, Fu Xi suddenly inquired, "Are you staying here tonight?" Xiaoqicha nodded while biting into her fried egg. Fu Xi's peach blossom eyes curved into a smile, clearly pleased. After the meal, Fu Xi took a shower. When he emerged, he found Xia Jicha selecting something to watch with the remote control. He settled down beside her, leaning slightly to nuzzle her damp hair. Xia Jicha felt tickled, her neck damp with water, and could not help but turn to push him away. "Why don't you dry your hair?" "I am used to it, it'll dry soon," he replied, sitting up straighter, wearing a loosely hung bathrobe, his collar slightly ajar revealed a firm chest, droplets of water cascading down his defined collarbone, gradually disappearing into the neckline. He raised his hand, tracing the trail of water with his fingertip. It was an unintentional gesture, yet it exuded an air of languid sensuality. Xia Jicha felt her ears flush from a mere glance and quickly stood up. "I'll go get you the hairdryer." With that, she hurriedly scurried into the bathroom. Fu Xi wore a smirk, his gaze lingering on her ankle until she disappeared inside, when she returned with the hairdryer. Fu Xi had already adjusted his robe and resumed browsing through the list of shows she had been perusing. There was an outlet behind the sofa, and after plugging in the hairdryer, Xia Jicha turned to Fu Xi and said, "Could you scoot over a bit?" Fu Xi shot her a sidelong glance, grinning. "Are you going to dry my hair?" Xia Jicha nodded. "If I don't, I'll get a headache." "Alright," Fu Xi complied, shifting closer and turning slightly to face away from her, his tone playfully nonchalant. "It's my honor to receive the services of Princess." He often referred to her as Princess when teasing her, causing Xia Jicha to pout and ignore him as she switched on the hairdryer. The whirring sound filled the living room. Xia Jicha handled the dryer gently, her delicate fingers weaving through Fu Xi's dark, wet hair. Fu Xi continued scrolling through the television listings and asked her, "Are we watching a movie?" "Yeah," Xia Jicha affirmed, glancing at the cover of the selected film on the screen. "Let us go with this one." It was a newly released romance film that had garnered rave reviews during its cinema run. Fu Xi skimmed through the synopsis before clicking play. The screen dimmed momentarily before the opening scene revealed an intimate kiss between two characters, their figures entwined in a passionate embrace, catching them completely off guard. The sound of their soft gasps was amplified by the television speakers, blending with the hum of the hairdryer, creating an atmospheric backdrop. Xia Jicha felt a jolt of surprise, her movements momentarily stilled as she carefully averted her gaze downward, only to notice Fu Xi remained utterly composed. As the screen displayed increasingly intimate scenes, hinting at an escalation, she instinctively curled her fingers and timidly asked, "Could we skip ahead?" "Skip what?" Fu Xi replied, his expression leisurely. "I think I'll take this opportunity to learn a thing or two." Xia Jicha, with her delicate sensibilities, averted her gaze and chose not to look. Fu Xi had recently trimmed his hair, making it shorter than before and easier to style. A few minutes later, feeling that he had sufficiently dried his hair, Xia Jicha switched off the hairdryer and set it aside. The television screen had reverted to memories from their school days, and Xia Jicha let out a gentle sigh. Unexpectedly, as she turned her head, she felt her forearm being grasped by someone. With a slight exertion, Fu Xi pulled her into his embrace. A sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over her as Xia Jicha leaned against him, only to feel his grip tighten around her waist. Fu Xi effortlessly lifted her onto his lap, positioning her astride him. Once Xia Jicha regained her senses, she became acutely aware of the somewhat embarrassing position she found herself in. She shifted her body, attempting to escape, but Fu Xi's large hand encircled the back of her head, pressing it down in a manner that conveyed dominance. Fu Xi tilted his head slightly, his dark, penetrating eyes betraying a hint of desire as he smirked. Having studied, it was now time to review. His deep, magnetic voice descended upon her like a cascade of soft kisses. When Fu Xi kissed, there was always an aggressive quality, a hint of ferocity that left Xia Jicha unable to resist. She struggled to tilt her head back, trying to synchronize her breathing with his rhythm. Yet she could not suppress her gasps. Her eyes fluttered open and shut, misty and glistening as if washed in water, the corners of her eyes shimmering with physiological tears, creating a contrast against the dim light. Her clear pupils resembling beautiful glass beads, yet tinged with a sense of bewilderment as if they were to be possessed and claimed. Fu Xi could hardly withstand her innocent and tender demeanor. His hand gripping her slender waist threatened to lose its restraint as the hem of her clothing was pushed up slightly, exposing a patch of soft, fair skin. Xia Jicha let out a nervous low hum, feeling something beneath her and instinctively tightening her grip on his shoulders. The sudden increase of pressure on his shoulders snapped Fu Xi back to reality. The television continued to switch scenes, shadows and light playing across his chiseled features, accentuating the restraint in his eyes. After locking gazes with the young woman, whose bright, flustered eyes were filled with confusion, he chuckled softly and, with a hint of restraint, pinched her cheek. "Don't look at me like that, or I'll lose control." He then patted her back, signaling her to dismount from him, before rising and making his way toward the bathroom with ease. Just then, his fingers were unexpectedly entwined by another delicate, warm hand. Fu Xi paused, turning back. The sounds from the television continued to play, while Xia Jicha lowered her head, revealing only her flushed ears and slightly trembling slender shoulders. She raised her hand, her pinky hooking around his, her soft voice barely audible over the background noise. "But if you can't help it, then you needn't hold back." Chapter 92. Have you finally been tempted by my body? In the dimly lit living room, the atmosphere suddenly felt as though it had come to a standstill. Fu Xiaoyu wore a brief expression of astonishment before fixing an unwavering gaze upon Xia Jicha. As if he had just captured his prey. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice hoarse as if it had been forced from his throat. "Have you finally been tempted by my body?" "Darling," Xia Jicha fell silent, yet the hand that clung to him did not loosen its grip. Fu Xiaoyu turned back, retrieved the remote from the sofa, and switched off the television. The flickering light and somewhat noisy background sounds vanished, leaving the living room enveloped in silence, illuminated only by a small lamp on the sofa, rendering the vast space almost eerily quiet. The veins on the back of Fu Xiaoyu's hand pulsed with restraint, his dark brows hidden beneath tousled hair as he spoke again, his tone calm yet insistent. "I'll give you one more chance. You can call it off now." Xia Jicha remained silent, her grip tightening. She had always been willing. She heard Fu Xiaoyu let out a low sigh, and then his hand gently lifted her chin, revealing his deep, desire-filled eyes. The palpable tension in the air felt as if it could ignite a fire. As if her very soul trembled, Xia Jicha's eyelashes fluttered, her entire being feeling flushed. Before she could react, he kissed her deeply once more. "Darling," he seemed to sense her trepidation, gently massaging down her spine as he led her to the bed. When he pressed the young woman onto the bed, Fu Xiaoyu held down her restlessly moving legs, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of her ankle, prompting him to speak once more. "Your ankle." Her disheveled hair lay scattered across the sheets as Xia Jicha lowered her eyes, whispering, "Be gentle, it's fine." No sooner had she spoken than a fervent kiss landed on her neck, as if it had been pent up for far too long. Now unleashed without hesitation, the night wore on until it grew late. When Xia Jicha awoke, she felt herself held in someone's embrace, her bare back pressed against the person behind her, sensing the rise and fall of his chest. She felt refreshed, clearly having been well cared for. Afterward, Xia Jicha had almost no memory of the events that transpired, only that she had been crying, while Fu Xiaoyu comforted her. Kissing away her tears, fragmented memories trickled back, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she buried her face in the covers. Just then, a soft chuckle rang out from behind her, laced with morning drowsiness. Awake, Fu Xiaoyu tightened his hold on her, asking with a hint of satisfaction. Xia Jicha feigned sleep beneath the covers. "All right, you'll run out of oxygen soon." Fu Xiaoyu chuckled, aware of the young woman's shyness, and released her, pulling back the covers as he got out of bed. It wasn't until she heard the sound of his footsteps receding that Xia Jicha slowly emerged from the blankets. At the head of the bed, a neatly folded set of clean pajamas awaited her, while from the master bedroom's bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard through the glass door. She caught a glimpse of Fu Xiaoyu's silhouette. Reaching out, she grabbed the pajamas, but her gaze suddenly fell upon the red marks on her arm, causing her to instinctively curl up in embarrassment. They were both inexperienced, their initial encounters marked by a certain awkwardness. But Fu Xiaoyu had since become increasingly proficient. The energy and vigor of a man experiencing intimacy for the first time was astonishing, leaving her body marked with evidence of their union. Not daring to examine the remnants of their passion any longer, Xia Jicha quickly donned the pajamas, grateful for the long sleeves that concealed most of the evidence. The sound of water ceased, and Xia Jicha approached the door, knocking gently. "You can come in," Fu Xiaoyu replied. Xia Jicha opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of Fu Xiaoyu, his upper body bare. He had just washed his face, droplets of water cascading down his chin, his thick eyebrows damp. Upon seeing her, he smiled, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, making the bite marks on his neck even more pronounced. Even after their candid moments the previous day, Xia Jicha found herself overwhelmed by this visual impact, instinctively wanting to close the door, but Fu Xiaoyu stepped forward first, pulling her into an embrace. Laughter spilling from his throat. "Go wash up." Xia Jicha froze, responding awkwardly as she released him, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his side. Just below his ribcage she noticed a white tattoo, small and subtle, almost imperceptible. She had seen his body on several occasions before, but she had always glanced away hastily, never truly noting the details. It was only now that she realized in the center of the tattoo was a short scar, the skin slightly indented and pale, revealing that it had once been a deep wound. Fu Xiaoyu sensed the weight of her gaze and glanced down, explaining casually, "It was quite a while ago." Xia Jicha felt a lump in her throat as she softly inquired, "How did it happen?" "It was from a fight with Fu Nanhai." Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, saying, "I didn't let Lin Yanni enter, and he pushed me down the stairs, causing me to collide with a sculpture nearby." Xia Jicha's pupils quivered. She remembered that sculpture, a knight standing upon a long sword. Fu Xiaoyu's injury was likely caused by the sharp protrusion of that sword. The thought of falling down the stairs was excruciating. Xia Jicha's breathing grew cautious as she reached out, gently brushing her fingers over the scar. The white tattoo above it depicted a lightning bolt, encircled by chains, rendering the entire design akin to a butterfly with a missing wing. She couldn't fathom the suffering Fu Xiaoyu must have endured during his time with the Fu family, his mother's sudden passing, the tyranny of his stepmother, the indifference of his biological father. In such circumstances, how could he have received proper care for his injuries? Her heart ached painfully as she couldn't help but ask, "Did it hurt, both the injury and the tattoo? Did it hurt both times?" Fu Xiaoyu paused, lowering his gaze to meet hers, and suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he asked, If I say it hurt, will you kiss me? The Sejicha's fingers, resting on the scar, hesitated for a moment before she nodded slightly. It was quite painful of feeling the soft touch linger. Fu Xiaoyu's abdomen involuntarily tightened. His gaze flickering as he captured her hand resting on his injury, his lashes brushing against her fingers as he spoke in a tone that felt almost like a confession. I spent half a month in the hospital with 2 broken ribs, but later, during my reckless days, I got into countless fights and sustained numerous injuries. I actually forgot the pain from that incident. It was so long ago, observing the concerned frown on her delicate face. Fu Xiaoyu leaned slightly, holding her hand gently, and kissed her fingertips, asking, "Isn't it time for you to kiss me now?" Xiaojicha's lips trembled slightly, and when she met his gaze, her voice caught in her throat. "Then close your eyes." Fu Xiai and Mei Yan exchanged a glance filled with leisurely amusement, and then immediately closed their eyes, unable to resist a teasing remark. He playfully quipped, "After so many kisses." Still, his words abruptly halted as he felt a wave of warmth at his side, a soft touch accompanied by gentle breaths. Xiaojicha slightly bent her legs, lowering her head to place a kiss on his scar. In that fleeting moment, Fu Xi's heart raced twice, his chest heaving unexpectedly as he opened his eyes and grasped her waist. Just as Xiaojicha stood upright, she sensed her body slipping out of control. Instinctively letting out a soft gasp as she stumbled a few steps, her back pressing against the cool surface. "Baby, when did you become so flirtatious all of a sudden?" Fu Xiai could no longer contain himself. Pushing the young girl toward the sink, laughter resonating from his chest. Moments later, he relaxed his shoulders, adopting a posture of reliance and intimacy, resting his forehead against hers, his eyes warm and lingering. "You know, this makes me want to do it again." Chapter 93, ultra-thin style. Despite his words, Fu Xiai ultimately refrained from teasing Xiaojicha further. The young girl had experienced her first time last night, and his uncontrollable urges had been somewhat overwhelming for her. Even the slightest provocative gesture from him elicited a subconscious tremble in her legs, drawing back, her body yielding and lacking strength, soft as a little rabbit. Her ears tinged with red, he felt like an insatiable beast. After a moment, Fu Xiai chuckled softly, releasing her, playfully ruffling her hair and asking, "Shall we take some more time to rest after washing up? It is still the weekend." After all, gradually regaining her strength, Xiaojicha leaned against the sink and nodded slightly. Yesterday had indeed been exhausting, and after she sluggishly burrowed back into bed for a nap, she awoke well past noon. Faint sounds from the kitchen drifted in. Finally feeling her legs regain stability, Xiaojicha slipped on her slippers and stepped outside. Upon opening the bedroom door, the enticing aroma of food enveloped her. Fu Xiai had just set the final dish on the table. Having already eaten, he prepared only for her. A white plastic bag from the supermarket lay on the dining table, brimming with an assortment of items. Leaving her curious about his purchases. Xiaojicha sat at the table and reached for her chopsticks. Her elbow inadvertently nudged the loosely tied plastic bag, causing it to tip over. 2 small square boxes tumbled to the floor. Instinctively, Xiaojicha bent down to inspect them, and upon seeing the labels, her entire being froze. They were condoms. Ultra-thin ones. The packaging boldly displayed the largest size. And in that instant, her head spun, her mind involuntarily flashing back to the passionate scenes of the previous day. Fu Xiai, in every aspect, was top-notch. Even in this regard, Xiaojicha hesitated, suppressing the heat rising to her cheeks as she slowly reached down to pick them up. When she placed the items back in the bag, she realized he hadn't just bought 1 or 2 boxes. He had purchased an entire bag, not only ultra-thin, but also featuring ribbed and dotted varieties. Alongside an array of flavors. The heat on her face deepened as she looked up, flustered, and met Fu Xi's teasing gaze. "Why did you buy so many?" She gently bit her lip and asked. "They're consumables, baby," Fu Xiai replied lazily, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, closing the kitchen glass door behind him and settling into the seat across from her. "They'll all be used eventually." Xiaojicha buried her face in her food, unable to glance at the overflowing plastic bag any longer. Fu Xiai had already taken her 3 times the previous night, even in a restrained manner at first, and she found herself barely able to cope with so many. She felt she would soon be utterly exhausted by him. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Xiaojicha pondered for a moment before weakly protesting, "We shouldn't indulge too much. It's not good for you either." "Such concern for my well-being." Fu Xiai raised an eyebrow at the young girl's frowning expression, a smirk playing on his lips. Who was it last night who couldn't even hold herself up? Xiaojicha's ears flushed a deep red. After a moment of restraint, she couldn't help but kick him under the table. Her soft voice tinged with annoyance. "Stop talking." Fu Xiai's eyes sparkled with indulgent amusement as he did not evade her kick. Instead, he effortlessly grasped her ankle, removing her slipper and resting her foot on his thigh. Massaging it gently. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired, referencing the ankle she had twisted the previous night. Xiaojicha puffed out her cheeks, replying quickly, "Not anymore." She attempted to pull away, but Fu Xi's large hand held her ankle firmly. His warm palm enveloping it was merely a minor sprain, and although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she let him tend to her. Fu Xiai took over the dishwashing duties, displaying a meticulousness reminiscent of a doting boyfriend. After their meal, fatigue washed over Xiaojicha, and she cozied into the sofa. Initially, she intended to find a movie, but recalling the events of the previous day, she quietly set down the remote and picked up her phone. A new notification appeared in the class group chat, and she replied with an acknowledgement before exiting to the message list. Just then, Fu Xi's casual voice drifted from above her. You haven't changed it back yet. Startled by the sound, Xiaoxicha looked up at him, confused. Changed what? Your contact name. Fu Xi withdrew his gaze from her phone screen, placing a glass of warm water on the coffee table and leisurely seating himself beside her. It dawned on Xiaoxicha that although she had kept Fu Xi's contact pinned, she had not altered it since changing it back to his original name last time. The three characters, Fu Xi, stood out prominently on her contact list. Fu Xi lowered his lashes and glanced at her screen again, a smirk forming on his lips as he drawled. You took my body, you can't just leave me without any responsibility, can you? Xiaoxicha felt as though she were being labeled a heartless woman. Silently she changed his contact back to boyfriend, but for some reason, ever since she began dating Fu Xi, she felt that he was harder to please than she was. Chapter 94, Is Fu Xi a beast? That evening, Xiaoxicha did not stay over but returned to her dormitory. Fu Xi did not insist. He understood her need for a breather. The young girl couldn't withstand much strain and needed time to recuperate, especially since he found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure around her. If she had stayed over that night, he wasn't sure if he could restrain himself. As he dropped Xiaoxicha off at the dormitory building, Fu Xi leaned down to ask, Are you moving your things back in a couple of days? Xiaoxicha nodded softly, saying goodbye before turning to ascend the stairs. As usual, the dormitory was empty on weekends, with only Jiang Lili present. She sat on her bed, a small table beside her, eagerly watching a show. Startled by the sound of the door, she looked down and, upon recognizing Xiaoxicha, was a bit surprised. I thought you'd be at Fu Xi's place today. Did the great Fu allow you to come back? Xiaoxicha smiled but did not respond, her beautiful doe eyes lifting to meet Jiang Lili's gaze. Are you getting ready for bed? Yeah, Jiang Lili pointed to the tablet screen, casually commenting, I plan to sleep right after this episode. Xiaoxicha nodded, setting her things down to wash up. Just then, Jiang Lili suddenly fixed her gaze on her. Wait, moments later, her expression shifted as if she sensed something amiss. She quickly jumped off the bed, not even bothering to put on her slippers, and rushed barefoot towards Xiaoxicha, unceremoniously tugging at her collar. Before Xiaoxicha could react, her collar was pulled back slightly, revealing faint marks on her collarbone, just a small patch, yet it was evident how intense it had been. Jiang Lili's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, What the hell, was Fu Xi that much of a beast? Without waiting for Xiaoxicha to respond, her expression morphed into one of heartbreak, as if she had just witnessed her precious little cabbage being ruthlessly ravaged. I knew it. The moment I saw your expression, I felt you had definitely crossed the line. Previously, Xiaoxicha had been a pure white flower, her gaze innocent and naive, and now, however, she appeared flushed, her eyes glimmering with an imperceptible allure. Though it was hard to pinpoint what had changed, it was evident that this flower had been nurtured. Jiang Lili never shied away from discussing such topics, fearing that others might overhear. Xiaoxicha blushed and quickly covered her mouth, but under Jiang Lili's intense gaze, she bashfully nodded. With her mouth covered, Jiang Lili wanted to scream but could only emit muffled sounds. Her eyes blazing with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Xiaoxicha. After a while, once Xiaoxicha released her hand, Jiang Lili immediately pressed, How was it? Fu Xi isn't just bravado. Right? How many times did you do it? Is he good? Xiaoxicha recalled the large bag of condoms Fu Xi had purchased, feeling reluctant to answer. Well, he was quite capable, seeing Jiang Lili's determined expression. Xiaoxicha quickly held up 3 fingers, indicating a more palatable answer. Jiang Lili gasped again, Fu Xi is such a beast. She immediately pulled out her phone with an exaggerated expression, declaring, No, I must remind him to exercise restraint. I am but a delicate figure, with slender arms and legs, he mustn't put me through any distress, although she understood that Jiang Lili was merely jesting and would not genuinely act upon it. Xiaoxicha couldn't help but reach out to stop her, yet she found Jiang Lili fixated on the screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wait, Fu Xi is with him. Xiaoxicha's eyelids fluttered as her gaze followed to the screen. Displayed was Jiang Lili's moments, with the latest post coming from Fu Xi. It was a photograph of a slender young girl standing before a dressing mirror, earnestly adjusting her attire, lifting her head as if seeking approval from someone nearby. Beside her stood a man, significantly taller than she, casually holding his phone, seemingly aiming it at the mirror, leaning down to meet her gaze, his body inclined as if he were about to kiss her at any moment. At the moment the shutter clicked, his expression was one of satisfaction, his possessiveness almost palpable in his eyes. Xiaoxicha recalled this moment before they had left home today, when she had been preoccupied with ensuring that no hickeys would be visible. Entirely oblivious to Fu Xi's subtle gestures. In no time, the comments section of this post was inundated with astonishment. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this really posted by Brother Fu? Is this really the Fu Laoda I know? Wait, the more I look at it, the more I feel like Brother Fu is the one with a love-struck brain? Xiaomimi, just breathing. Brother Fu, my girlfriend, mine. Ha, am I the only one who thinks Brother Fu is hinting at something? Jiang Lili magnified the photo, scrutinizing Fu Xi's expression several times before taking a deep breath and exclaiming, Indeed, it seems that in love, it is the man who becomes infatuated. This is killing me. Seajicha, after moving their belongings back to Fusi's residence, Seajicha reverted to her usual state of spending weekends there. However, the arrangement had shifted from the two of them sleeping in separate rooms to sharing the same bed. Consequently, she found herself being playfully tormented in various ways and positions. Utterly consumed, spring passed swiftly, and by late April, the weather in the capital began to warm. From April onward, news regarding the Fu family consistently captured the attention of various circles in the city. Following Fu Nanhai's ascension, a series of misguided decisions thrust the Fu Corporation into the spotlight, resulting in a plummet of stock prices. Ultimately, it was Fu Ci who intervened at a critical juncture, averting a potential crisis. Concurrently, the media unearthed numerous scandals from Fu Nanhai's past, and Lin Yunyi's identity was subsequently exposed. Netizens relished such gossip, and public opinion intensified from all angles. Consequently, Fu Nanhai's circumstances became increasingly precarious, and Fu Ci seized the opportunity to consolidate power, gradually taking control of the Fu family. It was only at this juncture that the conflict between father and son came to the forefront. The scales began to tip increasingly in Fu Ci's favor. By the end of May, everything had settled. Oh, how is yesterday's press conference trending again today? In the dormitory, Zhang Lily scrolled through Weibo, clucking her tongue and exclaiming, "I told you, once Fu Ci's face appears, who cares about anything else? Everyone is just captivated by his looks." The trending Weibo post featured a close-up of Fu Ci from the previous day's press conference, with a serious caption outlining the event's key points. Yet, the comments section was flooded with declarations of affection, spiraling into chaos. Zhang Lily flipped through the comments, occasionally reading them aloud to Seajicha in an exaggerated tone. Upon seeing her donning that familiar canvas bag, Zhang Lily leaned back in her chair, raising an eyebrow. "Are you going out again?" Seajicha replied, checking the contents of her bag. The phone screen displayed a message from Fu Ci. "I've arrived." Recognizing her appearance, Zhang Lily immediately understood whom she was about to meet. "While others are calling him husband, you're going straight to find yours," Zhang Lily teased, waving her hand. Go on. A brief separation makes for a sweet reunion. I'll be heading out for a date as well." Upon exiting the school gates, Fu Ci's car was parked at the entrance, waiting. As soon as Seajicha settled into the car, Fu Ci leaned over and kissed her. Recently, he had traveled abroad to address some lingering issues left by Fu Nanhai, returning just in time for the press conference, and had not had the chance to see Seajicha until now. Having not seen each other for nearly half a month, his kiss was fervent. Seajicha obediently tilted her head back, allowing him to kiss her. At the end of May in the capital, the heat of summer was already palpable. She wore a white dress today, with only two delicate straps connecting to the shoulders, the lower part flowing loosely, accentuating her slender frame. As she tilted her head back, her neck formed a graceful curve, and her collarbone was elegantly defined. Fu Ci's palm rested on the back of her neck, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze, sending tingling sensations through her that made her let out a soft hum. When he finally released her, faint red imprints adorned her fair skin. Seajicha adjusted her dress and, coming back to her senses, finally asked, "Where are we going?" Fu Ci had only sent her a message the day before, stating he would pick her up in the afternoon, and she still had no idea what their plans entailed. Finally remembering to inquire, Fu Ci squinted slightly at the oblivious girl, one hand still holding onto her fingers. Having not touched her in so long, he felt somewhat reluctant to let go. Seajicha sensed him toying with her fingers but remained silent, blinking and trying to withdraw her hand, only to find it grasped more tightly. With a smirk, Fu Ci casually steered the car, saying, "You'll find out when we get there." Chapter 95. The enigmatic mail ferry of Yin and Yang. The car left the city, heading toward a tranquil mountain in the suburbs. Passing by the ancient stone tablet of King Shanyuan, they arrived at a serene cemetery. Seajicha was taken aback that Fu Ci had brought her here. Her eyes widened as she stared out the window in a daze. "Let us go," Fu Ci said, his gaze lowered. "I want to introduce you to my mother." The Fu family had buried their ancestors at King Shanyuan for generations. When Fu Ci's mother passed away, her family had caused a ruckus at the Fu residence, attempting to take their daughter back for burial. However, the Fu family was powerful, and at the time, the old patriarch was still in good health and held steadfastly to tradition, no matter how much they protested. They could not overturn the established rights, and Fu Ci's mother was laid to rest there. It was only after Fu Ci suffered a grave injury during the altercation that he managed to broker an agreement to ensure that his mother and Fu Nanhai would not share the same burial site in 100 years. Fu Ci's mother's grave was located in a relatively secluded area of the cemetery, yet it was well maintained, not just a routine cleaning by the cemetery management, but clearly tended to by frequent visitors. The tombstone bore a melodious name, and the black and white photograph radiated warmth and beauty, exuding an intellectual charm. With a pair of smiling eyes that seemed to converse, she bore a striking resemblance to Fu Ci. Seajicha gazed at the photograph for a moment before she felt a gentle embrace around her shoulders. "Mom," Fu Ci called out to the photograph, a smile gracing his lips, "I've brought your daughter-in-law to meet you." Seajicha's shoulders tightened unexpectedly, feeling an inexplicable surge of nervousness. She glanced down at her dress, somewhat chagrined. "Is what I'm wearing a bit too casual?" Had she known they were coming here, she would have chosen something more appropriate. Not at all. Fu Si noticed her sudden seriousness, his smile deepening. My mother was quite easygoing, she loved to see young girls dressed beautifully, she will appreciate it. Sajicha blinked, and after a moment, she turned her gaze back to the photograph on the tombstone. Bending slightly to bow respectfully, Auntie, she whispered, next time I come, I will definitely bring flowers. She heard Fu Si chuckle softly beside her. As she straightened up, he wrapped his arms around her waist again. Fu Si tightened his embrace, his lips brushing against the top of her head, his voice soothing and playful. Next time, perhaps you'll be calling her Mom. Before leaving King Shanyuan, Fu Si also stood for a while before the old patriarch's grave. The tombstone was quite new, reflecting the old patriarch's grandeur and prestige during his lifetime, and even in death, many came to pay their respects, with bouquets and offerings piled high with his hands in his pockets. Fu Si gazed at the tombstone, his expression somewhat complex. His feelings toward the old patriarch were equally intricate. Throughout his life, Fu Huijing had both doted on him and held high expectations, sparing no effort in nurturing and uplifting him. Yet Fu Si understood that the old patriarch had primarily valued him for his identity as the eldest grandson and heir. The events that unfolded following the old patriarch's death had only made this realization clearer to him. After gathering his thoughts, Fu Si paused, adopting his usual nonchalant tone. Old man, in the end, it is still I who prevail, the legacy you struggled to uphold, I shall not allow your son to squander further. Saying this, he chuckled indifferently. If a century from now, I don't allow that couple to be buried here, please don't be upset, I just don't want them to tarnish my mother's eyes. After speaking, he took Sajicha's hand and left. As they exited King Shanyuan, the oppressive and solemn atmosphere of the cemetery gradually dissipated. Once inside the car, as Sajicha fastened her seatbelt, she curiously asked Fu Si, what made you suddenly think to bring me here? She had been utterly unprepared with the matters concerning the Fu family. Concluded. Fu Si, with an indifferent expression, started the car, gazing straight ahead as he recounted. With some confidence now, I thought it was time to inform my mother. Sajicha's eyelashes fluttered slightly, not quite comprehending. What confidence? Fu Xiu curled his lips, exuding confidence in marrying her. Sajicha paused for a moment. Momentarily taken aback, after a while, her voice softened. How could you have already thought about these things? There's still 2 months until my 20th birthday, we aren't even of age yet, and there's still so much time. Why had they already begun to contemplate marriage? Fu Xiu tilted his head slightly to glance at her, the smile at the corner of his mouth unwavering as he executed a graceful turn of the steering wheel. It was an inevitable matter. He spoke leisurely, acknowledging that while he could not foresee the future, he was certain that she was the one he would marry. Once determined, such conviction would not waver. On their way back, as they passed a milk tea shop, Fu Xiu stopped by the roadside and asked Sajicha, would you like something to drink? This shop had recently released a new product in collaboration with her favorite cartoon character. And the 2-cup set included a plush toy. After a moment's thought, Sajicha nodded in agreement. Once she placed the order on her phone, Fu Xiu stepped out to collect it. Sajicha lowered her gaze to her phone. Switching back to WeChat, just in time to receive messages from John Lily. They contained several screenshots of comments about Fu Xiu trending online. John Lily, haha, I'm dying of laughter. John Lily, what on earth is wrong with these netizens? Their evaluations are getting more and more absurd, haha. John Lily, you should at least wear some pants. There were numerous images sent from the other side. Sajicha casually opened a couple. Immediately encountering rather explicit content. This look, my goodness, I usually don't like men with slicked back hair. It feels so greasy. Why does Fu Xiu give off this refined scoundrel vibe? He just needs a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like a refined rogue, yet his eyes have a hint of a wild side. Even in a suit, he can't conceal that charisma. Those peach blossom eyes have the most lethal charm. Clearly, he knows how to seduce. Exactly the kind who can soothe you while never letting up, calling you baby while driving you wild. Upon reading that, an array of memories of her being brought to tears flooded Sajicha's mind. It felt as if a rush of blood surged to her head, causing her fingers to tremble as she quickly exited the images. Why were they discussing these things? It was too embarrassing to continue looking. She sent a few emoji to cover the images. John Lily followed up with several voice messages. Sajicha, taking her time, scrolled back slightly on the page, noticing Fu Xiu was not in the car. She decided to play the messages on speaker. The first 2 were filled with John Lily's uncontrollable laughter. I can't handle this. This group is too humorous. As the voice messages played in sequence. Sajicha was engrossed when suddenly the sound of a car door opening interrupted her. With a click, she saw Fu Xiu leaning into the car. The laughter from her phone escalated as he entered. They even said Fu Xiu's face doesn't resemble that of a domineering CEO. He looks more like a seductive male spirit. Chapter 96. From now on, the sky is high, the sea is vast, and forever free. A pang of anxiety gripped Sajicha's heart, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Attempting to exit the chat interface, just as her fingertips grazed the screen, she heard a beep. The voice message ended. The car fell silent once more. John Lily's comment was not necessarily more explicit than those online. Yet to have it revealed in front of the subject, Sajicha focused on the voice message bars on her screen, slowly dimming her phone, then cautiously raised her eyes to meet Fu Xiu's gaze. He had not anticipated hearing such things. His movement to lean in faltered. Upon seeing her expression, he smiled, his peach blossom eyes arching with mischief, dragging out his words. Were they secretly discussing me? Sajicha feigned ignorance. Taking the bag of milk tea from his hands, acting as though nothing had transpired, she took a sip first, then inserted a straw into the other cup and handed it to him. Quite adept at playing the fool, Fu Ziyu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He said nothing further, taking a sip from her outstretched hand before starting the car. The earlier scene had been quite mortifying. On the way back, Sajicha kept her head lowered, engrossed in her phone, too embarrassed to speak to Fu Ziyu. At that moment, Zhang Lili sent another voice message, this time, Sajicha having learned her lesson. Directly turned on the voice message, Zhang Lili, do you think Fu Ziyu has seen these comments? If he did, what might his reaction be? She didn't want to let Zhang Lili suffer alone in embarrassment. Thus she replied truthfully, he heard your voice message. It was no surprise that 3 question marks quickly appeared from the other side, just as Sajicha felt a slight sense of balance returning. She received 2 more messages, Zhang Lili, oh no Ijiji, you might be in trouble tonight. Zhang Lili, if he heard that Fu Ziyu might take action tonight. Sajicha's fingers paused, and she stealthily glanced at the driver beside her. Fu Ziyu was focused on the road ahead, his expression calm, as if nothing had occurred. Retracting her gaze, Sajicha let out a quiet breath that he should not have taken it to heart. Right, however, as soon as they stepped inside. Fu Ziyu pinned her against the door. Sajicha was startled, her half-finished milk tea nearly slipped from her grasp as she nervously looked up at him. What do you want to do? Fu Ziyu lowered his head, his expression calm as he placed her milk tea aside on the entryway cabinet, his gaze fixed on her, uttering languorous words. Seductive male spirit to it was as though he were avenging something. His pace was unhurried, enunciating each word with clarity. Sajicha blinked, her mind momentarily blank, just as the heat of embarrassment surged to her cheeks. His lips met hers in a leisurely kiss, feeling the delicate strap of her dress being toyed with. Sajicha shivered, her legs turning weak as she whimpered softly, not here. Alright. Fu Ziyu chuckled softly, seeing her flustered state, and swept her up in a princess carry, striding into the room he had spent the previous night at the office's break room. Wrapping up the last details of work, and this was his first return to the room in quite some time, the room remained as he had left it, with the quilt covering the entire bed. To avoid dust, he gently placed the girl down, half embracing her, before tossing the quilt aside. Having restrained himself for a while, he had no intention of letting her go today. The curtains were drawn shut. The light dimmed, and as the door closed, the atmosphere grew thick with a sticky, intimate air. Sensing Fu Ziyu's impending advance, Sajicha curled up under his aggressive gaze, her entire being flushed with a shy pink hue. Fu Ziyu relished her bashful demeanor, it was like a stimulant he could not resist. He leaned forward, lifting her skirt. Sajicha squeezed her eyes shut. Having gone through this many times, her body had grown accustomed. Instinctively softening, allowing him to have his way, just as she anticipated a tempest, she suddenly felt his hand pause on her body. Fu Ziyu stiffened momentarily, slowly sitting up. Sajicha opened her eyes in confusion. Seeing his gaze fixed at her waist, feeling the skirt bunched uncomfortably at her midsection, she attempted to adjust it, but Fu Ziyu grasped her wrist, preventing her from moving. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he stared intently at one spot. His voice suddenly hoarse. When did this happen? Sajicha recalled, looking down. At one side of her originally smooth, fair waist, a white tattoo had appeared, unbeknownst to her. With her pale skin, the ink seemed to blend seamlessly. But now, with the flush of desire coloring her body, it became strikingly apparent. It was a pattern that echoed Fu Ziyu's tattoo, a lightning bolt transformed into a bouquet, chains morphing into a light breeze. Hidden within the contours of a butterfly. Sajicha licked her lips, feeling Fu Ziyu's palm resting over the tattoo. He asked again, when did you get it? After you left, she replied softly. Ever since she had seen Fu Ziyu's tattoo. She had long desired to get one herself. So once he was gone, she acted on it. After all these days, it had healed completely. Fu Ziyu fell silent for a moment, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes as his hand slowly caressed the tattoo. The roughness of his fingertips causing Sajicha to shudder involuntarily, yet she stifled her reaction, uncertain of his feelings. After a long pause, she heard him inquire, does it hurt? Before she could respond, Fu Ziyu chuckled quietly. Leaning in, his soft lips brushing against the spot, it must hurt a lot. Sajicha's breath hitched, her eyelashes fluttering. Having it tattooed in that spot was indeed painful, yet, at that moment, she inexplicably felt a connection to Fu Ziyu from that time. It was a peculiar sensation. In an instant, she felt as if she could endure anything. As Fu Ziyu's kisses trailed down to her abdomen, Sajicha let out a soft moan, her fingers instinctively tangling in his hair. Pulling gently, she heard Fu Ziyu let out a low hiss. He lifted his head, the smile still intact, but in his dark eyes, emotion surged like a tidal wave. Baby. Fu Ziyu murmured, lowering his head once more to seek her lips. His laughter was deep and husky, his voice seemingly imbued with a hint of reverence. I think I've truly fallen for you, to the point of no return. In the dim light, shadows danced and intertwined. Fu Ziyu, having shed his outer garment, revealed his lean waist, and when he wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly, it felt as if he sought to merge the girl in his embrace into his very being. Xiaojicha winced from the pressure on her shoulder blades but did not push him away. Instead, she reciprocated his embrace, encircling his waist in a gesture of encouragement. The room was suffused with an enchanting atmosphere. Their bodies pressed closely together, the two patterns on their waists harmonized and quivered gently with the rhythm of their breaths, reminiscent of butterflies fluttering, each completing the other's half. In a moment of dreamy haze, Xiaojicha softly called out. Fu Xi paused, lowering his head to respond. What is it? Xiaojicha shook her head, burying her face in the crook of his neck, surrendering to the waves of sensation that swept over her as she closed her eyes. Ayu, she whispered his name in her heart. Since the inception of this tattoo, she had longed to convey to him, from now on, you shall never again be ensnared by chains, I shall be your wings. From this moment forward, the sky shall be vast, and you shall be forever free. Chapter 97. He always holds the best fortune. The following day, Xiaojicha and Fu Xi visited Yunshan Temple. One of the most renowned temples in the capital, nestled atop the nearby Yunshan mountain. Recently, Zhang Lili had invited Xiaojicha to accompany her to acquire a few prayer beads, and she too had made a wish there. Today, they returned to fulfill that wish. The stone steps meandered from the foot of the mountain to the plaque at its waist. Fortunately, each step was not too steep, making their ascent relatively effortless. The sunlight streamed through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. As Fu Xi walked, he idly toyed with a small jade Buddha in his hand. Casually inquiring, what did you wish for? Since Xiaojicha had gifted him the jade Buddha, he had carried it with him, and during her absence, he had grown accustomed to occasionally caressing it, now polished to a lustrous sheen. Xiaojicha replied softly, I wish for all your endeavors to go smoothly. From the perspective of the onlookers, the matters concerning the Fu family seemed to resolve swiftly and without suspense, yet Xiaojicha understood that it was far from easy. Beneath the surface lay tumultuous currents. She could not assist Fu Xi in these matters, so she silently wished him well from the shadows. She did not believe in deities, her only two wishes were for him. During such moments, Fu Xi found himself softened by the girl's presence, unable to resist the urge to lean down and kiss her, yet he restrained himself due to their surroundings, his gaze gentle and profound. Upon entering the temple, they came across an area for drawing fortunes. Of visitors flowed in and out, and the love fortune booth was crowded with couples. Xiaojicha turned to Fu Xi, raising her eyes to ask, would you like to draw one? Fu Xi lifted his chin to glance over, a casual smile gracing his lips as he firmly replied, no, he did not wish to leave such matters to fate. Whether deemed arrogant or not, he possessed the confidence that as long as Xiaojicha held on, they would inevitably remain together, his hand would forever grasp the best fortune. Yunshan Temple was expansive, featuring not only the main hall but also an entire garden on the back mountain, allowing them ample time to explore. The temperature atop the mountain was cooler, shaded by trees, creating a pleasant atmosphere. At the center of the garden stood a towering ancient tree, its branches lush and adorned with various red ribbons, each representing a wish. Surrounding it was a wooden railing, festooned with lovelocks. Given Fu Xi's adamant refusal to draw a fortune, Xiaojicha naturally assumed he had no interest in such things, and thus did not inquire further. The area for purchasing lovelocks was also crowded with couples. And as Xiaojicha glanced over, she caught sight of a pair of sweethearts joyfully emerging with a lock engraved with their names, hand in hand, ready to hang it up. She paid little mind to others. But as she turned her gaze back, she suddenly heard a nonchalant voice beside her. Aren't you going to ask? Xiaojicha, momentarily taken aback, gasped and turned to Fu Xi. Ask what? She saw Fu Xi also withdrawing his gaze from that direction. His enchanting eyes playfully fixed on her, brows slightly raised as he succinctly stated, about the lovelock. Xiaojicha hesitated, slowly explaining, I thought you weren't interested in these. Before she could finish, a nearby couple's argument caught her attention. You don't love me, you won't even buy this. Have you ever thought about being with me forever? The girl's voice trembled with unshed tears. That's not what I mean. These temple trinkets are all a scam. Look, one lot costs over 100, it's simply not worth it. The boyish voice wavered, desperately seeking excuses. Xiaojicha blinked, suddenly feeling Fu Xi grasp her hand. Do you also think it's not worth it? He asked, tilting his head, his tone playfully mocking. What was the connection here? The girl's grievances somehow morphed into Fu Xi's. Xiaojicha fell silent. Feeling his grip tighten slightly around her hand, holding her hand, Fu Xi strode leisurely towards that direction, his lips curving upward as he cast a sidelong glance at her. Other boyfriends have them. I can't be without one, can I? Xiaojicha thought sometimes he could be rather childish. The individual responsible for engraving names on the lovelocks was a monk residing in the temple, who inquired about their names while chanting softly. His demeanor kind and gentle. Finally, he gifted them a long red string, woven from several sturdy strands, reminiscent of the red thread of fate. Fu Xi immediately tied the red string around his wrist and insisted that Xiaojicha do the same. The addition of the vibrant red against his pale, slender wrist rendered it all the more alluring. He then held her hand tightly, boldly navigating through the throngs of visitors as they exited the temple. By the time they descended the mountain, afternoon had set in, and with no pressing plans for the day, they took their time, pausing occasionally to admire the scenery. In this season, holding hands for too long could render palms slightly sticky. prompting Xiaojicha to loosen her grip a little. Fu Xi glanced back at her, his earlier request now fulfilled, and a clear sense of delight sparkled in his eyes, yet he said nothing. Thus, as they continued down, Fu Xi found himself striding ahead, while Xiaojicha lagged slightly behind. As they walked, Xiaojicha gazed at Fu Xi's back, then glanced at the red string tied around her wrist. And for some inexplicable reason, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu wash over her. She quickly stepped forward, taking hold of Fu Xi's hand once more. The rare initiative surprised him, causing his brows to arch as he looked down at her. "What's wrong? I felt like just now it was a bit like." Xiaojicha hesitated, her voice trailing off as she shook her head. "It is nothing." Fu Xi scrutinized her for a moment, chuckling softly, yet he did not press her further. Upon returning home, the red string was tied into a beautiful knot and hung by the entrance. The air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature. The most delightful aspect of this season was snuggling under a soft blanket on the sofa while watching television, after a meal, feeling drowsy. Xiaojicha draped a plush blanket over herself, on the verge of sleep, when she suddenly felt the couch dip beside her, and Fu Xi settled down next to her. He had just attended to some company matters and emerged from the room, casually retrieving the red string from the entrance, winding it around his fingers. Xiaojicha's gaze was drawn to his long fingers as the red string tightened around his knuckles, leaving slight indentations on his skin. Turning a shade paler, she suddenly recalled the earlier moment on their descent. Fu Xi, catching her gaze, seemed to remember as well and casually inquired, "What did you want to say back when we were coming down?" To her surprise, he brought up the past. Xiaojicha swallowed hard. "It's nothing." Perhaps it was the intimacy of their surroundings that emboldened her somewhat, as she subtly shifted closer to him, her heart racing as she quietly murmured, "At that moment, I felt like we were walking a dog." Chapter 98. "Darling, let us get engaged." Having said that, Xiaojicha discreetly inched away again. She could hardly be blamed. During their descent, she had spotted several tourists walking dogs, particularly one individual with a red leash leading a Doberman. The association had inexplicably formed in her mind. The air seemed to still, and Xiaojicha dared not glance at Fu Xi's expression. Feeling increasingly flustered, her ears burning, wishing to flee, before she could rise, he clasped her waist and pulled her back effortlessly. Fu Xi chuckled softly, appearing far from angry, his expression languid. With a firm arm, he easily lifted her onto his lap, meeting her gaze with a playful glint in his eyes as he drawled, "Feeling bold, are we? Quite all right. Dare to treat me as a dog?" Xiaojicha shrank her neck, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The next moment, Fu Xi tugged the corner of his lips, pressing her closer to him, his finger curled slightly, catching the neckline of her shirt and pulling it down, his tone teasingly irreverent. "But I wouldn't mind being a dog occasionally." Xiaojicha's mind went blank today. She wore a slightly loose t-shirt, and the neckline was already a bit wide. As he pulled it down, her delicate collarbone, along with the lingering traces of last night's kisses, was laid bare to the cool air. Before Xiaojicha could regain her senses, a tingling sensation shot through her collarbone. Fu Xi playfully nibbled at the delicate curve of her collarbone, leaving a mark that was more teasing than painful. Imbued with a hint of provocation and desire, as if he were grazing the very edge of her heart, the sensation caused Xiaojicha to involuntarily shudder, letting out a soft hum. He left a subtle bite mark in that spot before daring to press further, sinking his teeth into her smoothly rounded shoulder. At his core, he possessed a mischievous streak, although he often restrained himself in Xiaojicha's presence. There were times when his habits proved difficult to suppress. He relished in leaving traces of himself on the young girl, as if to assert that she was entirely his, completely and utterly his. When Xiaojicha finally could no longer endure and softly begged for mercy, Fu Xi leisurely decided to release her. The girl's blouse was in disarray, revealing faint marks against her fair skin, with bite marks layered atop soft imprints of teeth, creating an indescribable visual impact. A blush tinged the corners of her eyes, leaving one to wonder whether it was from embarrassment or discomfort. This only served to amplify Fu Xi's devilish charm, yet he seemed all too willing to embrace this role. He gazed at the marks he had left, a slow smile spreading across his lips as he leaned closer to Xiaojicha's ear, his breath warm and tantalizing. "Baby, it's time." Xiaojicha, feeling somewhat victimized and on the verge of tears, shot him a feeble glare, her breath still uneven, before shutting her eyes and mimicking his actions. Biting down on his collarbone with a hint of vengeful intent. To her surprise, he let out a muffled groan, as if further igniting his excitement. After so many encounters, she was intimately familiar with Fu Xi's reactions. Upon sensing his intent to escalate, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily pushed his face away, her voice stammering, "No more of this. If you continue, I will." And then what? Fu Xi was unfazed by her pushing, a playful glimmer in his eyes as his deep voice coaxed her, "I will not let you touch me anymore." The girl's temper was so sweet that even her threats lacked conviction. Fu Xi's eyes sparkled, utterly charmed, filled with a desire to tease her further. He couldn't help but feel that familiar mischievous urge bubbling within him. Thus, he grasped Xiaojicha's waist, leaned in slightly, and extended his long arm to open the drawer of the coffee table. Xiaojicha typically refrained from opening that drawer and was unaware of its contents. Upon hearing the noise, She instinctively turned to look, only to catch sight of his distinctly knuckled hand retrieving a box of condoms from within. Xia Zhicha was momentarily stunned, her thoughts blanking out, and when she saw Fu Xi skillfully peeling open the outer packaging, her voice trembled slightly. Why do you have them here too, just in case? I keep them everywhere. Fu Xi lowered his gaze, the faint pink of his lips holding the packaging as he tore it open. Mumbling, "There's some in the kitchen too." Xia Zhicha felt a flush creeping over her entire being. The curtains were still drawn, the daylight outside bright, and although the view from outside could not penetrate the interior, she inexplicably felt a wave of shame wash over her, akin to the embarrassment of a public display of affection. Just as she braced herself to escape, Fu Xi leisurely pulled her back, his large hand securing her delicate waist. "Shall we try it here?" Ultimately, the curtains in the living room were drawn shut. Even after a considerable time had passed, the air still held traces of lingering intimacy. Xia Zhicha changed into her pajamas, feeling drowsy as she wrapped herself in a blanket and sank into the sofa. The sound of running water from the bathroom ceased, and as she lifted her eyelids, she saw Fu Xi had also changed into his loungewear approaching her. The lesson about calling him a dog had been too severe, and she sensed that he was about to sit beside her. Reaching out to draw her close, instinctively she recoiled, softly uttering, "No, thanks." Observing her demeanor, Fu Xi's expression softened inexplicably, and he let out a gentle sigh, warmly embracing her to comfort. "I didn't intend to trouble you again." In this regard, Fu Xi was surprisingly honorable. Xia Zhicha felt reassured and leaned against him. Engaging in such activities had indeed drained her energy. The familiar, cool, and slightly human scent of him brought her a sense of safety, causing her eyelids to grow heavy. A serene atmosphere enveloped them in harmony. At that moment, Xia Zhicha, in a drowsy state, heard Fu Xi whispering in her ear, "Baby, let us get engaged." Suddenly, her drowsiness dissipated as she blinked in confusion, meeting Fu Xi's earnest gaze, dark and profound. Engaged? Perhaps due to her fatigue, she found her thoughts muddled. The last time she heard the word engagement was during a misunderstanding, and her immediate reaction then had been one of unfamiliarity. Even now it felt strange. At that instant, Fu Xi placed a kiss on her ear, as if to jolt her back to reality, and asked once more, "Are you willing, baby?" Xia Zhicha's eyelashes fluttered twice before she whispered, "Isn't it a bit too soon?" They were merely in their second year of university. The girl had always been rule-abiding, and discussing marriage before graduating felt quite out of the ordinary for her. Seeing her innocent demeanor, Fu Xi chuckled softly, affectionately rubbing her cheek. "Not too soon. I can't wait to have a home with you." A home with her, their home, for reasons unknown. Xia Zhicha suddenly recalled that evening when she had clung to Fu Xi's back, listening to him speak with a hint of melancholy, "Baby, give me a home." Her heart felt as though it had been squeezed, slowly stirring a tinge of sorrow. Words of concern hovered at the tip of her tongue. Yet when she opened her mouth, only a simple affirmation escaped. When one is loved, a profound sense of security envelopes them. During the long period of unrequited love, Xia Zhicha had never dared to hope for his affection, not even for a glance in her direction. Back then, she had never envisioned that he would so boldly intrude into her life, showering her with the utmost adoration. Because she was loved, she felt no reservations. Thus, she was willing. Chapter 99, Only Her. As the heat of summer intensified, days slipped by, and soon they found themselves in the sweltering embrace of July. With the university on break, Fu Xi and Xia Zhicha returned to Yun City together to discuss their engagement with her family. Fu Xi chose not to disclose this decision to Fu Nanhai, despite the latter being his only family by blood. Last month, Fu Nanhai had been sent abroad by him, along with Lin Yendi and Lin Jinan, vanishing without a trace, no longer causing ripples in their lives. Reports from that side indicated that Lin Yendi had given birth to a son, but due to poor prenatal care, the child fell ill immediately after birth, leaving the family in disarray and turmoil. The couple, unable to confront Fu Xi directly, resorted to blaming each other, creating a scene that led to discussions of divorce, with Lin Yendi even consulting on asset division in secret. Regardless of the circumstances, none of this concerned Fu Xi any longer. The plane landed in Yun City by evening. The airport was small. After retrieving their luggage from the carousel, Xia Zhicha spotted Chang Mingsui waving at her from the arrival gate. Chang Mingsui had finished his exams a week earlier and returned to Yun City first. Fu Xi had upgraded his return ticket to business class, and upon seeing him, Chang Mingsui greeted enthusiastically. "Sister, brother-in-law." After recovering from his illness over the past 6 months, he had grown taller and appeared more robust due to regular exercise, a stark contrast to his previous frail self. He stepped forward to take the suitcase from Xia Zhicha's hand, lowering his voice to say, "Ever since Mom and Dad heard your phone call about getting engaged to Fu Xi, they've been on edge. If it weren't for me holding them back, I am afraid when you walk through the door today, all the relatives would be waiting at home." Xia Zhicha couldn't help but chuckle at this. She had only mentioned the engagement to Chang Chunyu and his wife just before the break. During that call, the couple had seemed quite composed, merely suggesting she bring Fu Xi home for a proper discussion. She had not anticipated that upon actually bringing him home, they would become so anxious. Once in the taxi heading home, Chang Mingsui reported back to Chang Chunyu and his wife while Xia Zhicha's phone buzzed twice with a message from Jiang Lily. She had shared several links And without needing to look, Xia Zhicha knew they were about Fu Xi. After the disputes within the Fu family had settled, public discussions about Fu Xi had dwindled. Occasionally, some gossip columns would still churn out sensational articles to attract attention. Laden with exaggerated headlines, both praising and criticizing him. As someone who relished the gossip and the couple-less dynamics, Zhang Lili would share anything she found with Xia Zhicha, opening the message. Xia Zhicha indeed found multiple links shared by Zhang Lili, featuring today's trending topic, Fu Xi engagement. Zhang Lili: oh my, before I clicked in, I thought they were talking about you too, Zhang Lili, but that's not it. Who is that woman they're mentioning? The original post she shared came from an entertainment account, accompanied by a candid shot of Xia Zhicha and Fu Xi ascending the mountain at Yunshan Temple. Captured from a third-party perspective, yet the content described was, Fu Xi engagement suspected expos of Fu Xi's fiancée. According to insiders, the female party is the daughter of the Gu family conglomerate. And the two of them are a well-matched couple, currently preparing for their engagement. If this is indeed the case, we wish them a lifetime of happiness. Zhang Lili: no way, the figure in that photo is clearly you. Zhang Lili, Rogue Media: now the forums are in an uproar. She sent over a few more images, this time screenshots from the school forum. Fu Xi unexpectedly got engaged? No way, the CPI ship is just over? I distinctly remember that after the exam yesterday, Fu Dilao was still waiting at the entrance of the top student classroom to pick her up. What does that mean? I've been saying this. I feel like they wouldn't last. The disparity in their social standings is too great. If Fu Dilao were to marry, it would certainly be someone of equal status. Exactly, what's there to be surprised about? Young love is beautiful, but when it comes to marriage, future considerations are essential. To be fair, Xia Zhicha's family background is simply not a match. It's laughable seeing them so ostentatious at school every day. Now I don't even know how to wrap this up. Are you scared again? Suddenly the voice of Fu Xi and Xi Chen broke through. He leaned slightly forward, and upon seeing the content on the phone screen, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold aura surrounded him. Xia Zhicha was so engrossed in the screenshot that she was startled, her gaze flickering momentarily when she looked up to meet Fu Xi's dark eyes. She shook her head and softly said, no, she would no longer feel inferior or hesitant because of the term equal status. Even though the gap in their identities still existed, she believed that one day she would be able to walk alongside him. After a heated discussion in the forum, someone finally emerged, expressing confusion. Am I the only one who thinks the girl in the photo is actually Xia Zhicha? Holy crap, I just looked closely and thought the same thing. I even searched for a photo of that Gu family young lady to compare, and it seems Xia Zhicha has a smaller frame, resembling the figure in the photo more. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. The person who took the photo was on site. How could they not tell who was who? Stop fantasizing. If this were fake, with Fu's massive corporate influence, they would have issued a statement clarifying it long ago, right? Why has there been no movement until now, as both sides were embroiled in a heated argument? Suddenly a reply shattered the intense atmosphere. Holy crap, they actually issued a statement. On Weibo, the original post along with the photo was suddenly deleted. In its place, an apology statement was updated by the entertainment account. Due to our failure to verify the news, we have fabricated information, which constitutes defamation. We sincerely apologize to Mr. Fu and his fiancée, Ms. Xia. Meanwhile, Fu's official account also retweeted this, accompanied by a thumbs-up emoji. Ms. Xia fiancée. So the engagement is real, and the fiancée is actually Xia Zhicha? I told you that photo must be of Xia Zhicha. After the forum reposted this screenshot, it erupted once more. Ha ha ha, how painful must those faces be right now. Did I miss something? I just woke up to so much gossip. I went to Yunshan Temple that day and saw them too. It was Fu Xi and Xia Zhicha, and I even watched Fu Xi being sweet with a little girl. It was so adorable. Is there anyone upstairs with photos? Please, the previous post was deleted. And I didn't save it. I'm totally shipping them. My photos were too blurry. I was so excited, and I'm a bit timid, but let me check my album to see if there's anything I can send. No need to look, Fu Dilao is posted. Holy crap. Within just an hour, a new trending topic surged to the forefront. Fu Xi and his true fiancée clicking on the topic. The top post was from an account that had rarely posted on Weibo. Upon entering the profile, the name and avatar appeared suspiciously like a counterfeit, yet, next to the avatar was an exceedingly ostentatious verification badge. Confirming that this was indeed Fu Xi himself, the accompanying image depicted two hands intertwined, with the steps of Yunshan Temple extending in the background. The red string on their wrists stood out vividly in the sunlight. Fu V, it can only be her. Chapter 100. He is my secret. The Weibo users were initially puzzled about the situation on the Jing University forum. What does this mean? So Fu Xi's fiancée is someone else? Jing University students are here to clarify. Yes, The girl's name is Xiajicha, also from Jing University, a top student in the foreign languages department, consistently ranking first. She is incredibly beautiful and adorable. Image, found from the official website. She also took first place in the last translation competition. Oh my gosh, I'm dizzy from how cute she is. I borrowed a friend's account to peek at the forum and you guys are such a good couple to ship. Fu Dilao, who usually doesn't bother responding to anything others say, personally steps in to defend his wife. As a pure bystander, I saw them at Yunshan Temple too, and I thought what a perfect couple they were. I even mistook them for celebrities, haha. I was a bit sad when I heard Fu Xi was taken, but after seeing the girl as photo.fu zone, you're so lucky, while the discussion on Weibo was fervent. The atmosphere at Xiajicha's home was equally lively. This was not Fu Xi's first visit to Xiajicha's family, nor was it his first encounter with the Chang Chunyu couple. He brought a plethora of gifts, much to their delight. As soon as the door opened, they were greeted by two pairs of eyes staring at him from the sofa. Initially, when they learned about Fu Xi's wealthy background, the couple was taken aback, even feeling a bit anxious. Now that they finally met him, after welcoming him in, they found themselves at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Fu Xi who broke the silence. Before Xiajicha's family, he was nothing like the wild and unruly persona he presented to the outside world. Instead, he was patient and humble, and within just a few exchanges, he managed to put the couple at ease. As the evening wore on, they all agreed to discuss the engagement details the following day and decided to have dinner first. The couple prepared an abundant feast, and during the meal, Chang Chunyu suddenly retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cupboard. Expressing a desire to drink with Fu Xi. Fu Xi readily agreed. Since the rest of the family did not drink, only the two of them shared the bottle. Halfway through, Chang Chunyu's face turned a bright shade of red. Clearly intoxicated, and his demeanor became increasingly relaxed as the conversation wandered far and wide. Eventually, he even insisted that Fu Xi stay the night and drink with him until dawn. Zheng Hongying, while trying to intervene, cast an apologetic glance at Fu Xi. I'm sorry, Xiaofu, my husband gets chatty when he's drunk, he won't do anything else, just loves to chat. Fu Xi held his wineglass, his long fingers slightly curled. And with a smile, he replied, it's fine, I'll just keep my uncle company tonight. To his surprise, their conversation continued into the deep of the night. Originally, Xiajicha had been sitting next to Fu Xi, listening to their conversation and occasionally explaining things to him. However, after a long day of travel, she found herself unable to keep her eyes open and decided to wash up and head to her room for sleep. Lying on her bed, she closed her eyes, and after a while, she suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. Perhaps fearing to disturb anyone, the knock was neither too heavy nor too light. As if testing whether she was asleep, Xiajicha, not feeling too sleepy at that moment, opened her eyes, slipped on her slippers, and walked to the door. When she opened it, no one was outside. The living room was dimly lit, with a small lamp casting light from the doorway, outlining the figure before her. Fu Xi stood there in his sleepwear, looking down at her. Backlit, half of his face was sharply defined by the light. Though his expression remained somewhat obscured, Xiajicha blinked, looking up to ask him, are you done chatting? Fu Xi nodded slightly. Uncle and auntie asked me to sleep in your brother's room. Your brother is sleeping in the living room, I just sent him back. He had just washed up, a refreshing scent of water lingering around him, with a hint of light alcohol. It was subtle, even somewhat pleasant. Xiajicha responded, oh, and peered out to look at the sofa in the living room, a little worried. Then you'll sleep on the sofa. Will that be comfortable? Although the sofa was long enough, it was rather narrow, and given Fu Xi's stature, it seemed like it wouldn't be very comfortable. It was indeed a bit cramped. Fu Xi thought for a moment and suddenly smiled at her. Can I sit in your room for a bit? At this, Xiajicha paused for a moment. She opened her mouth, glanced back at her bed, her expression slowly becoming conflicted. My bed is a bit small. We can't both fit. Suddenly, her loose hair was tousled by someone. What are you thinking? Fu Xi retracted his hand, his voice lazily teasing. I'm just sitting for a bit. I'm still feeling the effects of the alcohol and can't sleep. Realizing her misunderstanding, Xiajicha felt her cheeks warm, though it wasn't very noticeable in the dark. She turned back to switch on the light. You can come in. The room light illuminated. The bright glow filled the small space entirely. This was Fu Xi's first time entering Xiajicha's room. After placing a bed and wardrobe, there was only a narrow passage left, making the space seem even more cramped as he stepped inside with his tall frame. The room was devoid of any tables or chairs. He turned back to close the door, and upon witnessing this, Xiajicha quietly lifted a corner of the quilt, inviting him to sit, although the space was limited. It exuded a sense of cleanliness and warmth, meticulously arranged by Xiajicha with numerous thoughtful details, making every corner feel inviting. Several rows of bookshelves were affixed to the walls, predominantly filled with supplementary materials from her high school years. A testament to the industriousness of the young girl. Fu Xi leisurely raised his head to survey the surroundings, and Xiajicha inexplicably felt as though she were under scrutiny. She quietly seated herself beside him. Attempting to divert his attention, the bottle of wine my uncle brought today is one he has cherished for many years. He didn't even bring it out when his superior visited our home. Is that so? Fu Si raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. That I feel quite honored to receive such acknowledgement, Xiajicho softly replied. They hold you in high regard. Fu Si evidently took pleasure in her words. His demeanor relaxed as he rose, casually pulling a workbook from her bookshelf. It was a practice book distributed by the school during her sophomore year, covered with dense annotations in various colors. Remembering something, Fu Si asked lazily, wasn't this one supposed to be optional? Xiajicho explained in a gentle tone. I thought the questions inside were quite relevant, so I decided to complete it anyway. Having witnessed her diligence back then, Fu Si nodded in understanding, placing the workbook back on the shelf. As his gaze shifted slightly, he noticed a thicker book at the edge of the shelf and reached for it. Suddenly breaking into a smile, you even read this kind of novel? It was a rather poorly printed romance novel, its title painfully youthful, and the small print on the cover boasted of touching 1 million readers with its tale of unrequited love. Top 1. Assuming that someone like Xiajicha, who seemed solely devoted to her studies, would have no interest in such matters, Fu Si was somewhat taken aback. Upon seeing the book, Xiajicha found herself momentarily at a loss. Slightly stunned, she indeed had not read such works before. After a lengthy recollection, she finally unearthed a faint memory and explained, they handed it to me while sorting old books at the library. She had likely only perused it once before setting it aside. Fu Si casually flipped through a few pages, and when his gaze returned to the text, it suddenly halted. The page he had landed on contained the author's preface. Recounting personal experiences of unrequited love, the final sentence posed a question to the readers. In your youth, have you ever had someone you admired from afar? Beneath this line was a phrase penned in black marker. And Fu Si, well acquainted with Xiajicha's handwriting, instantly recognized it as hers. The elegant strokes of her youthful script bore the marks of hurried writing, with several pauses between the characters. He is my secret.